just another day in the classroom, right? Students are chilling, doing their thing. But deep down, one student is absolutely losing it, screaming internally, I fucking hate games. Suddenly, Erin Ju busts him, calling him out, Daeun-ha, you're gaming again. He's like, what? Then Chul Woo-min jumps in, straight up mocking him, in this sacred school too. Hahaha, freaking game otaku. Daeun-ha's just thinking, are you kidding me? Just look at all that gaming gear. It's insane, and someone's pointing it out, WOH, look at all this gaming hardware, hahaha. This is all. His face is twisted in pure rage, and he finally snaps, because you told me to, you fuckers. Meet Daeun-ha, 18, a game shuttle, basically, someone forced to play games for other people, and it's not a good thing. He's got this intense look, like, do I even want to do this? Trapped by all the gear that defines his unwanted life, his inner voice screams, I don't want to do this. He's absolutely fuming, as some random voice hypes up his gaming skills, triggering a massive internal rage. Who even said that? Hold up. The goddess of Class 7, Erin Ju, is here. Everyone's freaking out about her being in their class, and then, ding, a notification pops up. That chime. It's her phone, showing life game. So even the goddess is secretly a gamer. Back in the classroom chaos, Daeun-ha is caught off guard when Erin Ju, of all people, points out his gaming. Turns out, she's in on the gaming action too, part of a high-stakes bet with her friends, but she's totally bombing it. Daeun-ha's mind is racing, completely thrown by her confession, because how could someone as cool as Erin even know a nobody like him? Then, out of nowhere, she offers to help him, leaving him stunned. He's totally freaking out, getting to talk to the Erin Ju, but she just brushes off his worries, declaring she's doing this purely because she feels like it. Talking to Erin like this is a first, and she drops some wisdom about life is a game, saying everything you play will eventually help you in life, but he's internally scoffing at that idea. Did she just laugh? He's replaying it, totally freaking out, and praying this doesn't mean they're about to get close. His face is beet red, while someone else is totally confused, wondering what Erin is even doing with him, and it's all part of this crazy game. Daeun-ha was still processing his mind-blowing chat with Erin Ju when another student rolled up, asking if he was her friend. But Erin, smooth as ever, shut that down fast, saying she was waiting for Daeun-ha. Then, with a casual wave, she bounced, leaving him totally shook. He just stood there, mind blown, as she walked away. He was totally spiraling, thinking there was no way they could ever be close, and that Erin would never even remember his name. Little did he know, Erin was already out, her face giving nothing away as she vanished. Then, it hit him like a truck, a massive blush spreading across his face, she actually knew his name. But his blush-filled moment was brutally cut short by a blaring notification from his phone, screaming that his game character was toast. He gaped, totally stunned, realizing his character bit the dust while he was busy daydreaming, and the death penalty was brutal. He dropped the legendary King of Justice's collection sword. The weight of that loss crushed him, because he knew that was Chul Woo-min's absolute favorite weapon. A chill ran down Daeun-ha's spine, knowing if that psychopath Chul Woo-min ever found out, he'd go absolutely ballistic. But before he could even finish that thought, a hand grabbed his head, smashing his face into the desk with a sickening crunch, the sound ripping through the silence. Chul Woo-min, face twisted in pure rage, loomed over him, snarling about why he couldn't keep his eyes on his phone. Then, with a vicious squeeze, Chul Woo-min crushed Daeun-ha's face, drawing blood from his lips, as the terrified kid choked out a pathetic, sorry, Chul-woo. He's totally screwed, trying to bribe the other guy with his ultimate collection sword, but it's too late. The dude just laughs, wishing he'd offered it way earlier. Chul Woo-min's face twists into a nasty smirk, asking if that pathetic offering could even make him sinless, right? And just like that, the nightmare starts all over again for Daeun-ha, the same old thought hitting him every single time this happens. He's thinking, life is a game, totally fits guys like Chul Woo-min, who just see everyone else as XP to level up, right before a savage punch sends his phone flying and blood explodes everywhere. These guys get off on stomping on anyone weaker, just flexing their power with every brutal hit. Every single hit is just another rung up the school's social ladder, a sick power move as a crushing kick lands with a sickening thwack. To them, he's just a nobody, a total scrub, nothing but a stepping stone, as another brutal hit sends agony ripping through him. He's just a random mob, a total nobody, left shattered on the floor, surrounded by flipped desks and chairs, just another casualty in their twisted game. Chul Woo-min's voice slices through the ringing in Daeun-ha's ears, demanding if he's only good at gaming, then he better get serious, and Daeun-ha can only manage a pathetic, right. Then the bully explains his own problem, he's back on Roast RPG, but his team sucks so bad they can't even hunt. And then, with a cold, hard stare, Chul Woo-min drops the bomb, demanding Daeun-ha get him the legendary Fire King's greatsword in just 1 week, leaving the poor kid absolutely speechless. Battered and desperate, Dawenha can barely choke out, asking if this is some sick joke, freaking out about how he's supposed to get legendary gear in just 1 week. Dawenha is still reeling, but Chul Woo-min isn't done. He's in his face, accusing him of checking out Erin Ju and then just straight up clowning on his red face. And the bully just keeps going, laying down the ultimate threat: get the Fire King's greatsword in a week or get stripped and beaten, all while dropping Erin Ju's name like it's nothing, sparking pure rage inside Dawenha. The threat hits hard, a cold, brutal promise of pain that leaves Dawenha absolutely frozen, his eyes bugging out in pure shock and fear. A sick, twisted laugh rips through the air, but deep in Dawenha's eyes, something's changing, that fear is turning into a burning resolve. Totally ignoring the mess he made, Chul Woo-min is already chilling with his crew, Jaemin Shin and Yu Jihan, talking spring break, even asking if the girls from the all-girls school are hot, like Dawenha isn't even there. Abandoned in the empty hall, Dawenha is just a crumpled heap against the lockers, the impossible mission crushing his spirit. He's just staring at his phone, but then, boom, a light bulb goes off, a quiet, slipping out as a crazy idea starts to form. His phone screen is blazing with a hardcore game interface, a world he used to call this shitty waste of time, but now. His face twists into a snarl, cursing that fucking game, that's suddenly his last shot at survival. He remembers how much he used to scream, "I hate games," but then it clicks, that's exactly what I say when I'm doing something totally different. Cut to him at his battle station, headphones on, a wild, almost crazy grin plastered on his face. He's back in the game, literally, embracing his shuttle role, a pro gamer path he thought he'd left behind forever. Spring break is here, giving him a temporary escape from the bullies, but now he's diving headfirst into a whole new digital war. Mom's out of town on an overseas business trip, which means one thing: unlimited gaming. He's practically glowing, thinking back to his glory days, when he was a max-level beast in RSTRPG, his character, Jet Black Choco PIE, hitting level 100. Hunting became a total snoozefest once he maxed out, so he just quit. Easy mode was boring anyway. But hold up, even with all that chill, a weird, bad feeling just hits him out of nowhere while he's at his desk. And that bad feeling? It explodes when he sees the new patch notes, screaming about a level cap increase to 200, insane boss difficulty spikes, and, the worst part, legendary item drop rates getting absolutely crushed. His jaw drops, eyes wide with horror, a single drop of sweat rolling down his face, as he can only manage one desperate thought: I'm totally screwed. 18 hours later, running on pure caffeine and desperation, the game hits him with another crushing blow notification. He thought he could still farm the Fire King Magmaros, right? Wrong. His Jet Black Choco PIE avatar just stands there, staring at the defeated boss, with absolutely zero loot. He'd been grinding all night, barely even planning his moves, and now a system message pops up: 37 hours have passed since you played the game, surrounded by a graveyard of energy drinks and instant noodles. He's fuming, wondering why he's only getting trash items like this fire sword, a rare greatsword with okay stats, but nowhere near the legendary gear he's actually after. He's practically yelling at his screen: if the difficulty goes up, then the drop rates should too. His frustration is boiling over, slamming his desk in anger. Then it hits him, the sickening truth of why the drop rates were slashed, as he glares at the in-game store, packed with character growth package and EXP boost package deals, screaming internally, these developers are nothing but greedy fucking gold diggers. 64 hours. That's how long he'd been at it, a non-stop grind session that would break most players. Yet, he was still begging the game, desperate for just one drop from the monster he'd just annihilated. He'd thrown everything he had at it, but the damn item just wouldn't drop, pushing him to the brink of total despair. A defeated sigh escaped him, his body a wreck in front of the monitor, the only source of light in his dark, grinding sanctuary. Days bled into nights as he kept up his lonely grind, the sheer exhaustion threatening to crush him. 144 hours. 6 whole days. His room was now a monument to his relentless grind, littered with empty cans and instant food, a stark reminder of his desperate quest. But the insane item drop rates, he suddenly understood, were just the tip of the iceberg, his eyes burning with a fierce, almost otherworldly glow. Taking down even one monster by himself was a massive time sink, and his level was so pathetic, he couldn't even scratch the surface. Naturally, no one wanted to party up with a low-level scrub like him, and with only 1 day left on the clock, he was completely screwed. Elsewhere, a worried Erin Ju could only think, if this kept up, what kind of disaster was about to hit. The answer slammed into reality, as Chul Woo-min absolutely decked Dawenha, leaving him battered and bleeding on the floor. He's absolutely losing it, tears streaming down his face as the pressure mounts. Not only is he beaten down, but his cash shop buffs are about to vanish, leaving him with just 8 minutes of boosted item drops. But then, in that exact moment of despair, deep within a blazing game dungeon, a new player materialized, absolutely obliterating the colossal Magmaros with one insane, blinding strike. leaving the massive beast utterly annihilated in a cascade of sparks and fire, as the newcomer stood triumphant, an insane aura of raw power blasting from their shining armor. The sheer speed and power of that attack left everyone speechless, wondering how one person could solo such a massive boss. This was one who brings the END, a level 200 player whose epic entrance and insane power display were absolutely mind-blowing. His mind was reeling, trying to process the impossible. What the? It one-shot Magmaros? By itself? Then, the powerful newcomer spun around, their voice booming with ancient formality, asking if he was actually looking for a party. He just froze, a silent "what the heck" hanging in the air. Even with the super weird way they talked, Dawenha's brain immediately went into full-on pragmatic mode. He was like, why does this guy talk like that, but then instantly realized he totally needed someone to tank monster aggro. Was this just some crazy gimmick? Probably a total lunatic, honestly. But he couldn't deny the cold, hard truth, this was a freaking strong lunatic, and strength was exactly what he needed right now. The armored player kept up their dramatic speech, swearing loyalty and promising to fight by his side. Dawenha's inner voice screamed, he absolutely could not lose this crazy, super strong ally. The newcomer just hummed, their glowing blue eyes locked onto him, waiting for his answer. Dawenha just accepted the offer, and the armored figure, with that epic voice, is like, yeah, you can roll with me. He's absolutely losing it with relief, screaming that he's saved. All that stress. Gone. Then, boom. A system message pops up, confirming he just snagged the Fire King's greatsword. Talk about a payoff. But wait, there's more. Another message flashes, revealing he also got the Fire God's greatsword. 2 legendary weapons. This is insane. He's totally fixated on the item description, a huge question mark hanging over his head. Did he just get the Fire God's greatsword instead of the King's? What even is this? The stats on this mythical, tier 3, item level 200 sword are absolutely bonkers, and he's just hit with the realization, this is a god-level weapon. His face is absolutely beaming with pure, unadulterated joy, hands practically vibrating with excitement as he thinks, all that grinding for a week? Totally worth it. But then, the gamer brain kicks in, and he's immediately wondering, how much cash he could rake in if he flipped this bad boy on item buy. Cha-ching. Back in the game, the armored figure is calling him, Your Highness, and Dawenha's avatar is just like, huh? He's telling himself to chill out and not get greedy, giving props to the Chuyuni patient for this insane luck, and in the game, the armored figure is literally handing him the sword. Dawenha is losing it. Finally, he just kicks back in his chair, a huge, satisfied grin plastered on his face, feeling like he can totally chill out after that epic gaming marathon. But that chill vibe quickly turns into total exhaustion, his eyes getting super heavy, and he's thinking he should probably catch some Z's before school, since spring break is officially over. After days of grinding, the ultimate gamer, Dawenha, felt the full weight of his epic session, a single, tired "oh" escaping him as his body finally gave out. But the grind was too real. His body, pushed to the absolute max, started to give way, a massive question mark appearing as he crashed down. He hit the floor, eyes wide with pure shock, barely able to gasp out, huh. The brutal reality hit him like a truck, all that sleep deprivation, junk food, and caffeine for a whole week, plus the instant transition from hardcore gaming, was about to cost him big time. His eye, now blazing with an intense blue glow, showed the sheer panic building inside him, as his brain flashed through every horror story of gamers dying from their obsession. A chilling realization hit him, oh no. This, is it. The word death screamed in his mind. There was no denying it, too much gaming, actually leads to death. That one terrifying word echoed in the dark abyss of his thoughts, a brutal announcement of his impending doom. His hand weakly reached for the sky, a final, heartbreaking thought forming, Mom, I'm so sorry for leaving you first. He pictured his mom's face, thinking, don't freak out when you get home. Then the terrifying question hit him, am I actually dying from this? His glowing eye narrowed, a wave of self-loathing washing over him as he cursed, what an absolute idiot. But even facing death, a defiant part of him screamed, I'm not dying from gaming. I wanted a game-like life, but this isn't how it ends. A heavy bump reverberates through the digital abyss, a jarring sound that shakes him to his core. And then, a flash of insight hits him, a brief moment of clarity before the system cranks up the intensity. His thoughts are a whirlwind, still burning with rage from his final moments, he's literally cursing Chulwa Min from beyond the grave, regretting not writing a will. But then, a terrifying question pops into his head, is he actually dead? His thoughts are still racing, and a cring sound confirms his new identity, player, Dawenha. He's totally baffled, when a new window pops up, declaring his class will be decided by his personality and life. What even is this crazy system? The system finishes its scan in a flash, and he's slapped with the normal class, powerless game shuttle, title. Powerless, he thinks, utterly stunned by the insult. But before he can even process that blow, another pop-up appears, an event quest, demanding his acceptance. He's furious, yelling what bullshit is this, and demanding answers. Even with his mental meltdown, the system just shrugs it off, registering his thoughts as accept and declaring, you've accepted. No take-backs, it seems. And then, another bombshell drops, he's going to be respawned in the coordinates constructed by the administrator. This isn't a return, it's a forced teleport. Then, bam. The void explodes into a classroom, and he's suddenly sitting at a desk, swarmed by phones and cameras. Talk about a jarring reality check after almost dying. His eyes practically pop out of his head, as he tries to make sense of this insane new reality. He scans the chaotic classroom, the everyday scene of students and desks feeling completely bizarre after his wild ride through the system. His face contorts with a hint of regret, sorry, I'll leave you to that then. What's going on with him? But this day? It's just another day, or so it seems, as a classmate flashes a smile and waves, ah, thanks, Dowan. Is this really happening? But hold up. This isn't normal. Cameras and gear are everywhere around his desk, making his classmate uneasy. What is this? Scary. What's the big secret? She can't shake the image of his dark expression, a nagging thought in her mind, did he force himself to help me? The mystery deepens. Fast forward to the hallway, and his friend is practically yelling, Arin. I'm hungry. Let's go eat quickly. He snaps back to reality, huh? Ah, sorry, my bad. What was he even thinking about? Back in the classroom, alone with his thoughts, he's staring into the void, a chilling question burning in his mind, what's this? Didn't I die? The past is catching up. Pure confusion washes over his face. Was it all just a dream? He desperately wants to believe it, but the feeling of reality is too strong. Calling it a dream? Impossible. Because right then, a glowing, ethereal blue window pops into existence before his eyes, and he can only stare in utter shock. This has to be a dream, he thinks, but the glowing screen in front of him is unmistakably a character information window. The window blazes with his stats, name, Dowan, level 1, and then the bombshell, class, powerless game shuttle. He can't believe it, fuck, why am I a game shuttle, even? This is insane. He's stuck in a dream, a powerless one at that, when suddenly, a jarring chime cuts through the air, and the powerless game shuttle's characteristic effect is activated. What does that even mean? The system confirms it, powerless game shuttle's characteristic effect is activated. This new twist genuinely catches him off guard. Hold up. A system message just dropped a bombshell, all the EXP you've ever earned in any game is now linked directly to you. That's right, every single game you've ever touched. And Dowan sitting amidst a digital storm of game screens, can only think, does this mean all the games I shuttled through count too? If that's the case, the EXP total would be absolutely insane, and the system is already crunching the numbers. But then, a jarring shift. Chul Woo-min's furious face fills the frame, his voice a guttural snarl, spitting curses at Dowan. He slams Dowan's head onto a desk, the force sending a shockwave through the air. Chul Woo-min, a bandage stark against his cheek, snarls, reminding him, I told you to keep your eyes glued to that phone, didn't I? His hand clamps down on Dowan's face, drawing blood from his nose, a raw, brutal assertion of power. Dowan's face twists in agony and terror, as Chul Woo-min's accusations hammer down, screaming that everything began because of him. Chul Woo-min's voice slices through the tension, demanding to know if Dowan even comprehends the hell he was put through, all because of him. Dowan's eyes snap open, wide with a terrifying mix of fear and sudden understanding, the memory burning with unsettling clarity. Even in a dream, Chul Woo-min is absolutely terrifying, and Dowan can't help but wonder why he looks even angrier than he remembers him being. Fresh off that nightmare, he's instantly slammed back into reality by Chul Woo-min, who's already in his face, demanding answers about his glare and gripping him tight. He tries to talk his way out, but bam. Chul Woo-min's fist smashes into his face, blood exploding everywhere. He's sent flying, a searing pain ripping through him, and he can't believe it. He spits out blood, and it hits him like a truck. This isn't a dream. This pain is 100% real. He crashes to the floor, coughing up a storm, every bone in his body screaming. Chul Woo-min is a total beast, unleashing a barrage of punches, a whirlwind of pure rage. Then, wham! He's slammed face-first onto a desk, the wood practically screaming under the pressure. Chul Woo-min's face is pure fury, vowing to keep hitting until his rage is completely gone. Battered and bloody, he can only gasp, when will this end, thinking he's going to die before Chul Woo-min even calms down. But then, out of nowhere, a new voice slices through the chaos. Arin Ju walks in, telling Dowan she's just there for her phone, and he's totally shocked. Her eyes go wide with shock and worry, as she takes in the absolute mess of a scene. Dowan's world is a blur of pain, but one name cuts through the agony, a desperate whisper in his mind. Another devastating punch lands, blood splattering through the air, and all he can think is, why is she back? He's slammed to the ground, debris flying everywhere, and then, Ju's voice pierces the air, a desperate cry of, Dowan. But Chul Woo-min doesn't even flinch, he just hauls Dowan Ha up by his tie, spitting out a vicious taunt, daring him to stand up and fight. This is rock bottom for Dowan Ha, getting pummeled in front of the girl he likes, and now Ju is stepping up, calling out Chul Woo-min directly. This nightmare is even worse than he thought, and Ju is screaming at Chul Woo-min to stop, demanding to know what he's doing. But Chul Woo-min just ignores her, landing another sickening punch, blood flying with the force of the blow. But Ju is fast, she lunges and grabs his arm, stopping him mid-swing. She calls him an idiot, her voice firm, demanding he stop right now. Chul Woo-min is furious, he shoves Dowan Ha aside like trash, grumbling about Ju's squeaky voice while Dowan Ha struggles to breathe. Now Chul Woo-min's rage turns on Ju, he grabs her hair with a brutal yank, spitting out insults, asking if she's gone crazy from all the boys telling her she's pretty. He keeps her trapped, his hands still clenched in her hair, her face contorted in pain and defiance. But Ju isn't backing down, she glares right back, threatening to call the teacher. And Dowan Ha can only watch, helpless, as the situation explodes. His mind is a whirlwind of panic, screaming at him to act, to save her, but a crushing fear locks him down, making him doubt if he has what it takes. Stuck on his knees, he's torn apart by the impossible choice, he can't just leave her, but he feels completely useless to do anything. But the bully just scoffs at her cries, telling her to shut up, treating her fear like it's just background noise. Witnessing her torment, Dowan Ha pushes through the pain to stand, his face a mess of bruises as he screams for the guy to let her go. Adrenaline surging, he explodes forward, roaring with rage at the bully, desperately trying to free Ju from his grasp. The bully, caught off guard for a second, snaps his focus onto Dowan Ha, his smirk twisting into a snarl of pure aggression. Before Dowan Ha can even land a hit, a lightning-fast, brutal punch smashes into his face, sending him flying back. The hit warps his face, his eyes slamming shut from the agony as his head whips back. A crushing wave of despair hits him, the brutal truth that his desperate struggle might be totally pointless. Then, out of nowhere, a glowing screen pops up right in front of him, declaring his EXP is tallied and he's maxed out. The system keeps going, blasting him with a rare class promotion, calling him a promising game shuttle, and confirming he's still got full EXP. And just like that, another alert flashes, boosting him straight to hero class, now an honorable game shuttle, still with maxed out EXP. After his insane power-up, the system drops another bomb, he's now a legendary class superior game shuttle, with a brand new, game-changing skill on the way. And just like that, boom. The skill is unlocked, flashing a sick yellow fist icon, ready to unleash some serious damage. But before he can even process it, a massive, explosive burst of electric blue energy just detonates, ripping through the air. And he's right in the middle of it, his body becoming a conduit for this insane power, unleashing a devastating, sweeping attack, surrounded by a storm of glowing particles. Chul Woo-min and Ju are absolutely stunned, their jaws on the floor, with Ju barely managing to choke out, game skill, as this wild power erupts. Bruised and battered from before, he's just as shocked as everyone else, muttering, completely bewildered by the sheer power that just exploded from him. It was just a second ago, that same explosive blue energy had ripped through the air, a clear sign of his new, terrifying power. The swirling vortex of pure power around him just confirms it, this isn't a dream, it's a real, destructive force he can now wield. He's on the floor, still buzzing from the shock and the pain, barely able to whisper, what is? As his brain tries to compute this insane new reality. Then, a soft cring cuts through the silence, as a holographic administrator's message pops up right in front of him, dropping a bombshell. Don't be so shocked, my comrade. This is my gift to you for your favor. The message just keeps repeating that weird, old-school talk, leaving him totally confused, thinking, this kind of speech is. What even is this administrator? A flash of his ultimate avatar, one who brings the end, appeared, taunting him with the question, the Chunibu patient? A memory, or perhaps a system echo, played out, jet black, to END, Your Highness. Take this. Dowan Ha, as END, could only manage a bewildered HM, as Jet Black insisted, yep. I've been hunting all this time to get this. He then questioned if this was a favor for the legendary Fire God's greatsword he'd once bestowed. Then, a triumphant cring ripped through the air, a system message blazing, declaring, you've defeated the monster, Chul Woo-min. He lay stunned on the floor, the classroom a chaotic mess around him. The notifications kept coming, a relentless barrage of power-ups, as the system blared, you've received 200 EXP. His current EXP bar was practically overflowing. And just like that, his current EXP hit the ceiling, a massive, you have full EXP, flashing across his vision. But the biggest shockwave was yet to come, as a monumental message exploded into view, proclaiming, "You've been promoted to the final class, sealed game shuttle." This was insane. His battered, bloodied face was a mask of pure disbelief, a single, stunned whisper escaping his lips, "The hell?" He, the one who always dreamed of a game-like life, was now living it, whether he wanted to or not. The system kept piling on the upgrades, screaming that his mentality and defense were maxed out, all passive skills unlocked, quest complete. From that moment on, his life was never the same. He cried out, "What is all this?" as the system relentlessly detailed his newfound god-tier stats, level, HP, attack power, mentality, defense, all maxed. Every active and passive skill, unlocked. Another quest complete blared. Slumped on the floor, he gazed at the glowing screens, his agility and MP maxed, every passive skill unlocked, the shocking truth dawning on him, he could now wield every single skill from every game he'd ever played. The world warps, the game becomes reality, and the title card screams, Reality Quest. Dawenha is front and center, his eyes blazing with electric blue energy, a raw display of his maxed-out attack and defense stats. Arin-ju is right there, watching the epic transformation unfold, her face a total mood. A student stands amidst a wrecked classroom, eyes wide, staring down at the guy who's just collapsed, thinking, just what in the world? Arin-ju's face contorts in pure disbelief, a choked gasp barely audible. But Dawenha is already stirring, a voice screaming, "Dawen, your body." He's totally lost, muttering, "You. What is all this?" Then, another voice hits him, "You hurt your head, right, and the chaos is just beginning." Dawenha's eyes snap open, a sudden, shocking clarity hitting him as Arin-ju casually walks away, and he shouts, "Teacher," like he's just seen a ghost. He's asking himself, "Hurt my head," but then a terrifying vision of death slams into him, showing his own body on the ground, radiating an eerie blue glow. Then, a title card flashes, returning to the past. He's seeing himself, sitting there, completely overwhelmed as, a lot of system windows just pop up right in front of him. He's watching himself unleash some insane, glowing blue and white energy attack, and the mind-blowing truth dawns, "I can't believe I used a game skill." A flashback hits him, a little kid and an adult, totally engrossed in book report papers, and he thinks, "I've been crazy for games since I was child." These reports are talking about a world where players are max level from the start and an NPC gets a legendary skill. His gut is screaming that this whole crazy mess is exactly like some game fantasy novel he's read, a super common setup he knows all too well. Dawenha is still trying to process everything, but one thing is clear, he's the main character of a Munchkin story, ready to absolutely decimate all the monsters. This isn't just any game, his very existence is now defined by a system window, showing his name, level, and the epic sealed game shuttle class. He's officially in the game, folks. And get this, he didn't just get the class, he got all the characters' buffs, no exceptions. Talk about an instant power-up. His eyes practically pop out of his head as he sees his insane stats, HP, MP, attack power, defense, agility, and mentality all at a mind-blowing 1000. These stats are absolutely broken. But just as he's basking in his newfound power, a new system message pops up, the sealed game shuttle, S effects will be applied. He's thinking, wait, there's more. Suddenly, a sharp ding rings out, followed by a terrifying red message, all power will be sealed. The system goes full savage, detailing the complete reduction of all his stats to a pathetic 1, plus HP and MP reduced, and every single active and passive skill gone. Slumped on the floor, Dawenha can only manage a tiny, bewildered "oh," as his god-tier stats are now mocked by a sealed stats window, the ultimate nerf. He glares at the character information window, his brain short-circuiting, totally freaking out over this insane power downgrade. His voice cracks with pure disbelief as Dawenha screams at the system, "No, it said it's the final class. Why did I become weaker?" Another ding mocks him as he throws his hands up in total frustration, yelling, "If you were going to do this, you shouldn't have improved my stats in the first place. Are you kidding me?" But amidst his rage, a new system message pops up, confirming, event quest, explosion of anger, as a success, and the best part. Monster, Chul Woo-min, has been defeated, with a golden key reward. He's hit with another system message, an event quest popping up, demanding to know if he'll accept the mission he took on right after he died. Totally bewildered and fuming, he's screaming internally about this BS, but before he can even process it, the system just confirms his acceptance based on his thoughts alone, leaving him absolutely speechless. A deep, resonant hum vibrates through the air as he's sprawled on the classroom floor, and then, bam, a golden key just pops into existence right next to him, signaling the quest's completion. That classic system chime rings out, and boom, the reward is in, a golden key. Over in the school hallway, two students are totally spilling the tea, one's like, "Dude, what happened to Dawenha's face again?" and the other's all, "Looks like Chul Woo-min beat him to a pulp, I heard." Their chatter continued, with one noting a school table got trashed this time, but the other saw Chul Woo-min still raging and cursing on his way home, so maybe he didn't exactly win that fight. The first student figures Chul Woo-min was so mad he couldn't even chill after the fight, even cussing out the infirmary teacher who broke it up, and the other just shrugs, saying no one really knows what went down because everyone bolted for lunch. A black-haired student, strolling through the busy hallway, chimes in, saying no one actually saw the brawl, just heard the whispers, and totally jokes that he would have uploaded it to Matube if he'd been there. Back to Dao Ha, he's got that golden key clutched in his bandaged hand, a thoughtful escaping him as he scrutinizes the thing. Even though it's supposed to be legendary, this key looks totally basic, just a plain old key, no matter how hard he stares at it. Then, a system window pops up to clear things up, confirming it's a legendary item, the golden key, and its only instruction is to open something when you turn it. He's holding this legendary golden key, right? And it's just a key. Seriously, couldn't they have given him a manual or something? But hold up, that's a problem for later. He's just trying to get through the school day, but his brain is already on overdrive, chasing a bigger mystery. Forget the key, forget everything else, he's obsessed with unmasking the administrator, the shadowy figure who handed him this insane power. Then, boom. A message from the administrator pops up, all cryptic and cool, saying, "Don't look too surprised, comrade. 'Tis but a gift for thine favor." Meanwhile, in the game, his avatar, Jet Black Choco Pie, is chatting with the legendary one who brings the end, who's like, "Yo, you looking for a party?" That voice, that vibe from the one who brings the end, it's giving him major administrator vibes. Could they be the same? But then, reality hits as someone calls out, "Your Highness, can you hear me?" He brushes off the real-world distractions, vowing to dive back into the game tonight and grill the one who brings the end for answers, right as a new notification flashes. It's a quest, dangerous invitation. He's getting invited tonight, and he has to accept and pick a seat. Talk about high stakes. Tonight? He's totally lost, no clue where to go or how to even get there, completely zoned out on the quest, not even seeing the guy walking right into his path. Then, a.m. A loud thud rips through the air, as his head in the clouds moment turns into an epic faceplant. He goes flying, crashing down onto the unforgiving floor. Lying there, he's like, "Oops, my bad, totally wasn't looking," and then Chul Woo-min is right there, kneeling, looking genuinely worried, asking, "Are you okay?" But that concern on Chul Woo-min's face. It instantly morphs into pure shock, as a stream of blood starts gushing from his nose. Yep, that collision was way worse than it looked. After the shocking collision, Daewon-ha sees Chul Woo-min, nose gushing, trying to play it cool, even offering to grab a tissue. But even with a bloody nose, Chul Woo-min brushes it off like it's nothing, giving a cold goodbye before he bails. Chul Woo-min just walks away, but inside, he's fuming. He can't believe he got a nosebleed from a single bump with someone he thinks is way weaker than him. Daewon-ha, oblivious, just tells him to watch his step. Later, in the bathroom, Daewon-ha hears his name and turns, totally confused. And who's there? Jaemin Shin, a blonde-haired student, chilling on the counter with a smug grin, saying he had something to tell Daewon-ha and how convenient it was they met. Daewon-ha's totally lost, asking what he means and if he's playing a game too, but Jaemin Shin just laughs it off, saying he's not into games. He takes a puff from his vape, eyes glinting, then drops a bombshell, he knows everything. Daewon-ha's face totally drops, shocked, as Jaemin Shin then hits him with the real question, how did he beat up Chul Woo-min? It clicks for Daewon-ha, Jaemin Shin saw everything. Later, in class, Daewon-ha watches Jaemin Shin chatting with other students, and a dark thought creeps in. Jaemin Shin, with that smug, knowing smile, is clearly loving this, his eyes sharp and totally calculating. He was literally right there, in front of Daewon-ha's class. So why is he trying to get revenge? Is this loser with hidden powers thing his twisted game concept? Jaemin Shin, with that signature smirk, just drops a bombshell invitation on Daewon-ha, who's clearly caught off guard and looking totally stressed. He's laying out his whole night, talking about hanging out with girls from an all-girl high school and then just casually asks Daewon to come along. Daewon's face is pure shock, totally blindsided by this out-of-nowhere invite. He's thinking, tonight, and it's hitting him, this could be that dangerous invitation quest from before, like, is this for real? Daewon's like, wait, are you actually talking to me, Jaemin, and he's even bringing up Chul Woo-min. But Jaemin just laughs it off, confirming he's the only one there. Daewon's mind is going a mile a minute, like, why is he even asking me this? He's connecting the dots, remembering how in games, you always get rewarded for quests, leading to a massive power-up and a clear screen. Jaemin's just standing there, waiting, and Daewon's mind is screaming, this isn't just an invite, it's a dangerous invitation quest. This is his chance to level up, to become a total game character, and the system's literally asking, will you accept? He's totally torn, muttering what do I do, because his grandfather's memorial is today. But then, something snaps, he's done being a loser, he's going to escape this life for good by accepting that dangerous invitation, quest. Jaemin Shin, with a dismissive, "Ah really? Then there's nothing we can do about it huh," makes his exit, throwing a final challenge, "I'll leave you a seat next time, so don't back off then okay?" Dowan Ha, playing along with a strained, "Yeah I look forward to it," Jaemin haha, secretly screams in his mind, "I won't go." Then, with a definitive thud, the door slams shut, locking in Dowan Ha's choice. Left alone in the empty hall, he's consumed by the chilling thought, there's no way anything good will come from hanging out with bullies. Bruises already marring his face, he gazes up, a low hum vibrating in the air, the full gravity of his decision crashing down. Then, a sudden ding. A chilling blue system message flashes, "You've declined the quest. A penalty will be given." A cold shiver runs through him. Dread grips him as he whispers, "A penalty?" Then, a terrifying red command blazes forth, "Begin pain." His eyes explode with terror, a choked pain. What did? Tearing from his throat, as raw, crackling blue energy erupts around him, the very air screaming with static. The energy explodes, a blinding, searing flash of white and blue, swallowing him whole. Just as suddenly, the agony vanishes, replaced by a breathtaking, yet utterly alien, vista, a sprawling, emerald plain, teeming with massive buffalo, all beneath the shadow of a majestic, snow-capped peak. Suddenly, one of the colossal beasts swivels its head, its piercing dark eyes locking onto his very soul. Then, with a thunderous snort, the beast expels a furious blast of vapor from its nostrils. The system's penalty was relentless, a mind-bending assault of sound and fury as the wild plain from his vision erupted into a full-blown stampede of colossal buffaloes, their sheer power overwhelming. Then, a monstrous buffalo, glowing with an unholy blue energy, lunged directly at him, its gaze burning with pure, untamed fury. A thunderous, earth-shattering bellow tore through the very fabric of reality, rocking him to his absolute core. Just as suddenly, the terrifying vision shattered, replaced by the cold, hard reality of an empty, sterile room, the sudden silence almost as jarring as the stampede itself. Below, Dowan Ha was absolutely wrecked on the floor, writhing in pure agony, as Jaemin Shin loomed over him with a cruel smirk, confirming the brutal reality of his pain. Chul Woo-min, standing right next to Jaemin Shin, couldn't believe the state of Dowan Ha, questioning if his earlier hit had really broken him this badly. Dowan Ha was still on the floor, clutching his gut, his entire body locked in a brutal, uncontrollable spasm of pain. Suddenly, a terrifying red system window flashed into existence, screaming the chilling message, "Pain time left 59 minutes." His face was a mask of pure agony, sweat pouring down his brow, as the brutal truth of that countdown slammed into him. But then, just when he thought he couldn't take any more, a brand new, electric blue system window popped up with a sharp chime, throwing down a massive challenge, "Will you accept the quest?" Then, with a sudden, sharp gasp, Dowan Ha was back on his feet, staring down Chul Woo-min and Jaemin Shin, the quest prompt still burning in his mind, a silent, defiant challenge. And just like that, the entire scene ripped apart, dropping him onto a chaotic city street at night, the blinding neon light screaming a whole new adventure. Suddenly, Dowan Ha is dropped into a chaotic, neon-lit city street at night, the energy of the crowd overwhelming him as he takes in his new, bewildering surroundings. His mind is reeling, questioning if this insane teleportation is even real, a wave of pure dread hitting him as he tries to process what's happening. He flashes back to a critical moment, a decision he was forced to make, calling out to Jaemin Shin with a nervous, "Hey, Jaemin." Jaemin Shin had grilled him about skipping a memorial service, and Dowan Ha, totally flustered, had blurted out a ridiculous excuse, saying his grandpa was too busy for his own memorial. Even Jaemin Shin was like, seriously? But now, the past and present collide, leaving him utterly terrified, his face a mask of pure panic, a fresh cut on his cheek, convinced he's losing his mind. Then, a terrifying vision rips through his mind, Chul Woo-min, eyes blazing with an eerie blue glow, a chilling smirk on his face, promising to have fun with Dowan Ha today. This guy is pure evil. That look on Chul Woo-min's face, even in a flashback, screams pure chaos is coming, just as Dowan Ha feared it would. Out of nowhere, Dowan Ha is on the phone, totally caught off guard and a little annoyed, realizing someone's showing up, then quickly blurting out, "Oh, the girls are here." And just like that, a squad of 3 girls, including the legendary Erin Ju, strolls by, one of them gushing about some, hella handsome, guy, while another is totally freaking out, asking, "Who is that kid from my academy?" Erin Ju, with a look of fierce determination, then steps up and demands to be introduced, shouting, "I want me." And who's the center of all this attention? Dowan Ha, absolutely mortified, a massive blush exploding across his face, totally unprepared for this sudden, intense spotlight. He just wants to vanish into thin air, his mind screaming, "I'm totally not here." Suddenly thrust into a vibrant, neon-lit party scene, surrounded by an insane spread of food and drinks, he can't help but notice the absolute star of the show, a girl belting out tunes, her sheer prettiness making her the center of the universe. Even though he's totally out of his element, he's stuck. Leaving would be rude to his host, but everyone else is already chugging drinks like there's no tomorrow. Just look at this feast. Plates piled high with fried chicken, sausages, and enough booze to sink a ship. Is this even legal for high schoolers? Jae-min, ever the smooth operator, casually pours a drink, spilling the tea that his friend's older brother works here, so it's basically their VIP lounge. He even hints that another friend is on the way. The singer is absolutely killing it, her voice booming through the speakers, and then she turns to Dawan, challenging him on his drinking skills. Meanwhile, another friend is totally blown away by her savage performance. Clutching a soju bottle, his bandaged hand a silent testament to his recent ordeal, he confesses he's never been drunk, which just makes Jae-min crack up, playfully labeling him a drinker. Jae-min, playing the generous host, tells him to order whatever he wants, because he's footing the entire bill. Dawan can only manage a weak thanks in response. Dawan is totally thrown by Jae-min's sudden generosity, thinking, whoa, this guy's actually nice. The vibe is surprisingly chill, and he starts to wonder if Jae-min might actually be a decent person. The singer, still owning the stage, declares it's wallet time and demands her money with a sassy, gimme gimme now. Her bizarre statement completely blindsides Dawan, leaving him with a jaw-dropping, what, expression. Just as he's trying to figure out what wallet arriving even means, the door dramatically swings open. A new guy walks in, and someone immediately shouts, perfect timing. Jihan, you paid, right? And there he is, Yu Jihan, the infamous wallet shuttle, making his grand entrance, a title that screams trouble. Wait, is this the same dude from school? The one he totally crashed into? The past is coming back to haunt him. So this is the wallet shuttle Jae-min was talking about. He'd only heard whispers of that term, but now it's hitting him like a truck what it really means. Jae-min's voice slices through the tension, a fake laugh masking his true intent, demanding if they seriously thought this was just some casual hangout for 2 hours, his eyes locked onto Jihan. Then, the hammer drops, you idiot. All the fake smiles vanish, and the real, brutal vibe of this party comes crashing down. Dawan sweating bullets, stammering out an apology to Jae-min, the tension is insane, and then Jae-min just casually asks if he thinks the other guy is slow-witted. What a psycho. What just happened? The vibe just went from 0 to 100, and he's totally lost, as Jae-min, with a twisted grin, asks if Jihan and Dawan know each other from school, then introduces them like it's all just fun and games. Then, with a predatory smirk, Jae-min zeroes in on Jihan again, demanding he drink, whispering that Dawan's watching, so he'll go easy on him. The manipulation is next level. Jihan's hands are shaking as he grabs the bottle, and bam. The drink goes everywhere, soaking his pants in a humiliating splash. Jae-min, with the fakest concern ever, immediately shouts oops, my mistake, then twists the knife, asking why Jihan would wear such bright pants, making him look like he pissed himself. Pure evil. Jihan, head bowed, just mutters an apology for his needlessly white pants, but Dawan's inner voice is screaming, this was no accident. This was 100% on purpose. It finally clicks for him, this isn't just a party, it's straight up bullying, a twisted power play. And then it all comes flooding back, this isn't new. It was just as messed up back then, a brutal memory of his own past pain. His thoughts flash to a brutal memory, a student with a bloody nose, face messed up, looking like he just got absolutely wrecked. Back in the present, Shin Jae-min is chilling, fixing his look in the bathroom mirror, totally oblivious to the chaos he's stirring up. Dawan Ha is just sitting there, that old bullying memory hitting hard, and he's thinking, Shin Jae-min is here, and seriously, why am I stuck with this bully again? Close by, Barin Ju is just chilling, watching everything go down with a calm look. At the table, someone's like, yo, Jae-min, come on, you gotta sing too, but he just laughs it off, sing my ass, I'll just drink. Chul Woo-min, with that smug grin, suddenly changes his tune, saying he'll sing a ballad for once, even though he thinks they're the worst. Then he's like, oh really? If I sing, it'll be way more fun if Jihan dances, right? And just cracks up. Jihan's eyes go wide with pure terror and embarrassment, while Dawan Ha just watches, his face etched with worry. Someone else at the table sees right through it, muttering, he's totally trying to humiliate him, but Arin Ju jumps in, all, oh, you're crazy, he likes to dance, ah. Jae-min Shin, totally relaxed, then looks right at Jihan and asks, right, Jihan? Jihan, now with a visible bruise and a fresh cut on his face, just stares, his silence screaming volumes about his pain. The bullying escalates, and someone in the crowd can't help but wonder, why are you just taking this? Jae-min, the main tormentor, gets right in the victim's face, spitting out that he's making him look bad in front of everyone. Jihan, tears streaming, is forced to give in and dance, as the other students sarcastically cheer him on, calling him cool and amazing for his humiliation. Dawan Ha watches, thinking, seriously? He's actually going to do it. Does he have no pride? But then a chilling thought hits him, if he were in that same spot, he'd probably be doing the exact same thing. Jihan, utterly desperate, offers to do a windmill on the table, then practically begs Jaemin to let him go to the bathroom, getting a casual, yeah, okay, in return. Daewon-ha can't stand to watch another second, bolting for the restroom to get away from the sickening display. At the urinal, he realizes the only reason Shin Jaemin hasn't targeted him is because he's convinced Daewon is some kind of loser with hidden powers. The real kicker, he thinks, is that if it weren't for this insane penalty he's under, he wouldn't be stuck in this nightmare to begin with. A cold shiver runs down his spine as he thinks about that sealed characteristic, the one that's completely crippling him right now. He's painfully aware, he has no powers, no skills, nothing right now, leaving him completely exposed. The idea of Jaemin finding out he's actually powerless sends a jolt of pure terror through him, because if that happens, he's completely screwed. He's convinced this whole mess is because of that crazy penalty, the only reason he's stuck here, before a sudden, shocking thought cuts him off mid-sentence. He's trying to convince himself, it's okay now, right? Just gotta bolt before things get even crazier. A sharp click rips through the air as a hand grabs a doorknob, and he's like, man, I feel bad for that wallet shuttle, but seriously, there's nothing I can do. The harsh reality hits him again, he's powerless. He has to run. With his back to the chaos, Daewon-ha faces a door, ready to bail out of there. A quick flashback hits him, Jaemin Shin's face twisted in a sneer, demanding, why are you looking at me like that? You're making me look bad in front of the girls, you fucker. Chul Woo-min, looking just as menacing, backs him up, yeah, why are you looking at me like that? Lost in a massive, empty void, Daewon-ha feels utterly alone, the crushing truth of he and I echoing in his mind. Then, with a sudden thwack, a door bursts open, blinding light flooding the scene. He walks into the room, and Jaemin Shin's all like, oh, you're back. Thought you bailed, haha. Chul Woo-min cuts in, the girls. Nah, they're just fixing their makeup. Then he drops the bomb, so, where are his pants? Daewon-ha's jaw drops in pure shock, seeing Chul Woo-min standing there in nothing but his underwear. What the heck happened? Jaemin Shin just laughs it off, pretending to be sorry, muttering, I thought, huh. I feel bad for spilling alcohol on his pants, a total jerk move. Jaemin Shin, with that signature smirk, is holding a bucket of ice, chillingly claiming he's just washing something. What a psycho. Daewon-ha's eyes are bugging out, fear and disgust warring on his face, he's internally screaming, regretting every word, wishing he'd just stayed silent. His bandaged hand clenches, a fierce resolve burning in his gaze as he knows there's no escape, no backing down from this point of no return. A faint blue energy crackles around him, a silent promise echoing in his mind, he's gotta go all out, even if it means faking it, till he makes it, playing the ultimate underdog with secret abilities. His eyes narrow, a storm brewing within as he contemplates facing down the bully, fully aware that this whole mess is about to get a whole lot worse. A foot casually steps into the frame, and a voice coolly explains a minor delay, having just handled some trouble. Oh. And there he is, Chul Woo-min, standing triumphantly over a brutally beaten Yu Jihan, who's just a bloody mess on the floor, while Jaemin Shin, ever the instigator, just casually asks what's up with the poor guy. It's a brutal close-up, Yu Jihan's face and body are a mangled, bloody mess, and Jaemin Shin's hand, splattered with red, just points at the carnage. Daewon-ha's face is pure shock and horror, but Jaemin Shin, still grinning like a maniac, just casually drops the bomb that the beaten kid is a friend whose brother works at this very place. Chul Woo-min, his face streaked with blood, stands there with a nasty grimace, his shirt ripped and soaked from the brutal beatdown he just dished out. Then, Jaemin Shin, with that same unsettling smile, turns to Daewon-ha, and brazenly asks what kind of reward he expects for this twisted act. Daewon-ha is absolutely freaking out. His mind is a whirlwind of what should I do, as the pressure mounts. And then, Jaemin Shin, with that smug look, just casually demands, seriously, just hand over the mic. I've been dying to sing, But then, BAM. A system notification pops up, declaring that dangerous invitation, quest complete and teasing a brand new linked quest. Daewon-ha, now holding the mic, just blinks, utterly confused, Jaemin Shin just brushes off his previous demand with a casual, oh, really? You should have said something, right as the new linked quest, one who judges injustice, drops, giving Daewon-ha a wild mission, smash Shin Jaemin's head with the mic, for a coppery key, in just 30 minutes. Daewon-ha is absolutely floored by this insane quest, a massive, shocked PHH echoing his disbelief. The system doubles down, flashing the linked quest, one who judges injustice again, reconfirming the wild task, smash Shin Jaemin's head with the mic, for a coppery key, with only 30 minutes on the clock. Whoa. A new linked quest just popped up for Daewon-ha, and it's wild. He's gotta hit Shin Jaemin's head with the mic, in just 30 minutes for a copper key. Talk about an unexpected challenge. Hitting someone with a mic. Seriously? Daewon-ha is not having it, flat out refusing to be played for a fool. With a mic in hand and a look of pure shock, he screams, "No. I won't. I refuse. This quest is not happening." But then, a terrifying ding rings out, and the system drops a bombshell: fail this quest, and there will be penalties. Oh, this just got serious. The weight of the warning hits him hard, his eyes bugging out as the reality of the situation sinks in. If there are penalties, this isn't just some silly game anymore, and a terrifying glimpse of shadowy monsters confirms his worst fears. Suddenly, a monstrous, glowing buffalo beast appears, its eyes burning with power, leaving Dawan-ha absolutely terrified and drenched in sweat. This quest is no joke. Switching gears, Dawan-ha and his crew, Chul-woo-min, Orin-ju, and Yu Ji-han, are chilling with a dude named Men-chun, who's absolutely covered in blood. Someone straight up asks, "Men-chun, you look like a fucking murderer. Did you kill someone?" Talk about a dramatic entrance. Men-chun, absolutely drenched in blood, takes a swig, casually thinking about the beatdown he just delivered, the crimson spray still fresh on his face. Brutally dismissing someone, he snarls, asking if they're a massage chair or a body friend, then rages about them not knowing their place, even after he got them new clothes, glaring down at a crumpled figure. The victim's hands lie still on the ground, while Dawan-ha and Chul-woo-min watch Men-chun, who's now taunting them, promising death if they dare to fall. Dawan-ha's mind is in overdrive, screaming, "How did it come to this? The point of no return has already been crossed." Surrounded by chaos and empty bottles, Dawan-ha and his crew are trying to piece things together, asking, "What is this?" Before the shocking truth hits them, Chul-woo-min got absolutely wrecked by this guy. Men-chun towers over Dawan-ha, who's now sprawled on the ground, his face a mask of pure terror and bewilderment. This absolute menace, this tattooed pig, is right here, causing all this mayhem. While his friends desperately try to calm the storm, one even calling Dawan-ha a man, he's trapped in an impossible dilemma: complete the quest and get annihilated by these goons, or fail and face an even worse fate. The horrifying vision of that monstrous, buffalo-like beast flashes before his eyes, a chilling reminder of the system's brutal consequences. He desperately wishes he could tap into his old power, envisioning himself engulfed in a blinding, swirling storm of blue and white energy, ready to unleash an unstoppable skill. But even with the insane risks, a spark ignites within him, hinting that he just might have the guts to pull it off. His mind snaps to his active skills, a system interface popping up, showing a grid of locked powers, with only one devastating strike ready to unleash. The system's cold interface screams, "Crushing blow," but it's locked down, currently sealed. He's absolutely spiraling, screaming internally that he's doomed by this seal, his whole life, fucking ruined. And just to twist the knife, the quest timer blazes, time left, 15 minutes. Suddenly, the scene shifts. Dawan-ha's chilling thoughts are interrupted by the real world, as a voice from across the table snaps him back, asking him a question, and he can only manage a weak yes. The yellow-haired guy, coolly sipping his drink, leans in, demanding to know why he's been suffering in silence. He stammers, completely unable to spill the beans, mumbling, "I can't tell the truth." And then just a pathetic, "WL, But the yellow-haired guy just brushes it off, saying he probably has his reasons, then drops the bomb: "He called him here today because he's got something huge to tell him." Dawan-ha's eyes widen, a jolt of anticipation hitting him, thinking, "Is it finally the time? Something to tell me." Then, the yellow-haired guy puts a hand on his shoulder, making Dawan-ha jump with a huge. Then comes the bizarre request: "Hold hands." Leaving Dawan-ha completely dumbfounded, stuttering, "Huh." With a wild grin, the yellow-haired guy finally drops the bombshell, announcing, "I need your power. Join our crew, Dawan. We're going to take over Gwanik-gu." Dawan-ha's eyes practically pop out of his head, internally screaming, "Why is it, you can take all of it, idiot," but the yellow-haired guy just keeps going, promising, "It won't be a loss for you either." For example, the scene is set, a grimy table, littered with empty bottles and instant noodles, reeking of desperation and bad decisions. Dawan-ha, deep in thought, couldn't help but consider the tempting offer of money and subordinates that Jae-min-shin was dangling right in front of him. Elsewhere, a trio of girls were glued to their phones, probably looking for more drama, completely unaware of the high-stakes negotiation happening just feet away. Jae-min-shin, with a slick smile, doubled down on his pitch, promising Dawan-ha that he'd get anything he desired if he just said yes. But Dawan-ha, with his bandaged hands, wasn't buying it, firing back a challenge, asking if Jae-min-shin seriously thought he'd fall for that garbage, casually mentioning he didn't need a thing. His mind was made up, he only cared about his game, and he was absolutely done with getting mixed up with bullies. Just the idea made him sweat, a painful echo of his past, as he firmly declared he wouldn't be involved with those bullies ever again. But Jae-min-shin wasn't giving up, his words hitting hard as he challenged Dawan-ha. He couldn't be a game shuttle for the rest of his life, could he? Jae-min-shin's smirk widened as he twisted the knife, telling Dao and Ha it was time to get revenge on his bullies, declaring their roles were now flipped. Those words hit different, sparking a new fire in Dao and Ha, making him seriously think about flipping the script on the people who made his life hell. Then, Jae-min Shin pulled out his phone, flashing images of Dao and Ha's past, one with Yu Jihan, another with Chul Woo-min, a digital reminder of the very history he was promising to erase, all held in Shin Jae-min's hand. The flashbacks hit hard, Chul Woo-min's brutal punch, sending him crashing down, and the endless, lonely walks through the school halls, a constant, painful reminder of his game shuttle days, a past he was dying to leave behind. Still processing the mind-blowing offer, he hears Jae-min Shin's smooth voice, giving him all the time in the world to think, saying, "You don't need to answer right now, take your time." A flush creeping up his neck, Dao and Ha's mind races, this is it, this is why I got this power. I didn't even realize it was missing. He's already picturing the ultimate glow-up, chilling with the popular crowd, living his best second life, when suddenly, Yu Jihan's worried voice cuts through the fantasy, hey. Snapping him back to reality with a confused, question mark. That warning hits him like a truck, flashing him back to a brutal memory, Chul Woo-min towering over him, dangling a golden key and smirking, it's yours right? His past self had practically screamed, that's a quest reward. My key. Why do you have that? Chul Woo-min's cold reply still echoed, I picked it up when I ran. Another scene from the past, Yu Jihan finding him, saying, into you this morning and then, with a sigh, oh, then. Snapping back to the present, Dao and Ha mumbles, thanks, while Yu Jihan leans in, dropping a bombshell, hey, I know it sounds presumptuous but. Yu Jihan's voice drops, deadly serious, you might not want to get involved with Shin Jae-min. The warning slams into Dao and Ha, leaving him utterly bewildered, what is going on? Dao and Ha's thoughts are a whirlwind, is he saying I should just be a shuttle forever? He snaps at Yu Jihan, why are you telling me that? His eyes blaze with defiance, you think I'm going to waste this chance? I don't want to live like you. Yu Jihan just sighs, just. As a montage of their past flashes by, then he adds, a hint of sincerity in his voice, you don't seem like a bad guy. Yu Jihan's voice softens, a plea in his tone, if you feel bad. Leaving Dao and Ha utterly stunned, his mind blanking out. Then, a sudden, piercing chime cuts through the air, and a holographic blue system window materializes, screaming, time left 3 minutes. Dao and Ha's jaw drops, his hand shooting to his mouth in pure shock as he yells, what the heck? Where did the time go? Dao and Ha is hyped, standing tall and ready. He's thinking, 1 hour of pain for a whole new life. Absolutely worth it. He's dreaming big, picturing himself as the most popular guy in school, with all the girls flocking to him. Talk about a glow-up. But then, the harsh truth hits him like a truck, a desperate voice screaming inside, I gotta get out of this place, now. Suddenly, a haunting elephant trumpet rips through the air, across a massive, empty landscape, and it feels like the end of the world. The sound comes from a whole herd of elephants, just chilling and grazing, their trumpets echoing everywhere. He remembers this crazy saying, when an elephant knows it's about to die, it just pieces out from the herd. It just ditches its family, finding some secret spot to die all by itself. And just like that, he's stuck in some random storeroom, with a staff-only sign, feeling totally alone. Dao and Ha is in a full-blown panic, gagged and tied up, eyes bugging out with terror and confusion, muttering frantic, muffled sounds. Then, a terrifying system message blazes across his vision, screaming time left 30 seconds. He's on his knees, totally helpless, fighting his restraints, but one thought cuts through the chaos, if I'm gonna get my revenge on Jae-min, he grunts, his muffled cries filling the cramped room. The system clock is ticking down, now screaming time left 20 seconds, and Dao and Ha's face is a twisted mess of pure terror and fierce determination. The clock is ticking down, a brutal 9-second countdown to freedom from this shuttle life. With mere seconds left, Dao and Ha's face twists into a primal scream, eyes bulging as raw, crackling blue energy explodes around him. Elsewhere, a heavily tattooed guy, clearly feeling the buzz, declares it's time for a song, punching in 01817 for Cosmo's wife. In a packed room, he hypes up his buddy Yuk from the countryside, then dramatically claims no one else could ever grasp the deep, soulful blues of a true man, demanding the mic. Two girls at a table exchange confused glances, one muttering, huh. Strange, as if someone just vanished, trailing off with, where did? Suddenly, a door creaks open, and there's Jae-min Shin, doubled over, looking absolutely sick, like he just ate something foul. He's moaning about his gut feeling like death, when suddenly, Dao and Ha, now unleashed and furious, winds up for a devastating punch. No mercy. Dao and Ha snarls he won't hold back, unleashing a lightning-fast, bone-jarring punch straight to Jae-min Shin's jaw. Jae-min Shin's head snaps back from the force, a sickening kek, escaping his lips as he spits from the blow. With a sickening crash, Jae-min Shin hits the deck, utterly defeated, as Dao and Ha looms over him, pure fury radiating from his form. Suddenly, a triumphant ding echoes, announcing the one who judges injustice quest is completed. Meanwhile, a battered Jaemin Shin can only gasp, no matter, hook. How much I think about it, heck. From the floor. Staring down at the crumpled bully, Dowan Ha unleashes his fury, roaring with absolute conviction that he'd rather be a shuttle than a pathetic trash bully like Jaemin Shin. This wasn't just about some penalty, he knew it. Luckily, he'd already made up his mind. With Jaemin Shin out cold, he's already plotting his escape, thinking he needs to stash this guy somewhere nobody will ever find him, then bolt. But then, a new problem hits him, making him wonder about the other guy still out there. Yeah, that tattooed pig was still around. Jaemin Shin is totally wrecked on the floor, his phone just lying there, forgotten. Elsewhere, or maybe in a memory, a massive, tattooed dude is absolutely belting out a karaoke song, totally owning the party. He stops mid-song, mic still in hand, and asks the youth in the room, Suddenly, a message pops up on a phone screen, from Lenny to Jaemin Shin, straight up saying, "UF ****ing suck at singing, pig." A faint crackle sounds, but Dowan Ha's face is still stone cold. Meanwhile, Menchun is absolutely bug-eyed, staring at his phone, seeing Jaemin Shin pop up. Back in the hallway, Dowan Ha is just chilling next to the knocked-out Jaemin Shin, the only sound is a quiet drip, drip, drip. He just shrugs it off, thinking, whatever, I've already done something crazy, while that brutal message to Jaemin Shin keeps taunting, UF ****ing suck at singing, pig. Be honest, you screwed up Cosmos, right? Dowan Ha, still processing everything, was glued to his phone, a flurry of intense messages popping up, I'm so wasted, my true feelings are spilling out, then, wait, should I even be saying this, and finally, a command, get everyone out and just wait there alone. His own thoughts screamed, he's gotta get out of here. Gripping his phone so hard his hands were bandaged, the stark declaration, and I should, blared in his head, fueling his growing anxiety. Out of nowhere, a massive, tattooed presence, Menchun, materialized, casting a giant shadow over Dowan Ha, who could only stare up in shock, with Jaemin Shin still knocked out cold on the ground between them. Still on the floor, Dowan Ha could only manage a stunned, as he looked up at the imposing figure. Then, a jarring ding, ripped through the air as a system alert flashed right in front of Menchun, sudden quest has arrived. Due to the player's provocation, Menchun Yuk is raging. The battle will begin soon. The grim reality slammed into Dowan Ha like a truck, his mind screaming one terrifying thought, I'm fucked. Before Dowan Ha could even flinch, Menchun's leg became a blur, slamming into his chest with a bone-jarring kick that sent him flying across the room, the brutal AAKK of the impact ringing out as Jaemin Shin lay forgotten. Dowan Ha skidded across the unforgiving floor, a choked hook ripped from his throat as the sheer power of the attack rattled his entire frame. Menchun then casually dropped into a crouch, his massive frame looming over the Dowan Ha, and delivered a chilling question, did you know? Without waiting for an answer, Menchun violently yanked Dowan Ha up by his shirt, his grip like iron, and snarled, he doesn't text when he's drunk. And then, with a sickening crack, Menchun unleashed a devastating punch straight to Dowan Ha's face, sending a crimson spray exploding into the air. Dowan Ha reeled back, his face already a mess of bruises and blood, as Menchun's voice cut through the pain, Jaemin actually liked you, a lot. Dowan Ha is still caught in Menchun's grip, taking a verbal beating as Menchun rages, questioning his loyalty and demanding to know why he'd stabbed someone in the back who offered a hand. But before he can even think of a reply, Menchun unleashes another devastating open hand strike, a sickening smack that sends blood flying. Gazing down at the crumpled forms of Jaemin Shin and Dowan Ha, Menchun's mind races, baffled why some weakling would even try to intervene, and what led to this mess. A moment of pure bewilderment flashes across his features, as he grapples with the unexpected turn of events. But that confusion quickly morphs into a burning rage, as he dismisses Jaemin Shin as utterly worthless. Clutching a small, gold wallet in his hand, Menchun sneers, branding Jaemin Shin a total coward for relying on such a pathetic weapon. Then, with a swift, brutal grab, he yanks Dowan Ha up by the collar again, his grip like iron. But even battered and bruised, Dowan Ha roars back, unleashing a defiant scream, calling Menchun and his crew the real cowards who prey on the weak and steal their cash. As Dowan Ha tries to brace himself, Menchun winds up for another bone-shattering punch, the air practically screaming with the force of his impending attack. But instead of a punch, Menchun unleashes a brutal throw, sending Dowan Ha flying across the room, smashing through everything in his path. As the wallet skitters across the floor, Menchun sneers, proclaiming the wallet was weak, and now Dowan Ha is next to fall. Dowan Ha lets out a pained gasp, his body still suspended in mid-air, utterly disoriented from the brutal throw. After getting absolutely wrecked, Dowan Ha is down for the count, but then his eyes lock onto something shiny on the floor. It's a legendary golden key, and as he grabs it, a system window pops up, telling him it opens stuff when you insert and turn it. But the real question is, where the heck does it go? Then, it hits him like a truck, his eyes practically bugging out. Suddenly, an administrator's message blasts onto his screen, basically asking, "Yo, shouldn't that key go in the keyhole?" He sits up, totally bewildered, staring at the glowing keyhole in front of him, that system message still buzzing in his head. Next, he pulls up his active skill menu, and boom, there's a bunch of empty slots, but one glowing keyhole is practically screaming for attention. He pauses for a second, then it clicks, that glowing slot is definitely the spot. He shoves that golden key right into the glowing slot, and you hear a satisfying click. The system flashes and turns, telling him exactly what to do next to unleash this thing's power. He twists the key, and bam! A massive energy surge explodes from the keyhole, making him scream in shock and pain. Just then, Menchun pops up, kneeling next to the totally wrecked Dawenha, and just casually asks, "Hey, you alive?" Menchun just shrugs, a look of pure indifference on his face, brushing off Dawenha's agony with a cold, "Yeah, it hurts like crap, so what?" His foot crashed down, a silent, furious declaration. He knew it, if he didn't fight back, he'd lose everything, he wouldn't be a man anymore. Then, Menchun, with that signature sneer, just had to rub it in, asking if he even had an ounce of pride left. Sweat dripped as a terrifying system message flashed, a cold, hard warning, "Refuse to fight, and you'll pay the price." But hey, a man's pride? That's everything. Menchun's booming laugh filled the air, a truly sickening sound, as he reveled in the unfolding drama. "Come, you nerd," he sneered, his voice dripping with pure, unadulterated disdain. Menchun lumbered up the stairs, a hulking shadow, while Dawenha's mind raced, still reeling, why did this system give him this insane power? Then, a blinding, electric blue energy exploded around his feet, the raw power he'd just unlocked surging to life. With an explosive, earth-shattering burst, he unleashed a kick, a blur of pure, electric blue fury. Then, it all clicked. He finally understood. He launched himself through the air, a human missile of crackling blue energy, moving with a speed and ferocity he never knew he possessed. The system, the entire world, it wanted to see him fight, and he was about to give them a show. "You're dead, you pig," he screamed. His face twisted into a primal, guttural scream, eyes blazing with an electric blue fury. Dawenha was about to unleash the ultimate payback, the moment the loser absolutely destroys the bully. Deep in the heart of a local arcade, a legend was born, the Z1 Zone Master, a name whispered with awe and fear. This dude wasn't just winning, he was a certified legend, famous for a playstyle so unique, it was practically art. The arcade erupted as the Z1 Zone Master clinched his 38th consecutive win, leaving rivals fuming and fans screaming that he'd never be dethroned. Talk about a winning streak. But what was his secret sauce, the ultimate weapon that made him unstoppable? His buddy was practically losing his mind over the insane, heart-pounding action, and Dawenha, the game shuttle, himself, just gave a cool woof. A slick way to say, really, that also means, dog in Korean slang. What a flex. He was on the cusp of a mind-blowing 40-win streak, and the game shuttle's ultimate weapon was about to drop. His buddy leaned in, totally confused, asking why he had to ask the shuttle to do that, and Dawenha just shrugged, playing it cool, keeping everyone guessing about his secret powers. Behold, the ultimate skill, a game ender designed to obliterate any foe, a lightning-fast, mid-air kick that struck with devastating accuracy. This, ladies and gentlemen, was the Falcon Drop, a brutal finisher that sent opponents flying for an epic KO. Even with his face already bruised and battered, Dawenha's spirit is unbroken, his eyes glowing with an intense blue energy, as he shouts his defiance, convinced that with just this one move, he can turn the tide. But the massive, tattooed brute just laughs, flexing his fist, taunting Dawenha to bring it on, completely underestimating the game shuttle's hidden power. Then, in a flash, Dawenha unleashes the legendary Falcon Drop. He rockets into the air, a blue-streaked missile of pure skill, ready to deliver a devastating kick that should end the fight. But then, a chilling, ring rings out, insufficient mana flashes across his vision. The Falcon Drop fizzles, and in a shocking reversal, Dawenha takes a devastating hit, blood erupting from his face as his clothes rip apart. He's sent flying, utterly stunned, a desperate curse escaping his lips as he plummets, blood still gushing from the brutal blow. And just like that, Dawenha slams into the floor, letting out a choked gasp as his massive foe looms over him, the fight decisively over. The victor, a hulking presence, sneered down at the fallen hero, utterly dismissing the brat and his entire struggle as a pathetic, laughable bullshit display. But Dawenha was down, utterly crushed, a raw ache tearing from his throat, the sheer, crazy reality of his failure hitting him like a truck. His face was a mask of pure agony, blood smeared across his lips, his teeth grinding in furious frustration as he writhed on the cold, hard floor. A furious curse ripped through his mind, directed at the F*King system itself, because how could he possibly fight when he was capped at a measly 100 mana? His HP was critically low, but his MP was maxed out, a cruel joke when his signature Falcon Drop skill demanded 120 mana, leaving him to wonder, what if I need a skill that requires 120 mana, when he only had 100? Still battered and bruised, his mind raced, suddenly remembering a golden key or some other prize, a reward he'd snagged after absolutely crushing Chul Woo-min. Then, a jolt of realization hit him like a lightning bolt, his eyes snapping wide open, as he gasped, wait. Reward? He racked his brain, thinking back to that quest, which definitely had a reward, but it was nowhere to be found here. Suddenly, a new linked quest window blazed to life before him, its blue glow demanding attention. The objective: hit Shin Jae-min's head with the mic for a coppery key reward, all within a brutal 30-minute time limit. The reward was crystal clear, a coppery key with that same ticking clock, making him demand, where's the key? He finally found Shin Jae-min, utterly defeated and slumped against a hallway wall, the quest target already taken down. He remembered that with Chul Woo-min, the quest completion window popped up instantly, but now, even with Shin Jae-min down, the key was still missing. Quest complete. The system screams victory for the one who judges injustice, but the scene is grim. Shin Jae-min is already down, sprawled on the grimy bathroom tiles. But wait, the quest completion location. He's stunned to realize it's right in front of a toilet. What a bizarre twist. No time to question it. The chaos is escalating, and he's got one option: run. He tears through the hallway, every step a desperate plea for escape. His legs are a blur, pounding the pavement, pushing him to his absolute limit. He's got to run, but before he can even think about getting away, a massive hand grabs him from behind, ripping a choked cry from his throat. Menchun's grip is like a vice, his voice dripping with pure malice as he taunts him, asking where he thinks he's going, and the hero lets out a guttural cry, every muscle screaming in protest. The brute effortlessly hoists him into the air by his collar, spitting out a taunt that he's not an anchovy, after witnessing his pathetic struggle. And then, with a vicious shove, he's slammed to the ground, the impact rattling his very bones. Menchun stares down at his broken prey, a chilling, sadistic smirk spreading across his face. His body is screaming, on the verge of collapse, he thinks, trembling uncontrollably, but he has to escape before this nightmare escalates even further. Menchun looms over him, cackling at his broken form, but the hero's mind races. He has to find that key, but how can he wonders, as a crushing hand clamps down on his head. Menchun unleashes a devastating blow, his fist smashing directly into the hero's face. Still reeling, Daeun-ha takes another brutal kick to the head. The impact is absolutely crushing, sending shockwaves through his entire body. His head snaps back, blood exploding into the air as his body just cannot take any more of this brutal beatdown. Menchun just stands there, a sick grin on his face, taunting the kid. He can't believe Daeun-ha keeps getting up, just to get pummeled again. He's practically cackling, wondering if Daeun-ha has completely lost his mind, just to keep fighting. Then, a heavy foot comes down again, grinding Daeun-ha's head into the floor. You can hear his agonizing groan. Even with his head being crushed, Daeun-ha's mind is still racing. He's thinking, wait, something is seriously off here. Menchun, on the other hand, is just gloating, thinking, how did I pull this off so easily? He just shrugs it off, calling Daeun-ha cute brat. He watches Daeun-ha's desperate fight for survival, telling him, think whatever you want, it doesn't matter to me. To Menchun, this whole thing is just a game, bait to pass the time, while the elevator behind him slowly climbs. A subtle shift in his stance, a ripple under his shirt, hints at the raw power he's holding back. Suddenly, Menchun's whole vibe changes. He roars, now. Everyone come out. Attack this pig. Daeun-ha's eyes are bugging out, he knows he's in deep trouble now. But then, Menchun's face twists into pure shock and rage, like something totally unexpected just happened. He screams, what? Damn it. Frozen in place, staring at the now closed doors, he was absolutely seething, a silent storm brewing inside. Jaw locked, a guttural snarl ripping from his throat, he swore vengeance on the one who dared to slip away. Spinning away from the elevator with murderous intent, he swore to annihilate anyone who stood in his way. But across the floor, Daeun-ha, a mangled mess, was pushing past his limits, clawing his way forward, every inch a battle against his broken body. His desperate crawl was brutally cut short as a heavy boot crushed his head to the floor, his tormentor sneering at his unexpected fight. But even then, the kid's bandaged hand shot out, slamming against the elevator buttons, a last-ditch, desperate cry for help. Menchun's boot crushed his leg, a vicious taunt about his fat brain echoing, as he snarled, demanding to know where the key was. Pure agony tore through him as he writhed on the floor, a raw, primal scream tearing from his throat. He fought to get up, his mind screaming at him to move, but his body was a dead weight, completely out of power. Then, a lightning bolt of realization hit him, he had to find that key, and he had to do it now. With a deafening clang, the elevator doors slid open, and Menchun just stood there, watching the kid struggle, his face a total blank. Menchun's voice absolutely thunders, demanding he stay put, his fists clenching with a menacing crackle. But for Dao Ha, spitting blood and barely able to crawl, it's already way too late to run, a desperate, choked sound tearing from his throat. Crashing to the ground, his vision swimming, he thinks it's all over, until his gaze locks onto a small, gleaming key, tantalizingly close. A system window explodes into view, screaming, coppery key, a rare item that unlocks sealed stats, just as Dao Ha's desperate, bandaged hand snatches it up. He remembers the system's cryptic hints about character info, and a lightning bolt of realization strikes, this key is everything. The character info screen blinds him, screaming, H.A. Dowan, sealed game shuttle, his current HP a pathetic 12, MP a measly 100, but then the sealed stats flash, a mind-blowing 49,000 HP and 4,900 MP, with every core stat at a base 1, but a hidden cap of 999. Meanwhile, Menchun is practically flying down the hallway, his thunderous footsteps pounding as he devours the distance between them. With a frantic, desperate surge, Dao Ha jams the key into the glowing keyhole, a sharp, decisive click echoing as blue energy explodes around his hand. A final, earth-shattering clang confirms it, leaving Dao Ha absolutely stunned as his true, unsealed power is finally unleashed. A lightning-fast thought strikes him, screaming for immediate action. He remembers the system's breakdown of the defense skill, a permanent stat buff, realizing he has to use it, right now. His face twisted in a grimace of pure agony and resolve, he forces himself to use the skill. But as he tries to activate it, a crushing wave of exhaustion hits, his body screaming, lacking mana, and mana point. The heavy footsteps of his pursuer pound closer, each kung on the tiled floor a terrifying countdown. Menchun, a savage snarl on his face, lunges forward, screaming, "Go to hell," as he unleashes a brutal punch. Just as the blow lands, a triumphant chime rings out, the system declaring, stat unlocked. MP increased by 100 foot. Menchun's fist connects with a sickening kung, sending him flying from the brutal impact. Before he can even think, Menchun's foot slams down with a sharp TAH, stomping his leg with pure malice. But with his MP now unlocked, a surge of electric blue energy explodes around him, and he unleashes a devastating, lightning-fast kick, sending Menchun flying with a resounding TOP. Menchun crashes to the ground with a final TAH, utterly defeated by the protagonist's explosive new power. Standing tall amidst the fading echoes of battle, he is now absolutely engulfed in a brilliant, swirling blue aura, his eyes blazing with raw, awakened power, a silent, undeniable testament to his true strength. Just as things get intense, a game-changing notification pops up, revealing a class-specific skill. And that skill is none other than the epic Falcon Drop, a blinding blue streak of pure power plummeting from the heavens. He slams that electrically charged attack right into Menchun's skull with a bone-shattering force, sending shockwaves everywhere. The raw power of that hit literally warps reality, creating a swirling vortex of energy right where it landed. Menchun gets absolutely rocked, sent flying backward like a ragdoll, while Dao Ha sticks the landing, still buzzing with that insane blue power. Menchun's face is a mangled, bloody disaster, his eyes totally blank as he tries to process getting utterly demolished. Then, the ultimate confirmation flashes across the screen, the monster, Menchun Yuk, has been absolutely wrecked. He stares down at his defeated foe, a grim look on his face, a tiny scratch on his cheek the only evidence of the brutal fight he just dominated. Menchun's legs just give up, his body hitting the floor with a thud as he curses his pathetic weakness. Boom. Another system message, the sudden quest is officially completed, with Dao Ha standing tall over the utterly crushed Menchun. He can't help but feel a surge of pure hype as the notification screams, "Fucking cool. Quest completion reward you received. This is awesome." And with a satisfying jingle, the reward pops into existence right in front of him, a shiny, mysterious silver key. After that insane showdown, he's barely holding it together, pushing off the ground with a desperate, clattering effort. His whole body is screaming, swaying like a leaf in the wind as he fights to stay conscious. He finally gets his bearings, a triumphant, yet dazed, whisper escaping him, "Won," but that victory high is instantly replaced by pure, unadulterated shock. It's done, it's over, and all he can think is, finally, I can go home. But a sharp, tingling pain reminds him this isn't over yet, as he slowly makes his exit. Just when he thought he was free, a menacing voice cuts through the air, "Hey, Down Ha." Jae-min Shin, looking absolutely furious, confronts him, "What do you want?" Jae-min Shin, utterly bewildered, stammers, Jae-min Shin." He whips around, only to see Menchun Yuk sprawled out cold on the ground, prompting a stunned, "What the fuck?" Pure terror flashes across his face as he locks onto the unconscious body, a single, horrifying thought screaming in his head, "Why is my brother lying on the floor?" Out of nowhere, a massive, hulking figure in a red polo shirt absolutely dwarfs him, his sheer presence screaming danger. Meet Monak Yuk, 19, the absolute unit who just showed up, Menchun Yuk's older brother, pulling shifts at the Kwang Kwang karaoke. Monak Yuk's voice thunders, "Did you just say brother?" And from the sidelines, Jae-min Shin has a chilling epiphany, wait, my friend's older brother works here? The full, horrifying truth slams into Jaemin Shin, that tattooed pig's older brother works here. His blood runs cold. I'm in trouble. With Monok looming over him, Jaemin Shin and his crew are just chilling in the hallway, one of them cackling, WAHFUCK. What was that? Ha ha ha. The hallway buzzes with chatter as students try to make sense of a strange vibration, one even joking about an earthquake. But the mood shifts instantly as two other students freak out, one shouting, wait, is that Menchun? The other, totally losing it, screams, holy crap, it is Menchun. Elsewhere, an older figure, looking like he's seen it all, has a chilling realization, oh, right, this place is a magnet for these rowdy kids who just want to get wasted. But for Dao and Ha, it's a full-blown crisis. His system screams the brutal truth, I'm practically dead. No HP, no strength, no escape. A terrifying 12 out of 1000 HP and a measly 80 out of 200 MP flash before his eyes. His face is a mess of sweat and desperation, the crushing realization hitting him, my man is drained. I can't use any skills. He lets out a choked, defeated sound. He's completely cornered, with Jaemin Shin and Monok looming over him, his eyes wide with pure terror as he realizes he's caught right in the middle. The entire hallway is a madhouse, packed with a gawking crowd, everyone drawn in by the drama, their expressions a mix of morbid curiosity and nervous tension. From a bird's eye view, the crowd is massive, a suffocating ring around Dawenha, making it clear there's no escape as every single eye is fixed on him. He collapses to his knees, head hanging low in utter defeat, the only thought screaming in his mind, this is so messed up. The city lights blaze, a concrete jungle alive with untold stories, but tonight, one story is about to get wild. But as Dowen stands with his crew, a chilling thought hits him, is he really about to go solo into whatever nightmare awaits? Back at the karaoke, a message drops on Monok phone, a seemingly innocent, have you tried Cosmos, that's anything but, and it's about to ignite a powder keg. Monok hand crushes his phone, a primal roar of, damn it. Who is this fucker, erupting from him, and you know things are about to get real. In the heart of the bully's den, Monok, a force to be reckoned with, lays down the law, everyone out. I'm going to find this punk and end him. He's on a warpath. The full message flashes, you suck at singing, pig. You messed up Cosmos, right? Send everyone home and wait alone. His friends are clueless, asking, why the sudden rage, and, should we just bail? But they don't get it, this isn't just trash talk, it's a death sentence for whoever falls for it. His female friend, sensing the trap, tries to pull a fast one, telling Dowen, you head back, I'll hit the restroom first, a desperate attempt to shield him, knowing he's a total newbie to this brutal world. No way Shin Jaemin sent that message, but that final line, send them all home and wait there alone, it's a direct challenge, and the terrifying truth is, Dowen just might walk right into it. He's gonna be fine. Right? He's standing there, staring up at the neon glow of Kwang Kwang karaoke, but his mind is miles away, totally consumed by dread. His mind is racing, a single thought screaming, there had to be another way out of this mess, right? But the brutal truth hits him hard, sweat dripping down his neck, there's absolutely no way out of this. Then, he's face to face with the yellow-haired Jaemin, totally surrounded by a crew of toughs, and Jaemin hits him with the ultimate guilt trip, you do that, Dowen. He even tries to play it off, saying he never wanted to be his enemy. He's desperately trying to think, but it's useless, there's no escape from this trap, and the chilling thought, you're really done for, fuels his desperate sprint. But his escape attempt is brutally shut down when a massive Monok snatches him by the collar, spitting out a furious, fucker, right in his face. Totally cornered and freaking out, he's asking himself the ultimate question, am I going to die here today? The tension is absolutely suffocating. Before he just explodes into action again, trying to bolt, his feet hammering the ground in a frantic, breathless dash. Then, out of nowhere, a shout rips through the whole scene, Jaemin yelling that the cops are here, and the entire crowd just loses it, total panic mode. A totally freaked out manager, glasses practically flying off, starts screaming at the miners to hit the emergency stairs, vowing to stall the cops and buy them precious seconds. The cops showing up out of nowhere just completely ruins everything, and the crowd erupts in curses and frustration, Monok leading the charge, as their whole scheme gets totally derailed. The sirens screamed, and the blonde-haired figure, absolutely fuming, cursed the interruption. They were so close to finishing the job, but now it was all ruined. They bolted through the karaoke's halls, the blonde-haired figure spitting out a furious, you're hella lucky, as a hulking man hauled an unconscious body, with Dowen just barely keeping up behind them. With a snarl twisting his features, the blonde-haired figure jabbed a furious finger forward, absolutely raging that he wouldn't just let them off like this. They kept scrambling, but Dowen. He was just a silent shadow, his mind a complete mystery as he trailed behind the others. A ragged breath escaped his lips, his face a mess of bruises and sweat, as the shocking realization hit him, he was still alive, and he had to escape. Then, bam. A surge of raw energy exploded around him, his body screaming in protest from the brutal beatdown he took from Min Chulwo and Yuk Menchun. His mind was a whirlwind of pain, flashing back to the brutal encounters, Min Chulwo's relentless attacks and Yuk Menchun's devastating strikes tearing through him. The memories were crystal clear, every single hit from Min Chulwo and Yuk Menchun adding to the crushing weight on his body. But it wasn't just the beatdown, this crushing feeling was supercharged by the after-effects of a skill his body just couldn't handle, pushing him to the breaking point as all that accumulated stress finally burst free. And then, with a sickening thud, Dowan hit the floor, a faint, shimmering aura around him as he completely gave out. His body just couldn't take it anymore. He was completely out cold, totally fainted. Everything went black, a total blackout where he was just gone. But then, a flicker of consciousness, he groaned, totally bewildered, wondering what the heck just went down. He blinked, and bam, there was a woman right there, her skirt and jacket totally in his face. Totally lost, he tried to figure out where he was, his brain screaming, "Where am I?" But the woman, cool as a cucumber, just casually told him he was late to the party. Dowan was freaking out, his face still messed up from his power-up, yelling, "Why are you here?" before she totally pinched him quiet. She grabbed his face, telling him to chill out, leaving him totally speechless. Then it hit him like a truck, the horrifying truth, he was in the girls' bathroom, with other women just chilling. From above, you could see the whole crazy scene, Dowan and the woman crammed into a stall, right in the middle of everything. He was still stuck on the toilet, his face a total question mark, just sputtering out, "What is happening?" because this was just too wild. Outside, the cops were still hanging around, but one officer was like, "No way we're going in there for some underage kids," totally underestimating the chaos inside. Holding her phone, the mysterious woman drops a bombshell, confessing she's the one who snitched on the place for selling booze to kids. Dowan, still reeling and sporting some serious bruises, can barely process it, asking if she drank too, and if this whole wild rescue was for him, but she just brushes him off like it's nothing. Suddenly, a flashback hits. She's there, watching him from a doorway, then jumping right into the thick of a brawl. She lands a brutal kick right to some poor guy's head, a total boss move amidst the mayhem. Her eyes narrow as she thinks about Dowan, confessing she totally underestimated him at first, but now she sees he's got some serious fight in him, even if he's clueless about the aftermath. Back in the present, she's still playing it cool, brushing off his worries, totally unfazed by his obvious panic. From a bird's eye view, she's towering over him, dropping the "I saved you" card, and now she's cashing in, demanding a wish. Her face gets super close to his, her eyes burning with a quiet fire, while Dowan's face turns beet red, a total mess of awkwardness and bewilderment. He's totally speechless, tripping over his words, completely overwhelmed by her closeness and her bold request, as her hand casually rests on the wall next to him. Suddenly, the scene cuts to a peaceful cityscape, all quiet apartment buildings, hinting that some time has passed and things have moved on. A phone blares to life, the screen screaming MOM, blasting out a super catchy, familiar jingle. Dowan, now chilling in a bedroom, fumbles to answer with a weak, only to get absolutely blasted by his mom, who's furious he ignored her calls. The phone call continues, and Dowan's mom is not happy. She's demanding to know why he's been ignoring her, but he just plays it cool, claiming he was just super tired and crashed as soon as he got back. But his mom isn't buying it, she snaps back, "A day? Try 3 days," leaving Dowan speechless and wondering what just happened. Eventually, she just gives up, saying she's glad he's alive and then hangs up to get back to work, leaving Dowan just sitting there, totally zoned out. It hits him like a truck, 3 days. He actually slept for 3 days. He flashes back to the karaoke incident, the very first time he'd ever thrown a punch in his life. Suddenly, his stomach lets out a massive growl, snapping him out of his thoughts as he realizes he's absolutely starving. He confirms it to himself, he literally passed out the second he got home and didn't wake up for days. With a shrug of, whatever, he grabs his phone, already thinking about ordering some delicious fried chicken. But it's not just about the fight, there's something more to all of this. He remembers taking down 3 bullies in one day, their defeated faces, the scientist, the punk with yellow hair, and the big guy, all flashing before his eyes. After all those fights, it barely feels like a big deal now, making him seriously question if he's secretly a total powerhouse as he takes a steamy shower. He's feeling good, almost too good, calling his recent beatdowns easy wins now that he's completely recharged, body and mind. With a determined click, he's already at his computer, ready to tackle the absolute first thing on his agenda. Dowan's back at his battle station, ready to dive into the game and confront the administrator, demanding answers about this mysterious system. But then, a shocking system message flashes across his screen, his legendary ID, one who brings the END, is gone. What in the world is happening? He knew it wouldn't be a cakewalk, but this was next level. Why would the administrator snatch the Fire God's greatsword if they were just going to wipe his ID anyway? The idea of his ID just vanishing, and the other guy refusing to play ball, was absolutely infuriating. He flashes back to being called Your Highness, a title from his gaming days, as if someone was trying to reach him, but the system itself was blocking the way. Then, a cryptic administrator message pops up, shan't the key enter the keyhole? What even is that? The system was just throwing one-sided riddles at him. Suddenly, it clicks. The Maple Burning Time event kicks off today, and that could be the key to everything. So, if that's the deal, he wonders, does he have to figure out this whole system on his own? He already had a few crucial pieces of intel about this wild system. First off, this whole thing was basically an RPG, complete with his avatar, Jet Black Choco PIE. It had all the classic RPG elements, levels, stats, and classes, just like he remembered. And second, the absolute game changer, he could actually use these skills in the real world. He flashes back to taking down Min Chulwo, then absolutely crushing Man Chunyuk, each with a total power move. And after he totally owned them, the system dropped a golden key and a silver key, just like a boss loot. It was just like grinding in a game, where some epic character like Jet Black Choco Pie, at max level would be duking it out in a lava-filled dungeon. After a monster takedown, you totally get some sweet loot, maybe even a third item to boost your stats. He knew these keys were his ticket to getting buff, so he started tearing his room apart, muttering, "Where's that key, seriously?" He kept on the hunt, his feet pacing as he scoured the area. Boom! He found a silver key, a legit hero item that unlocks a sealed passive skill, and he's already calculating how many of these bad boys he's got now. The system laid it all out, bronze keys for character stats, silver for passive skills, and gold for those sweet active skills. With these keys, no more locked up abilities. It's all about unlocking that potential. He just got promoted to the ultimate class, the sealed game shuttle, which means insane special effects are kicking in, but also, all his active skills are totally locked down. His first skill, Crushing Blow, a powerful active ability, is totally sealed right now. He figured out he could only unlock it with a key, and that's just one tiny piece of the puzzle he's putting together. Dowan is absolutely raging, slumped in his gaming chair, totally fed up with the penalty he just got hit with. But then, his mind flashes back to a brutal memory, a time he was totally ganged up on by a crew of bullies, a harsh reminder of how weak he used to be. That flashback fuels his fire, reminding him that Shin Jaemin's crew is still his sworn enemy, and with everything going down like this, he's gotta seriously strategize his next big play. Suddenly, a cheerful doorbell chime snaps him out of it, yanking him back to reality as he yells a playful, "Woohoo! Chicken," and flings his headphones. Grinning like crazy, he bolts through his apartment, shouting, "Yes, coming," totally hyped for whatever's at the door. Just as he hits the door, a crazy system message pops up, dropping a new quest, Boy Becomes a Man, telling him some woman wants him, and he's gotta accept and satisfy her. He just stares at this wild quest, a totally bewildered look on his face as he's like, huh? Before he can even process that insane message, the door handle clicks, turning all by itself like someone's just walking right in. A total bombshell with a bob cut is just chilling in his doorway, arms crossed as Dowan freaks out, "Who?" She just strolls right in, making Dowan totally freak out, yelling, "Why are you in my house?" But she just coolly reminds him, "You said you'd grant my wish, right?" Then, she turns her back and starts slowly sliding off her jacket, dropping the bombshell, "I'll tell you now." Her eyes lock onto his, a daring challenge in her stare, as she commands him, "Take it OFF." Dowan is absolutely floored. The mysterious woman, already shedding her clothes, has him completely stunned and speechless. And just when he thought it couldn't get any crazier, a system quest pops up, flashing, "Boy Becomes a Man," with the jaw-dropping demand to accept the quest and satisfy her. With an intense stare, she coolly asks, "Should I say it again? Talk about bold." Dowan's brain is short-circuiting, barely able to form a word, as she doubles down on her command, "Take off your clothes." This is too much. Dowan's completely flustered, slamming his hands over his face as a massive blush takes over. His brain is on fire, screaming, "I've never done this before," when suddenly, kring. The doorbell blasts through the silence. And through all the madness, the system's ultimate question still hangs there, glowing bright, "Will you accept?" Suddenly, a glowing blue system window pops up, hitting Dowan Ha with a wild quest, "Boy, Become a Man." It's straight up telling him a girl wants him, and he's gotta accept this quest to satisfy her. His mind is totally blown. But before he can even wrap his head around that, Eun Ha is just there, in his room, dropping the bombshell, "Take off your clothes." He's reeling, thinking, wait, is this really happening, and so fast? His brain is short-circuiting, but he's already pulling off his shirt, muttering, "Experience," and a bewildered, "Clothes." As if he's in a trance. Then she hits him with another question, are his other clothes in his room? He's so out of it, all he can manage is a choked, "Huh. Clothes." He jolts awake, totally naked, screaming, "Why am I naked?" while Eun Ha, cool as a cucumber, just tells him his place is too hot and he needs to kill the heater. Pajama-clad and fuming, he grills her, why no call? How'd she get his address? Her chill reply. She didn't have his number, so she couldn't hit him up. Then comes the kicker, she got his address when she dragged his unconscious body home last time, a flashback hitting him as he's literally being dragged across the floor again. She flashes his phone, casually admitting she found his apartment card by snooping through it, the card itself having a funny little note telling finders to drop it in the mailbox for building 103, room 502. Eun-ha throws shade at Dao-eun-ha's entire wardrobe, asking if these are seriously all his clothes. She calls them nerd clothes, and he's forced to confess his mom bought everything. But then, she just laughs it off, saying, just kidding. Meanwhile, Dao-eun-ha is sweating bullets, totally overwhelmed and thinking, it can't be helped. Then, with a confident smirk, she declares they're going shopping first, and bam. A system quest pops up for Dao-eun-ha, boy, become a man, telling him to satisfy her by accepting the quest. This is it. Shopping with a girl for the first time in his life. Next thing you know, they're hitting the busy city streets, a total change of pace for Dao-eun-ha. Inside the store, Dao-eun-ha is rocking a black tee, neon green shorts, and a long-sleeved tattoo print undershirt, but he's totally bewildered, asking, who even wears this stuff? He's pointing at his arm, asking, what's with this arm warmer? Eun-ha just looks at him in deadpans, yeah, that doesn't exactly suit you. Eun-ha drops the bomb, he's with her all day, so he can't look weak. She's got a special place in mind, leaving him to sweat about what whole day with her even means. Dao-eun-ha just manages an okay, as Eun-ha shoves another outfit at him, telling him to shut up and try it on because it's her wish. Surrounded by a rainbow of clothes, Eun-ha holds up another choice, asking for his opinion. And then, boom. Dao-eun-ha steps out in a killer all-black outfit, turtleneck, slick jacket, dark pants, he even admits, not bad. The fresh look is sealed with some killer dark shoes, and he realizes this is his first time ever getting a style upgrade like this. Dao-eun-ha rocks his new threads, but it feels totally weird. Suddenly, the system drops another bombshell quest, boy, become a man, 2, offer the girl a meal. The game is on. The system's not messing around, asking if he's ready to jump straight into the next quest, and the pressure is mounting. He's trying to play it cool, thinking it's just like a game, so talking to a girl should be easy, then he awkwardly asks Eun-ha if she's hungry and suggests a nice restaurant he knows. Smooth, Dao-eun-ha, real smooth. He actually feels a surge of confidence, but then instantly facepalms, berating himself for even thinking that way. His face is a whole mood, a blend of oh no and I got this, as he gears up for the next challenge. Fast forward to the restaurant, and it's crickets. 30 whole minutes of awkward silence, and Dao-eun-ha is internally screaming. He's totally spiraling, wondering if she hates the food or this trendy spot, which is usually packed with new tubers. Finally, he blurts out that he doesn't even know her name, and she drops the bombshell, Sian. Dao-eun-ha's all flustered, trying to play it cool with a compliment. And just like that, the awkward silence is back, making everything even more tense. Dao-eun-ha's mind totally wanders, missing his mom, until Sian snaps him back to reality, asking if he has any other burning questions. He's caught off guard, realizing he knows practically nothing about her, and his brain goes into overdrive trying to pick the perfect first question. Sian, seeing him totally flustered, gives him a chill response, promising he'll get to know her at his own pace. Her parting words, we'll meet each other often in the future, hit him like a truck. He just watched her walk away, a massive question mark hanging over his head. But seriously, what did she even mean by that, he wondered, completely stumped. Then, bam. A new quest popped up, watch a movie with the girl. Next thing he knew, they were chilling in a movie theater, just like the quest showed. The craziness didn't stop there. Another quest, spend time alone with the girl in a cafe. He was seriously starting to think this whole thing was a dream. Honestly, these weird quests were way more fun than when he got promoted to a higher rank, which was saying something. And the quests just kept on coming. Next up, gift the girl a sweet song. So there he was, belting out tunes in a karaoke room, with her totally focused on him. He was getting seriously annoyed. Why were all these quests about hanging out, when the system was supposed to be about kicking bully butt? Then came the show off your cool side in an arcade quest, and he was absolutely crushing a rhythm game, with her watching his every move. Mid-game, it hit him like a ton of bricks, isn't this a date? The game's crushed drumming beat just made his brain explode even more. His insane skills didn't go unnoticed. Two guys were totally freaking out over his absurd movement, asking if they were watching a rhythm game superstar in the making. He was sweating buckets as the game crowned him rhythm, and then dropped the wild line, completed with the harsh breathing of a hot man. Talk about intense. Just as he was catching his breath, those two impressed guys walked right up. One asked him to join their guild, while the other just said he was pretty great. The attention was real. Dowan Ha, in his element, was just chilling by a claw machine, surrounded by a sea of blue fish plushies, soaking in the arcade vibes. Suddenly, Eun-ha dropped the news. She was hitting the restroom for a bit, leaving Dowan-ha to ponder his next move while a couple of other guys just kinda stood there. Eun-ha vanished into the arcade's depths, leaving Dowan-ha to wonder, while those two random dudes in the back looked totally lost. 10 minutes later, he was still waiting, a blue fish plushie now in view, tagged with Blue Salt Memory. He was absolutely crushing it, hauling a mountain of those blue fish plushies, totally hyped to see if this epic win would impress her. Then it hit him, where did Eun-ha disappear to? He chuckled to himself, thinking it'd be wild if she suddenly fell for him after all this. Eyes darting around, he finally caught sight of her across the arcade, a huge sigh of relief escaping him. He was literally thinking this was the best day ever, when out of nowhere, a hand snatched his collar from behind, a voice barking, "Who did you call?" The whole thing happened so fast, he was completely blindsided. Before he could even blink, this mystery guy just effortlessly hoisted him up by his collar, leaving him dangling in the air. This tattooed, muscular dude was absolutely fuming, crushing a fish plushie as he snarled, "Who are you to call Xian's name with such a lovely tone?" Dowan-ha could only let out a terrified scream. Hanging upside down, Dowan-ha was freaking out, screaming about his hair, his roots, and the horror of going bald from this brutal treatment. Back at the arcade entrance, Eun-ha and her friend were totally bewildered, the friend asking about the anchovy dolls and wondering who this mystery guy was, while he still had Dowan-ha suspended in the air. The aggressor, with a fierce look, pondered if Dowan-ha actually knew Xian, a hint of familiarity in his eyes, while Dowan-ha, still upside down, was hilariously fixated on whether his plushie was an anchovy. Still suspended upside down, his vision a blur, Dowan-ha hears a voice cut through the chaos, demanding Si-hoon Kong release his grip and questioning his intentions. Slammed to the ground, he looks up in disbelief as Si-hoon Kong, with an infuriatingly casual smirk, asks a girl if she even knows this guy, then drops a sarcastic, "Sorry." His body lies broken amidst the scattered fish plushies he just won, a brutal end to his moment of glory. He glares up at his tormentor, a bitter thought screaming in his head, things were going too perfectly, and his hesitation sealed his fate. This was the brutal end, and he knew it was time for that ding sound, signaling a new quest was about to drop. Si-hoon Kong, a menacing figure looming over him, barks out a demand to know his identity, his face a mask of cold fury. Then, out of nowhere, Eun-ha drops a bombshell, declaring Si-hoon Kong is her boyfriend, leaving Dowan-ha absolutely floored. Si-hoon Kang's intense gaze holds steady, his profile hinting at a flicker of surprise at Eun-ha's unexpected declaration. He shouts a shocked, "Really?" as Eun-ha, seizing command, tells him that since he already knows and has ruined their date, he needs to just get out. As Si-hoon Kang's hand clamps down on Dowan-ha's shoulder, Eun-ha coldly clarifies that he's just some guy from the neighborhood, then drops the ultimate dismissal, "He's not my friend." Si-hoon Kong, Eun-ha, and the other girl casually stroll away, abandoning Dowan-ha, who can only scream desperately for his precious anchovy plushies. The trio, now joined by another girl, makes their exit, one of them glancing back with a terrified expression, leaving Dowan-ha utterly alone in the arcade's wreckage. The city blazed with an epic sunset, setting the stage for what was next. Dowan-ha was absolutely floored, the word "boyfriend" echoing in his mind as a visible shockwave of confusion pulsed around him, while Eun-ha stood coolly behind him. "We're here," she declared, pulling him into the unknown. He could only stammer, "Boyfriend? Wait, where are we?" With a sly smirk, Eun-ha gave him the ultimate command, "Whatever happens, just follow me." She stared up at the towering structure, throwing down the gauntlet, "You've promised to be together with me the whole day, right?" Boom. A quest notification exploded into view, "Quest, boy, become a man." 6. The final destination of her wish is here. Enter inside. This was getting real. The elevator doors beckoned, a silent challenge. 7th floor, baby. Xian was making her move, and he knew exactly where she was going. He watched her scan the directory, thinking, this is moving fast, maybe too fast. Inside the elevator, he tried to pump the brakes, too soon. "My heart's not ready for this." But she just brushed it off, "Don't worry." The elevator hummed, and she laid down the law, "Just stand still. I got this." He could only wonder, should I? No turning back. He had to stay strong, had to convince her, because this was the only way forward. He takes 2 steps back, his mind reeling, but Xian's right there, pulling him forward, no time to waste. They're moving through this weird building, and he spots a sign, "All these rooms are shut down." What's going on here? Sweat drips down his face, his confusion hitting critical mass as he thinks, seriously, why are we even here? Suddenly, they're in a huge room, a buzzing crowd all around them, the noise hitting him like a wall. He's in a massive auditorium, packed with people, all staring at a stage, and a huge banner screams, 202X Guanaku Bully Regular General Meeting. What is this place? Then, a.m. A gavel slams down, and a voice booms, "Quiet down, seniors." A guy in a suit takes the stage, his voice cutting through the tension as he declares, "Alright, listen up. The Gwanak-gu Bully General Meeting is officially starting." He keeps going, dropping a bombshell. The first order of business is serious, because some dangerous people have been causing major trouble for them in schools and karaoke joints. Then, boom. Daewonha's profile flashes on the screen, showing he's a second year from Shernan High, and the speaker drops the mic. This meeting is all about dealing with Daewonha. The crowd starts buzzing, one guy whispering, "Wait, that's him. The dude who took out a bunch of kids in Silumdong in one day. He looks totally normal, though." Daewonha is absolutely floored, a look of pure terror plastered across his face, but Eunha. She's just chilling, totally unfazed. The speaker's not wasting any time, pushing for a quick vote, who's in for getting rid of him. Then comes the chilling command, a simple, "raise your hand," that seals his fate. And just like that, without a single dissenting voice, everyone agrees, a sea of hands shooting up, confirming Daewonha's worst fears. The dread is palpable, and then, a system alert blares, ding, confirming that Daewonha is officially the main event. The blue screen lights up with the brutal truth, he's now a target for 497 bullies in Gwanak-gu, totally excommunicated. But wait, there's more, a chain quest, boy, become a man, final, pops up, along with a cheeky reminder that a real man enjoys the thrill of risking his life as he safely escapes desperate crises. What exactly is indulgent? It's a term for teenagers who band together in schools, pushing violence, extorting money, and committing all sorts of other crimes. Because they're just following their group instincts, unleashing pure aggression on anyone they deem weaker. Loving every second of showing off their dominance, and living a totally free life, completely unrestrained by rules or consequences. This wild lifestyle even spills into their free time, cruising through the city like they own the place. But the real reason they get away with all this is simple, it's because they're a group. Yeah, because they're a group, they get all their power and influence. There are tons of ways to lead and keep a group together, and in Gwanak-gu, they went with a super mature leadership approach. This leadership approach was clear as they went with a super mature style. And just like that, Daewonha was there, checking out the 202X Gwanak-gu Iljan Association regular meeting, a super formal gathering for these powerful teenage crews. His eyes are bugging out, a cold sweat breaking as the sheer weight of what's happening finally hits him. This is it, the linked quest, boy, become a man, final. It's all about a real man getting that adrenaline rush, risking everything, then pulling off the ultimate escape from total chaos. Sure, continuous quests only pay out after you clear the last one, but honestly, who cares about the reward right now? Then, out of nowhere, he's staring down Cian, and she's giving him the side-eye, saying she knew something was off. She straight up asks if he dragged her here to sell her off, but some dude with a gavel just coolly announces that the previous agenda item is already done. The gavel guy, looking totally serious, then asks, like, what's the big deal? Cian, this 18-year-old from Boramidong, is standing right there, and she just tells the guy to skip this whole thing and jump to the next agenda. Her audacious move sends shockwaves through the crowd, as everyone starts freaking out, asking who she is and why she's suddenly talking, with one dude even shouting how awesome Cian is. Totally freaking out from all the sudden stares, Daewonha is internally screaming, thinking he's screwed because everyone's looking at him, while Cian just casually side-eyes him, completely chill despite the uproar she just caused. The official on stage kicks things off, asking if they're about to dive into the Boramidong leader election, setting the stage for some serious drama. But Daewonha, already sweating bullets, is totally freaking out, realizing this whole thing is absolutely insane. Cian, on the other hand, is cool as a cucumber, confirming everything, thinking she's found her perfect candidate, while Daewonha is just praying he can ghost out of there before things get even crazier. No chance for escape. Cian grabs his arm with an iron grip, announcing she's about to drop the bombshell and reveal the new Boramidong leader herself. Then, with a mic drop moment, she points right at him, shouting his name for the whole room, Daewonha. Daewonha is absolutely floored by the announcement, his jaw practically on the floor as Cian's words confirm he's the Boramidong leader candidate. All he can manage is a confused, as his world crumbles, while someone in the crowd is already asking if he's the same guy they saw on a screen before. The entire room explodes into a chaotic buzz, everyone's asking if he's really the leader, and some are just laughing at the sheer ridiculousness of it all. The official, trying to keep his cool, actually considers this wild proposal, thinking it might not be a bad idea to elect him if it means avoiding a troublemaker. Cian, with a confident smirk and arms crossed, lays down the law, the guy took out 3 people in a single day, so he's clearly leader material. In the crowd, Jaemin Shin, clearly irritated, snaps at Yunsung to shut up, but even he has to admit she's making a point about Daewonha's fighting skills proving his leadership. Chul Woo-min, watching the whole spectacle unfold, actually agrees, admitting that, crazy as it sounds, she's not wrong. Hold up. A new player just entered the game. Meet Han Yunsong, the 18-year-old boss of Silindong, and he's definitely one to watch. Back to the main event, Daeunha is totally freaking out, shouting about joining a bully group and being a leader, but Eunha is just like, dude, think again. She's not letting up, reminding him of his current messed up situation as a second year at Shernan High, and making it clear that this whole thing is all about Daeunha. Then, a chilling scene, a leader asks who wants to dispose of him, and every single hand shoots up. It's a unanimous vote, and that means serious trouble is brewing. The truth hits Daeunha like a truck. He's been officially marked as a target, with 497 bullies in Gwanak-gu now gunning for him. His eyes pop wide open in pure horror, the shocking news completely overwhelming him. Eunha lays out the brutal facts: join the AKGU bully group, and they'll handle the heat, otherwise, it's him against 500 people. Talk about a no-win situation. Even though the situation is totally messed up, Eunha still manages to thank him for thinking of her. She quickly corrects him, saying this isn't about him at all, but about screwing over some asshole who wants that position, and she'd rather put Daeunha there first. Daeunha is completely blindsided, asking, asshole, as a strange ringing sound fills the air. Just as he's trying to figure things out, a massive shadow looms over him, and it's Si-Hoon Kong, making a dramatic entrance that totally freaks Daeunha out. His face twists in pure shock and terror, as he can only manage a stunned, Suddenly, he's airborne, a vice-like grip around his neck, instantly cutting off his air supply. The attacker, Si-Hoon Kong, just smirks at Eunha, demanding to know if she was keeping secrets, as she frantically asks why he's even there. Eunha, avoiding his gaze, drops a bombshell, confessing she always found his boyfriend talk super suspicious. Si-Hoon Kang's smirk just gets wider, his words dripping with a knowing accusation. Eunha, desperately trying to talk sense into him, insists that even if he's not into being a leader, this brutal move is totally out of line. Si-Hoon Kong just sneers, completely ignoring her, crushing Daeunha's throat even harder as he mocks the idea of this punk ever leading anything. Daeunha is in pure agony, face twisted, gasping for breath, barely able to whisper, "What are you doing, Sian?" His vision goes fuzzy as the pressure mounts, feeling like he's being crushed by a boulder, his hands desperately clawing at his own neck. The world starts to go dark as he fights for his life, his lungs burning, desperately trying to suck in any air. Just then, a new voice cuts through the chaos. A sharp-dressed guy calmly asks them to chill out in public, then drops a bombshell. Is Daeunha really the leader of Baramidong? Si-Hoon Kong, still got Daeunha in his grip, looks down at Eunha, totally scoffing at the idea of Daeunha being a leader, as she tries to shut him down. Then, with one last savage move, Si-Hoon Kong just hurls Daeunha to the floor, leaving him a crumpled, gasping mess. Amidst the unfolding chaos, a group of onlookers can't help but comment, with one even finding Sian's furious shouting, "Sexy." Meanwhile, Si-Hoon Kong, cool as ice, lays out the cold hard truth: with two leaders vying for power, there's only one way this can go down. Daeunha, absolutely wrecked from the beatdown, can only let out a pained groan, utterly bewildered by this whole leader situation he never even wanted. He's completely lost, wondering what the heck is going on and why everyone's suddenly gone berserk. The ground is littered with bodies, a brutal testament to the fight that just went down, turning this official meeting into an absolute war zone. Even more bodies are sprawled everywhere, just showing how utterly devastating this fight was. Si-Hoon Kong, looking menacing in his track jacket, looms over the fallen Daeunha, then turns to Eunha, announcing that this game isn't over until someone's completely out, and if Daeunha somehow pulls off a win, he's the new boss of Baramidong. Someone, absolutely stunned, shouts, "WHOA, these psychos. A fight? They were just chilling like 20 seconds ago." Daeunha, drenched in sweat and pure terror, mentally screams, "Leader. You guys can keep that title, I want no part of it." He knows he should just give up, there's no point fighting, but then it hits him, the first rule. Lose, and he's gone for good. Eunha, facing Si-Hoon Kong, gets hit with his cold dismissal, "Don't blame me, Sian. You got caught because of your own choices." Then, with a chilling smirk, Si-Hoon Kong lays down the law, "Baramidong is mine now. Got it?" A voice booms, "What are you looking at?" The answer. Si-Hoon Kong, absolutely crackling with blue lightning, launches himself into the air, a total blur of raw power. He's coming down like a meteor, the air itself warping from his speed, a devastating drop kick about to land. Boom! The kick lands with an explosion of force, blasting out brilliant blue energy on impact. The crowd is losing it. "WHOA, is that the infamous thing?" one shouts, another screaming, "It's hella cool in person." And then the chilling realization, he's the infamous. Even Si-Hoon Kong is caught off guard, covering his face as his name rings out, "Barami Granitich Kong Si-Hoon." But then he just smirks, standing tall and proud, laughing as he boasts about his insane strength. Daeunha, watching this whole spectacle, can't help but wonder, was that attack even weak? A flicker of doubt crosses his face. His eyes widen in pure shock, a stunned "huh," barely audible. He claps a hand over his mouth, utterly floored. Surprised me he blocked that. The truth hits him, even the massive Manchun Yuk got taken down. The flashback hits hard, Si-Hoon Kang's lightning kick connects, and Manchun Yuk just crumbles, one hit, game over. Dawenha's mind races, realizing his own skills are basically a one-shot deal right now, and then, a mysterious ding rings out, hinting at something new. He's in deep trouble. A critical system alert screams, "You don't have enough mana." And without his powers, he's completely screwed. In short, he's totally outmatched, and then, a chilling voice from behind snaps him out of it, demanding to know what's on his mind. Before he can even blink, a brutal arm locks around his neck, dragging him into a crushing chokehold. The pressure cranks up, his vision goes fuzzy as he's slammed with the terrifying realization, he's caught, and he's being choked out again. Trapped in a sea of blank stares, his attacker's voice slices through the chaos, coldly stating that tapping out won't do a thing. He promises to hold on until Dawenha passes out, a brutal vow that sparks a terrifying memory, a sudden, shocking realization. He knew it, he thought, the face of his past tormentor, a younger version of the guy choking him now, flashes into his mind in a chilling, faded memory. He'd seen him somewhere before, but the dude had changed so much, he was practically unrecognizable until this very moment. His face twists in pure agony, sweat pouring down as the past and present pain collide. He lets out a desperate, choked gasp. He flashes back to that summer, the brutal sun-scorching Juwon Middle School. It was a scorching summer, so hot he literally couldn't breathe. His eyes scream in pure terror. A younger Dawenha is absolutely trapped, and the nightmare of his past tormentor is hitting him with full force. He's fighting, he's gasping, but this absolute unit of a bully has him in a death grip, laughing off his desperate taps. Si-Hoon Kang, the absolute menace, is just toying with him, refusing to let go until Dawenha finishes some ridiculous, degrading challenge. The other students? Just watching, some even laughing, as Dawenha drops like a stone. This fainting game was apparently the hottest, most messed up trend in school. The torment never stopped, even at lunch, with Si-Hoon Kang making sure he cleared his entire tray. Even the bathroom wasn't safe, he couldn't even pee without Si-Hoon Kang's permission. The memories are crashing down, that feeling of being utterly trapped, the constant terror of losing his mind, all thanks to Si-Hoon Kang. But it wasn't the fainting that truly broke him, it was the endless, soul-crushing humiliation he had to face, again and again. He remembers the camera clicks, the crowd of students circling him, all documenting his absolute misery. Every time he woke up from those forced faints, it was just to see his tormentor's face again, with the cruel laughter of his classmates ringing in his ears. Si-Hoon Kang would just mock him, giving him a thumbs up and calling him a man for taking all that abuse. Back then, he was super shy, especially around girls, which made every public humiliation 1,000 times worse. A sly smirk plays on her lips, as the crushing truth hits him, he'd become the ultimate loser, the absolute bottom. He sprawled out, defeated on the cold floor, a pathetic "you." Barely escaping his lips, his mind reeling from the sheer humiliation. Flashback to middle school. Jaemin Shin, with a crowd of bullies behind him, casually drops the most savage insult, saying people like him should just get geriatric disease and choke on a hamburger, then he just yawns, like it's no fun anymore. What a psycho. The crushing memory of being utterly defeated, sprawled on the ground, still haunts him, a chilling voice whispering, "That's how it should be," but... Another brutal flashback. Chul Woo-min, with that smug look, asks why he lost weight, then hits him with the ultimate backhanded compliment, "Got handsome." And Chul Woo-min, now with two girls hanging off him, keeps the taunts coming, rubbing it in, "And got girls clinging to you." Back to reality, and Dawenha is absolutely seething, a raw cook, tearing from his throat as the anger boils, the more he dwells on his humiliating past. He's desperate, thinking, what can I do to fuck him up, while nearby students just shrug, saying it's just one-sided and nobody could win against Si-Hoon Kang, finishing with a dismissive, "Well, The disrespect is real." Dawenha stares at the ground, the brutal words of another student ringing in his ears, "We can assume that such probability is 0, absolutely crushing his spirit. His eye snaps open, a desperate probability, echoing in his mind, as he frantically tries to figure out, how much probability is there for me to win? Flashback to a desperate moment. He tries to unleash a skill, a glowing blue energy blade erupting from his arm, a one-time use power. But it was useless. His skill was blocked instantly at the start of the fight, and he was immediately caught in Si-Hoon Kang's brutal strangling attack. Flashback to pure helplessness. Dawenha is caught in a brutal chokehold by Si-Hoon Kang, completely overpowered, with no choice but to tap out. That brutal takedown left him with one crushing thought, absolutely no hope remained. Si-Hoon Kang's smug face from the past still taunts him, bragging about being the leader of Baramidong and daring anyone to challenge him. He almost bought into that lie, that he was powerless, but now, a new question burns in his eyes. Chul Woo-min and Jaemin Shin, backed by their whole crew, are trying to intimidate him, asking if he really wants to continue and telling him to worry about himself, but Daeun-ha isn't even flinching. His eyes blaze with fierce determination, a silent vow that from this point on, everything is about to change. He turns to leave, but not without a final, knowing look back, his mind already racing, he's going to crush them, but only with a killer strategy. The crowd is absolutely losing it, their jaws on the floor. Yo, is this even real? One shouts, totally blown away. Someone else gasps, I can't even believe what I'm seeing. Wow, while Daeun-ha goes absolutely berserk, dropping a lightning-fast combo of strikes, each hit exploding with pure white energy, leaving behind a trail of speed blur that's just mind-blowing. The crowd is losing it, I've never seen so many hits. That's insane, as he lands a brutal punch, rocking Si-hoon Kong and sending sweat flying from the sheer force of it. Gritting his teeth, Daeun-ha digs deep, his eyes burning with resolve as he pushes past his limits, muttering, just a little more. Flashback to 7 hours ago, he was tearing through a room, frantically searching for something, with Monak-yuk just chilling in the background. Back to the present, he's still on the hunt, muttering, okay, where did I stash that thing, just as a massive system notification pops up, revealing the epic reward for taking down Yuk-man-chun. Quest complete, baby. And the loot drop is insane, the silver key just materialized on the floor, glowing with pure power. He clutches the legendary silver key, a heroic item that's about to unleash some serious passive skills. The system blazes to life, confirming the key's power, and he's hyped, oh. This unlocks passive skills, huh. He slams his hand onto the glowing interface, and with a satisfying cholkeek, the system springs to life. Suddenly, a blinding blue aura erupts around him, and he lets out an oh, as a game-changing skill pops up. Boom. Class-exclusive passive skill unlocked flashes across the screen, revealing, critical hit, a 0-mana passive that gives him a 1% chance to land a defense-ignoring critical hit. His eyes widen at the insane description, and he can't help but exclaim, critical hit. A critical hit that ignores defense. He knows a 0-mana passive is exactly what he needs right now, but that brutal, 1% chance, is a total gut punch. He's fuming, that's only one proc out of 100 hits. He rages about past mana-guzzling skills, demanding to know why the system keeps handing him these garbage niche abilities. He lets out a defeated sigh, admitting he'd given up on these useless skills, but now, with no other choice, he's going all in on forcing those critical hits. Suddenly, a ferocious, cat-like beast with glowing blue eyes lunges at him, its claws out, as he lets out a wild roar, ready to unleash pure chaos. He's got a new, insane strategy, he's going full, monkey brain spam hit strat. He was absolutely locked in, a fierce grimace on his face, ready to unleash that brand new, low-percentage skill. Then the hits started raining down, a lightning-fast combo, 73, 74, 75, this was it, the critical window. Daeun-ha was a blur, moving so fast his opponent only saw after images, completely blindsided, this was the perfect opening, hitting him while he was still reeling, asking, what is this? The combo kept going, the hit counter soaring, 85, 86, 87. Si-hoon Kong was getting absolutely pummeled, taking every single hit, his face a mask of pure shock, are you kidding me? The relentless beatdown continued, closing in on the finish line, 96, 97, 98, this was just brutal. With one last, explosive effort, he threw the final punch, thinking, seriously? Daeun-ha landed another devastating punch, his spam hit strategy paying off big time. The mission was simple, land 100 hits, no matter what. The 100th hit landed with a soft boink, but instead of falling, Si-hoon Kong just stared back, a mocking grin on his face, what are you even doing? LOL. Daeun-ha was completely baffled by the unexpected response, because in games, RNG is always that wild card, that unpredictable element. That's right, random number generation is one of the most irreplaceable elements, it's what gives everyone a fair, if sometimes infuriating, shot at glory. He's locked in, eyes glued to the screen, but the game's just playing him. Opportunity for success flashes, then BAM. Another fail. The grind is real, and the rage is building. His scream echoes, making a girl nearby jump, her eyes wide with shock. Back in the game, the thrill of victory, impossible to find in the real world, pushes players to go all in. Daeun-ha's buddy calls him out, asking if his parents know he blew his English tutor money on upgrades. But Daeun-ha just shrugs it off, admitting he's now burning through his math tutor cash too. Absolute madman. His friends like, dude, is this RNG even fair? But Daeun-ha's having none of it, calling it total BS, absolutely sure that after all these epic fails, this next one is a guaranteed win. His buddy warns him to chill, saying one more bust could shatter him, but Daeun-ha's got that tunnel vision, swearing this is the moment. But the game's RNG is a cruel mistress, hitting him with another brutal upgrade failed, and he just explodes with a furious F*********ing***T game. For every high, RNG delivers an equally brutal dose of despair. The game rage explodes into a real-life showdown. Daeun-ha goes all out, a flurry of punches flying, trying to land a single hit on Si-hoon Kang. But then, pure shock hits him. His eyes widen in disbelief, screaming internally, what the? Why won't it proc? He connected with every single one of those 100 punches, and by all rights, at least one should have absolutely wrecked him. But before he can even think, Si-hoon Kang shuts him down. He grabs Daeun-ha by the throat, smirking, what are you even doing with those weak-ass punches? Daeun-ha can only choke out a pained, ugh. Then, with a brutal kick, Si-hoon Kang sends him absolutely flying, leaving Daeun-ha completely owned. Daeun-ha hits the deck with a brutal, bone-jarring impact, the sheer power of the attack sending him flying. His rival looms, delivering the ultimate verbal smackdown, you need a devastating blow. His face twists in pure agony as the world shatters around him, the brutal force of the hit tearing through his very being. He's down for the count, a pathetic heap on the concrete, as Si-hoon Kang coolly assesses the damage, thinking, I thought he was up to something from all that BS. Guess it's all a bluff. But a flicker of defiance ignites within him, a flashback to his grueling past. Even if he had a real plan, I shed 130 kilograms of body fat, training every single day, grinding my skin and bones. But Si-hoon Kang just smirks, his chiseled, tattooed body practically glowing with arrogance as he declares, you won't make a scratch on this body. A cold glint flashes in his eyes, revealing a predatory intelligence beneath the bravado. The flashback intensifies, showing a terrified, overweight Daeun-ha as Si-hoon Kang's cruel words cut deep, in middle school, you were a trashy fat fuck. Suddenly, Si-hoon Kang's eyes widen in a moment of shocking realization, a question escaping him, whoa you know me? Who's this guy again? Then, a sneer, of course you don't remember. Typical of you bullying fuckers. The brutal flashbacks keep coming, a montage of Daeun-ha's torment at the hands of bullies, the crushing thought echoing, have to suffer with that pain forever. Suddenly, Daeun-ha's eyes blaze with an inferno of rage and determination, the unspoken truth screaming in his mind, while offenders easily forget about it like. Si-hoon Kang glances away, a thoughtful look turning to sudden alarm as he mutters, accidentally spoke too much. Daeun-ha is down, but Si-hoon Kang isn't done. He's closing in, footsteps pounding, throwing out taunts about Daeun-ha's memory, pushing him to the absolute limit. Pure terror flashes across his face as Si-hoon Kang's boot comes crashing down, a brutal stomp aimed right at him. But it's his hand that takes the brutal hit, Si-hoon Kang's boot grinding down, his voice dripping with pure contempt, so what? The beatdown is relentless, every stomp shaking the ground, sending shrapnel flying as Daeun-ha gets absolutely pummeled. Si-hoon Kang stands tall, a victor over the broken Daeun-ha, dropping another savage line, aren't you just the same? That smug grin just gets wider, as he digs into their past, bringing up all the toys they played with, daring Daeun-ha to remember every single one. Meanwhile, Eun-ha is on the edge, her face etched with worry, a soft, desperate whisper of Daeun-ha's name escaping her lips. She glances over, a silent plea in her eyes, as if asking, now, to someone just out of sight. But the Silindong rep, Chul Woo-min, is just bored, shrugging off the whole brutal display as a total waste of his time. Daeun-ha is absolutely crushed on the cold floor, his fighting spirit completely gone, utterly defeated. His eyes are wide with pure despair, he's calling himself an idiot for even hoping, knowing there's no way he can beat this monster. Si-hoon Kang just casually stretches, complaining about a stiff shoulder, while Daeun-ha's mind races, realizing he was doomed from the start and now, if he gives up, these guys will finish him off. Chul Woo-min just casually calls the fight over. His hand slams onto the cold concrete. He's on his knees, Si-hoon Kang still dominating the scene. But Si-hoon Kang just sneers. Eun-ha, on the other hand, is visibly shaken. Daeun-ha's battered face sets with a grim, silent resolve. He spins, ignoring the gawking crowd, locking eyes with Si-hoon Kang. A desperate new plan sparks in his head, distract him. His only move now is to bolt, no looking back. But then, Si-hoon Kang's voice slices through the air. Daeun-ha's mind goes into full panic mode, hatching a desperate plan. Daeun-ha, eyes narrowed, knew this was it. The moment of truth, the perfect timing to make his move, was now. But before he could even blink, Si-hoon Kang's lightning-fast kick ripped his jacket right off, leaving him wide open. His head snapped back, a shocked gasp tearing from his throat as he was caught off guard. He instinctively reached out, a flash of regret hitting him, he never should have taken that jacket off. That moment, Si-hoon Kang's hand casually flicking his jacket, it was all a blur, a taunt before the real pain. But just as he seemed defeated, a blinding blue energy exploded from Daeun-ha, launching Si-hoon Kang sky-high in a whirlwind of raw power. Si-hoon Kang was sent absolutely flying, a mere speck against the backdrop as he plummeted. Down, down, down he went, the ground rushing up to meet him with brutal force. Then, a crash. Si-hoon Kong hit the deck like a sack of bricks, sending shrapnel flying everywhere. And there he was, utterly defeated, slumped against the elevator, his cocky grin wiped clean off his face. The crowd went absolutely wild, their whispers turning into shouts as they tried to comprehend what just happened, everyone asking, "Did you see that? Kong Se-hoon just got launched." And in the midst of the chaos, Eun-ha stood, her silent, wide-eyed stare speaking volumes about the sheer disbelief of the moment. The crowd absolutely loses it, their jaws dropping as they witness the impossible unfold before their very eyes. This isn't just any move, it's a forbidden Murim technique that channels raw ki into the palm, unleashing a devastating strike meant to obliterate bones and organs in one fell swoop. Behold the Flame Emperor Drake's Iron Palm, a move so potent it just ripped through everything. Jae-min Shin freaks out, yelling that this was insane, while a critical hit notification flashes across the screen. Dowan-ha feels the power surge, realizing his critical hit just landed straight on target, a passive skill he totally underestimated. Si-hoon Kong hits the deck, coughing up a storm, completely owned, as Dowan-ha just stands there, the fight over just like that. Chul Woo-min watches, a cold realization hitting him, this guy had all this power hidden, playing weak the whole time. But wait, Si-hoon Kong is getting back up, shaking but still standing after that insane hit. With eyes blazing, he roars, accusing him of playing games and swearing to kill him right here, right now. Everyone's freaking out, wondering how this guy is still standing after taking that monster hit. The other students are whispering, calling Si-hoon Kong a shivering mess, but then they notice something chilling, Dowan-ha is totally different now. And there it is, a chilling, confident smile spreading across Dowan-ha's face, a silent promise of the chaos he's about to unleash. In the cutthroat world of online gaming, that soul-crushing despair. It's a universal constant, hitting everyone, everywhere. And this soul-crushing feeling? Most players know it all too well, as one guy's eyes bug out at his screen while his buddy next to him is literally crying tears of frustration. But even with all the epic fails, they just can't quit. His friends like, "Yo, you good?" seriously worried if the sheer shock of defeat has finally fried his brain. He hears the call to just bail, to ditch the grind if it's not paying off, because, come on, sometimes you just gotta know when to fold them. But then, boom. A world message pops up, screaming that some legend, F2P by the way KEK, just hit level 25 on an item upgrade. Everyone's losing their minds, wondering if this dude just clutched the ultimate RNG luck out. But this one-in-a-million success, no matter how fleeting, screams that winning is possible, and he's locked onto that screen, asking himself, no way I can't do it, right? Seeing that spark of victory, he snaps back, realizing he still has the blueprints, the literature, to make it happen. And just like that, the despair that was eating him alive starts to morph, twisting into a wild, almost terrifying hope. And that's exactly why players worldwide, just like Dowan-ha, constantly dive headfirst into the insane gamble of the game, taking brutal hits, just like he once did, landing a devastating punch on an enemy. They throw themselves at the RNG, charging in like maniacs, just like he charges at Si-hoon Kong, absolutely ready for whatever comes next. Dowan-ha absolutely unleashes a fierce kick, sending his opponent, Chul Woo-min, flying back with a scream of pure agony. And he's not letting up, roaring, once more at the chest. With his face twisted in a mask of pure, unadulterated rage, Dowan-ha is going all out for the finishing blow. Chul Woo-min lets out a guttural grunt, barely holding on against the brutal onslaught, his body screaming in protest. But then, a spark of pure defiance ignites in his eyes as he snarls, not gonna fall for it twice. Before Dowan-ha can even blink, Chul Woo-min's fist, now blazing with a furious aura, rockets forward and smashes into his face, leaving him utterly bewildered and gasping, huh. Alright, listen up. If you're ever in a tight spot, like being stranded way out in the ocean, and some dude's trying to call you out, asking if you're already scared, Steve. Or if you're staring down a massive beast in the water, there's one thing you absolutely need to know. A sudden, brutal crack. The secret weapon. You gotta smash its nose. It doesn't matter how monstrous the creature is, even if one guy's freaking out about something brushing his leg while his buddy's just mocking him, the rule is universal. Even a terrifying shark will let out a pathetic whimper when you hit it there, because, seriously, the nose is always the weak spot. And guess what? The same goes for us humans. You can pump iron all day, train your body to the max, but you cannot train your nose. So, even if it's some weak, clumsy punch from a total nobody, if it lands on the nose, it's game over. With a sickening crunch, a furious voice screams, "It's a fake, you dumbass." The punch connects with brutal force, proving that this is a fatal blow. Chul Woo-min is absolutely rocked, staggering back with a guttural groan as Dowan-ha just keeps coming, relentless. He's thinking, I gotta land some serious damage here, letting out a frustrated breath, realizing his last move wasn't the knockout he wanted. No way he's gambling on a 1% chance again, especially with that sickening stream of blood hitting the ground, proving the fight is far from over. Chul Woo-min is down on his knees, letting out an absolutely brutal scream, his hands flying to his face in pure agony. Blood is just gushing from his nose and mouth, his eyes screaming in pain and shock at the sheer brutality of it all. Daewon-ha's eyes are locked on, and he's not messing around, his voice dropping to a deadly whisper as he promises to end this. Then, a sharp, brutal grab sound rips through the air, as he closes in for the kill. Daewon-ha just snatches Chul Woo-min's head from behind, shutting him up with a vice-like grip. He's choking him out, tightening his grip, and Chul Woo-min is fighting for his life, his threats turning into desperate gasps. Daewon-ha's face is stone cold, absolutely ruthless, he's not letting go until Chul Woo-min gives up, no matter what. Then, a horrifying, crunched sound, as Daewon-ha twists his nose, making him scream in absolute, tear-inducing agony. The crowd is stunned. Eun-ha gets goosebumps, totally freaked out, and everyone else is just whispering about how absolutely savage this kid is. Eun-ha's eyes are practically popping out of her head, a silent scream of ARGGH echoing her absolute shock at the savage beatdown she's witnessing. She's totally bugging out, wondering what am I looking at right now, while Chul Woo-min is just a sobbing mess, barely able to choke out a F-. His torso is a mess, covered in fresh wounds, a brutal fight of the absolute thrashing he just took. Chul Woo-min is absolutely wrecked, sprawled out on the floor, while Daewon-ha looms over him, the undisputed champ of this brutal showdown. Daewon-ha is just trying to catch his breath, letting out a few huffs, while the whole crew, including Jaemin Shin, Si-hoon Kang, and Monak-yuk, are just staring, totally speechless. But the victory lap is cut short, because Daewon-ha spots the fried electrical box and a look of pure terror crosses his face, realizing, I did it. This time. That busted box is just oozing liquid everywhere, a grim reminder of the sheer power he just accidentally unleashed. Then, a terrifying sound rips through the air, and blue lightning starts zapping from the broken wires. He's still basking in his moment, when a massive explosion of fire just detonates around him, turning the whole place into a fiery hellscape. The above the inferno is literally burning in his eyes, and his face is a mask of pure, unadulterated terror as he realizes he's in deep trouble. The whole crew, Jaemin Shin, Si-hoon Kang, and Monak-yuk, are absolutely flabbergasted, screaming, with one guy yelling, suddenly he blows up, and another freaking out, holy shit. That's a sequin effect. How did he do it? But the sequin effect quickly turns into a nightmare, as someone screams, actual fire you dumbass. Run, quick, and then the ultimate horror hits, FUCK, the elevator won't open. They're all trapped, and it's a total HUH. Moment of pure dread. He can't believe it. What is happening now? Flashbacks hit him hard, remembering the last time the police swarmed this place. The crowd is a stampede, everyone's rushing down the stairs, and he's getting shoved around, barely staying upright. I'm being pushed away, he thinks, fighting for every inch. He made it out, but the relief is short-lived, because the fire is raging, turning the whole place into a death trap. The street outside is a madhouse, sirens wailing, as people stare up at the burning building, a scene of pure pandemonium. He collapses onto a stool, gasping for air, muttering, I thought I was gonna die. Please, just give me a break. But then, a new terror strikes him as he looks back at the inferno. Wait, where's Si-yeon? I don't see her anywhere. Jaemin Shin wonders, could she still be up there, but Chul Woo-min shuts him down instantly, no way. A sharp-eyed man with silver hair cuts in, no, she's gotta get Kang Se-hoon too. They're both from Baramidong. The fire hydrant just sits there, useless, as the inferno rages, mocking their helplessness. The stairs are a blur, the crackling fire a terrifying soundtrack, as the danger inside screams for attention. His face is battered, but he's pushing through the pain, thinking, run first, idiot, even as he charges back into the inferno. Ugh, he groans. His mind is screaming at him, a whirlwind of self-doubt, what are you still doing up there? Why the hell am I doing this? He's plummeting down the stairs, a raw scream tearing from his throat, his brain screaming at him for this insane move. He's trying to lie to himself, to say she's just some random person, not worth this, but the flashbacks of her hit him like a freight train. But then, her face flashes before his eyes, asking if he'd forgotten his promise to stick with her all day. Then, a jarring clang rings out and his face twists into a silent, gut-wrenching scream, as the truth slams into him like a brick wall. He finally crashes to the ground, yelling her name, Si-yeon, barely able to get out, I came to SA-. Meanwhile, Si-yeon and the silver-haired man are staring down at some burnt, smoking mess, and she lets out a shocked gasp. The silver-haired man, cool as a cucumber, looks at Si-yeon and asks, came to what? Still sprawled on the floor, Daewon-ha finally gets it out, to say if I can, and Si-yeon, looking down at him, just asks, go, home now. Si-yeon, still staring at the burnt wreckage with the silver-haired man, just sighs, I want to disintegrate into space dust. Talk about tired. As dusk settles over the city and the lights start to pop, the sprawling urban jungle just keeps going under a darkening sky. A sudden memory hits, showing Daeun-ha carrying a passed-out Eun-ha, while a chilling announcement declares the assembly's postponement due to a fire, leaving everyone hanging for the next date. The flashback deepens as the silver-haired man calls out to Daeun-ha, Sunbae, dropping the bombshell that he's now part of the Bully Council's rep. Daeun-ha gasps, his face contorted, his mind racing, convinced this terrifying scenario is what should have happened. Suddenly, he's next to Eun-ha, who calmly tells him she knows it's wild, but this whole messed-up situation is just a dream, a total nightmare. In this dream, Daeun-ha's thoughts race about not just giving up the position easily, he's got bigger plans brewing and tells himself not to sweat it. Walking away with Eun-ha, the silver-haired man's voice cuts through, warning him to be grateful he dodged the Bully Council's wrath for now. Daeun-ha's face shows pure relief, a quiet, yeah, escaping him as he's just so glad it wasn't actually happening. The dream shatters, and Daeun-ha is now with Eun-ha outside her house, who casually says, "This is my house." He tells her to take care, and she's totally caught off guard, right, this. Then, Daeun-ha pulls out a cute fish plushie, telling her he snagged it from the arcade because she looked like she wanted it, and it's literally all he has left. Eun-ha stares at him, her face a blend of shock and warmth, whispering his name, Ha Du-won, you. Daeun-ha glances down at the plushie he's holding, a confused, "What is this?" escaping him. He whips his head to Eun-ha, totally confused, demanding to know why she wasn't glued to the claw machine, and she just shrugs, that. Still chilling by the claw machine, he couldn't help but get sucked into this wild wanted poster, its crazy details just grabbing his attention. This wanted poster was for a claw machine sweep crime, hilariously detailing some dude in a running shirt, shorts, headset, and slippers, with a big nose, offering a huge reward for a Wenkenium figurine, and it was totally covered in funny doodles and desperate pleas like, "Please get him," and "Manager is gonna cry," all pointing to some wild, young, causing trouble. While he was still trying to figure out that crazy poster, Eun-ha just walked up, dropping a super earnest, but kinda out of nowhere, "Thanks for earlier," and he was totally left hanging, like, wait, for what? With a sweet smile, she spilled the beans, it was all about him running back up to save her. He totally blushed, turning away, feeling that classic awkward vibe. He mumbled a super flustered, "Well, take care," before she said the same, and they bounced. Back on his own, his focus snapped to this glowing blue system screen that just popped up, a big question mark hanging in the air as he realized he had finally cleared it. The screen blazed, "Quest, the boy, becomes a man." Complete, and he couldn't help but snark internally about how he just became a bully instead of a man. Then another system alert popped up, screaming that he'd cleared in total 8 chain quests and was now calculating reward points. He was totally shocked by the number, thinking those dating quests weren't so bad after all, before his mind raced to what kind of key he was about to get. Then, a.m. A new notification screamed, "Quest reward has been awarded," leaving him totally bewildered, like, as he waited for the big reveal. But then, his excitement instantly flipped to pure shock and total distress, as a massive, horrified gasp ripped from him. After that insane quest reward, Daeun-ha's mind is absolutely blown, trying to process what just happened. But life goes on, and the school is getting ready, even as a janitor sweeps up, oblivious to the chaos brewing in Daeun-ha's mind. Slamming on his backpack, it's the first day of 12th grade, and Daeun-ha is ready to face it. He's practically sprinting to school, because he has to get there before anyone else, gotta secure that prime spot. His super important mission, it's all about getting to classroom 2 to 3. Sneaking down the empty hall, he's almost there. And what's this important task? He's lugging a mountain of cables and gear, this guy is serious about his setup. He's gotta get his gear set up early in the new classroom, frantically checking the seating chart for his perfect spot. He bursts into the classroom, only to freeze in shock, someone actually beat him here. And get this, the other students' hands are already flying, building their own ultimate gaming rig. Suddenly, the other student jumps, startled by Daeun-ha's arrival, muttering a quick "sorry" for the noise they made. And boom! A student ID on a phone reveals the mystery gamer's name, it's Han Eun-sung from Shinan Secondary School. The name Han Eun-sung hits him, a familiar echo, and the command rings out, "Remember this." Suddenly, the pieces click into place, Han Eun-sung, the notorious Silumdong rep, a name whispered with fear and respect. And this isn't just any rep, he's the absolute most dangerous bully in the whole Gwanake district. The truth hits him like a truck, his eyes wide with shock as he finally grasps the terrifying reality. Then, the chilling words from Han Eun-sung, "You're looking at the Bully Council's new rep." And the message is crystal clear, a chilling promise, from this moment on, he calls the shots. Daeun-ha's mind explodes with a sudden, terrifying clarity, like gears grinding into place, as the true danger of the situation sinks in. Then, the chilling declaration from Han Eun-sung, a promise to handle him right then and there. But before Daeun-ha can even breathe, Han Eun-sung is on him, a brutal grip on his collar, his gaze a burning challenge as Daeun-ha flinches back, a defiant never, ripped from his throat. A chilling declaration drops like a bomb in the empty classroom. Commanding him to be scared, as he's hit with the bombshell, "You're the bully council's REP now." Daeun-ha's jaw drops, his eyes bugging out, as Chul Woo-min, the absolute unit, just towers over him, the chair screeching like a horror movie soundtrack. He's totally lost, a chaotic storm of dark energy swirling around him, thinking, what is this? This whole system just feels broken, and he's screaming internally, "It shouldn't be like this." Chul Woo-min's iron grip clamps down on his collar, yanking him in close, and he just casually drops, "It'd be best to take care of you here." Daeun-ha's brain is short-circuiting, freaking out over the instant difficulty spike. Why is it already a boss fight from the start? He tries to pull the "we're on the same team" card, blue system effects flashing around him, pleading, "Dude, I'm part of the bully council too. We're on the same side, right? We shouldn't be fighting." Still trapped, Daeun-ha is practically begging for an answer, his voice cracking with fear, or something like that, right? Same side? Trapped and terrified, his face a mess of tears, he's hit with a chilling question, why hasn't the bully council taken him out yet? He can barely choke out that it must be his new rep status, clinging to the idea of some hidden protection. But Chul Woo-min just drops a bombshell, cool as ice, bully council members are allowed to fight each other. The rules are way more savage than he thought. Then, a foot slams down on Daeun-ha's leg, a brutal exclamation point to Chul Woo-min's words, "Power dictates everything in this world. That's why this beatdown is totally allowed." Then, Chul Woo-min drops the real reason for the attack, a chilling declaration, "This is payback for messing with Silim." All Daeun-ha can do is groan in agony, sweat pouring down his face as he takes the brutal punishment. He tries to argue, but Chul Woo-min just brushes him off, shoving him back like he's nothing. With a sickening crash, Daeun-ha hits the floor, Chul Woo-min towering over him, a picture of absolute dominance. Staring down, Chul Woo-min throws a taunt, calling him a same-sider to rub in the betrayal. The camera zooms in on Chul Woo-min's foot, a silent, menacing symbol of his total control. Daeun-ha's eyes go wide with pure shock, his brain short-circuiting from the sudden, brutal reality check. Chul Woo-min then casually reassures anyone watching, telling other guys to chill, like this whole beatdown is totally fine. He keeps walking, dropping a chilling decree, from now on, no members in Silim-dong will ever mess with him again. He's cementing his reign, right here, right now. Han Eun-sung, looking sharp, is totally over it, reflecting on how things have changed, and he's not feeling the heat anymore. But the classroom is buzzing with whispers, and Han Eun-sung is just chilling, asking if someone's in class 3, getting a shocked, "You too, back." Daeun-ha is totally wiped, slumped in his seat, sweat dripping as his mind tries to process everything that just went down. Then, his eyes shoot open, and it hits him like a truck, Han Eun-sung isn't even supposed to be in his class. So why was he just waiting for him? But that's not even the half of it, as a flashback hits him from a second period break, making him wonder why everything's so different now. Then, during the third period break, Han Eun-sung is just chilling with Chul Woo-min, Jaemin Shin, and another dude, looking totally relaxed. Lunchtime hits, and Daeun-ha is still stuck wondering, why is everything so weirdly quiet? He's just sitting there, all alone at his desk, surrounded by a creepy setup of phones and cameras, and it's dead silent. Nobody's forcing him into their messed up games anymore, and this has literally never happened before, leaving him totally on edge. This bizarre calm is the absolute weirdest part, as he just watches the classroom around him. The classroom, which used to be a chaotic hub of student life, now flashes in his mind as this super peaceful, almost zen space, with everyone just chilling or chatting. He remembers how chill the classroom used to be, especially at the start of a new semester, a total 180 from his current nightmare. Bam! A brutal hit lands, sending shockwaves through the classroom. The bullies are back, cornering an innocent student, tearing into him for his hobbies, because this isn't just school, it's a battleground for the weakest. They're not just picking on one person, they're sending a message. He watches, his eyes wide with a chilling realization of the true nature of this place. Another student is sent flying in the hallway, a shoe soaring through the air as the chaos escalates. Someone's down, groaning in agony. This isn't just bullying, it's a brutal fight for dominance, for who gets to rule the class. And now, Won-suk, the new king of Class 4, flexes his power, daring anyone to challenge him. He sees it all, the desperate scramble for power, the way some cling to the strong for protection. This isn't a school, it's a savage jungle, where only the strongest survive. He stands amidst the wild, a lone observer as a black panther takes down its prey, a visceral metaphor for the raw power struggles around him. A moment of quiet, a simple toilet sign. But then, a voice cuts through the silence, Ha Du-won, jolting him back to reality. Suddenly, Daeun-ha is confronted by none other than Shin Jae-min, who's absolutely stunned to see him. A sudden flashback hits Shin Jae-min, as he remembers the absolute shock of realizing Daeun-ha was actually at his school. He'd totally forgotten. The flashback intensifies, revealing Daeun-ha's devastating kick landing right on Shin Jae-min's head, sending him flying. Shin Jae-min figures Daeun-ha is still totally fuming about that karaoke showdown, especially as the memory ends with Daeun-ha looking absolutely terrifying. Snapping back to reality, Shin Jae-min quickly extends a hand to Daeun-ha, trying to play it cool and congratulate him on becoming Baramidong's rep. Daeun-ha just stares, so Shin Jae-min tries to break the ice, mentioning how close he seemed to Eun-sung, and awkwardly comparing it to their own bond with a nervous chuckle. Shin Jae-min points out how different Daeun-ha is acting now, then suddenly declares it's Numan worksheet time and even calls out Daeun-ha for not wearing a watch. With one last, slightly pathetic request, Shin Jae-min begs Daeun-ha to put in a good word with Eun-sung before making a hasty exit. Watching Shin Jae-min scurry off, Daeun-ha can't help but wonder, did he accidentally go too far with that kick? Later, in class, Daeun-ha just watches his classmates, a silent presence in a chaotic school scene. He ponders his strange power, the fact that just by existing, no one messes with him. Daeun-ha remembers Shin Jae-min's old ways, a flashback of him laying down the law, vowing that no one in Sillim-dong would ever get hurt again on his watch. His ultimate dream, a normal life, was finally within reach. All those old tools, the ones he used to rely on. Totally obsolete now. Living that normal school life, he should be absolutely ecstatic right now. Then, a sudden clatter on his desk snapped him out of it, making him ask, what in the world was this stuff? He remembered thinking the quest was all about taking down bullies, like that time he faced off against Shin Jae-min and his crew. Flashbacks hit him, a powerful stance, blue energy crackling, then a brutal punch landing square on a bloodied face. He was Ha Do-won Sunbae, the new rep, a big shot in Baramidong, and yeah, he even joined the bully council. The past and present clashed, making him seriously doubt the system's real agenda. Was it just manipulating him for some hidden scheme? He shook off the paranoia, only to be hit with a sudden, not playing games today. His eye practically popped out. Then, Arin popped up, all smiles, probably feeling sorry for his sad past, and then she just asked, wanna eat this? She held out a small, perfectly wrapped purple gift box with a blue ribbon, and he was like, is this actually a gift? Arin then spilled that she felt bad for not thanking him earlier, so this little gift was just a small thank you, and he, totally freaking out, was like, Arin, what are you doing? Don't tell me. His eyes went wide, a massive blush hitting his face as he finally got it, a gift from Arin. He let out a shocked, boohoo. Daeun-ha is absolutely floored, staring at this bizarre, shiny gift in his hands, thinking, is this even real? And when he finally opens it, he's met with a freaking live octopus. What even is this? His brain is short-circuiting, trying to process this wildness, and all he can think is, seriously, is this a dream? But Arin, standing right there, is totally serious, telling him she got it because he got messed up, and get this, live octopus is apparently a stamina booster. He's actually touched by the gesture. He's reaching for the box, a real smile breaking out as he says it's making his heart pound, and she's just glowing, thrilled he's into it. Then, out of nowhere, she just tells him to eat it, and get this, she says it's best eaten alive, which completely freaks him out. He's like, right now. Before he can even think about chowing down on a squirming octopus, a voice just cuts through his thoughts, and he snaps his head up, totally caught off guard. Some random student with wild red hair, rocking a black hoodie, is suddenly looming over him, demanding, play games for me. Daeun-ha is just like, what the heck? And without even waiting for a reply, the red-haired dude just casually dips his hand into Daeun-ha's pocket, snatching something before he can react. The weird red-haired guy just strolls off, giving Daeun-ha this creepy look over his shoulder, and Arin's like, do you even know that dude? But Daeun-ha's just frozen, watching him go, completely clueless. Suddenly, we're in a whole new place, a room with a sign that screams, darkroom. What's going on here? It's packed with cameras and lenses, all bathed in this eerie red light, and then the thought hits, someone's about to team up with another dude here. Eun-sung, you've seriously never pulled a stunt like this before, a voice exclaims. As the silver-haired man lounges back, cards fanned in his hand, looking utterly unbothered. Then challenges, curious why, before scoffing, nah, lol. You gotta figure that out yourself. Cut to the intense Kim Ji-jin, 18, and a Sillim-dong associate, flashing a confident smirk, safety glasses perched, ready for action. As the silver-haired man's fingers fly, shuffling the cards with lightning speed. A flashback hitting him of a past opponent who, instead of fighting back, just completely crumbled under pressure. He ponders if it was pure terror or a calculated act to disarm them, but ultimately decides, it was neither of the two. The memory focuses on those terrified eyes, wide with absolute dread. His whole body shaking uncontrollably, clearly staring down something terrifying, making him wonder, if you're saying that, isn't it a fluke? Kim Ji-jin, pulling off his glasses, confirms with a knowing grin, oh yeah, I felt it at the assembly meeting. Ha Do-won is packing some serious heat. The silver-haired man, from behind Kim Ji-jin, presses him, so you're teaming up with him because of that special power, only for Kim Ji-jin to snap back, not that, with a dismissive, TSK. He then shuts down the conversation, declaring, alright, enough talk. Just keep that in mind for now. It's way more entertaining to see him live, up close and personal. Back in class, Arin's eyes are glued to Do-won, a worried expression on her face. Elsewhere, a subtle thump-thump of footsteps sounds, as someone clutches a phone, its screen a void. Back in the classroom, Chulwa looms over Do-won, who's practically passed out on his desk, barking at him to get up. Do-won's mind is on fire, furious at the interruption, thinking, how dare they mess with my time with Arin, and then, wait, is class 3 always this quiet? Meanwhile, Kim Ji-jin is chilling on a couch, drink in hand, just watching the drama unfold. He gets handed a paper, a soft rustle in the air, and just shrugs, yeah, this is probably all because of him. A sly grin spreads across Ji-jin's face as he thinks about Sun Sung-woo, that jerk, and then it hits him, wait, he's in Do-won's class too. Heh heh heh. His silver-haired buddy nods, yep, just like you said, boss, hinting that things are about to get fun, especially with Do-won sprawled on the floor, phone just out of reach. The associate looks shocked, didn't Eun-sung tell you anything, as Do-won, gripping his phone, shouts, I'm Ha Do-won, alright, and then internally screams about not wanting Arin to see him like this. Suddenly, a terrifying message pops up on the screen, a cold warning, telling him to play his own games if he doesn't want to end up dead, with a sneaky little note about telling Eun-sung. Do-won's jaw drops, his eyes bugging out in pure terror, and get this, a tiny, squirming octopus is now chilling on his head. He shoves the phone forward, the chilling message still burning on the screen. Suddenly, a new player enters the scene. It's So Sung-woo, an 18-year-old powerhouse from the Gwanake District Bully Council, and he's not here to play nice, demanding attention with a sharp, hey, you. His face contorts into a snarl, and he doubles down on the aggression, his voice dripping with pure menace, what did you just say to me? This guy's clearly a big deal, an associate from Bangcheon-dong, and he means business. A student with fiery red hair is caught in a tense moment, head down, as a chilling voice cuts through the classroom, demanding his attention. The words hit like a hammer, a direct challenge to his existence. Slowly, he raises his head, his dark eyes burning with a defiant spark, a small mole beneath his left eye a stark detail on his tense face. Sun Sung-woo, looming over his victim, doubles down on the taunts, his sneering face a picture of contempt as he mocks the other's senses. Fists clenching, the red-haired student fights back a surge of rage, silently damning the bully who dares to mock him. But Sun Sung-woo isn't done, pulling out his phone with a sinister grin, threatening to spill secrets to Eun-sung and escalate the torment. The name hits like a shockwave, and the red-haired student visibly recoils, his defiance crumbling under the weight of the threat. His eye snaps open, wide with sheer terror, a silent, desperate plea echoing in the air. All fight drains from him, leaving only a single, broken word. And just like that, his phone is surrendered, the silent exchange a stark symbol of his utter defeat. The classroom is empty, but a voice cuts through the silence, shocked that someone didn't like something they could have just asked about. But the red-haired student, still looking totally defeated, tries to act tough, shouting that he obviously didn't like it, then immediately backtracking with a weak offer of forgiveness. Ha Do-won, watching it all unfold, lets out a huge sigh of relief, a little blob of joy literally popping onto his head as he thinks, why was I even stressed? But his mind quickly snaps back to the real mission, he's gotta show Arin his supermanly side, no matter what. Just then, a mini-drama explodes behind him, with two girls going at it, one yelling about why the other keeps crashing her classroom, and the other firing back that she's gonna snatch first place. That sudden noise makes him jump, a sweat drop forming as he stares, totally caught off guard. Out of nowhere, the speaker blares to life, telling all second-year students to go eat, and Ha Do-won's mind immediately races to Arin. A deep blush spreads across his face as he gets lost in a fantasy, dreaming about what could happen if he just went for it, right now. He's standing right next to the still depressed red-haired kid, but all he can think about is scoring a lunch date with Arin. His inner monologue is going wild, totally convinced that since they're close now, this is his big chance. But just as he's about to make his move and find her, bam. A hand snatches his waist from behind, totally derailing his romantic scheme. Wham! A sudden grab, and his eyes go wide, totally caught off guard. He peeks from behind the lockers, hearing a frantic shout, Do-won, wait. A random student, looking totally freaked out, lunges forward, hand reaching out like he's trying to stop a train. But then, bam. The student whips his head around, shocked to see a red-haired dude in a black hoodie, just strolling off like nothing happened. Meanwhile, the red-haired guy just keeps on cruising down the hallway, past the cafeteria, totally chill while everyone else is probably freaking out. He's got that swagger, hands in his pockets, and everyone else just clears the path for him. He walks right into the packed cafeteria, stands there, and just OWNS the room, everyone's eyes on him. Suddenly, a blur of motion and a flurry of footsteps. Someone's hauling serious butt. Won-suk, all muscle and intensity, stares down a wall that's clearly just taken a beating, leaving a massive impact mark. Back to the red-haired guy in the cafeteria, still the center of attention, and everyone's wondering what his deal is. Suddenly, a buff, brown-haired student with a cocky grin steps up, calling out, "Yo, you a second year, right?" He keeps going, laying down the law, "I'm a third year, so we eat first. And to all you second years in the back, don't even think about complaining if we eat at all." The red-haired student has Ha-Do-won pinned against the door, his voice cutting through the silence as he shouts, "Hello. Where are you?" A smug grin spreads across his face as he reveals his scheme, bragging about blocking the entrance and how the head student teacher is busy, giving them a free pass to cut the lines. Total power move. Then, he turns his attention to Ha-Do-won, calling him, "the wallet," before quickly correcting to Ji-han, demanding to know what he's doing in their territory. In the classroom, Ha-Do-won, unfazed by the confrontation, coolly reminds the red-haired student that he's in class 3-2, and even sits right behind him. Oh, the irony. After the tense encounter, Ha-Do-won is still processing the danger, when Won-suk warns him to be careful. Ha-Do-won, confused, asks, "Be careful of what?" Won-suk then drops a name, So Sung-woo, asking Ha-Do-won if he seriously has no idea who that is. Ha-Do-won shrugs off the question, confessing he's clueless about the school because he spent his entire first year just gaming. Won-suk pauses, mulling over whether So Sung-woo comes across as a bad guy. He quickly clarifies that So Sung-woo isn't your typical bully, he doesn't just pick on people for no reason, and he couldn't care less about the class pecking order. Won-suk elaborates, saying So Sung-woo is practically unprovocable, making Ha-Do-won wonder, "Huh? Then he's not problematic." But then, Won-suk drops the bombshell, "There's one thing, one moment that makes So Sung-woo do a complete 180. It's when someone dares to cut in front of him." Ha-Do-won spins around, locking eyes with a fiery red-haired student who immediately gets in his face, challenging his very gaze. The red-haired student doesn't back down, doubling down on the disrespect, questioning if Ha-Do-won has a problem with the hierarchy. But Ha-Do-won, cool as ice, throws the ultimate challenge back, "Are you faster than me?" The red-haired student just laughs, raising his hand in a dismissive gesture, convinced his speed is unmatched. But before the words even leave his mouth, Ha-Do-won unleashes a lightning-fast punch, connecting squarely with the student's jaw. The force of the blows sends the red-haired student flying, his body a mere blur as he's launched across the corridor. Ha-Do-won barely flinches, a bead of sweat the only sign of effort, as the now furious student roars a death threat. The red-haired student charges again, a blur of pure rage, but Ha-Do-won is faster, intercepting him with a brutal kick to the gut. And just like that, the student is airborne once more, sent soaring through the air as Ha-Do-won remains a picture of unyielding power. Ha-Do-won's kick lands with brutal force, sending So Sung-woo flying back, the sheer impact echoing through the hallway. His mind absolutely blown, So Sung-woo can't even process what just happened, a desperate fuck tearing from his throat as he realizes he's completely outmatched. He's getting absolutely clobbered, unable to even graze Ha-Do-won, the question of how anyone could be this fast screaming in his head. Sweat pours down his face, his eyes bulging with pure, unadulterated fear and shock. Ha-Do-won looms over the utterly crushed So Sung-woo, dropping a chilling line that cuts deeper than any punch, "If you're faster than I am." Ha-Do-won's movements are just a flash, a mind-bending display of speed that leaves everyone stunned. Meanwhile, a crowd of students watches from afar, their jaws on the floor, absolutely terrified by the raw power on display. So Sung-woo's hand, now covered in blood, twitches on the cold floor, the crushing realization, "You're not even faster than I am," sealing his humiliation. So Sung-woo, now on his knees with blood streaming down his face, gets hit with the ultimate verbal knockout from Ha-Do-won, "And you fucking cut in front of me?" His face is a mangled mess of pain and utter bewilderment, blood dripping from his mouth as he stares into nothingness, completely broken. Ha-Do-won's knuckles are raw and bleeding, his internal monologue a single, explosive thought, "Fucking bastard." With one last, powerful step, Ha-Do-won casually strolls away from the wreckage, leaving the utterly humiliated students in his dust. The hallway is silent, save for a nervous gulp, as two students stand frozen, their eyes wide with disbelief at the sheer brutality they just witnessed. The school day wraps up, the building bathed in the setting sun, and the students spill out, some groaning about class, others hyped for karaoke. But the whispers aren't about homework, they're about the beatdown, with students debating if Ha-Do-won's speed pride was really worth it, or if he just went completely overboard. Meanwhile, in a classroom, Chul Woo-min, with his fiery red hair, shrugs, admitting he's mostly in the dark, but drops a bombshell about a rumor from Ha-Do-won's middle school track and field days. Strolling through the school, Ha-Do-won gets a heads up from a worried peer, a stark warning to watch his back. Everyone knows the deal, he's usually chill, but cut him off, and he flips a switch, turning into an absolute hothead, making peace impossible. A sinister grin creeps onto Ha Duwan's face as he processes the thought, a quiet, his only response. Suddenly, a tiny jar of salt water, hidden in a pocket, starts bubbling and splashing, signaling that something major is about to go down. He thinks, just don't cut him off, and I'm safe, right? This school year is already looking like a nightmare. Then, a sharp ding cuts through the air, snapping Ha Duwan's attention, his jaw dropping as a glowing blue quest window pops up right in front of him. The quest, full sprint, hits him hard, run up right now and pass So Sung-woo, with only 10 minutes on the clock. He's completely floored, thinking, no way, that's freaking impossible. He glares at So Sung-woo and the others in the distance, a storm brewing inside him, exploding, damn it. Why is this happening to me again? We were having a good day. Ha Duwan is hit with another system shocker. A new quest, full sprint, pops up, demanding he sprint and pass So Sung-woo in just 10 minutes, and he's left wondering what fresh chaos this will unleash. He instantly shuts down the idea of a brawl, realizing that's not the main event here. To avoid a quest fail, he had to track down So Sung-woo, and fast. The city street was a blur of activity, a sea of faces and hurried steps. Eyes darting through the throng, he spotted a familiar face down a tight alley, and a desperate plea for help cut through the noise. It was none other than So Sung-woo, his face a mess of dirt and blood, glasses shattered, crying out for someone, anyone, to help him. Ha Duwan's hand shot out, a soft, I'm sorry barely audible, as if he somehow caused this mess. Still dazed, So Sung-woo blurted out that he was just trying to make it to his tutor on time. Dropping to his knees, he grabbed Ha Duwan's leg, begging for mercy, swearing he didn't see him and it was all an accident, over and over again. So Sung-woo's apologies ignited something primal in Ha Duwan, his hair blazing crimson, a fierce challenge erupting from him about who was truly faster. Then, a jolt of understanding hit him, his eyes snapping wide in pure shock, the rage momentarily forgotten. A red backpack lay forgotten on the pavement, a casualty of the sudden, intense confrontation. A red backpack, abandoned and forgotten, tells a grim story on the grimy alley floor, hinting at a brutal confrontation. Then, a hand reaches out, snatching the backpack with a soft rustle, as heavy footsteps reverberate through the tight corridor. The footsteps draw closer to an intense, blinding light at the corridor's end, unveiling the brutal aftermath of an attack. Suddenly, Ha Duwan emerges into the light, his back to us, staring down at So Sung-woo, who sprawled on the ground, his backpack tossed aside. So Sung-woo lets out a guttural groan, his face a mess of bruises and blood, tears streaming, a desperate ugh, tearing from his throat. He collapses further, whimpering, his muffled ugh and sob echoing the sheer agony he's enduring. Then, a hand offers a pristine handkerchief, a voice coolly declaring that a man shouldn't cry over something like this, commanding him to wipe it off. So Sung-woo snaps his head up, shocked, then quickly grabs the handkerchief, muttering a thank you, only for the man's voice to cut through the air, hey, you. Ha Duwan's eyes burn with an intense focus, his mind consumed by a raw, primal want. A desire that threatens to overwhelm him. He drops to a knee before the battered boy, his face a mask of intensity, and then, the chilling question, revenge? Back on his feet, Ha Duwan turns from So Sung-woo, his gaze fixed on a holographic system screen, his inner voice screaming for revenge, but a bitter truth follows, but I don't have the power to do so. A chilling time remaining 2 minutes flashes on the system screen, as he's consumed by this old feeling, a haunting echo of his past, a time when he was something more. Ha Duwan hears that mocking voice again, calling him a loser, and it hits him hard, igniting a powerful, burning feeling deep inside his chest. He flashes back to standing over a brutalized So Sung-woo, the bully's words ringing in his ears, mocking the poor guy, telling him to chill because he was just a loser anyway. Staring at So Sung-woo's terrified, bloody face, a fierce resolve ignites within him, a promise that from this moment on, no one would ever get away with that kind of behavior again. He makes a silent, ironclad vow, that he would absolutely crush anyone who dared to cause that kind of suffering. The memory is so intense, so gut-wrenching, that he feels physically ill, like he's about to puke, his hand gripping a set of keys so tight his knuckles whiten. Rewind 6 days, as the sun dipped below the horizon, a casual, well, take care, was uttered, little knowing the storm brewing beneath the surface. Flushing bright red, Dowen-ha stammered out a response, yeah, you too, Si-yun, the tension was palpable. Then, a sudden chime cut through the night, and he was locked onto a mysterious, glowing blue screen, a giant question mark hanging in the digital air. The screen blazed with victory, screaming, finally cleared it. Quest, the boy, becomes a man. Complete. And his mind was absolutely blown. His mind spiraled, a torrent of disbelief and self-loathing, muttering, what man? I became a bully, you bastard, the irony was crushing. Another chime, and the system kept going. You have cleared a total of 8 chain quests. Calculating reward points. Quest reward has been awarded. He was utterly flabbergasted, huh? His eyes bugged out in pure, unadulterated shock, a primal scream tearing from his throat. The truth slammed into him like a freight train, his face a mask of pure terror. This is. The game just got real. Boom. A system notification flashes, dropping a key bundle as a quest clear reward. But hold up, there's a catch, you gotta use all those keys back to back, no breaks. Our hero, Dawen Ha, is totally bugging out, staring at the screen, like, seriously? All this for me? Even though he crushed all those chain quests, he's still shocked. Then, another message pops up, basically saying, don't hoard these keys, dummy. Which, let's be real, he totally would have done. His heart's doing a drum solo as he sees the loot, a shiny gold key and 4 bronze keys. The system drops another bombshell, gold keys are random skill unlocks, but bronze keys? You get to pick your stat. Talk about a game changer. That gold key is practically screaming his name, making him wonder, should I pop this one first? Ding, a warning flashes, reminding him the bronze keys are all about his choice, his stats. This isn't some random lottery, this is strategic power. Then, the system drops the ultimate bombshell, use 1 key from the bundle, and poof. The rest are gone. This isn't just a reward, it's a high-stakes gamble, and he's gotta play it smart. He's mentally kicking himself, knowing he would have just spammed those keys if the system hadn't dropped that warning, dodging a major bullet thanks to the unexpected heads-up. The stat selection screen pops up, a buffet of power-ups, HP, MP, ATK, Def, SPT, AGI. Each choice promises a permanent boost, making this decision even more critical. This isn't just about getting stronger, it's about getting smarter with his power, and a fierce determination ignites in his gaze. He's got the ultimate cheat code, tailor his stats to his next opponent. But the urge to just use them is almost unbearable, a primal scream of, URGGH, echoing in his mind as he fights to keep his cool. His hands are literally shaking, a battle between impulse and strategy playing out in his grip, but he forces himself to hold back, saving that power for when it truly counts. Right after he makes the tough call, the system drops another bomb, next quest in 2 minutes. The clock is ticking, and the pressure is officially on. Elsewhere, a hushed conversation hints at a looming threat, one voice probing for a rival's weakness, while another scoffs, convinced that such a powerhouse couldn't possibly have a flaw. Clutching the keys, he curses under his breath, the street echoing with his agitated steps. He bolts, his footsteps a frantic drumbeat against the concrete. His heart hammers like a war drum, pure panic etched across his face. Time is running out. His heart feels like it's going to explode from the pressure. He dives into an alley, but bam. A glowing, active skill window pops up right in front of him. He's gotta use these keys now, but secretly. Gold key first, no hesitation. The system interface blazes with a blue glow, and he's practically begging for a game-changing skill. It's Blind Spot Strike. A lightning-fast active skill that costs 20 mana and hits enemies where they're weakest. Yes. A low mana cost skill. He might not even need to use it right away. He's sweating bullets, remembering the brutal catch, gold key skills are one and done. Even with a cheap skill, his mana pool is practically empty. The glowing window just rubs it in. Then, a stroke of genius. He grabs a bronze key, realizing he can use it to unlock a mana point and fix his mana problem. Boom. A system notification explodes into view, confirming a massive stat unlock as his mana points skyrocket by a full 100. Leaving Dawen Ha absolutely stunned, but he quickly snaps back to reality, a sharp click echoing as he practically screams at the system, demanding to know what's next. His mind is already in overdrive, calculating his next move with those 3 remaining keys, and a memory flashes of a former track and field member, a true speed demon. The flashback ignites, showing a red-haired blur of a figure, all speed and agility, effortlessly dodging 2 other students in a training session that looks more like a chase. But then, in a shocking turn, the red-haired student is suddenly on the ground, an unseen force sending him sprawling, a raw burst of energy exploding around him. That memory solidifies his conviction, this key is absolutely for a speed-type ability, and he's going all in, no holding back. With his decision made, a dazzling blue portal rips open in the quiet night, a metallic clanking sound echoing as it manifests with raw power. Switching gears, across town, a bus roars away, its powerful engine fading into the urban hum. Suddenly, a female student, absolutely pushing her limits, is seen tearing down the street, her frantic footsteps a relentless rhythm against the concrete. Then, out of nowhere, a sharp impact rings out, a mini explosion of dust and debris erupting from the ground. The girl whips her head around, a quick, sorry, bursting from her, before she's off again, her pounding footsteps resuming their frantic beat. Meanwhile, completely oblivious to the chaos, a red-haired male student just casually strolls away, his vibrant red backpack a stark contrast against his dark hoodie, heading into the sunset. A female student barely makes her bus, letting out a huge sigh of relief as she scrambles inside. Her legs still pumping from the dash, a soft thud marking her successful entry. She quickly thanks the driver, now standing next to a red-haired guy. Then, in a flash, a sudden, powerful grab. The red-haired student, Dowen-ha, has her in his grip, leaving her totally confused by the sudden move. Suddenly, a system notification blares, screaming, "Quest, full sprint cleared." Just like that, Dowen-ha walks away, leaving the girl on the pavement as the bus rolls on. His eyes blaze with an intense blue glow, power surging through him. Elsewhere, a black-haired student with a creepy grin asks, "You'll forgive me if I apologize." Back to Dowen-ha, another system message pops up, blaring, "Chain quest has appeared." He curses, "Fuck," as the quest reveals its objective, full sprint, defeat the monster. The system drops the bomb, his target is So Sung-woo. This is exactly what he was dreading. Fine, he thinks, accepting the challenge, and with a massive burst of blue energy, he's ready for the fight of his life. No turning back now. If this fight is unavoidable, he's going to hit first and hit hard. Power surging, he blurs into action, a streak of blue light as he unleashes his first devastating move. His attack connects with pinpoint accuracy, triggering a blind spot strike that absolutely rocks his foe. Even with the perfect hit, a worried expression flashes across his face, sensing the immense power of his enemy. He unleashes a brutal follow-up punch, muttering, "First strike always wins," as Sung-woo lets out a pained, "Ugh." But from the depths of the impact, Sung-woo roars, "You fucker," his rage boiling over. With eyes burning red, Sung-woo's face twists into a terrifying snarl, ready to unleash hell. That's fucking scary, he thinks, and makes a tactical retreat, planning to hit him with another sucker punch. Mid-retreat, he's already plotting his next sucker punch against the enraged foe. But before he can even think about it, Sung-woo strikes back with blinding speed, catching him completely by surprise. A lightning-fast grab locks onto his shoulder from behind, and he's hit with the shocking realization, his enemy is already right there. Before he can even blink, a blur of motion connects, and the world explodes in a flash of impact. He's launched into the air, a devastating kick sending him flying, the sheer power of the hit ripping through him. He slams into the ground with a choked cry, gasping for air as his relentless foe stands triumphant above him. This is the power of blind spot, instant recovery after a hit, a low mana cost strike that deals less damage but keeps the pressure on. He springs back up, eyes blazing with rage, so Sung-woo snarls at his attacker, his voice dripping with venom as he challenges the identity of his relentless foe. But then, a burst of electric blue energy erupts around Sung-woo as he charges, a desperate, blindingly fast counterattack unleashed. But Dowen-ha is a step ahead, unleashing a brutal, blind spot strike 3 combo that rips through Sung-woo's defense, a relentless barrage he plans to spam until victory. Watching his attacks land with brutal efficiency, Dowen-ha can't help but smirk, knowing his speed is on another level compared to this guy. That blind spot strike was insane, making him feel like a total assassin, but this guy just won't quit, which is seriously unexpected. So Sung-woo is left gasping, coughing, and clutching his gut from the brutal combo, while Dowen-ha just stands there, cool as ice, surveying his handiwork. Even through the agony, a spark ignites in Sung-woo's eyes, a defiant thought that he still has a real shot at winning this. So Sung-woo, battered but not broken, feels a primal rage ignite, his fists clenching as he declares this whole situation is absolutely infuriating. But before he can even think, Dowen-ha unleashes a lightning-fast, brutal kick, sending Sung-woo flying back with a bone-jarring BAM. Stumbling back, Sung-woo's eyes lock onto Dowen-ha's backpack, a chilling thought flashing through his mind, what exactly is this guy hauling around that could be slowing him down? Dowen-ha, however, just stares back, a hint of surprise in his eyes, wondering how this guy is still standing after all that. But then, out of nowhere, Sung-woo explodes forward, his fist blazing with a fierce blue energy, landing a solid hit that makes Dowen-ha cry out in pain. That blue energy around Sung-woo's fist just keeps getting stronger, pulsating with pure, unadulterated power as he goes all in. The sheer force of the blow sends Dowen-ha crashing to the ground, his body momentarily paralyzed by the shockwave. But he snaps back, eyes blazing with a mix of shock and pure resolve, because this fight? It's just getting started. Then, in an instant, Dowen-ha explodes into action, a whirlwind of lightning-fast punches slamming into Sung-woo, his movements a terrifying blur of pure, unadulterated aggression. Sung-woo lets out a guttural cry, his face already a mess of bruises and blood, completely overwhelmed by the sheer, brutal power of the counterattack. Dowen-ha just keeps coming, a blur of motion that leaves Sung-woo absolutely stunned, a single thought screaming in his head, how is he this fast now? Was that heavy backpack actually holding him back this whole time? Because now, his true speed is finally unleashed. Even as he's getting pummeled, Sungwoo's rage flares, his eyes blazing as he spits out, "Say it again, you fucking bastard." But before he can even finish, bam. Another lightning-fast hit rocks his world, the force practically ripping through him. Dawen Ha, a total speed demon, doesn't let up, launching into a brutal mid-air kick. It's like he's moving in fast forward. And just like that, Sungwoo is sent flying, crashing hard to the ground with a desperate, "URGH." It's game over, folks. His face is a mess of blood and bruises, eyes wide with pure terror and shock. He knows it's absolutely, completely over. His brain is on overdrive, trying to process the impossible speed he just faced, like, how many times did this guy just zip past him? Lying there, he can't help but challenge Dawen Ha, "Did you use your skills? I never saw this back at school, you scum." Dawen Ha just lets out a quiet, "Fuck." As if he's already over this whole thing. His eye, bloodshot and terrified, mirrors Dawen Ha's form as he frantically thinks, "No way I can dodge that. What if my mana runs dry?" He's still on the floor, mind racing. How do I even deal with a guy that fast? When Dawen Ha's voice snaps him back to reality with a casual, "Hey." Dawen Ha's inner thoughts are wild. He admits he has zero fighting knowledge, but then casually weighs his options for Sungwoo, coma, or paralyzed. Then, with a look of almost innocent confusion, he stares down at Sungwoo, and asks him to pick his poison. Sungwoo, blood dripping from his mouth, teeth clenched in agony, can only force out a single, defiant word, "Fuck." This is it. The stakes are through the roof, and he's not even sure if his next move will land, but there's no turning back now. But before Dawen Ha can even think, Sungwoo, looking like a total madman, screams and charges right back, absolutely refusing to go down. Sungwoo's coming in hot, and Dawen Ha knows he's gotta pull out the big guns, activating his ultimate move, the devastating, blind spot strike 3 combo. Then, bam. Dawen Ha explodes into action, a whirlwind of blue energy and lightning-fast strikes, leaving Sungwoo completely lost, like, what even is this attack? A lightning-fast kick lands, a total blur that Sungwoo can barely register, thinking it's just some cheap shot, some kind of trickery. But Dawen Ha's face is stone cold, his eyes burning with intensity as he makes it clear that those old tricks are totally useless now. He winds up for another blow, a menacing hum of power building around him, basically telling Sungwoo that nothing he tries is gonna faze him. And then, crack. A brutal impact echoes, another hit connecting hard. The final kick from Dawen Ha smashes right into Sungwoo's face, sending him flying back, a total knockout blow. But wait, what? Dawen Ha's totally thrown off by Sungwoo's reaction, remembering his own words, like, did that even hit? He replays the whole thing in his head, realizing it wasn't some super speed attack, just a deceptively slow swing. But then, the ultimate shocker. Sungwoo, with blood dripping from his nose and clearly beaten, just stands there, a terrifying, evil grin spreading across his face, his eyes practically glowing with pure menace. After that insane beatdown, Dawen Ha's brain was already in overdrive, connecting everything back to the action fighting game genres he'd mastered, because the ultimate rule for victory wasn't just about power, it was about strategy. He knew the secret, a perfectly timed slow strike, slipped right between rapid-fire attacks, and then, bam. A massive hit after a flurry of smaller ones, totally faking out his enemy. This was the ultimate feint, the mind game that could flip any fight on its head. Every single thing he knew about fighting came from games, and he was going all in on that gamble. His face, a mess of bruises and blood, screamed pure determination, as he tried to wrap his head around how things had just gone down. He couldn't help but think, wait, it actually worked. That thought hit him hard, especially after he'd just leveled up. He stared at his glowing stats, the undeniable proof of his grind. He pulsed with a subtle, growing power, and it hit him, he'd been totally wrong, thinking he couldn't pull off moves like this. He used to think speed was everything, but now, something way bigger was going down. Then, a sweet system chime. Stat unlocked, attack up by 10, then another 10. He was getting seriously buffed. A smirk played on his lips as he realized, thank goodness I dumped all my points into attack instead of agility. His fists were about to become legendary. His fist tightened, practically humming with raw power, his attack stat now a monstrous 31, proving his build was absolutely busted. His mind racing, he knew the stakes were absolutely massive, and he had to lock in. Then, in a flash of crimson hair and pure adrenaline, he exploded into action, delivering a lightning-fast strike that ripped through the air. He had to stay focused, treating this brutal brawl like the ultimate boss fight, no matter how insane it seemed. The impact was brutal, sending Sungwoo flying, his face exploding with blood as pure agony contorted his features. A primal roar echoed in his mind, a burning promise, he would never lose. This isn't just a brawl, it's a game, and Dawen Ha is ready to play, squaring off against his foe. Even with a bloodied face, his mind is sharp, declaring, the first thing I need to do is analyze the enemy's pattern. From the way he Was fighting, he realizes, unleashing a devastating, blue-charged punch that connects with a shocking impact. His opponent tries to retaliate, but Dawanha is too quick, effortlessly dodging the incoming strike. He's already strategizing, thinking, and follow up with a fast punch right away. A fierce humph escapes him as he expertly deflects a blow. His internal mantra echoes, first, be careful not to get hit in the face. Open a chance. Just as he braced for a counterattack, a lightning-fast kick exploded into him, sending a shockwave of pain through the young fighter. The brutal impact ripped through the air, as the assailant's foot recoiled with incredible speed. He was launched violently backward, a blinding flash and a shower of debris marking the sheer force of the blow. Sent flying, he crashed hard onto the unforgiving ground. Above him, the red-haired menace landed with a thunderous stomp, a clear declaration of his absolute dominance. A cruel smirk spread across the kicker's face as he sneered, "You can never win against me." Sprawled on the cold pavement, Dawanha's body was momentarily paralyzed, his mind racing. He struggled to focus, his vision blurring through the blood and dirt, a chilling realization hitting him: this guy wasn't a brawler, he was a specialist, a track and field monster whose kicks were his ultimate weapon. Clutching his throbbing head, a cold sweat broke out as he gasped. His hand gripping the rough asphalt, Dawanha knew he couldn't afford to let this fight drag on any longer. Just as he tried to formulate a plan, the red-haired brute leaned in, a chilling taunt echoing, "My head's as hard as a fucking rock, bastard." Even after all that, Dawanha's spirit isn't broken. He's locked in, his mind screaming, "I'm going in fast. Keep swinging." He explodes into action, a blur of motion, blue energy sparking as he charges straight at his opponent. A powerful blow lands, his fist smashing into the red-haired fighter's face with a sickening crunch. But before he can even react, the red-haired menace counters with a lightning-fast kick, a burst of blue energy exploding as it connects brutally with Dawanha's head. The impact is devastating, his face contorting in agony, already a mess of blood and bruises. The red-haired fighter stares down, a flicker of disbelief in his gaze, muttering about the clean hit, but clearly wondering how his opponent is still standing. But then, a sudden move. His hand gets snagged, trapped in a desperate hold, followed by a massive explosion of force as he tries to break free. He rips his hand free and unleashes another brutal kick, shouting, "What are you doing?" as it connects. The relentless assault continues, his face a bloody mess, each hit pushing him closer to the brink. The red-haired fighter goes for the kill, unleashing a barrage of punches, mocking, "Did you think such an obvious feint like that would work again?" And then, another brutal kick, sending Dawanha flying, a desperate cry escaping his lips. The world blurs and spins, the sheer power of the attack threatening to knock him out cold. His eyes blazing with a terrifying red glow, the red-haired opponent unleashes a chilling declaration, "There's no holding back now, you fucker." Meanwhile, Dawanha is absolutely decimated, sprawled out on the cold ground, his body completely unresponsive after that devastating blow. He lets out a gut-wrenching cough, his face a mask of pure agony as he fights just to draw a single breath. Was that chin shot too much? His body is completely locked up, leaving him totally helpless. The red-haired menace slowly stalks forward, his footsteps a death knell echoing towards the downed Dawanha. Dawanha's mind is in overdrive, frantically searching for any way out, and then, boom. A blind spot strike skill window pops up right in front of him. His health is practically gone, a brutal truth he has to face head-on. He's at a terrifying 92 HP out of 1,000. Knowing HP and MP only regenerate during sleep, he's got to pull off a miracle with what little he has left. His MP is barely clinging on at 40 out of 300, which means he's got just 2 more skill uses before he's completely out. The blind spot strike skill window reveals its power, a 20 mana cost, a lightning-fast attack designed to exploit an enemy's critical blind spot. Dawanha's eye snaps open, the glowing skill window reflected in its depths, just as the red-haired opponent's taunting voice slices through the air, demanding to know what he's staring at. Before he can even process it, the red-haired fighter unleashes a vicious soccer kick, sending him flying back yet again. The red-haired opponent's kick lands with a devastating impact, a blue energy shockwave erupting from the ground. He's relentless, following up with another lightning-fast strike, a blur of pure aggression. Dawanha hits the dirt hard, the force of the blow sending him sprawling, but in that moment of impact, a new skill, blind spot strike, ignites in his mind. The red-haired youth looms over him, a chilling declaration echoing, "My Achilles heel." Dawanha's face, a mask of blood and agony, twists with a desperate resolve. He furiously processes the system's data, comparing the blind spot strike's low mana cost and precise blind spot attack to the Falcon Drop's brute force kick. The crucial detail, blind spot strike never specified where it would hit, sparking a dangerous, game-changing idea in his battered mind. Then, a sudden, explosive burst of blue energy engulfs his arm, the skill activating with raw power as he makes his move. He realizes the skill isn't just for his fingertips, it's his entire arm, blazing with intense, focused energy. This is it. His one shot, his final, desperate play to turn the tables. His empowered hand shoots out, aiming directly for the unsuspecting opponent's blind spot. This is his absolute last chance to win, and he's found the perfect, unexpected way to do it. The red-haired opponent's gaze locks on, a chilling intensity in his eyes as he gears up to absolutely decimate his foe. No mercy, no hesitation, he explodes forward, unleashing a lightning-fast strike that absolutely rocks Dawen-ha. Dawen-ha tries to put up a defense, but it's too late, the hit lands hard, leaving him busted and bleeding as his opponent just keeps coming. Then, a monstrous kick connects, blasting Dawen-ha off his feet and launching him across the area. He's airborne, a mere streak against the pavement as he's sent flying. Then, a brutal impact as Dawen-ha slams into the ground, a guttural urgh ripping from him as the dust cloud explodes. The sheer, raw power of that fall cracks the very ground beneath him, leaving a jagged, broken mess where he hit. But even as he's down and out, a game-changing realization hits him, he should have unleashed that blind spot strike from the jump. And just like that, the red-haired opponent, who was just dominating, is now completely stunned, a look of pure shock plastered on his face. Flashback. A younger Dawen-ha on the track, a burning ambition echoing in his mind, he had to be the fastest, no matter what. For the red-haired kid, it was simple, a brutal truth burned into his soul, first place or nothing. Even with a trophy in hand and a coach's praise, the pressure was crushing. Stuck on the second-place podium, medal hanging heavy, his eyes weren't on his own prize, but burning holes into the guy who took first. Because when he didn't win, things got ugly fast. His hand shook, gripping a water bottle, the terror of losing making him tremble uncontrollably. Back in the lonely silence of his room, those brutal memories still clawed at him. A furious voice screamed in his head, roaring why he'd lost to that bastard, yet again. He'd suffer his father's beatings all night long, a brutal price for anything less than first place. His father, a track legend in his own right, had hammered this savage mindset into him. The words still echoed, cutting deeper than any punch, I told you to get first, not second. It's worthless if it's not first place. Broken trophies and medals littered the floor, grim reminders of his father's own glory days, a man who dominated, never settling for anything less than first. But then a sudden car accident crippled him, leaving him a seething, bitter wreck, screaming, are you ignoring me because I'm a cripple? His face twisted in pure agony, he'd rage against his destiny, screaming, damn it, if only that accident never happened. It was the crash that stole his track dreams, and now his son had to pay the price. A chilling voice rings out, a command burned into Sungwoo's very soul, he has to finish what his father couldn't, carrying the weight of a shattered dream. His father, a broken figure on crutches, hobbles out, but not before dropping a verbal bomb, a chilling ultimatum, don't you dare disappoint me again. Ever. Driven by that relentless pressure, the kid fought and clawed his way through every single day. He pushed himself to the absolute limit, running until he puked his guts out, and his training bags. Always packed with sand, just to make it even harder. But even after pouring his entire soul into it, the kid, medal around his neck, bib number 035 on his chest, still looked haunted, his eyes reflecting a deep, unspoken struggle. And after every single race, it was the same old story, nothing changed. That elusive first-place finish. It felt impossibly far, a mountain he could never climb. Then, a dark whisper slithered into his mind, just give up already. But then, his father's face flashes, twisted in pure agony, a raw confession of his own failure, a choked, damn it, if only. That devastating accident that crushed his father's entire world, that single, defining moment, it was the spark that ignited this whole twisted saga. Standing on the track, watching a rival with a medal, he's got that look in his eye, the one that says he's just cracked the code, found the ultimate solution to dominate the competition. Fast forward to a different night, under the eerie city glow, the vibe completely changes to a dark, empty street. And there he is, the red-haired opponent, facing off against Sungwoo, who's totally confused, asking why he's been dragged out to this sketchy place. Sungwoo tries to talk, but bam. He's cut off by a sudden, unseen blow, a massive hit that sends him flying. Sungwoo flashes this super creepy smile, and then, boom. A bone-jarring hit rips through the silence. Then, the red-haired opponent's voice cuts through the air, a total power move, declaring that if anyone's faster than him, they literally don't exist. But then, wham! He's blasted backward, blood exploding from the hit, his body twisting in the air as he screams his insane philosophy again. His inner voice just keeps going, a dark, twisted resolve burning in his eyes, promising to absolutely wreck anyone who even thinks about getting ahead of him. His face, now a bloody mess, twists into a snarl of pure rage and pain, as he screams that he's still number one, cursing the living daylights out of his rival. But Sungwoo, also covered in blood, glares back with an unbreakable stare, his own belief unshaken as he declares himself the absolute fastest. The brutal memory just vanishes, leaving behind nothing but a heavy, violent silence. Suddenly, a harsh, older voice cuts in, with a shot of a hand clutching a wooden block, bragging about putting someone in a coma, a terrifying echo of the father's dark past. The red-haired opponent, gripping a brick, is consumed by his past, haunted by the memory of his father's abandonment. But his mind quickly snaps to another, a black-haired figure, as he seethes, remembering how everything went sideways because of that one bastard. Even after the brutal beatdown, he walked away scot-free, all thanks to that ridiculous teenager protection law. Looming over the broken Dawen-ha, he couldn't help but wonder, just how crazy was this whole thing going to get. Suddenly, a hooded Dawen-ha twitches, a silent question echoing in the tension. Then, a critical memory flashes. One of the absolute most important elements to dominate in games was this yellow bottle, just sitting there next to a backpack. His mind is a whirlwind of strategy, a tiny octopus flashing into his vision. He dramatically pulls back his hood, unveiling the ultimate item he'd snagged. Meanwhile, Dawen-ha's face is a mangled mess of blood and bruises, a brutal trophy from the recent clash. He vividly recalls the surge of relief, thinking, thank God, it was still there, the moment he snatched it. The red-haired opponent then recounts the moment he dragged Dawen-ha right out of that bus stop. His final thought on the whole twisted affair is a chilling confession, I hid the octopus right in his hood. Still deep in the flashback, the red-haired opponent remembers a moment of pure, twisted satisfaction, his hand gripping a squishy octopus, a smirk playing on his lips, glad it hadn't slipped away. He flashes back to towering over Dawen-ha, who was sprawled on the dirt, and with a vicious squish, he blasted the octopus's ink right at him, scoffing at any resistance as just bullshit. But then, a shocking splash of liquid streamed down his own face, blinding him instantly as the ink ricocheted right back into his eye. He stumbled back, hands flying to his face in shock and agony, a guttural "ugh" escaping him as his world went dark, the hunter suddenly becoming the hunted. Even with his vision compromised, he still managed to get down low and spit venom at Dawen-ha, hissing a nasty insult, utterly convinced that only one of them would be truly blinded by the ink. But before he could even finish his taunt, a lightning-fast, pinpoint kick slammed into him, a brutal counter from Dawen-ha, who seized his chance. Dawen-ha, still down but not out, glared up with burning resolve, landing a devastating blow that screamed, this ends now. The red-haired opponent staggered back from the brutal impact, his back to the audience as Dawen-ha's payback slammed into him. His hands shot up to his face, now a mess of ink and blood, as he let out a guttural scream of pure rage and disbelief, his own dirty trick had just blown up in his face. Still reeling from that last hit, the red-haired opponent is sent flying backward, totally losing his balance. But before he can even recover, Dawen-ha is already there, smashing another brutal kick right into his gut. That impact is explosive. Meanwhile, in a totally different vibe, a young woman with stunning blue eyes is all smiles, holding out a gift like it's the most precious thing ever, and you can almost hear someone saying, thanks RN. Back to the brawl, the red-haired guy's face is just pure pain, all busted up and bleeding while electric blue energy just explodes around him. This dude is getting absolutely wrecked. Then, with one last, game-ending move, Dawen-ha drops the blind spot strike. A blinding blue explosion as his fist absolutely crushes the red-haired guy's face. You can practically hear him thinking, this victory. It's all for you. His arm is practically still glowing with raw power, that blue lightning just buzzing around it, showing off the sheer force he just dropped. The red-haired opponent gets absolutely launched, soaring through the air as debris explodes around him from a devastating hit. While Sun Sung-woo just keeps on coming, relentless, his feet a blur, absolutely devouring the ground with pure, unadulterated aggression. Then, bam. The red-haired opponent slams into the pavement, the ground shaking with the sheer force of the impact. His face is a mangled mess, blood gushing from his eyes and mouth, he's taken a beating like no other. But wait, Sun Sung-woo's also bleeding from his nose and mouth. Still, he glares down his opponent, absolutely unyielding, spitting out a chilling, I told you. Like a true boss. He stands victorious over the utterly crushed red-haired opponent, who's sprawled out on the ground, and Sun Sung-woo delivers the ultimate mic drop, that my head's as hard as a freaking rock. And just like that, a system alert pops up, quest, full sprint, cleared. Plus, a sweet, key bundle reward just dropped. After the epic showdown, he saw it, that glorious system notification popping up, another key bundle, just like that. He stared at the key, a tangible trophy of his victory, and it hit him, this was, without a doubt, the craziest fight he'd ever been in. But then, a crushing wave of exhaustion hit him, his face twisting in agony as his body started to give out, the fight's aftermath hitting him hard. He doubled over, a raw groan tearing from his throat, just as a system alert blared, his health plummeting dangerously low. His body just gave out, the system flashing his HP at a terrifying 4 out of 1,000, was this why he felt so utterly drained, so close to collapse? The numbers kept falling, his HP now at a terrifying 3, it was still going down. This was bad, really bad. Flashbacks of past collapses, of hitting the dirt, slammed into his mind, a brutal reminder of how close he was to being completely wiped out. He remembered hitting the deck because of his health before, and the chilling thought screamed in his head, if he went down now, it was game over. His eyes darted to the defeated red-haired guy, sprawled out cold on the pavement, a silent, dangerous presence even while knocked out. The terrifying thought clawed at him, that crazy dude could pop back up any second, he had to find a way to heal, and fast. He pulled up his system screen, his eyes darting over his game shuttle, level 100 sealed stats, and then, it clicked. With a surge of resolve, he slammed the key into a glowing slot on the system interface, praying it was the answer to his critical situation. Boom! A system notification blazes across his vision, confirming a massive stat unlock as his HP skyrockets by 500. He lets out a ragged huff, his eyes still blown wide from the adrenaline and the sudden power surge. The updated status window flashes, revealing his HP now at a much healthier 501 out of 1500, a massive leap from the brink of death. Still slumped on the ground, the defeated red-haired opponent a stark reminder of the danger, Dawenha breathes out a shaky, safe, the word barely a whisper of pure relief. He glances down at the key clutched in his hand, a silent acknowledgement that there's no turning back now. His eyes narrow, a determined glint appearing as he considers the entire key bundle, thinking he might just have to unleash every single one of them, and maybe that's exactly what he needs. With a swift, confident move, he snatches up a gleaming gold key, a primal instinct telling him this is the one to use first. Instantly, another electrifying system message explodes into view, screaming the unlock of a powerful, class-exclusive active skill. The skill, Multi-Strike Destruction, is revealed, a devastating technique that unleashes multiple fist strikes for insane damage, and he can't help but let out a shocked "Oh!" A surge of raw power explodes from his hand, as he shouts, "I finally got it." The ultimate comeback. A triumphant, almost maniacal grin spreads across his face, as he wonders aloud, I was wondering when I'd get it back again. The wait is finally over. Still kneeling, he quickly calculates the skill's mana cost, a hefty 200 points, the only catch in this incredible power-up. A mysterious, almost electric glow pulsed, signaling a game-changing system update. And just like that, a massive notification flashed, declaring his MP had surged by 100. He was already planning to use his last key for even more mana. He finally caught his breath, letting out a massive sigh of relief, the brutal fight was done. He knew for a fact he would have been toast without that weird octopus thing. Staring down at the defeated foe, he made a wild decision, he couldn't eat this thing, but hey, why not make it a pet? Especially since RN gave it to him. Clutching a tiny jar, he brainstormed names, and just like that, Squishy was born for his new, bizarre buddy. But wait, where'd the defeated guy go? Suddenly, a tiny, orange tabby with a freakishly long tongue popped out from behind him. Squishy, the pet, was now revealed in all its glory, absolutely gulping down the octopus remains with its horrifying, tentacled tongue. Blood splattered across his face, he could only manage a stunned, disbelieving gasp, utterly shocked by the wild spectacle. The creature bolted, leaving him to frantically chase after his new, utterly insane pet, screaming in pure disbelief. Still on the hunt, he kept yelling, his voice a chaotic mix of shock and, what just happened? His face twisted into a desperate, blood-streaked mask, he shrieked the name of his runaway, nightmare pet, Squishy. As the sun dipped below the city skyline, the utterly bizarre chase raged on, leaving a wake of pure, unadulterated chaos. A framed picture of an octopus is held up, and you can practically hear the dramatic sound effect, setting a seriously somber mood. Then, in a total gut punch moment, he's like, I'm so sorry, RN. I totally failed to protect Squishy. Cut to later, and Dawenha is chilling on his couch, face all bandaged up, when his phone starts blaring, and he answers with a confused, HM. From a bird's-eye view of his place, he's like, yeah, Mom, as she hits him with the classic, how was your first day of second year, question. He takes a beat, then spills the tea, let's just say. I thought I was gonna die, lol. His mom, ever the supportive one, totally gets it, mentioning how tough studying is and that she's been there too. His face totally changes as he listens, his mom casually dropping, you must be swamped with all those business trips. So, where in the world are you right now? A quick zoom on his bandaged hand holding the phone drops the next bombshell, his mom is currently living it up in the United Kingdom. Back in his kitchen, a giant question mark practically floats above his head as he tries to compute this, specifically, Great Britain and Northern Ireland. His eyes practically pop out, a shocked sound escaping him as he blurts, wait, what kind of name is that? Is this Ice Guy? Did he just say I'm in the UK? Haha. His mom, ever the practical one, then tells him to eat. Then, things get real as his mom drops a bombshell, oh, and don't forget, next week is your dad's death anniversary, okay? With a bandaged hand, he quickly replies, yeah, obviously I know that. His mom then explains she's stuck with work. She then tells him to go visit his dad, and he's like, got it, no worries. Dowan Ha wraps up his call, his mom's, thanks son, still ringing in his ears. He knows she's gotta hustle, so he tells her to take care, but you can tell his mind is elsewhere. His eyes snag on a framed photo, a throwback to happier times with his parents and a younger him. It's a gut punch, a reminder of his father, Ha Jino. And then there's the testimonial, a testament to Ha Jino's legacy, highlighting his relentless fight against school bullying at Hatsal shelter. This guy was a hero. Even with the fresh bandages, Dowan Ha's face is a canvas of deep thought. He's been through it, and it shows. But then, a sudden, powerful craving hits him, launching him off the couch with an explosive HAA. Got to eat. Mood swing much? His stomach is calling the shots now, and he's already dreaming of some stir-fried octopus today. Priorities, right? But hold up, the vibe just changed. We're now at some massive, half-built structure, looking all industrial and imposing. Inside, it's a huge, empty void, and a voice cuts through the silence, laying it all out, so to summarize it all. A hand, rocking a ring, clenches a pipe wrench, and the voice drops a name, our blood-boiling Sung Wo. Things are about to get heated. The intel keeps coming, spilling the beans that Sung Woo got in a fight with the Baramidong Rep and, it sounds like it wasn't pretty. Sung Woo, looking surprisingly chilled despite the fight talk, sits shirtless in a chair, wrench still in hand, as a shadowy figure behind him confirms, yes, that's correct, then adds a cryptic HM. The standing figure then drops the hammer, reminding Sung Woo, made this clear before, and giving him a direct order, lay low over there. This isn't a suggestion. Alright, buckle up. We're diving straight into the action with the introduction of Ji Baekchang, the second-year Bangchendong deputy, and this guy means business. Meanwhile, his crew has So Sung Woo completely pinned, and he's barely holding on as one of them screams, So Sung Woo, you absolute bastard. The tension is through the roof, and the subordinate isn't holding back, yelling, don't you get it? We're all screwed if our boss finds out that. Bangchendong got absolutely clobbered by Borame. The rage is real, folks. Ji Baekchang has had enough. He unleashes a savage kick, blood flying as he roars, ugh. I hate it when weaklings screw everything up. That kick sends Sung Woo absolutely flying, a whirlwind of pain before he slams into the floor. Ji Baekchang looms over the broken Sung Woo, spitting venom, his dad ditched him, we took him in out of charity. And now you think we're a bunch of idiots. He then eyes the scattered padding around Sung Woo, a disgusted look on his face as he asks, what are these pathetic sandbags doing here? The deputy stands victorious, bottle in hand, gazing down at the utterly wrecked Sung Woo, who's completely out cold on the ground. Sung Woo's face is a bloody mess, and the taunts keep coming, or maybe you just can't get over your dad, huh? Suddenly, a new, powerful presence steps in, Il Suk, who's clearly fed up, declaring, ugh, I hate these obsessions. He then coolly confirms, Il Suk, and gets a crisp, yes. Il Suk, completely unfazed and in charge, steps up to handle things, declaring, I'll handle this mess personally. Il Suk's voice slices through the air, his iron grip on the battered So Sung Woo, who gasps for breath, as he lays down the law, Ha Duan, or whoever that punk is, I'm coming for him. His finger jabs down at a wrench on the floor, a cold, hard order ringing out, bring him to me. But far from that dark scene, the sun blazes over the school, where life goes on, oblivious to the brewing storm. Inside, Ha Duan chills at his desk, just another face in the crowd, but with a secret past. His eyes widen in surprise, when a classmate drops the news, So Sung Woo skipped school today. His friends all like, dude, something happened. Sung Woo never skips, then asks if it's because of their epic showdown. Another kid jumps in, calling Sung Woo a total jerk, and hoping he's gone for good, but his buddy just shrugs it off. Ha Duan thinks it over, a quiet HM, as he realizes, hey, I beat Sung Woo, maybe I can finally chill at school. A smirk creeps onto his face, dreaming of peace, but then, bam. Something unexpected happens, and his name gets called out. He whips around, a blur of motion as he snaps to attention, ready for whatever just happened. Chaos erupts as a student frantically reports that some seriously weird dudes just stormed the school, and they're looking for someone. But before he can even finish, a menacing figure steps into the doorway, a chilling declaration echoing, found it. Il Suk, the intimidating leader, scans the room, confirming it's second year, room 3, with a chilling certainty, his crew looming behind him. Then, his cold gaze locks onto the terrified student, a silent, menacing HM, hanging in the air as his goons watch on. No words needed, Il Suk just grabs the kid's head, a clear message of dominance. He demands an answer, the student barely able to choke out a terrified, yes. It is. Ugh, as the pressure intensifies. Across the room, Ha Duan's eyes widen in terror, a single thought screaming in his mind, what are they? Then, Il Suk turns, his eyes locking onto Ha Duan, a chillingly polite, nice to meet you, Ha Duan Sunbae, echoing through the classroom. Ha Duan snaps his head up, startled, as Il Suk looms over him, an undeniable force of intimidation. Ha Duan's mind races, utterly bewildered that this guy, not even from his school, is calling him Sunbae. Is he part of the bully council? And why him, of all people? His internal panic escalates as Il Suk cuts to the chase, delivering the chilling demand, "You need to come to Bangchendong with us." His loser instincts are blaring alarms, screaming that this is a disaster, leaving him utterly bewildered and terrified. Why? Me? He flat out refuses, his voice trembling with terror, knowing deep down that joining them means certain doom. Il Suk's patience snaps, threatening to take him by force, then drops a loaded question. He sweeps his hand across the classroom, revealing a menacing crew of 10. Daring Dowan Ha to face them all alone. Panic floods the protagonist's mind, 10 against 1. Impossible, as a friend cries out his name in sheer terror. A desperate gasp escapes him, his thoughts screaming for any way out of this nightmare. He curses his tormentors, his defiance met with a cold, interrogative stare from Il Suk. Elsewhere, a silver-haired enforcer, one of the notorious Bangchendong crew, stands with his back to the scene. He whips around, a shocked expression on his face, demanding to know who dares intrude. The powerful figure advances with an undeniable presence. His name flashes across the scene, Han Sung. He violently seizes another student, his voice dripping with pure aggression, challenging them to understand the gravity of the situation. Suddenly, a voice screams out, "Ganging up on me," as chaos erupts. And an unseen aggressor brutally slams a student, sending him flying with a sickening crunch. The impact is absolutely devastating, leaving a dark, swirling void where he hit. Ha Duan can only watch in horror, his face drenched in sweat, as the brutal beatdown unfolds right before his eyes. The poor victim screams in pure agony, clutching his leg, completely broken on the floor. But the tormentor isn't done yet, delivering a brutal stomp to the injured leg, a truly shocking display of cruelty. Elsewhere, Il Suk stands his ground, Ha Duan trapped behind him, as he boldly challenges an unseen opponent. "You think you can just take Ha Duan? If you're so insistent, then answer me this." His voice cuts through the tension with a chilling challenge, "Can you even handle me?" Across the school, Han Sung stares down with an absolutely terrifying intensity, his eyes burning with an otherworldly white glow. He scoffs at his opponent, his voice dripping with contempt. "You think you can do anything with only 10 people?" A student is already down, crumpled on the floor and letting out a pained groan, while Han Sung looms over him, his face a total blank slate. Leaving the poor guy to stammer out, what was that?" But before he can even blink, the gray-haired student is back, lunging from behind, screaming, "Fucking bastard," as he unloads another brutal combo. A bone-shattering punch lands square on the student's face, the sheer power warping his entire expression. His head snaps back with brutal force, the impact sounding absolutely sickening. The relentless assault leaves his face a mangled, bloody mess, a horrifying testament to the sheer brutality. After landing that final, crushing blow, Han Sung just stands there, perfectly still, his face totally calm, like he just ordered a coffee, not brutally beat someone. Then, he just turns and strolls away, leaving the injured student in his wake, while another bystander stares in absolute shock, papers flying everywhere as his jaw drops. The blonde student, absolutely seething, launches himself forward, screaming a desperate challenge. But his attack is instantly shut down by a lightning-fast, brutal counter, the sheer force exploding on impact. He's sent flying, a human projectile, slamming into the lockers with bone-jarring force, tearing them apart. And before he can even process what happened, a devastating, spinning kick connects, launching him even further across the room. He's a blur of motion and destruction, crashing through a desk with an explosive impact. His body hangs suspended for a terrifying moment, completely helpless. Then he smashes down onto the splintered remains, the classroom now a scene of utter chaos. Han Sung stands perfectly still, utterly unfazed, calmly surveying the absolute destruction he just unleashed. In the background, Dowan Ha can only watch, a choked urgh escaping him, horrified by the raw power on display. Then, Han Sung starts walking, his steps slow and deliberate, and Dowan Ha instinctively backs away, desperately begging him to stop. He stops, a subtle turn of his head, a silent, chilling question in his gaze. Before he delivers a chilling, absolute command to the terrified student. Han Sung, with an icy stare, drops a chilling ultimatum on Dowan Ha, "If you don't want to die." Dowan Ha, without a single word, just pivots and starts walking, leaving the heavy silence in his wake. He keeps moving, completely unfazed by the earlier warning, his dark hair a blur as he heads deeper into the classroom. But just as he thinks he's clear, 2 other students swoop in, trapping him, one of them practically spitting, "Cornering yourself like an idiot." The blonde student, absolutely seething, unleashes a torrent of insults, his face a mask of pure fury as a guttural sound rips from his throat. No hesitation. The blonde student unleashes a lightning-fast kick, his foot a deadly blur aimed straight at Dowan Ha. But before that kick can even connect, Dowan Ha moves like lightning, blocking the attack, and sending the blonde student stumbling back, completely caught off guard. Then, a bone-jarring KWA rips through the air, as Dowan Ha's counterattack lands with devastating power. The blonde student is sent absolutely soaring backward with a pained slamming into the classroom wall with a sickening impact. He collapses to the floor in a heap of shattered desks and debris, utterly defeated and out cold. Watching the entire brutal takedown, Han Sung just lets out a quiet, HM. With an unreadable expression, he finally concludes, "This is troublesome." With the students closing in, their intentions crystal clear, Dowan Ha stands his ground, a silent storm brewing behind his unwavering gaze. A subtle shift, a barely perceptible tightening of his jaw, and you know it's about to go down. The calm before the absolute storm. Han Sung, watching from the sidelines, can't help but smirk, thinking, alright, you guys should have just. And then, the ultimate challenge, hanging in the air, come at once. And just like that, the blonde student unleashes a flying kick, another guy charging right behind him, a full-on, no-holds-barred assault on Dowan Ha. But before they can even land a hit, Dowan Ha moves like lightning, a total blur, leaving them in the dust. Just like that, the blonde student is down, bloodied and pinned under a chair, while another attacker gets absolutely wrecked. The sheer force of his counterattack sends another student absolutely soaring, a brutal display of his hidden power. Then, with a bone-shattering crash, two more students get absolutely plastered against the wall, their bodies just collapsing from the sheer force. Dowan Ha just stands there, cool as a cucumber, amidst the total wreckage, the defeated students strewn all around him like ragdolls. Han Sung and his buddy are absolutely stunned, their faces screaming shock and disbelief, the brutal, lightning-fast outcome blowing their minds. Dowan Ha's eyes widen, sweat pouring down his face as the reality hits him, 9 opponents, all at once. This guy is on another level. Desks are flipped, bodies are strewn everywhere, but Dowan Ha stands tall, the undisputed victor, as Han Sung, the notorious Silumdong rep and the one Si-yun warned him about, watches with a chilling intensity. Another one bites the dust, completely out cold, and then the big reveal, the silver-haired mastermind is none other than Han Sung, the Silumdong rep. The air crackles with anticipation, then Il-suk, a hulking presence, steps up, ready to throw down. He's not backing down. But before Il-suk can even blink, Dowan Ha is already there, grabbing him by the collar and delivering the ultimate mic drop, "You're the only one left." Il-suk's tough guy facade crumbles, sweat pouring as he stares into the eyes of pure dominance. He's completely outmatched. Il-suk tries a desperate haymaker, but Dowan Ha just casually snatches his fist out of the air. It's over before it even began. With Il-suk completely owned and on the ground, Han Sung coolly walks up and tells him, "You should clean this up." Talk about adding insult to injury. Without even looking back, Han Sung doubles down, making it clear this isn't a suggestion, it's an order, clean this mess up properly. And just like that, with a final, cold look, Han Sung struts away, leaving Il-suk stewing in his own defeat. The boss has spoken. Il-suk's face twists in rage, his mind burning with defiance, thinking, "You seriously think you can just walk away from this without a scratch?" As Han Sung walks away, Il-suk snarls a warning, Bong Chendong isn't just going to let this slide. The tension is building. The tension is palpable, then a voice cuts through the quiet, calling out to Dowan Ha. He whips around, a look of pure shock on his face, and the other students are just as stunned. Han Sung, ever the smooth operator, just smirks and points to the snack bar, signaling it's time for a private chat. Leaving the stunned crowd behind. Dowan Ha, still a bit shell-shocked, thanks Sung for having his back. Sung just brushes it off, cool as ever, reminding him they're allies now. Dowan Ha lets out a silent sigh of relief, internally screaming his thanks for having this powerhouse on his side, nervously chowing down on his snack. Sung gets right in his face, eyes burning, demanding to know Dowan Ha's real game, who's still nervously stuffing his face, sweat dripping. Dowan Ha chokes on his snack, trying to stammer out an answer, but Sung cuts him off, making it clear he's not asking about the fight, but about his move to take over the Bully Council. His face gives nothing away. Then he drops the real bombshell, he wants to know why Dowan Ha went after So Sung-woo from Bong Chendong. Dowan Ha, still processing the sheer audacity of his recent fight, tries to keep his cool. Because the guy standing right in front of him just dropped a bombshell, proclaiming himself. Those words hit different, leaving Dowan Ha stunned, blood still smeared on his face. But Han Sung? Totally chill, just a slight frown as he casually points out. Dowan Ha's brain goes into overdrive, thinking, wait, wouldn't he be totally triggered by that? Then, a casual from Han Sung, a sound that just screams, whatever, totally throwing Dowan Ha off. Then, he just casually flashes a strawberry milk carton, making his next words hit even harder. Dowan Ha just stares as he walks off, totally baffled that he actually laughed. Our guy can only gape after him, the full weight of their bizarre chat finally hitting him. Ever since that wild encounter, Dawenha had been living in constant fear. But then, plot twist. To his absolute shock and relief, the city just keeps on vibing, totally unaware of the silent dread that had been haunting him. Dawenha's face lights up with a triumphant grin, remembering the good old days when quests were non-existent. He knew the secret, just play the game. Now, deep in the gaming zone, he bursts out laughing. This was his chill weekend vibe at the PC cafe, and other players were losing their minds, shouting, "Holy, that's sick. How did you do this already when you just started playing DF?" He was all in, ready to play seriously this time, even blowing his New Year allowance on it. Watching the other players, he thinks, "Man, I used to be just like them," while another player gushes, "Whoa, rare avatar, you're so lucky." He loves dropping cash, especially after realizing P2W absolutely crushes grinding. Then, out of nowhere, he feels a pang of emotion, thinking, "Wait, why am I tearing up?" just as two other players bail for a quick bathroom run, one calling out, "Yo, I'm hitting the bathroom real quick," and the other replying, "I'm with you." His deep thoughts are cut short by a voice asking about his ramen order. He glances up to find Arin, calling his name, Duan, with a puzzled look. She's right there, holding his food, and he's like, "Whoa. Arin." Arin clarifies she's not an employee, just helping her dad out with the business sometimes. He's absolutely beaming, a massive blush hitting his cheeks as the revelation drops, her dad owns a PC cafe. His mind races, is this the ultimate cheat code? The best father-in-law for a gaming legend like him? But then, Arin turns, her eyes wide with a hint of shock, like she just read his mind. She quickly spins around, a blush creeping up her neck, telling him to chill, while he's internally screaming at himself for being so transparent. As she walks away, he's left stammering, insisting he didn't mean to be so blatant. Across the cafe, a tense scene unfolds as a crew of older students corners a younger kid, the red-haired leader sneering, demanding to know how this elementary schooler got so stacked in the game. Dawenha, watching the whole thing go down, instantly recognizes the red-haired menace and his enforcer, Suk, who's practically cackling about punishing the ungrateful kid, making Dawenha's blood run cold as he mentally screams for the victim to escape. Then, a cold dread washes over him, that specific spot, it's definitely familiar. The bullies are making their exit, but not before the red-haired one demands to take over the victim's game avatar, and Suk casually drops the threat that it all depends on his behavior. At the front counter, Arin, completely oblivious, holds a tray of food and cheerfully waves goodbye, telling the departing bullies to come again. She walks over to Dawenha, who's practically melting into his keyboard, a look of pure horror plastered on his face, making her gasp and demand to know what the heck happened. His game screen screams a brutal message, confirming his absolute worst nightmare, all his items are gone. Whoa, check out this absolute unit. A hulking avatar, ready for battle with a massive club, surrounded by some seriously cool blue magic. What's going on here? Meanwhile, back in the real world, a little kid is totally freaking out, grabbing Arin and spilling the beans, all their game stuff just vanished while they were gone. Arin is absolutely shocked, asking who would even do something so messed up, and the other kid is like, "Wait, was it those jerks we saw before? Did they swipe our stuff?" Then, the kid turns to Dawenha, practically begging him, "Duan, you saw everything, right? Who did this?" Dawenha looks away, admitting he saw them, but tries to play it cool, saying he had no idea what they were actually doing. The kid's tiny hand grabs Dawenha's sleeve, a desperate, silent plea for help, and Dawenha just gives a quiet, thoughtful HM. With a face full of pure agony, the kid looks up at Dawenha, screaming, "Help me, Hyung." Dawenha's face totally changes, a light bulb going off as the kid's words hit him hard, reminding him of his own stolen gear, and he just stammers, this is. Just then, a wild system notification pops up in his vision, screaming, "Quest appeared." What could it be? And boom. The quest details drop, thieves sweep. Gotta take down 4 thieves who jacked the kid's stuff, and the prize. A shiny silver key. But wait, there's more. The game's like, hold up, it's not just one bad guy, dude. You gotta take down all of them. And yeah, he's currently at 0 out of 4. Time to get to work. A sarcastic thought pops into Dawenha's head, realizing he can't just bail on this quest, unlike some other players, cough Han Un Sung cough. He's in a gaming room, back to us, a kid's yelling, "Hyung," and a woman's calling his name, both looking super worried. But he's totally freaking out about this new quest, like, how am I supposed to beat 4 people? It feels absolutely impossible. But then, the system drops a bombshell, a cryptic message, hidden quests have a hidden reward. What could it be? He's totally processing this, staring out at the city, a quiet HM, escaping his lips. But hold up. Down on the street, a crew of 4 shady figures is straight up bragging about their loot, one of them cackling about selling the stolen item ASAP. Another guy, cool as a cucumber, puffs on a cigarette and suggests they go grab a drink, still glued to his phone. Whoa. Out of nowhere, a lightning-fast, blind spot strike unleashes, exploding with a blinding flash of blue energy. And just like that, one of the thugs is sent flying, crashing to the pavement, leaving everyone wondering what just happened. From above, Dawenha is absolutely fuming, watching these punks in action, and he's not holding back, crushing a newbie's dream like that. As a gamer myself, I can't forgive you. And just when you thought it couldn't get any crazier, the system drops the ultimate hidden reward, a date with JOAHRN. That's it. Dawenha's eyes are blazing with fire, fists clenched, as he screams down at the thief bastards below, ready to throw down. A desperate cry rips through the silence of an empty PC bang. And Ju Arin and a young boy are absolutely stunned. Meanwhile, Dawenha is totally locked into his game, and suddenly, hidden reward pops up. A date with none other than Ju Arin. But nearby, the young boy is in tears. And a gentle hand pats his head, reassuring him to chill out and play some games while he waits. While Arin and the two boys casually stroll away from a defeated Dawenha. With Arin dropping a casual line about returning before the ramen gets soggy. Then, a.m. On a city street. Dawenha is absolutely furious. He's just walking, minding his business, but the streets are about to get wild. Out of nowhere, this dude with dark hair, looking totally hyped, screams about a surprise attack hitting its mark, practically daring his opponent to show up. And just like that, after landing a hit, the ambush looked like a total win. Boom. From above, you see a body sprawled out on the alley ground, with 3 other guys just standing there, looking like they've already won. But then, a question pops up, how do you even come back from that? The main attacker is just staring down at his target, who's still hunched over, and he's like, HFUCK, what just happened? His face is literally glowing purple with pure shock, and he's yelling, what the F*** was that? He didn't even go down. But then, Dawenha is back on his feet, facing down the whole crew, and the thugs are all like, wait, is that a high schooler? Never seen one jump into a fight like this. And just when things are about to explode, someone calls a tactical timeout. But Dawenha isn't waiting. He charges in, a total blur, and the antagonist leader is freaking out, screaming, get that. He lands a hit and bolts, but one of the thugs is right on his tail, yelling, "Oh you don't. I won't let you get away." But it's a trap. Dawenha hits a dead end, and a smug voice from off-screen laughs, dead end, loser. Kakik. Dawenha is absolutely booking it through the alley, pushing his limits, when suddenly, a voice screams, "Ya." Then, out of nowhere, he slams on the brakes, a jarring stop that reverberates through the entire alley. But the leader, hot on his heels, scans the deserted alley, a flicker of doubt crossing his face as he mutters, he's not here. His eyes snap open, realizing it's a dead end, a bewildered escaping him as he tries to process the impossible disappearance. The leader is absolutely fuming, his voice dripping with rage as he barks at his crew, that fucker. Huff. Is he there? The thugs are tearing the place apart, one grumbling, I don't see him. As another shouts, where did he go? A chilling silence descends as they stand there, completely stumped, the empty alley mocking their efforts, leaving them to wonder if he just teleported out. A smug grin stretches across the leader's face, a taunting laugh erupting as he sneers, did he get away? Then adds, don't you smell some duck feathers around here? Kiki, confident his prey is trapped. He's practically cackling, absolutely certain of his win, proclaiming with a sinister grin, today's dinner is boiled duck. But that smug confidence gets absolutely obliterated when one of his thugs looks up, eyes bugging out, yelling, fucking stup dash, only to be cut short by the jaw-dropping sight of Dawenha, cool as ice, chilling on the rooftop right above their heads, leaving them all speechless. From his perch, Dawenha stares down at the utterly flabbergasted thugs, his entire body now radiating with a fierce, crackling blue lightning, a silent daring them to make a move. Then, with an explosive burst of power, he absolutely rockets off the rooftop, a blinding, thunderous crash of blue energy and debris erupting as he smashes right into the center of the terrified thugs. He came crashing down, a literal bolt from the blue. Dawenha unleashed his Falcon Drop, a devastating aerial assault charged with raw electrical power, right into the unsuspecting thugs. The impact was absolutely insane, a massive shockwave erupting through the alley as his power detonated on contact. One thug was instantly taken out, dropping like a sack of bricks as a system message flashed, confirming a thief had been utterly defeated. As the dust cleared, he coolly stood up, leaving the thugs absolutely bewildered. One of them could only stammer, what was that? The leader of the thugs, absolutely floored by the instant knockout, could only gape, muttering that this guy was definitely not just some ordinary high schooler. As he casually strolled off, the leader yelled, who are you? I've never seen you before, but Dawenha just brushed him off with a bored, how boring, how boring. But then he stopped, spinning around to lock eyes with the now sweating leader, who nervously threatened, "You'd regret your behavior." Dawan Ha just started to say, "I'm." And the name on his shirt screamed his identity, Hadon. The tension was palpable as Dawan Ha's eyes narrowed, his inner voice screaming for absolute dominance, while he mentally dismissed the pathetic attempts to deceive him. Then, a lightning-fast movement, a mere whisper of speed, as he scoffed at the very notion of a bully council in this era. But before he could even finish the thought, the antagonist leader exploded into action, a wild punch flying towards him, demanding to know what was happening. But it was all for nothing. The attack simply didn't work, leaving the leader in utter disbelief. In a flash of pure power, Dawan Ha unleashed his blind spot strike, a devastating punch charged with electric blue energy that sent the leader reeling, sparks flying. The leader hit the pavement, coughing up a storm, completely outmatched, as Dawan Ha stood tall, the other thug frozen in shock. Gasping for air, the leader could only listen as Dawan Ha delivered the ultimate insult, calling him a mere turtle compared to the legendary So Sung-woo. Dawan Ha just smirked, a picture of absolute confidence, his hand casually raised. With a predatory calm, he began his slow advance towards the two stunned thugs, his mind already strategizing, knowing a careful approach was all he needed. The other thug, trying to rally his defeated leader, desperately whispered, "Don't be scared. He's just one guy." With a surge of desperate courage, both thugs charged Dawan Ha from both sides, believing a two-pronged assault was their only chance to take him down. As they converged, Dawan Ha's hands ignited with a furious, crackling blue electricity, a silent declaration that he was more than ready for their pathetic pincer move. With two foes closing in, he understood that numbers meant nothing, unleashing a devastating, blind spot strike, a surge of electrical power ripping through both of them in an instant. It was crystal clear, these guys were absolutely terrible at fighting. He stood there, arms wide, a triumphant grin spreading across his face, reveling in his own power, realizing these middle schoolers were nothing but easy prey. But even with all his power, he understood that one slip-up could end it all, as the two pathetic figures writhed on the ground, their pain a testament to his brutal efficiency, while a third, uninjured figure watched the chaos unfold. The three thugs, leader and all, reeled back, utterly stunned, their faces contorted in agony as they struggled to stay upright. He took another slow, menacing step forward, his sheer presence making one of the goons nervously ask why they were retreating, while the other two were still down for the count. Dawan Ha kept coming, and the downed thug cursed the relentless bastard, but the third guy, the one still standing, cut him off, telling everyone to chill because he had a brilliant plan. The others nodded, and the subordinate laid out his genius strategy, a 3-count sprint, then a lightning-fast pincer movement to trap that monster. The antagonist leader, utterly baffled and seething, can't wrap his head around what's happening, spitting out questions about the most effective way to deal with trash mobs as if he's still in control. But his confusion only spirals, as he shouts, "What's this crazy bastard talking about?" a sharp clang punctuating his utter bewilderment. The air crackles with anticipation, the cramped alleyway practically screaming for the chaos about to erupt. Flanked by his last two goons, the leader barks out the command, cornering Hunt. It's a full-on ambush. But before they can even blink, Dawan Ha explodes into action, a torrent of blue lightning erupting around him as he unleashes a furious counter-assault. He's a total blur, a blue streak of pure power, leaving his enemies completely lost and unable to even register his attacks. Then, with an earth-shattering explosion, he unleashes multi-strike destruction, a blinding blue force that obliterates everything in its path. And just like that, two of the thugs are down for the count, their bodies hitting the pavement as the system flashes, defeated. Talk about a quick takedown. He stands tall, completely unfazed, looking down at the two knocked-out goons, total domination. He lets out a small huff, a quick breath after that insane display of power. He stares at his hand, the realization hitting him, I just beat up a person. This is totally, what's he going to say next? Sweat drips as Dawan Ha stares at his hand, a chilling realization hitting him, is this really just a game, or something far more dangerous? The adrenaline rush is insane, but a warning bell blares in his mind, this thrill is dangerous. Another thug crumples, letting out a desperate ugh. The thug, utterly broken, scrambles on the pavement, desperately pleading, spare me. I can't lose my humanity like this. Dawan Ha observes the groveling figure, a contemplative escaping him as the thief vows, I won't steal ever again. He looks away, the thief's desperate promise echoing, I'll give back everything I stole. He faces the now standing thief, asserting, it looks like I'm some kind of a villain, but give back all the items you stole from the PC cafe, and apologize too. The thief quickly responds, yes. Of course. Grabbing a discarded puffer jacket, Dawan Ha scoffs, yeah, I'm not some crazy bastard, brushing off the bug dust from it. He clutches his chest, a sudden hesitation, stopping him, struggling with the thought, I can't just throw away the last bit of my humanity. His face, now visibly bruised, shows the toll of his internal war, as he murmurs, but, sorry. If I spare you here. Sorry. But his mission isn't over. A glowing system notification pops up, blaring, currently defeated thieves, 3/4. Resolve hardening, a lightning-fast strike rips through the air, a fierce ta echoing as he closes in on the last thief. The blow connects with brutal force, a bone-jarring bake, as the last thug is sent sprawling, mission accomplished. One of the defeated figures is absolutely floored, his face a mask of pure shock and agony, screaming about missing out on the quest reward. Blood gushes from his nose and mouth, a brutal reminder of the absolute beatdown he just took. And all around him, more bodies are just scattered, totally out cold, the impact of their fall sealing their fate. Looking down, it's clear, 4 guys are completely down for the count, and a system message pops up, confirming the total annihilation of the thieves. Then, a super satisfying ding sound hits, announcing the instant completion of the Thieves Sweep quest. Dawen Ha, absolutely glowing with victory, throws his fist up, shouting that the reward is always the best. He chills out on the ground, and bam, another system message pops up, revealing the quest reward, a shiny silver key, totally a hidden bonus. A huge, almost cheeky grin takes over his face, a slight blush showing just how much he's loving this win. Task complete, he thinks, only one thing left to do. And the defeated thugs, all huddled together, swear they'll never steal again, bowing super low in total submission. Dawen Ha looms over the defeated, giving them a one-time pass, a chilling warning that echoes through the room. The beaten thieves, utterly broken, thank him profusely, swearing to turn over a new leaf, even vowing to hit up Bible school. But Dawen Ha isn't playing around, dropping a chilling ultimatum, one more time, and you're dead to me. They scramble to agree, yes, understood, their voices trembling. The thugs flinch, one of them, still holding his phone, looks up, totally bewildered, muttering a confused, huh. Just then, Dawen Ha's phone buzzes with an incoming call from Mingyu Hyung, his name flashing on the display. Later, Dawen Ha's chilling presence is replaced by a casual chat with RN, who's super grateful for his help, revealing their business was getting hammered by those pesky thieves. He coolly tells her to hit him up anytime trouble strikes, and she, totally charmed, asks him to wait a sec, offering to treat him to food since everyone's still around. A blush explodes across his face as he mentally confirms, it's true. I'll be back after I get changed. He's actually going on a date with RN. A tight shot on his eye shows a moment of hesitation, a tiny HM. But, escaping his thoughts. RN, fixing her hair, frets about her clothes being a bit too tight, but then quickly decides it's probably fine. A young girl is absolutely crushed on the classroom floor, letting out a desperate ouch. While 2 bullies tower over her, one spitting, hey. You snitched to the teacher, right? And the other just straight up mocking, so pointless. Is it our fault that you're a loser? But a young boy, watching this whole messed up scene, just can't shake it from his mind, it's burned into his memory. He steps right up, no hesitation, and tells them to cut it out, to stop bullying a weak classmate. Standing tall and protective over the girl, Ha-Duan unleashes a furious glare at the bullies, his voice dripping with pure rage, calling them, you pigs. This was it, elementary school, 1st grade, the exact day he first met RN, and because of her, everything changed. A younger Ha-Duan stares, eyes wide with shock, as if she was the first girl to ever. He's launched through the air, a bully's taunt ringing out, you're funny, as a younger RN witnesses his brutal fall. But even in that moment, a fierce, unyielding resolve ignites in RN's eyes, a silent, defiant dare to throw a straight right to her chest. Ju RN, the elementary school boss, makes her presence known, daring anyone to challenge her, with her crew backing her up. Young Dawen Ha was terrified of RN, as she strutted by, her minions clearing the way and hailing her as their king. That fear was so intense, he spent his entire elementary school career actively avoiding her gaze, always on edge. After elementary school graduation, they went their separate ways, to different middle schools, and that was supposed to be the end of it. He genuinely believed their paths would never cross again. But 3 years later, amidst the beautiful cherry blossoms, fate had other plans. Now in high school, he spots her again, and she turns, holding out some weird contraption. She looks at him, confused, asking if this bizarre thing is his. This was the new RN, the one he met in high school, radiating a completely different, friendly vibe. Her whole aura was different, and the craziest part. She had no memory of him. He reaches for the item, and she just casually points out how he always has the strangest stuff. But just like that, their paths were linked once more. Dawen Ha's face flushes, those words, you're funny, hitting him hard as pink petals and shadowy tendrils erupt around him. He's reeling from her words, it felt like a straight shot right to his chest. Back at the gaming cafe, RN's already heading out, shouting she'll be back after a quick change. He watches her walk away, a tiny voice in his head wondering if things will actually be alright. Then, a game notification pops up, and he practically falls out of his chair in shock, this hidden reward is absolutely insane, the best he's ever gotten. He holds up a small, glowing key, and it all clicks, this is the reward. No time to waste, he bolts from his chair, ready to unleash this new power. He grips the key, gotta use this thing before Arin gets back, praying it's not some garbage RNG skill like his last dud. Then, a triumphant chime, a class-exclusive passive skill just unlocked. And the system reveals his new power, Weapon Mastery, a game-changing passive skill. The Weapon Mastery skill had a catch, increased mana cost, but only when fighting weapon-wielding enemies. What? He was sweating, thinking, it just kept getting crazier. Now he had to worry about weapons. But wait, if it only applied to weapon-wielding enemies, what about self-defense? Was that a loophole? Just as he was deep in thought, a voice snapped him back to reality, demanding to know what he was doing, leaving him utterly flustered. He whipped around, eyes wide, to see Arin, her sudden appearance completely throwing him off his game. His face flushed crimson, as he let out a small, embarrassed sound. Arin, seeing his stunned face, teased him, asking if her outfit was bad, and he immediately jumped to her defense. With a smirk, she turned and walked off, leaving him in a daze. He practically shouted that it suited her perfectly, and when she said she was glad, he let out a huge, relieved sigh. Life was suddenly amazing, as Arin, being awesome, offered to buy him anything he wanted to eat. He immediately pitched Suunji beef gukbap, but she shot him down, reminding him she only asked for suggestions, not for him to pick. Classic Arin move. Then, she threw out another option, a tekbaki spot she loved, even if her friends weren't exactly its biggest fans. Arin is absolutely glowing, dropping the bombshell, she loves tekbaki. He's playing it cool, asking about the spice level, but she flips the script, asking if he can handle it, and he's like, nope. He knows he's in trouble, but tries to hype himself up, thinking, I can totally handle spicy noodles, this is fine. Then, the reveal, this isn't just spicy, it's a bizarre, glowing green tekbaki. His mind is blown, a giant question mark hovering over the dish. He's totally flustered, realizing the truth, while Arin, cool as a cucumber, drops the bomb, it's mint chocolate tekbaki. She even admits her friends can't handle it, but she's all, it's tasty, though. His brain is short-circuiting, yelling that this is not just a slight preference difference, and he's freaking out, wondering how he's even supposed to eat this monstrosity. Arin is just watching him, her eyes wide with a mix of worry and anticipation, hands clasped, ready for his epic reaction. He shoves a huge mouthful of the green goo in, then plays dumb, asking what did you say, before pulling off an Oscar-worthy performance, claiming his chopsticks are practically doing a jig with this delicacy. She's totally caught off guard by his sudden enthusiasm, asking, wow. Really, like she can't believe her ears. She gives him a triumphant thumbs up, declaring it the best taste for real, then drops the ultimate playful jab, you won't even have to brush your teeth today. Hiva hiva. His face is now a green mess, and she's still teasing him, asking, why aren't you chewing it? Hee hee. And then, it hits him like a truck, the ultimate realization, I'm on a date with Arin. It's a total mind-blown moment. His mind was going a mile a minute, and he just couldn't shake the thought, why on earth would a date be the reward for this? A suspicious thought flashed through his head, wondering if there was some secret agenda at play. Arin wasn't about to drag him to some bizarre spot today, right? He let out a nervous hee-hee. But Arin just gave him that look, that knowing smile, her face giving absolutely nothing away. Then she leaned in, her voice dropping to a soft, inviting tone, telling him she had a special place she wanted to take him. But as they kept talking, a weird feeling started bubbling up inside him, a strange heat that made him feel totally off. He knew his body was acting super weird, and all he wanted was to just bail out of there. Sweat dripped down his face, his cheeks burning red, as this bizarre heat cranked up, making him feel like he was literally cooking. He stared at the mint chocolate tekbaki, which felt like pure lava in his mouth, but somehow, he plastered on a fake smile, trying to look like he was loving it while Arin observed. Even with all that internal chaos, a new fire sparked inside him, his competitive spirit absolutely refusing to let him lose this battle. He tried to pivot the conversation, asking Arin if she wasn't going to turn around already, desperate to shift her attention away from his suffering. But that intense heat from the dish just wouldn't quit, making him think, was this thing really supposed to be boiling this much? After the mint chocolate tekbaki disaster, the date takes a wild turn, with Daewon-ha now locked in an epic battle against a towering Jenga stack, his focus absolute as he tries to pull a block without bringing it all down. But Arin, ever the confident one, smirks, boasting about her Jenga skills and revealing she specifically wanted to play with him because she thought he was good at games. Suddenly, the Jenga tower comes crashing down, leaving Daewon-ha completely bewildered and Arin looking on with a shocked, almost betrayed, expression. Trying to recover, he quickly suggests they move on to other games, secretly finding her adorable reaction to his Jenga defeat utterly cute. Next up, things get spicy with a lie detector game, a sleek, high-tech gadget ready to expose all their secrets. Dowan Ha, looking surprisingly confident, slaps his hand on the lie detector and boldly declares, "I think that I'm pretty." Arin, with wide eyes, immediately confirms his statement with a hesitant, "Yes." Then, a rapid series of electronic beeps, ratcheting up the tension as the machine processes its judgment. And just like that, the lie detector's red light blazes, confirming Dowan Ha's pretty claim was a total fabrication. Now it's Arin's turn, and she confidently places her hand down, starting to say, "I think that I'm handsome," before a quick save with a definitive, "Yes." But even with her lightning-fast correction, the lie detector ruthlessly flashes red, exposing her handsome claim as a total lie. Dowan Ha can only stare, a mix of shock and pure amusement on his face, as this lie detector game keeps dropping hilarious truth bombs. After the Jenga disaster, Dowan Ha is back, ready to drop the ultimate question on Arin with the lie detector. He leans in, a smirk playing on his lips, and drops the bombshell, "Now's the time. I currently have a boyfriend. This is going to be good." The tension is palpable, this is the moment of truth, the most important question of all. Arin's face is a mix of shock and internal panic, she's silently begging the machine to just work with her. Then, with a sudden burst of conviction, she shouts, "Yes," but her face tells a whole different story. Her hand slams down on the lie detector, and for a split second, it's all green, truth. Or is it? Dowan Ha's jaw drops, but before he can even process it, the machine goes haywire, flashing red and screaming, "Lie." What a twist. The machine blares its verdict, a definitive lie, because, let's be real, there's no way someone like Arin is actually single. Dowan Ha, ever the smooth operator, quickly tries to play it off, muttering about a damned hidden reward and declaring, this is all fake, leaving Arin utterly bewildered. With a knowing smirk, he spills the tea, the machine kept saying his lies were true, totally exposing it as a fraud. Arin finally gets it, sighing, "Ah. I see. That's good to know," and Dowan Ha, ever the charmer, wraps it up, "Yeah. Good thing we found out that this machine's fake." Crisis averted. With the lie detector officially debunked, they pivot to a wall of epic board games, ready for their next adventure. What will they play now? The city lights up with a golden hour vibe as Dowan Ha and Arin are just chilling, walking through the busy streets, totally vibing with the crowd. But hold up, just a little ways off, someone's absolutely fuming, yelling about where this fucker disappeared to, while another voice nervously asks if they're even sure he came this direction. A beat-up kid, face all messed up and eyes bugging out, spills the tea to his hyung, confirming he saw the guy bounce with some girl from work. The bruised student tries to explain the guy vanished when he blinked, and his hyung immediately jumps to conclusions, figuring if a girl's in the picture, he's probably off doing something shady. Dowan Ha and Arin are just vibing, totally unaware of the chaos brewing right behind them, while the hyung is practically cackling, watching the terrified, injured kid and loving every second of his fear. The beat-up student's face twists in a mix of pain and pure rage, swearing he's gonna track down the bastard who put him in this state. The hyung's mind goes to a dark place, a cold fury building as he fixates on whoever dared to mess up his cute hubby's face. His face turns stone cold, making a chilling promise to find the guy and crush his face by today. Talk about a threat. He grabs the injured kid, demanding answers, and the trembling student points a shaky finger straight at Dowan Ha and Arin, who are just casually strolling by a board game cafe, completely unaware they're about to be targeted. Totally clueless about the storm brewing, Arin is all smiles, telling Dowan Ha she lost track of time, clearly having an amazing date. The thought just clicks in Dowan Ha's head, a simple question that perfectly captures his happy mood. A sweet blush creeps onto his face, his eyes wide and a soft smile playing on his lips, totally giving away how genuinely happy he is that everything's going so perfectly. He's feeling the undeniable connection with Arin, totally in his head about their amazing date, when she snaps him back to reality, challenging him to try the game. Strolling through the vibrant street, Arin spots something awesome, her fingers shooting out to point the way. A mountain of adorable plushies, from fluffy bears to cute bunnies, is just sitting there, waiting to be won at some epic game. He glances up, a spark of recognition in his eyes, it's the classic hammer-nail game, a blast from the past. This stall is all about old-school fun, promising sweet stress relief and awesome plushie prizes for nailing those strikes. He winds up and slams the hammer down, a solid tang ringing out as he tries to nail it. But even with that power, the nail barely budges, another frustrating tang confirming his failure. A heavy sigh escapes him, he totally whiffed it, bummed out that he couldn't snag a plushie. The attendant, watching his pathetic attempts, tells him to quit, even throwing shade about him looking weaker than his date. That jab from the attendant just hangs there, but Dowan Ha just tightens his grip on the hammer, a silent resolve burning in his eyes. Suddenly, it clicks, there's a secret strategy to this game, and he's already calculating the perfect angle, straightening his arm, and locking onto that nail with laser focus. His brain goes into overdrive, complex equations flashing over the scene. He's about to unleash a perfectly calculated strike, using his shoulder as the pivot for a flawless vertical impact. With a fierce resolve, Daeun-ha winds up for the ultimate swing, declaring his intent to snag that plushie for Arin. His face contorted in pure focus, he unleashes a devastating blow with the hammer. A thunderous thwack reverberates, and his eye snaps open, clearly baffled by what just happened. He stares down, a puzzled frown creasing his brow, and Arin, ever observant, tilts her head, silently asking, "What's up with him?" He poured every ounce of his strength into that hit, yet the result is unbelievable, a stunned "no way," flashing through his thoughts. Suddenly, a shimmering blue holographic screen pops up right in front of him, revealing a brand new quest that instantly grabs his focus. As he scans the utterly ridiculous instructions, his only thought is a bewildered, "You've got to be kidding me." The game's audacious quest, Hammer Down, pops up, instructing him to slam Joahrin's head with full power in just 5 minutes, with the tantalizing reward of a dungeon map for this utterly insane objective. Hammer still in hand, Daeun-ha is utterly stunned, frozen in place, as Arin, picking up on his bizarre behavior, gently prods, "What's wrong, Do-won?" The sheer audacity of the quest is mind-boggling, leaving him utterly flabbergasted, his inner voice practically shouting, "You're kidding me, right?" Daeun-ha is confronted by a glowing blue holographic interface, its ominous presence dominating his view. A new quest flashes into existence, Hammer Down. The chilling directive demands he slam Joahrin's head with full power, promising a dungeon map but with a brutal 5-minute deadline. He clutches the hammer, a weapon that only manifests for battle against thugs, his gaze fixed on it as Arin stands by, utterly unaware of the horrifying command. His mind races, a desperate internal plea questioning if the system is truly forcing this impossible choice upon him, just as Arin, sensing his turmoil, asks what's wrong. Her eyes snap wide open in pure horror, a choked gasp escaping her as the realization dawns, she is the target, the one he's ordered to attack. Sweat pours down his face, his expression a mask of sheer agony and internal struggle, as the terrifying ultimatum looms, fail this quest, and face unimaginable consequences. His knuckles widen, the hammer's handle groaning under the crushing force of his desperate grip. He can't even look at her, the hammer a heavy burden in his hand, as Arin's worried gaze pierces through his internal torment. He's still screaming internally, absolutely refusing to go through with the quest, his resolve unyielding. But even as he's stuck at a game booth, hammer in hand, he's shouting, "Penalty, or whatever, bring it on." He's absolutely fuming, even as the attendant casually mentions he missed and has 2 more tries. He's practically groaning, ready to forfeit the whole quest, eyes glued to the floor, while Arin, completely unaware of his mental breakdown, is already eyeing up a fancy apartment model nearby. Suddenly, an announcement blares out, hyping up the Toy Hammer game event, promising random presents to anyone who plays. The words, "Toy Hammer," hit him like a truck, his eyes practically bugging out as he connects the dots to his own terrifying quest. Navigating through the chaotic crowd, Arin, still buzzing with energy, points to another game, completely oblivious to his internal meltdown, as he just manages a bewildered grunt, still recovering from the last game's intensity. They hit up the next booth, and as the attendant shouts for players, he, with a totally fake burst of energy, practically shoves himself and Arin forward, the attendant totally buying their energetic student act. The rules are dead simple, win rock paper scissors, and you get to smash the loser with a toy hammer. And the loser? They gotta block the hit with a pot. He gets it, he really gets it. Arin totally calls him out on being super eager to play games, and he just awkwardly laughs it off, trying to hide the absolute panic bubbling inside him. But then, a holographic timer flashes into existence, showing the quest's brutal deadline, just 3 minutes and 17 seconds left. The quest's time limit is a ticking bomb in his head, while Arin, totally oblivious to the impending doom, happily starts their rock-paper-scissors game. Trapped in this absurd game, he throws down scissors, screaming his victory, toy hammer in hand. But before he can even celebrate, bam! A hammer shot rings out, and he's already apologizing to Arin. The toy hammer slamming into his arm with unexpected power. His eyes are wide with pure terror and shock, the quest's dark reality momentarily eclipsed by the pain. Another swing from the hammer whizzes past him, leaving Arin looking genuinely stunned by her own near miss. But she's not giving up. She instantly calls for another round of rock, paper, scissors. And this time, the hammer connects with a brutal thwack, right on Daeun-ha. A direct hit to the head, sending him reeling. Arin just laughs, completely unaware of his agony, as he clutches his head. These two are seriously good at this game, with someone else commenting on their incredible skill. Arin is absolutely glowing, practically shouting to Daeun-ha and Han Un-sung that she's found her calling, a game she's totally crushing. He lets out a frustrated sigh, thinking, seriously, out of all the times, why did she have to stumble upon this game right now? But the clock is merciless, flashing a stark 11 seconds left on the timer. The timer is absolutely flying, blasting past 10 and then 9 seconds, every single tick screaming, failure, in his face. He's totally screwed, on the verge of epic quest failure, while RN, completely oblivious, just chirps, rock. Paper. His hand, clutching that toy hammer, is a lightning-fast blur, poised to deliver the ultimate smackdown. But it's a total bust, and he screams, scissors, as the game's brutal truth hits him. That toy hammer smashes down with a sickening crack, and all he can manage is a defeated, I don't know anymore. Han Eun-sung and RN are absolutely stunned, their jaws practically on the floor as they witness the chaos. And just like that, Sun Sung-woo is also freaking out, a toy hammer still in his grip, totally mirroring everyone else's, what just happened, faces. Daewon-ha is absolutely paralyzed, that toy hammer still stuck in his hand, his face a perfect blend of, I can't believe this and I'm utterly crushed. And this, in a totally different way, is a game-changing moment for the whole crew chilling outside that stall. The situation is beyond dire, a total catastrophe, as the words, completely fucked, scream in his mind, even as he navigates the crowded street with RN, Han Eun-sung, and Sun Sung-woo right there. Then, a sudden system alert blares, declaring that the quest, Hammer Down, officially complete. Immediately, another message pops up, congratulating him and revealing that a present has been bestowed as the quest reward. The reward materializes as a shopping bag, which he reluctantly takes, muttering about it being broken, only to be curtly told to just take that with you. He stands there, facing RN, who still clutches the toy hammer, a stark reminder of his recent torment, while he's stuck holding this bizarre shopping bag. Overhead, the sky turns a menacing dark gray, perfectly reflecting the protagonist's utterly bleak mood. They keep moving through the urban sprawl, RN and him at the front, with Han Eun-sung and Sun Sung-woo trailing, always watching. Elsewhere, a young man in a white puffer and a young woman in a brown coat are also there, clutching their own shopping bags and watching the scene unfold with intense curiosity. His mind is a whirlwind of regret, desperately wishing he'd just taken the penalty instead of this nightmare, as he nervously asks RN if she's mad. RN just turns away, a quiet PFFT. Escaping her lips, leaving him completely dumbfounded. The young man in the white puffer jacket absolutely loses it, erupting into uncontrollable laughter. But the young woman in the brown coat is clearly deep in thought, wondering what's up with RN's sudden shift in attitude. Daewon-ha is totally baffled by RN's sudden burst of laughter, but then it hits him, the more he thinks about it, the more hilarious it gets. RN, barely containing her giggles, confesses she's never been hit with such a bang before, then, with a mischievous grin, dares him to try again, insisting it didn't hurt a bit. Just as things get interesting, her phone blares, and she shouts, "My dad's calling." She's gotta jet back to the PC cafe, but not before thanking Do-won for an awesome time. Do-won totally agrees, telling RN he had a blast too. RN, with a dazzling smile, proposes they game again soon, leaving him with a promise of more fun. With a quick wave, she's off, leaving Do-won to watch her go. He just manages a soft, yeah. In return, still waving long after she's gone. Out of nowhere, a creepy guy with greenish skin and a black cap pops up next to him, grilling him about what kind of games he was playing with RN. Do-won throws his hands up, totally on guard, as the shady guy lunges for him. Do-won stumbles back, utterly bewildered, as the creepy guy, cool as a cucumber, tells someone on the phone, "Yeah, I found the stupid-looking guy in the white padded jacket." Do-won's eyes practically pop out of his head in pure terror, as the voice on the phone chillingly tells the guy to, first end the call, Kiki. A chilling realization hits Daewon-ha like a truck. This guy isn't here for a friendly chat, he's here for a fight, and Daewon-ha's mind races, trying to figure out what this dude even wants. Then, the stranger, looking totally serious, steps up, his voice dropping like a bomb, straight up calling Daewon-ha out for hitting his juniors today, setting the stage for an epic showdown. Every single step the Avenger takes is pure menace, making it crystal clear, he's here for payback, and he's not backing down. Daewon-ha's brain goes into overdrive, hitting him with the harsh truth, this is a fight, and he's totally out of mana because he already burned through all his skills. A lightning-fast flashback hits him, a thug getting absolutely rocked by a massive blue energy blast, showing off the insane power he just used up. The flashback keeps going, showing multiple enemies getting absolutely wrecked by a huge wave of blue energy, every hit exploding with pure power. And then, a supercharged blast of bright blue energy slams into another enemy, proving just how hardcore his last fights were. The brutal truth hits him hard, his mana bar is at 0, completely empty. Just as the Avenger steps up again, a new player enters the game, his heavy footsteps thudding on the ground. Suddenly, a tough-looking older guy with a gnarly scar shows up next to the Avenger, and his words instantly kill the vibe, announcing that the whole revenge thing is off. Daewon-ha is totally confused by this sudden plot twist, while the older guy just casually drops that he's got bigger fish to fry. With one last sassy comment, the older guy and the Avenger just peace out, leaving Daewon-ha standing there, totally baffled by what just went down. Daewon-ha is immediately put on the spot, grilled about a girl he was with, the question hanging heavy, did she hit up that PC cafe? A sinister grin spreads across the scarred man's face as he drops a bombshell, declaring he's about to play a game with her too. His eyes practically burning with dark amusement, he's hyped for something real exciting to go down. The scarred man keeps up his chilling monologue, sizing up Dowan-ha as he talks about how she must be after messing with someone like him. He just scoffs, brushing off the whole situation as fucking easy, Kiki, then drops another bombshell, mentioning her body was also part of the equation. Without warning, his hand lashes out, snatching a tight grip on Dowan-ha's jacket. A brutal yank, and Dowan-ha is reeled in, the scarred man's intentions crystal clear. He's got Dowan-ha by the collar, locked in a death grip, their faces practically touching in an explosive standoff. Dowan-ha's eyes ignite with pure rage, his voice cutting through the tension, and follow me, you bastard. The scarred man actually flinches, a hint of shock flashing across his face, as he rubs his eye, a low wow escaping his lips. The air crackles with an electric silence, the tension between them absolutely insane. But then, his eyes snap back, burning with fresh intensity, and he spits out a chilling question, aren't you fucking scary? A sudden quest just popped up, and it's game on. Sun Mingyu is absolutely furious, and the battle is about to explode. As the city lights gleam below, the stage is set for an epic showdown. Then, with a primal scream of "Itch," Sun Mingyu unleashes his fury, striking first. He unleashes a lightning-fast combo, pummeling Dowan-ha with relentless force. A devastating blow slams into his gut, making him gasp "Urgh," as he's sent flying, wondering "PFFT, what is this?" Sun Mingyu just smirks, remembering how Dowan-ha wiped out 4 guys in one shot, then taunts him, so I thought you were some kind of hotshot, with a casual "fuck" thrown in. But Dowan-ha, despite the beating, fires back with a savage taunt, calling Sun Mingyu, the loser of all losers with a chilling "kakik." He knows his critical hits won't proc this time either. But another brutal hit forces an "Urgh" from him, as Sun Mingyu just keeps coming. He's out of options, out of MP, but he's determined to keep fighting, no matter what. With a look of pure grit, he declares, I'll never let you go. This fight isn't over. His resolve burns, knowing he absolutely can't let this bastard go to AHRN. He's fighting for everything he's got. Sun Mingyu is absolutely seething, spitting out a challenge that no one touches his woman, the ominous clink of metal echoing his threat, then he just mocks them, asking if this is what they wanted. With a face contorted in pure rage, he screams that he won't tolerate anything like this, his hands already moving to unleash hell. Dowan-ha's eyes widen, a cold sweat breaking out, as he realizes what he's seeing, knuckles. He knows this isn't just a fight anymore, it's a deadly weapon. A chilling clink rings out, as Sun Mingyu locks those brass knuckles onto his hand, turning his fist into a lethal weapon. His eyes burning with a terrifying red glow, Sun Mingyu explodes into motion, a primal roar tearing from his throat as he charges. Those knuckles glinting menacingly, he snarls a promise to smash every single tooth, his words a terrifying declaration of war. The attack is a blur, pure, unadulterated speed, a vortex of destruction as he closes in for the kill. And then, with a brutal "UK," Sun Mingyu unleashes a monster of a blow, a glowing, razor-sharp energy blade erupting from his fist, heading straight for Dowan-ha. But just when it looks like it's over, Dowan-ha pulls off an insane dodge, his body a blur of motion as he barely slips past the deadly blow. Without even a second to spare, he strikes back. A blinding blue aura explodes around him as he unleashes a devastating, swirling energy attack, the air crackling with raw power. That blue energy slams home, hitting with a shocking peak and a blinding flash, leaving Sun Mingyu reeling from the totally unexpected counter. With a deafening BBAAK, Dowan-ha's attack sends Sun Mingyu flying, his body violently slammed backward by the sheer, overwhelming force. Boom! The blue energy blast absolutely rocked Sun Mingyu, sending him flying back with a sickening crunch and a burst of blood. Still reeling from the brutal hit, Mingyu let out a guttural scream as he skidded across the pavement. Scrambling to get back up, he snarled at Dowan-ha, how the heck did you just pull a steel bat out of nowhere? Mingyu's scarred face twisted into a mask of pure fury, his eyes practically glowing red with murderous intent. But Dowan-ha was just chilling, a shopping bag in hand, and bam. There it was, a gleaming steel bat, ready for action. Suddenly, a system alert popped up, announcing a game changer, Weapon Mastery. A passive skill, no mana cost, just pure weapon-wielding power boost. The catch? This awesome boost was only for when he was up against another weapon-wielding foe. A sinister grin spread across Dowan-ha's face as he dropped a chilling line, I'm gonna smash your head between my teeth. A blue aura pulsed around him, and that steel bat practically hummed with power, as he flashed a terrifying grin, totally hyped for round 2. He threw down the gauntlet, let's see who gets smashed first. A dude with a band-aid on his nose is totally bugging out, staring up from the ground like, what in the world is even happening right now? He's seriously questioning his vision, like, is something messed up with my eyes, because Dowan Ha is just standing there with this weird thing. Then the guy just straight up tells him, go on, hit me. He's totally flummoxed, like, is that thing just a toy? What the heck is that? He can't wrap his head around this bizarre trickery. He just keeps asking, huh? What trickery is this? But Dowan Ha is just smiling, holding up this ridiculous red toy hammer that goes squeak with every move, totally messing with the guy. Oh, this? Just a toy hammer, hee hee hee. That's it. The taunt pushes the guy over the edge, and he just explodes, charging at Dowan Ha, screaming, you fucker. How dare you fool me? The guy is going full berserk, but Dowan Ha is just chill, back to us, totally ready for whatever's coming next. He unleashes a lightning-fast, glowing blue strike, the impact absolutely detonating the air around them. The sheer power of the blow makes the scarred man reel back, a guttural urgh tearing from his throat. But Dowan Ha's voice slices through the chaos, a defiant, keep assuming I'm fooling you echoing in the alley. Just as the scarred man charges in for a brutal counterattack, Dowan Ha's weapon mastery explodes to life, revealing his secret weapon, a ridiculously bright red toy hammer. But the antagonist is too fast, too furious, instantly closing the gap, grappling Dowan Ha and unleashing a barrage of punches, taunting him with, while getting beat up. But even while trapped in the brutal grapple, Dowan Ha somehow brings that ridiculous toy hammer down with a shocking thud. The utterly unexpected impact makes the scarred man's legs give out, a massive, of disbelief flashing across his mind as he stumbles. Snapping back to reality, the antagonist clamps down even harder, smirking as he declares, if I'm this close, you won't be able to swing it. But defying all logic and expectations, Dowan Ha winds up for another swing, that toy hammer arcing with surprising momentum. The hammer connects with a brutal crack, wrenching a desperate kurgh from the scarred man as he staggers. Even after taking multiple hits, the antagonist's brass-knuckled hands are still locked onto Dowan Ha's jacket, his iron grip refusing to let go. But Dowan Ha is absolutely relentless, raising that toy hammer for another devastating blow, his voice ringing out with a chilling, let justice punish you. The assault rages on as Dowan Ha unleashes a brutal kick, brass knuckles glinting. The scarred foe stumbles back, reeling from the blow, a guttural scream of rage tearing from his throat. No time to breathe. Dowan Ha presses his advantage, slamming the toy hammer down with incredible force. The foe crashes to the concrete, but the toy hammer explodes on impact, its flimsy plastic flying everywhere. He stares at the pathetic, broken handle in his grip, a moment of disbelief washing over him. A frustrated grunt escapes him as he questions, how could something so flimsy break so fast? But a thought sparks. He can still use it as a blunt weapon, just like he's done countless times before. But then, a jarring system alert blares, shattering his plan. Damaged weapon doesn't activate, weapon mastery, effect. His eyes widen in shock, then narrow in pure, unadulterated fury. He glares at the useless plastic, the harsh truth hitting him, he's dead in the water without a real weapon. His eyes dart around the grimy alley, frantically searching for any kind of weapon. He's so desperate, he's even considering digging through trash, anything to get his hands on a weapon. Dowan Ha, caught off guard and without his weapon, faces the menacing Sun Mingyu, who just can't resist a taunt, asking if he's troubled. But before he could even think, bam. A brutal hit connects, shaking the very ground. Sun Mingyu's fist smashes into Dowan Ha's face, blood flying as he screams, you can't do anything against me. That scarred face, a twisted mask of pure evil, just grins wider, soaking in every second of Dowan Ha's pain. Dowan Ha hits the dirt, groaning in agony, while Sun Mingyu just laughs, what's up, can't fight without your toy. Dowan Ha can't believe the raw power. With his face already a mess, Dowan Ha's mind races, this is a whole different game without a weapon. No time to breathe, no time to think, another vicious kick sends him skidding across the floor. The beatdown just keeps coming, another brutal kick slamming him down even harder. Every hit, a sickening thud, rattling him to his core. His face, now a swollen, bloody mess, screams pure agony from the relentless assault. Towering over the broken Dowan Ha, Sun Mingyu's eyes gleam with a new, twisted idea, vowing to beat him within an inch of his life. Then, the ultimate, chilling threat drops, you're gonna take me to that girl, and I'm gonna enjoy her right in front of you. Sun Mingyu, knuckles gleaming with a brutal brass weapon, reveals his twisted motivations, declaring he's out for revenge for his crew and pure, unadulterated satisfaction. A chilling philosophy he calls, killing two birds with one stone. But from the dirt, Dowan Ha, bloodied but defiant, fires back, mocking Sun Mingyu's third-class villain lines and asking if he got them from a tutorial, a jab that clearly gets under the bully's skin. He presses on, desperate to understand why this guy keeps doing evil. Sun Mingyu just laughs, sneering down at the beaten Dowan Ha, finding his questions pathetic and declaring his evil is simple. He spells it out, it's just more beneficial to live like a villain. With a twisted grin, Sun Mingyu winds up again, ready to unleash another brutal punch. His fist smashes into Dawen-ha's head, a sickening impact, but then, out of nowhere, a shocking counterattack connects. Sun Mingyu's head recoils violently from the impact, his smug face twisting into pure disbelief. He grabs his mouth, blood already gushing onto his hand, gasping, "What the?" His eye, blown wide with agony and shock, glares out as blood pours down his face. The secret weapon behind the shocking counter is revealed, Dawen-ha's belt, its buckle glinting, clanks to the ground. With the pressure mounting, something snapped inside him. Dawen-ha unleashed weapon mastery, a sick blue glow erupting from the ground as he powered up. Then, in a flash of pure speed, he was gone, a blur of motion striking out. His belt became a whip, cracking out and slamming into Sun Mingyu's face mid-punch, leaving the bully sputtering, "That bullshit." But Dawen-ha wasn't done. He kept the pressure on, delivering a barrage of brutal hits that sent Sun Mingyu stumbling back. He wound up for another devastating blow, the thought of "beneficial" still ringing in his ears, fueling his rage. Crack. The belt connected again, splitting Sun Mingyu's skin, who roared, "What kind of fucked up brain do you have?" Even with blood streaming down his own face, Dawen-ha just stared him down, a chilling, casually, echoing in his mind. The hits were too much, and with a sharp clang, Sun Mingyu's brass knuckles went flying, crashing to the floor. Sun Mingyu just started laughing, a crazy, disbelieving sound, his face a mask of shock and fury as he realized what just happened. His expensive jacket, now shredded and ripped, was proof of the beating he just took. Dawen-ha just tightened his grip on the belt, listening to Sun Mingyu's taunts, "Kakik, fucking bullshit. You want me to reiterate?" Sun Mingyu's voice dripped with venom, his twisted mantra echoing, "Living a kind life is a waste." Even after taking a savage beating, Sun Mingyu's face contorted into a twisted, blood-soaked grin, his voice dripping with pure, unadulterated cynicism as he taunted Dawen-ha, asking if he hadn't already figured out the brutal reality of their existence. But Dawen-ha, his eye flaring with a mix of shock and absolute fury, could only manage a choked denial, utterly rejecting the twisted, nihilistic garbage Sun Mingyu was spewing. Then, in a burst of pure, unbridled rage, he absolutely exploded forward, seizing Sun Mingyu by the collar and unleashing a primal roar, challenging his hypocrisy head-on. Dawen-ha's initial strike had already turned Sun Mingyu's mouth into a bloody, mangled mess, a brutal testament to the sheer, unexpected power of his counterattack. The fight raged on, and with a sharp clatter, the brass knuckles hit the floor, ripped from Sun Mingyu's grip, leaving him completely disarmed and exposed. Without a second's pause, Dawen-ha unleashed a devastating kick, his foot slamming into Sun Mingyu's body with a bone-jarring thud. The sheer force of the impact sent Sun Mingyu absolutely soaring through the air, his body spinning uncontrollably as he was launched across the room. He plummeted downwards, the discarded brass knuckles still spinning through the air right next to him, a brutal symbol of his shattered dominance. With a guttural urghh of agony, Sun Mingyu slammed into the unforgiving ground, the battle decisively concluded. Sprawled on the ground, utterly battered and dazed, he could only manage a pathetic, ragged gasp, his eyes wide with the crushing realization of his defeat. Then, a triumphant system notification blazed across his vision, sudden quest complete. Dawen-ha stood tall over his utterly crushed opponent, bloodied and bruised, but his eyes burned with an unyielding resolve, a quiet gasp of triumph escaping him as he absorbed his hard-won victory. The dust settles, and Dawen-ha, battered but victorious, looms over the utterly defeated Sun Mingyu, who's been laid out cold. But as night falls and the city lights ignite, the world keeps spinning, completely unaware of the raw power just unleashed. Meanwhile, a father and daughter share a sweet moment, he's apologizing for her hard work, and she's already demanding a food reward. Dawen-ha, still processing everything, watches them go, a silent humph escaping him as he overhears her bizarre request for mint chocolate chicken. His own face, a brutal testament to the fight, is a stark reminder of his reality, a world away from their carefree happiness. Finally back in his sanctuary, he breathes a sigh of relief, just grateful he made it out alive. Collapsing into a chair, a wave of pure exhaustion hits him, but he's safe, and that's all that matters. Stretched out on the couch, the day's brutal memories flash before his eyes, and he lets out a heavy ugh, realizing he almost bit the dust again. His eyes drift, lost in a void, the pain a brutal echo of his relentless fight for survival. Then, a chilling voice, embodied by a scarred, grinning specter, invades his thoughts, declaring that a kind life is utterly pointless and there's a better way to live. The specter's grin stretches wider, almost mocking, as if asking if Dawen-ha already knows this brutal secret. Back in his room, Dawen-ha's legs dangle from the couch, the crushing weight of the day and these sinister new ideas settling deep within him. Dawen-ha, battered and bruised, couldn't help but wonder, how would his old man, who battled tough guys his whole life, react to these brutal truths? A faded family photo, a ghost of a normal life, stared back at him. He kept asking himself, what would his dad do, in that situation? Alone in his room, the weight of his father's legacy pressed down, making him question how the old man would have handled this mess. Then, a jarring thump ripped him from his thoughts, a harsh reminder of the present. But he shakes it off, deciding to just forget it, as a bunch of keys materializes out of nowhere. These weren't just any keys, they were a quest completion reward, 5 shiny bronze keys, a hard-earned prize. After everything that went down today, he knew one thing for sure, he'd never know when or where the next brawl would explode. His battered face, a raw trophy from his last fight, screamed the truth, this world was a powder keg, and he had to be ready, always. Clutching the glowing key, he thought about pumping up his attack again, a risky move, especially after last time's boost, but the click of the key felt right. But no, he'd play it smart. He'd dump those points into other stats, and with a series of ding-s, his agility shot up by 10, then another 10. The ding-s kept coming. Agility spiked again by 10, then defense jumped by 10, and then another 10, his power level soaring. Checking his new stats, attack at 31, defense at 21, agility at 31, he makes a quick call, ditching the spirit stat, because honestly, who even knows what that thing does? Dawenha was just chilling on his couch, staring at a paper bag, when the system decided it was time for the next big reveal, and something wild was about to appear. He was racking his brain, trying to remember the reward from that crazy toy hammer game with RN, was it seriously a dungeon map? Then, out of nowhere, a terrifying system window popped up, screaming, "Quest, hammer down." It literally told him to slam Joahrin's head with full power for a dungeon map in just 5 minutes. His jaw dropped, eyes bugging out, as a cold sweat broke out. He couldn't even process the system window anymore, it was too much, there was no way this was actually happening. He just sat there, frozen, the paper bag still in front of him, as the messed up reality of the system's message started to hit him hard. His hand shook as he reached into the bag, a quiet rustle filling the air, like something totally alien was coming out, with a cryptic message flashing, "One day. Gates have appeared." His eye was practically popping out of his head with pure terror, and all he could manage was a stunned, The whole messed up situation just slammed into him, and he knew, deep down, there was no way this was real. His face was now covered in blood or dirt, twisted into a mask of pure horror and confusion, while the words on his shirt, "Blue is victory, sweat drops red is that color is passion," felt like a cruel joke compared to his absolute meltdown. The apartment kitchen was eerily quiet, a stark, almost unsettling contrast to the absolute madness he'd just survived. Still sporting a bruised and bloodied face, he was hit with a mind-blowing realization, this wasn't just some game, this was a hardcore reality where victory was blue, sweat was red, and passion was the only way to survive. A digital screen blazed to life, flashing a dungeon map that screamed "Next challenge incoming." But wait, what's this? Right below it, a totally normal brochure for the Royale Castle apartments just chilling there. He squinted at his phone, a massive question mark practically hovering over his head. Hold up, isn't this just an apartment sales brochure? Total confusion hit him like a truck, his face scrunching up as he muttered, "Seriously, how is this a map?" His phone screen zoomed right in on a location guide, and bam. It was a full-blown apartment complex blueprint, solidifying his wild theory, an apartment sketch map. Are you kidding me? Then he saw it, expected to finish by 20xx, plastered on the screen, and the pieces clicked into place, a cold dread washing over him. Wait, that means the apartment's still being built, right? And then, the ultimate, mind-bending truth hit him like a freight train, his eyes practically bugging out as he gasped, the construction site is the dungeon. The clock is ticking. A dungeon is opening in just 5 days, and the system is screaming for a party of 2 or more. If it's demanding a party like some hardcore game dungeon, then this thing must be seriously tough, the system practically begging for backup. Meanwhile, Dawenha, chilling in his apartment, just laughs it off, pretending to be too scared to even try. But then, a chilling ding echoes, and a brutal message pops up, "Bail on the dungeon, and you're getting hit with a penalty." Back at his desk, staring blankly at the screen, he just lets out a defeated sigh, completely unfazed by the system's latest curveball. Elsewhere, a gray-haired student is totally flexing, bragging that he's already got a party member ready to carry him to victory. His buddy, a black-haired student, looks totally shocked, as the gray-haired guy just flat-out refuses. The black-haired student is completely blindsided, demanding to know if they weren't supposed to be allies. But the gray-haired student just brushes him off, coolly stating he's got other, more important plans. He makes it crystal clear he's no chess piece to be pushed around, leaving his black-haired companion to just grunt in pure frustration. Cut to the cafeteria, where Dawenha is looking totally stressed, letting out a huge sigh as he barely touches his meal. He's racking his brain, trying to figure out who to drag into this dungeon, when suddenly, the black-haired student from before pops up, demanding to know what's up with him. He's deep in thought at the cafeteria table, when a classmate's question about a dungeon party snaps him back. Suddenly, a name flashes in his mind, Jihan. Could he be the one? His classmate, eager, echoes the name, solidifying the thought in his head. But just as quickly, a dark memory flashes through his mind, Jihan, battered and bleeding, a stark reminder of his vulnerability. He sees the menacing figure looming, a brutal flashback of Jihan broken and humiliated on the floor, a constant target. The brutal memory makes him flinch, forcing a fake smile as he quickly dismisses the idea, trying to change the subject with a casual comment about lunch. No way could he drag Jihan into that kind of danger, not when the kid was already getting pummeled in everyday life. Later, navigating the crowded school halls, he's still wrestling with the dungeon's demands, the pressure mounting. Band-aids on his face, he lets out a frustrated sigh, desperately wishing someone else could step up, his solitary steps echoing the burden he carries. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the air, calling out from behind, freezing him mid-stride. He spins around, only to find Si-Yun standing there, her appearance completely out of the blue. He's stunned, recognizing her instantly, completely caught off guard by her sudden arrival, as she stands there, arms crossed, a smirk playing on her lips. She drops a bombshell, revealing she's been watching him, fully aware of his secret hobby, while everyone else was clueless, and casually mentions she had to track him down in person since she didn't have his number. Dawan Ha, still recovering from his last fight, stares ahead, a single question burning in his mind, this time. But the mysterious figure before him, Si-Yun, cuts him off with a blunt, nothing. She's not playing games, revealing that since he's now a rep, introductions are in order, and when he asks who, she fires back, who else? His eyes practically pop out of his head as the chilling name drops, the Baramidong guys. A close-up of his face, band-aids and all, shows the sheer intensity of his resolve. A moment of calm before the storm, a clear sky overhead. Later, on the street, Dawan Ha tries to bail, asking Si-Yun if he can just go, but she's relentless, demanding, why? He tries to brush it off, claiming he's not much of a rep anyway. Suddenly, a new player enters the scene, bowing low and declaring it an honor to introduce himself as Hyung Nim. This new representative quickly shuts down any talk of gangs, then commands everyone to dig in. Dawan Ha, now at the head of a massive table, digs into his noodles, the tension palpable. The room is packed, a feast underway, and the representative booms, nice meal. The moment of truth arrived, Representative Ha Du-won, that was his new, official title. And the sheer weight of it made him audibly gulp, a nervous tremor shaking his core. He muttered that it was just too much, but his companion, ever the pragmatist, cut him off, we're already here. She added, you can bail after you see their faces, if you want. The ornate sliding door rumbled open, and a figure immediately dropped into a deep bow, practically shouting, it's an honor to introduce myself, Hyung Nim. Then, it clicked for Dawan Ha, a scoff escaping him as he tugged at his tie. Ah, I knew it, he thought, you, punk. What is this, some kind of gang meeting? He felt a pang of awkwardness, but then a thought solidified, just call me representative, right? Elsewhere, the bowing figure, eyes gleaming with intensity, continued to address someone unseen, proclaiming, right here, Hyung Nim. The scene inside was a stark contrast. A man in a loud floral shirt and shades snapped a dramatic salute, while a heavily tattooed individual sat coolly at a massive round table. But the true bombshell dropped when Kang Se-hoon, eyes practically bugging out, gasped, Hyung Nim? Kang Se-hoon. His face twisted into a furious snarl, he spat out, what the hell is that bastard doing here? Dawan Ha, now directly confronting him, laid it out, right, he's also part of Baramidong. He's a Baramidong rep, so what's your problem? The floral shirt man, jabbing a finger, sneered, he's just some fake boss. How dare a weak F*** like him? A bandaged youth stands his ground, but his tormentor just laughs, rubbing in the humiliation of their last fight. The bandaged kid fires back, claiming a dirty win, but his aggressor just grabs him by the collar, daring him to go another round. The tattooed bully gets right in his face, taunting him to step up once more. But Si-Yun is having none of it, watching the whole pathetic scene unfold with pure disgust, calling it totally embarrassing. Then, with a look that could freeze fire, she drops the hammer, shut up and sit down. And just like that, the two tough guys shrink back, their fight lust gone, whispering about how terrifying Si-Yun no Nim truly is. Suddenly, we're at a big, fancy meeting table with Si-Yun, Kang Se-hoon, and Dawan Ha all present, and he's thinking about how he nearly lost it earlier, realizing this whole thing was set up for them to finally connect and swap numbers. A guy with shades and long hair, sitting opposite Si-Yun, says he's been dying to meet Dawan Ha, but the young rep just whispers, who's that old dude over there? Still totally lost, Dawan Ha thinks there should be way more people here, wondering what the heck the sunglasses guy is even talking about. Si-Yun, with a calm look, drops the bomb, declaring that everyone at this table is Baramidong. A bird's eye view shows the entire crew, Dawan Ha, Si-Yun, Kang Se-hoon, and the rest of the members all chilling at the round table, ready for whatever's next. Dawan Ha, still reeling, asks the sunglasses guy about the last assembly with all those bully council members, and the man just nods, confirming his memory. The Baramidong meeting is in full swing, and a voice drops a bombshell, a major incident went down, forcing an ex-rep to bail from the council. But hold up. Another member at the table cuts in, shutting down any more talk about it, clearly not wanting to spill the beans to Daeun-ha. Then, a third voice chimes in, insisting they keep it brief and just get to the introductions already. Alright, time for some introductions. First up, we've got Si-yeon, a second-year high school student and a Baramidong associate, who's now introducing Shin Se-hee. And here's Shin Se-hee, a first-year high school student and another associate, totally hyped. He's all smiles, looking forward to working with everyone, and honestly, his whole vibe is just unbelievable for a first year. Next up, meet Kang Se-hoon, a second-year high school student and the Baramidong deputy. But beneath that calm exterior, he's seething, convinced he'd be the rep if Daeun-ha hadn't swooped in. Kang Se-hoon's inner monologue is pure fire, his contempt for Daeun-ha boiling over as he mentally trashes him and questions his entire existence in Baramidong. And then, the moment of truth. Ha Do-won, a second-year high school student, is officially unveiled as the Baramidong representative, with a stern voice telling him to just hold on to that top spot from now on. The vibe totally changes, as someone throws a curveball at Daeun-ha, asking if he's been stirring up any trouble. Daeun-ha looks totally lost, so the other member spells it out, blasting him for blowing off warnings and messing with Han-eun-sung, flashing back to a tense confrontation. The flashback keeps rolling, revealing a super intense moment between a menacing gray-haired bully and a terrified Han-eun-sung. And the flashback wraps up with another bully shoving some poor student, totally hinting that Daeun-ha's past is packed with clashes against other neighborhood toughs. A brutal flashback ignites, revealing a red-haired student unleashing a devastating, blue energy-charged kick on a helpless, kneeling figure, a raw display of past power. But the harsh reality of the meeting snaps back, as a voice cuts through the tension, "You almost caused a scene because of that." More brutal flashbacks hit, a blonde-haired student violently grabbing someone's head, then a chaotic classroom scene, showing just how wild things got. An aerial shot of the classroom, desks overturned and students everywhere, just screams pure chaos. Back to the meeting, Si-yeon tries to brush it all off, shrugging, things like that. Pfft, nothing happened. Daeun-ha's mind races, does she already know everything? Just as someone else points out, dude, what's with those scars on your face? Han-eun-sung, looking totally busted with a band-aid on his nose, nervously stutters, just fell down. Ha. Across the table, the man in the brown coat sneers, worries for this guy. He was probably shaking like a dog, ha ha ha. Daeun-ha cuts through the mockery, laying down the law, listen up, everyone. Baramidong is weak right now, so we're keeping a low profile. He spells out the plan, no reasons for other neighborhoods to come after us, and they won't touch Baramidong. But the man in the brown coat isn't having it, scoffing, I'm against that. I can take on another neighborhood myself. Pfft. Daeun-ha's eyes narrow, calling him out, did you just laugh? The man, totally busted, quickly denies, no. Chaos erupts as electric currents surge, sending two figures into spasms and knocking another out cold. But amidst the pandemonium, Han-eun-sung, cool as ice, just wants to know if he can get some chili shrimps. Daeun-ha lets out a weary sigh, and suddenly, we're thrown into a flashback. A figure in a yellow jacket, red mask, and a weapon ready to strike, as a car slams on its brakes. He's reliving a street showdown from the past. Fast forward 4 days in the flashback, and the money's been transferred. Mission accomplished, it seems, after that intense street brawl. The aftermath plays out, with a building looming in the background. Snap back to reality. A sharp-dressed man in black looms over Daeun-ha, who's still chilling, and he's got some choice words, saying how much smoother everything would have been if they'd just listened earlier. He's practically dripping with smugness. Daeun-ha's chiseled torso, emblazoned with the inhuman avarice tattoo, is on full display as he mentally snarls that all this wasted time and manpower could have been avoided if they'd just played by his rules. Elsewhere, an old man, cane in hand, is absolutely fuming on a couch, yelling about all the starving workers who can't get a job. He's pointing fingers, blaming your hired guys for the whole mess. He's laying down the law, telling them to back off and leave everyone alone, but then comes the ice-cold reply, 2 more. The old man's jaw drops, a stunned what, escaping his lips. The man in black, now in a tight close-up, drops a bombshell, that money. It was all for our client's pocket. This isn't just about a simple transfer, there's a dark game afoot. Then he hits them with another demand, suggesting they allowance his crew who've been busting their butts day and night. It's a blatant shakedown for more cash. Daeun-ha's inhuman avarice tattoo practically glows as the man in black throws down the gauntlet, sneering, you're rich, aren't you? The pressure is mounting. The old man with the cane is absolutely livid, cursing out the little brats and their old geezer lines, he's had enough of their disrespect. And just like that, the man in black is back, barking orders to Il-suk to give him a nice massage until their guest coughs up the cash. It's a chilling threat, a promise of pain until the wallet opens. His eyes narrowed, the menacing figure gives a chilling nod of comprehension, his posture radiating an unyielding resolve. The stage is set, a desolate construction site, all raw concrete and jagged rebar, a perfect arena for chaos. The aftermath of a brutal encounter is undeniable, bloodied hands desperately trying to clean themselves, but the stains remain. Rewind. The man in the green suit, phone glued to his ear, revels in his victory, mocking his victim with a chilling laugh, "You were gonna pay us anyway, fucking geezer." Cutting back to the present, the man in green, ever the orchestrator, coolly asks, "Everyone ready?" Intel drops, the menacing figure gets the lowdown, the targets are all grouped up on the first floor. Smirking, the man in green names his prey, Ha Duan and Han Un Sung, those fuckers who say they're the reps. He even admits his crew got wrecked, but spins it, "Thanks to that, we have a good reason now." The menacing figure's voice cuts through the tension, a chilling command, "Let's start with the weakest, Boromea." A sickening, quagic sound rips through the air, but the man in green just chills, puffing on his cigarette, completely unfazed. On the other end of the line, a subordinate confirms, "Yes, we'll get going now." The operation is a go. And just like that, the construction site erupts with activity, a horde of armed thugs, bats and pipes in hand, ready to gear up and unleash hell. Striding forward with an undeniable swagger, the gang leader drops the bomb, "We're hitting Barami Dong." His right-hand man, glancing at the ominous silhouettes lurking behind them, double-checks, "Rep position, right?" Then, a flicker of confusion, "Wait, what even are those?" But the leader's patience wears thin, snapping, "You're dead if you change your words." The subordinate finally gets it, a furious, "Ah, I get it, you crazy bastard. How many times do I have to say it," escaping him. Then, a sudden, chilling realization hits the subordinate and his crew, their faces contorting in a collective, stunned, "Huh." The leader, seeing their bewildered faces, drops the real intel, "I was wondering why the address was Bangchendong all along." A map flashes, pinpointing the Royale Castle as their target, and the subordinate snaps, "You guys were the ones who raided our school back then, right?" A chilling creak of metal slices through the air at the construction site, as a lone worker throws his hands up, caught completely off guard. A sinister grin spreads across the gang leader's face as he unleashes their brutal intent, "We're here to raid you, fuckers." Inside his sleek apartment, Sun Mingyu is on the phone, and whatever he's hearing is hitting him hard, his face a mask of pure shock. But that shock quickly morphs into pure irritation, as he snaps back, "What is this garbage? Why would I ever help you?" He spins around, taking in whatever desperate plea is coming through the receiver, a tense silence filling the room. The call drags on, his grip on the phone tightening. Then, a sudden resolve hardens his features, and he barks, "Just give me the address, I'm on my way." Elsewhere, Dawenha is absolutely flying through the streets, a human bullet tearing through the darkness, heading straight for trouble. His urgent sprint brings him to a massive, imposing structure, a building wrapped in scaffolding and blue tarps, looking like a war zone in progress. The moment he arrives, Kang Se-hoon is right there, pipe in hand, snarling, "You seriously think you're getting that rep position?" But Dawenha cuts him off, "Yeah, I am. Now shut up and help me." But Kang Se-hoon just cackles, completely ignoring him, and with a lightning-fast strike, he brings the pipe down on Dawenha, yelling, "Ha ha ha. Just stay out of my way, you punk." Dawenha, still standing, his muscles coiled and ready, shows no signs of backing down. But before he can even blink, Kang Se-hoon explodes forward, landing a brutal punch right to his face, sending a shockwave of pain and a shower of debris. "You're out first, retard," he screams. The sheer power of that hit sends him crashing to the ground, a sickening thud marking his fall, leaving him dazed but not out. No mercy, no hesitation. Kang Se-hoon snatches him up by the collar, yanking him back to his feet like a ragdoll, his subordinate just standing there, watching the brutality unfold. Even the subordinate, clutching a shattered plank, is utterly stunned, barely able to whisper, "W what? Kakik, would that be enough?" Still suspended, Dawenha fights for breath as Kang Se-hoon's grip on his throat tightens, cutting off his air. A choked gasp escapes him, as Kang Se-hoon, with a chilling smirk, taunts, "Humph. Ugh. Against Barami's granite, Kang Se-hoon." His legs flail uselessly, a stark image of the overwhelming power holding him hostage. Then, in a flash, Kang Se-hoon drops him, snatching up a metal pipe and charging like a maniac, leaving the others in his dust. With a savage throw, he launches Dawenha through the air, slamming him into the concrete with a bone-jarring crash. But even after that brutal slam, Dawenha pushes himself up, his gaze blazing with pure defiance as he snarls, "Come at me." A challenge Kang Se-hoon answers with a terrifying grin, roaring, "Bangchendong weaklings." He thought Dawenha was just some weakling. Especially after he'd already crushed him once, but that past victory now felt like a total fluke. A chilling question hit him, was this dude always a powerhouse, or did he just level up like crazy? He flashed back to that insane blue energy burst, a power that blindsided him, leaving him absolutely floored. He saw Dawenha getting tossed into a wild power vortex, then crashing hard onto the ground. It was all still so clear. He knew, deep down, if it wasn't for that defense-ignoring crit, he would have been toast. Thank goodness for that lucky shot. Back in the alley, Kang Se-hoon's minion was totally freaking out, trying to bail and screaming he'd just stay put, while Kang Se-hoon was all like, fight. Kill. Then, ding, rang out, and a glowing blue system window popped up right in front of Dawenha, slapping him with an event quest, Dungeon Novice, to take down 5 normal monsters for a sweet gold key reward. Back in the alley, Kang Se-hoon, fed up with his chicken shit minion, snapped, screw it, let's go, as the subordinate nervously clutched his pipe and mumbled, right. The minion's face was a mask of pure terror, his inner voice screaming, he just wanted no part of this fight. Then, a brutal thwack ripped through the air, like something invisible just got absolutely hammered. The system flashed, confirming normal monster defeated, and Dawenha was already standing over the fallen subordinate, his red-hot weapon still radiating energy, leaving Kang Se-hoon to stare in utter shock. But that shock quickly ignited into pure rage, and Kang Se-hoon let out a furious curse, his eyes locked on Dawenha. But Dawenha wasn't waiting for a response, his glowing red bar already a crimson streak, swinging with terrifying speed towards his opponent. The hit landed hard, sending a shockwave through Kang Se-hoon's body as he reeled back. Holding his weapon with chilling resolve, Dawenha delivered a brutal truth, it's an axiom that guys with a steel bar are always extras. And to drive his point home, he delivered another brutal blow, the red bar slamming into Kang Se-hoon, sending him flying. He didn't let up, Dawenha pressing his advantage, his weapon a relentless blur of crimson. Kang Se-hoon's face twisted in pure agony, blood erupting from his nose and mouth as the relentless assault continued. With a cold, hard stare, Dawenha gripped his glowing red bar, ready to finish this. And then, with a final, devastating swing, he brought the weapon down, ending the fight with a resounding impact. He absolutely decimated his opponent, a brutal crimson energy exploding on impact as a desperate scream tore through the air. Then, a system alert flashed, confirming 2 normal monsters were wiped out. His weapon mastery was just too OP. A wicked grin spread across his face, muttering, is this satisfying enough? He was absolutely loving it. But Kang Se-hoon could only stare, a chill running down his spine, wondering, is this really the guy I fought before? He was completely different. But Dawenha wasn't done. He grabbed a metal bar, letting out a primal roar, ready to absolutely wreck Kang Se-hoon. And with a lightning-fast move, he brought that bar down, no mercy. Crack. The bar connected, a bone-jarring hit that echoed through the space. He didn't stop there. Another brutal hit landed, sending Kang Se-hoon flying, his face a mask of pure pain. And as his rival went down, Dawenha delivered one more crushing blow, just to make sure. He kept pounding him, even on the ground, a relentless barrage of hits that showed no mercy. Dawenha stood tall, a clear victor over the absolutely wrecked Kang Se-hoon, who could only let out a pathetic URGH. But hold up. The fight wasn't over. A subordinate, gripping a metal bar, stepped into the frame, throwing down a challenge to Dawenha, who actually seemed to flinch for a second. Dawenha is still in the thick of it, metal bar in hand, facing down another challenger while 2 more goons are already out cold. But hold up, the real boss is here. We're talking about Ji Baekchang, the Bangshandong deputy, and he's not happy. Chilling like a villain on his couch, green suit jacket wide open, showing off those ripped abs and a killer tattoo, this guy just screams trouble. With a sly smirk and a drink in hand, he's totally unfazed, but still curious why his crew hasn't checked in yet. Meanwhile, one of his guys is glued to his phone, trying to get a hold of someone, but it's dead air. He's totally fed up with being ghosted and decides, he's going to check things out personally. Back in the dark alley, the fight is still raging, with a powerful shout tearing through the air. Dawenha is absolutely crushing it, taking down another foe, and just like that, 3 normal monsters are officially out. After wiping out the last of those chumps, Dawenha finally catches his breath. He looks down at the 4 bodies he just dropped, but his mind is already on the next target, there's still one more guy out there. He just lets out a quick humph, totally ready for whatever comes next. Just when you thought it was over, a new challenger appears. Kang Se-hoon, holding a subordinate in a brutal chokehold, steps into the fray. He's the last one, someone shouts, desperately trying to de-escalate, but it's too late. But Kang Se-hoon isn't listening, he's just dragging his human shield forward, a chilling display of his ruthlessness. Then, with a twisted grin, he taunts Dawenha, bring that guy to me. But our hero isn't playing games, firing back with a cool, what are you on? Haha, no thanks. And just to show he's serious, Kang Se-hoon puts a knife right to the hostage's throat. The tension is unbearable. But Dawenha's not backing down, his eyes burning with an unyielding resolve, ready to make his move. Then, in a flash, he explodes into action, his leg a lightning-fast blur, ready to strike. His mind screams, mine. This isn't just a fight, it's personal. Before Kang Se-hoon even knew what hit him, Daeun-ha's kick lands with a devastating PAT, sending shockwaves everywhere. The sheer power of that kick is insane, a blazing red trail marking its destructive trajectory. That red line just keeps going, showing the raw, unstoppable momentum of his strike. The reverberation is palpable, you can practically feel the power radiating from that hit. Kang Se-hoon gets absolutely rocked, his body flying back as Daeun-ha finishes his move, leaving a thunderous kwang in his wake. That kick connects with devastating power, sending the target absolutely flying as a blue aura explodes on impact. With a series of sickening thuds and clangs, the impact just keeps on going, a dizzying blur of motion. The guy is absolutely airborne, his knife spinning out of his grasp and flying off into the distance. Then, a system notification pops up, confirming the total annihilation of 5 normal monsters, their threat completely wiped out. And just like that, Daeun-ha looks down as a gleaming gold key materializes right in his hand, the ultimate reward for that lightning-fast victory. Meanwhile, that discarded knife just sits there on the cold concrete, a silent witness to the chaos that just went down. But wait, Kang Se-hoon is already pushing himself back up, a frustrated TSK hissing from his lips, his ego definitely taking a hit. He glares, demanding to know what was just said, absolutely refusing to admit he needed any help. Daeun-ha starts heading down a long, dark staircase, a mysterious glow coming from his hand, and Kang Se-hoon is right on his heels, his footsteps thudding behind him. Kang Se-hoon shouts down, taunting him from above, demanding to know why he's running and calling him scared. But Daeun-ha doesn't even flinch, his voice cutting through the air, a defiant, I'm not, echoing back. But hold on, Kang Se-hoon is seriously struggling to breathe, that powerful kick still hitting him hard, leaving him gasping for air. Daeun-ha is clearly feeling the strain, letting out a frustrated groan as the pressure mounts. But Kang Se-hoon isn't letting up, pointing a finger with a menacing glare, ready to escalate. Daeun-ha's eyes widen in shock, a confused, escaping him as he tries to figure out what's happening. Suddenly, Ji Baekchang steps into the frame, radiating power, coolly stating he never expected that a sunbase to show up on their turf. This guy. He's a blast from the past for Daeun-ha, sparking a flashback to a brutal classroom raid, where Ji Baekchang and his crew totally took over. Back then, Ji Baekchang was the undisputed boss, standing tall and owning the room with pure intimidation. That sinister grin and those piercing eyes, it was a chilling welcome, promising nothing but trouble. Kang Se-hoon, putting the pieces together, realizes this extra is none other than Ji Baekchang, meaning this whole situation just got way more intense. Kang Se-hoon and his crew are on the move, storming down the stairs, and Daeun-ha is caught completely off guard. But just as they close in, Ji Baekchang cuts them off, throwing up a defensive arm, ready to take the hit himself. Too late. Daeun-ha's kick is a blur of motion, smashing right into Ji Baekchang's chest with a brutal puissant. Daeun-ha unleashes a devastating blind spot strike, knowing full well that hitting the weak point is key, especially when the boss monster is always waiting at the top floor. Meanwhile, Kang Se-hoon spins around, a cocky grin spreading across his face, making it crystal clear, you're against me now. One of his goons, brandishing a paint roller like a weapon, practically screams that he's leaving the rest to Kang Se-hoon, then shoves a weapon forward, challenging, let's have a fair match. He then casually adds, that he'll just chill and farm some easy monsters for all the sweet benefits. Down below, Ji Baekchang is absolutely wrecked, splayed out on the unforgiving floor, the force of the blow having completely knocked him off his feet. After a beat, he starts to move, a dazed slipping out as he tries to figure out what just hit him. His eyes snap open as he glares upwards, a shocked, whoa look who's here, bursting from him. He then unleashes a brutal taunt, calling Kang Se-hoon, the loser who tried for a rep position and got absolutely annihilated. Keek. Kang Se-hoon, the second-year high school student and Baramidong deputy, is clearly not amused, his face a mask of cold fury. He fires back, snapping, look who's talking. You're the one doing all that shady stuff behind the scenes. Ji Baekchang, still down but not out, keeps up the trash talk, mocking, say anything to his rep, coward Ji Baekchang. He. Ji Baekchang, the second-year high school student and Bangchendong deputy, is absolutely not backing down, his defiant smirk proving he's far from defeated. Still reeling on the ground, Ji Baekchang faces Kang Se-hoon's utter contempt. Eu odeo pra carolho quem so blifa, Kang Se-hoon zamba, alhando para ele, impacto forte ecoando en cuanto seu pay atinge o chao perdo de Ji Baekchang. Daring him, let's see if I'm bluffing, or not. But Ji Baekchang, defiant, rises to meet Kang Se-hoon's menacing grin, shall we? A red baton lies near Kang Se-hoon's foot, a silent threat, as he scoffs, From a distance, Daeun-ha watches, visibly shaken and confused by the escalating chaos, a bewildered escaping him. His distress deepens, a hand instinctively flying to cover his face, as the gravity of the situation sinks in. A chilling realization hits him, this guy. I thought he was just some normal monster. Suddenly, a new player emerges, Jo Il-suk, confidently stating, I think I'm good with bare hands, Sunbi Nim. He's not just any monster, he's revealed as an elite monster. With a resolute expression, Jo Il-suk presses on, what the hell is elite about? I'm different from them, so I'll end this. The elite monster, Jo Il-suk, unleashes a devastating kick, launching Daeun-ha with bone-jarring force straight into the wall, the sheer power of the blow undeniable. A choked gasp rips from his throat, the wind knocked clean out of him by the sheer brutality of the attack. But there's no time to recover, as Jo Il-suk's iron grip seizes his arm, a chilling taunt implying he knew exactly what Daeun-ha would try next. And with one last, brutal shove, Daeun-ha is sent crashing to the floor, utterly defeated for the moment. Staring down at the fallen hero, Jo Il-suk delivers a chilling reminder, emphasizing that he's different from then, a true elite monster unleashed. Amidst the chaos, a system alert blazes across the screen, a tantalizing promise that dungeons have massive clear rewards, but first, they have to survive this nightmare. But even on the ground, battered and bruised, Daeun-ha's eyes burn with an unyielding fire, vowing that this very spot will become Jo Il-suk's grave. Completely unfazed, Jo Il-suk points with absolute confidence, declaring he'll clear this dungeon, no matter what, a chilling promise of what's to come. Jo Il-suk is straight up threatening Daeun-ha, telling him this abandoned spot is where he's gonna meet his end. But Daeun-ha isn't buying it, getting ready to throw down, and just like that, the fight is on with a rapid-fire assault. The battle kicks off, and Daeun-ha's brain is already in overdrive, figuring out that a straight-up attack isn't the move here. He unleashes the blind spot strike, a super efficient move to totally mess up his opponent's rhythm, going for that sweet spot of weakness. Hitting that blind spot isn't just a hit, it's a game changer, opening up a massive window for more damage. And just like that, the opening is there, Daeun-ha's punch lands with a sickening thud, sending sweat and blood flying. He's totally locked in on his strategy, knowing that blind spot was the absolute sweet spot for his knockout punch. It totally worked. Jo Il-suk is left absolutely shocked and reeling from the hit. Daeun-ha, seizing his moment, unleashes the devastating blind spot strike, landing a direct hit on Jo Il-suk. But the hit is instantly met with a brutal counter-barrage, as Jo Il-suk unleashes a flurry of blows, sending him flying back. He tanks the hits, his mind a whirlwind of strategy, pushing himself to just keep going. Then, he spots another opening, delivering a crushing blow that sends a shockwave through his opponent. Even with his fearsome reputation as an elite monster, Jo Il-suk was utterly terrified by that surprise attack. But Daeun-ha, surprisingly, starts to question the challenge, thinking this fight might be way easier than he first imagined. His body feels totally different, way stronger, all thanks to the character stats he's been grinding, and he's ready to absolutely wreck these delinquent punks. He boldly declares that everyone here is about to get completely messed up by him today. Mid-fight, Daeun-ha suddenly remembers he'd done some digging on his sunbae recently. He drops a bombshell of information, leaving Jo Il-suk completely stunned and confused. The secret, sunlight shelter. Jo Il-suk's eyes go wide with pure shock, a fresh bandage standing out on his face. So, what exactly is Sunlight Shelter? It was a non-profit organization, a beacon of hope for those juvenile delinquents. Aiming to steer them onto the right path and actively fight school bullying, all detailed in this old letter of appreciation to Hajino, the legendary founder himself. Flashback to a younger Hajino, absolutely beaming, being lifted by someone, a vibrant memory from when he was still with them, before everything changed. And the mention of his name, now tied to the deceased, makes Jo Il-suk's face twist, as he debates whether to call him, the late Hajino. Back in the present, Daeun-ha, sporting fresh bandages, stands his ground, telling someone off for dragging parents into their mess. Now, we're on a dark, abandoned rooftop, city lights gleaming below, setting the perfect stage for a showdown. Two hands clench, a moment of desperate resolve or a silent promise, right before chaos erupts. Then, with an explosive burst, Daeun-ha rockets forward, a total blur of raw power. He slams into Ji Baekchang, sending him reeling back with a brutal impact, the clash reverberating across the entire rooftop. Ji Baekchang, with a chilling smirk, declares his plan to completely wipe out Baramidong today, then demands to know how Daeun-ha even sniffed him out. But Daeun-ha, completely unfazed, scoffs at his bullshit, casually revealing he just followed their bastard rep right to him. Daeun-ha, ever the strategist, processes the situation, noting the presence of another key player, the Baramidong representative. Ji Baekchang, brimming with overconfidence, grins, thinking, good for me. But before Daeun-ha can even blink, Ji Baekchang strikes, slamming him to the ground with overwhelming power, leaving him reeling from the sudden, brutal ambush. A devastating punch lands, sending shockwaves through his body, the impact echoing like thunder. Ji Baekchang's twisted smile widens, his voice dripping with venomous glee. The prey walked right into the tiger's den, all by. He punctuates his taunt with a brutal kick to Dao Enha's chest, reveling in his opponent's apparent helplessness. The relentless assault continues, each strike a testament to his brutal dominance. Ji Baekchang's eyes gleam with sadistic pleasure as he sneers, proclaiming himself the ultimate predator. Another crushing blow connects, sending a visible shockwave across the ground, the sheer force undeniable. Ji Baekchang stands victorious over a fallen foe, mocking his opponent and dismissing any remaining resistance, declaring the fight over and his dominance absolute. But just as he revels in his triumph, a sudden, sharp impact cuts through the air, a small object falling with surprising velocity. Before Ji Baekchang can even react, Dao Enha, refusing to stay down, explodes with a furious counterpunch, the devastating blow connecting squarely with his face, turning the tables in an instant. That punch landed hard, twisting his face into a mask of pain and shock. But before he can even react, he's grabbed by the head, trapped in a brutal hold as the assault keeps coming. Then, bam! A lightning-fast kick launches him into the air, sending him flying with a sickening crunch. He hits the ground hard, skidding across the concrete, barely keeping his footing after that brutal combo. Dao Enha clutches his nose, furious at the cheap tricks his enemy is pulling, but he's not backing down, boasting that his own moves are high-grade skills. But Ji Baekchang just shrugs it off, completely unfazed, telling Dao Enha the game's already over because he left his rep behind. He keeps talking, practically laughing at Dao Enha's ignorance, swearing that his bastard rep isn't some pushover who'd fall to a low-level underling. With a smug grin, he throws a final jab, daring Dao Enha to talk smack about Il-suk without knowing the full story. But that name, that guy, hits different. Dao Enha's eyes blaze with an electric blue glow, his focus sharpening, ready to unleash hell. He explodes into action, launching a devastating, blind spot strike, his fist glowing with raw blue energy as it smashes into Ji Baekchang's chest. Ji Baekchang gets rocked, stumbling backward, taking hit after hit as Dao Enha goes all out. And then, a final, explosive blue kick sends him absolutely soaring, a mere blur against the backdrop as he's launched into the distance. He's taking hit after hit, blue energy exploding around him with every strike, but this guy just won't go down. His resolve is absolutely insane. Then, a devastating falcon drop sends him flying, but even mid-air, you can tell he's not out of the fight. He's still spinning through the air, a human projectile in this gritty arena. But he lands on his feet, like a total zombie with infinite stamina, just refusing to stay down. Ji Baekchang is absolutely stunned, demanding to know how this guy is still conscious. Even Jo Il-suk, looking rough and watching from the sidelines, can't believe what he's seeing. This dude just doesn't lose. Dao Enha is sweating, he's hurting, but his eyes are burning with an unbreakable will. And Kang Se-hoon, with his own battle scars, is just as confused, like, seriously, why isn't this guy down for the count yet? Inside his head, Dao Enha sees his MP is critically low, only 200 out of 400, meaning he's got just one shot left for his multi-strike destruction. Then, boom! A sudden surge of blue energy as he unleashes a counterattack, sending Ji Baekchang absolutely soaring with a skill-powered hit. He follows up with a brutal, blue-charged punch right to Ji Baekchang's face, drawing blood. Even as the system flashes, skill activation has been cancelled, he's still hitting hard. Staring down at his now battered opponent, Dao Enha just casually drops the line, looks like you're tired, like it's nothing. Ji Baekchang, reeling from Dao Enha's last devastating blow, is down on the ground, his face a mask of shock and agony. A sharp, metallic clang rips through the air. And just like that, Dao Enha is blindsided. A lightning-fast, blue-tinged strike smashes into his face, a brutal, blind spot skill erupting around him. Ji Baekchang, now back on his feet, drops a cold truth bomb, taunting that his opponent has gotten way too slow. He keeps the pressure on, slamming another brutal punch into Dao Enha, who stumbles back. Meanwhile, Kang Se-hoon is just soaking it all in, loving every second, especially since Ji Baekchang brought up Dao Enha's dead father. Another sickening thud rings out, and then Ji Baekchang drops another bombshell, asking if they even know why he brought up Dao Enha's dad. Dao Enha screams in agony as another fist connects, his face twisted in pure pain. The brutal beatdown just keeps coming. Ji Baekchang then drops his sick reasoning, claiming he felt bad about Dao Enha's father. Dao Enha crashes to the ground with a sickening thud, and Jo Il-suk piles on the insults, sarcastically saying his dad must have died feeling super accomplished, guiding all those juvenile delinquents. He twists the knife further, pointing out the ultimate irony, his son ended up joining the bully council. Kang Se-hoon looms over the defeated Dao Enha, staring down with utter contempt. While Jo Il-suk, with a dismissive gesture, tells him to cut it out, then rips into Dao Enha for acting like he's better than them, calling them delinquents, even though he's now just like them. Still reeling from the brutal assault, he's on his knees, barely able to speak, thinking about his father and how devastated he'd be to see this from above. His face already a bloody mess, he's met with a cruel taunt, his tormentor mocking his very existence. And just when he thought it couldn't get worse, another voice chimes in, twisting the knife, declaring his entire life a total waste. As the insults cut deep, the massive figure looms over him, fist raised, ready to unleash another devastating blow. Then, a brutal puyak echoes as the fist slams into him, sending shockwaves of agony through his broken form. His vision blurs, his face a bloody, confused mess, barely able to comprehend what's happening. Another brutal hit lands, the relentless beatdown showing no signs of stopping. Through the haze of pain, he lets out a desperate, blood-soaked, "Hey," a final, weak protest. But then, out of nowhere, a holographic window explodes into view, declaring, "Event Quest, Dungeon Novice complete," and awarding him a gold key. What a twist. Just as the system message fades, his tormentor casually walks away, leaving him utterly defeated on the cold ground, a chilling, cholkyang sound marking his departure. And just like that, another notification pops up, announcing a class-exclusive active skill has been unlocked. The game just changed. Even after all that, a spark ignites inside him. His hand clenches, a silent promise forming as he remembers his own words, he'd told them this before. But then, his tormentor's voice slices through the tension, a chilling reminder that some lines, like dragging family into this mess, are just off limits. But those words hit different, and suddenly, Dawenha's entire being changes. His eye ignites with an electric blue glow, and pure, crackling energy explodes around his fist, a new power bursting forth. Back in the day, a cozy living room was the setting for some epic memories. When he was just a little dude, and a classic console was the ultimate portal to another world. He used to grind this game with his dad, a legendary title known as Stun Slam. On the retro screen, a pixelated knight was on a mission, snagging coins and dodging those annoying slimes. His dad, hyping him up with a classic, "Oh, that's it, do one. Just a little more," while the little legend himself was screaming, "Whoa, aw," in pure gaming ecstasy. The plot was straight out of a fantasy epic. A knight from a distant kingdom had to rescue a princess from the clutches of the immortal devil's army. His ultimate move, the Stun Smash, would obliterate any enemies in his path, clearing the way to the devil's castle with a satisfying bang that echoed through the pixels. It was a classic, yet quirky tale, as the knight unleashed his epic Stun Smash on a hapless green monster. But here's the kicker, no matter how many times the knight attacked, that devil, a massive skeleton boss, just would not go down. The poor warrior was stuck in a loop, dying over and over, until that soul-crushing, "You lose," screen popped up, asking if you wanted to continue or just quit the game. The retro game screen flashed, "Game over," once more, and a young Dawenha couldn't help but scream in pure frustration. Was this game seriously unbeatable? Just when you thought he was safe, Dawenha gets blindsided. An unseen hand snatches his ankle, yanking him off his feet. He lets out a shocked gasp, fighting against the sudden hold, but that blue energy is still crackling around him. But even mid-fall, Dawenha isn't out. He unleashes a devastating counter, slamming Ji Baek-chang, the green-suited thug, straight into the concrete. The sheer power of his own move, or maybe that initial grab, sends him flying, crashing down with a guttural, "Ugh." An unseen voice screams in disbelief, "What is this guy? He just got slammed, but he's still going." Bandages and blood cover his face, but look at those eyes. Dawenha is not giving up, his gaze burning with pure defiance. Ji Baek-chang is back up, but he's sweating. He can't believe Dawenha is still moving, then snarls, "Have you said all you wanted to say?" The tension is insane. Another voice, totally flabbergasted, screams, "What the F*** is his body made of? This kid is built different." Ji Baek-chang looms over Dawenha, a sinister grin spreading across his face, as Kang Se-hoon watches from the sidelines, letting out a creepy kikik. Ji Baek-chang snarls, "Your rep is F*** ing done for," and then BAM. He brings his fist down in a lightning-fast, brutal strike. He stares down, his face a mask of cold calculation, sizing up the damage he just dealt to the unyielding Dawenha. Back with Kang Se-hoon, he's tapping his fingers, clearly getting impatient, muttering, "Yeah, what to do? What's their next move?" He takes another savage punch, sweat and spit exploding from the impact, but even through the agony, his mind screams, "No time to care about anyone else." Before he can even blink, a devastating kick smashes into him, a blur of raw power. But across the way, Kang Se-hoon just grins, a cold, calculating look in his eyes, casually asking if the guy even matters. Back in the thick of it, Ji Baek-chang roars, charging in for yet another brutal hit. The battered fighter crashes to the floor, his body screaming from the non-stop beatdown. But even on the canvas, another savage kick lands, sending a shower of debris flying. Ji Baek-chang keeps the pressure on, his face twisted in pure fury as he screams about hating disloyal bastards. Kang Se-hoon, ever the provocateur, mocks his battered subordinate, telling him to at least fake some concern for their rep, then throws it back, asking if he's ever cared about his own. Down on the cold floor, the beaten fighter mutters, "Why would I even care," as the sounds of the fight crash around him. Then, another kick lands, Ji Baek Chang's foot smashing into his helpless body with savage force. The blow rocks his core, a sickening thud as Ji Baek Chang snarls that their rep is different because of him. Absolutely consumed by a primal rage, Ji Baek Chang's eyes blaze with terrifying intensity, his entire body coiled for the next brutal assault. Still down, he takes another devastating hit, blood exploding from the impact. This guy is just ridiculously strong. Meanwhile, someone off-screen is hyping up the attacker, saying even the legendary Silem-dong rep, Han Eun-sung, couldn't touch this guy. With blood already on his knuckles, Ji Baek Chang is just smiling, ready to unleash even more pain. A pained grunt rips through the air, lost in the cold, empty construction zone. Daeun-ha screams as he gets another kick, and his attacker just tells him to quit wasting his energy. He lets out a sharp ACK, as he's kicked again, his body already a mess on the cold ground. Ji Baek Chang lands another brutal kick, mocking his opponent, "You look like you're out of strength." But even on his knees, beaten and bloody, Daeun-ha's eyes are burning. "Did you think you're the only one that can get back up?" His face is a mess of bruises and determination, and he clenches his fists, ready to fight no matter what. With a primal scream, he explodes forward, a surge of energy sending him straight at Ji Baek Chang. He's a blur of motion, closing the distance instantly, his legs driving him through the air for a desperate counter. Boom! His fist lands with a satisfying thud, smashing right into Ji Baek Chang's gut and leaving him momentarily stunned. The brutal beatdown rages on. Ji Baek Chang lands another savage hit, twisting the knife with a taunt about Daeun-ha's father, and the pain rips a desperate cry from him. With his face already a bloody mess, Daeun-ha takes another verbal shot, his tormentor mocking a connection between them that he claims neither truly understands. The psychological warfare intensifies, as Ji Baek Chang coldly declares every single one of Daeun-ha's struggles to be absolutely worthless. No mercy, no hesitation, a brutal kick slams into Daeun-ha, his head whipping back from the sheer force. The impact is absolutely crushing, his face twisting in pure agony as the kick connects with sickening force. His body is thrown back violently, the sheer power of the strike sending him flying. Choking and sputtering, Daeun-ha fights for every breath, the pain overwhelming him. Just ragged gasps escape him, his body utterly broken and spent. Suddenly, the brutal reality shatters into a game screen flashing, "You lose," and Kang Se-hoon is absolutely furious, raging that the devil punk just won't go down. He's reeling from the sheer grind it took to reach the final stage, a crushing thought echoing, was it all for absolutely nothing? But across town, Ha Jin-oh, glued to his own game screen, offers a calm, confident counter. He knows there's a way to take down the devil. Then, a powerful flashback or internal thought hits, showing a young Daeun-ha, eyes fixed on a screen, a profound question echoing in his mind. Are you really going to quit now? He considers it, a soft escaping his lips. Deep in a flashback, a young Daeun-ha is locked in, strategizing his next move, vowing to grind until he snatches that win. Meanwhile, his dad, Ha Jin-oh, is totally beaming, hyped up by his son's sheer awesomeness. Flash forward. The fight is on as Jo Il-suk gets absolutely rocked, screaming as he's launched through the air. Daeun-ha looms over his downed foe, dropping the ultimate truth, it's no use. But Jo Il-suk tries to get up, only to get absolutely clocked again by Daeun-ha, who's not done with him yet. Another hit, and Jo Il-suk is sent flying, spinning out of control. Boom! A critical hit lands with a blinding blue flash, sending him spiraling down in total shock. Ding! The system confirms it, a critical hit has been inflicted. Down and out, Jo Il-suk is gasping for air, spitting blood as the damage piles up. He finally hits the deck, splashing hard into a puddle, totally wiped out. Daeun-ha's voice echoes, calling out his opponent's last stand, even if you say you'll never stay down. Strolling away from the wreckage, Daeun-ha drops the mic, "You're still only human and probably not an immortal one." Bloodied and beaten, Jo Il-suk still had the audacity to sneer, challenging if his foe had been holding back for this final punch. But Daeun-ha, towering over him, simply brushed off the defiance, uttering a cold truth, it was all useless anyway. A defeated sigh escapes Jo Il-suk as he weakly reaches out, a single word, regrettably, echoing his fading power. But just when you thought he was out, a spark of his old arrogance ignited, proclaiming that his foe could never truly defeat him. Too slow. A lightning-fast, brutal punch slams into his gut, ripping a guttural cough from his lungs. The sheer force sends him flying, feet leaving the floor, a desperate no, barely escaping his lips. His desperate eyes, still burning with defiance, flashed back to a crucial lesson, a hard-won truth from a game. But Daeun-ha, now glowing with a subtle blue aura, shattered his delusion, a chilling reminder, there is no such thing as an unbeatable enemy. Then, with a blinding flash of blue energy, Dowen Ha unleashed a devastating new skill, hoisting Jo Il-suk into the air, his body screaming in agony. The raw, unbridled power surged through him, ripping a blood-curdling from his throat as his face twisted in pure agony. Dowen Ha's eye blazed with an otherworldly blue, a sudden realization dawning as he recognized the power he now commanded. A knowing smirk played on his lips, the ultimate reveal, he had a hidden secret all this time. Suddenly, a sharp bang rips through the silence of a room, signaling something big just went down. Cut to a younger Dowen Ha, eyes wide and glistening with tears, barely able to form a word, he's absolutely floored by what just happened. And there it is. On the screen, a pixelated knight, standing tall with his princess, fireworks blasting everywhere, screaming, clear. The skeleton monster is toast. His voice, still shaky but bursting with pure joy, screams out, he's done it. He's won. The absolute legend. Fast forward. An older Dowen Ha is chilling on the floor, controllers everywhere, while some kid next to him is absolutely losing it, demanding to know how he pulled off that move when he just stepped out. Dowen Ha just smirks, casually dropping wisdom about how simple it actually was, telling the kid, just take the devil to win. The flashback dissolves, but the lesson sticks. Back to the present, the mental command rings out, sharp and clear, grab him. Throw him down. Then, with a brutal surge of power, Dowen Ha unleashes it. He hoists Jo Il-suk into the air, ready to absolutely smash him down. The game's logic flashes through his mind, take the devil, and then, bam. Stun Slam is ready to go. On the screen, the knight lands a crushing hit, a massive blue energy burst erupting on impact, and that monster's health bar just tanks. The system confirms it, Stun Slam can be activated. And just like that, the Stun Slam explodes into action, a blinding blue force consuming his enemy. Dowen Ha just went all out, unleashing the devastating Stun Smash to absolutely obliterate his opponent. This insane move costs 90 mana and only triggers when the enemy is already falling, transforming into the ultimate Stun Slam. The sheer force sends Jo Il-suk absolutely flying, slamming him into the ground and blasting open a massive, glowing crater. His face twisting into a silent, agonizing scream as blue energy explodes all around him. Then, a proud voice cuts through the chaos, pulling us into a flashback, asking, ha ha ha. My son is seriously impressive, isn't he? The scene flashes to an old-school game console, and Ha Jin-Oh's voice keeps going, never forget this day, Do-won. A young Dowen Ha stares up at his dad, totally confused, after trying to nail this game move hundreds of times. His dad's hand gently on his head, telling him he actually figured out how to beat the devil, even when it felt totally impossible. The kid hangs on every word as his dad promises that no matter what crazy challenges he faces down the line, his grind will always pay off and make a difference. Ha Jin-Oh flashes a warm smile, dropping some serious wisdom, there's no such thing as wasted effort in this life. The flashback ends, snapping back to the present. Where Jo Il-suk is sprawled out, totally dazed and beaten, struggling to breathe, wondering if this whole nightmare is finally over. Absolutely demolished and bleeding out in a fresh crater, Jo Il-suk is officially down for the count. That system notification just sealed his fate, defeated. He's barely conscious, gasping, Hiya. I can't do more. While Dowen Ha just looms over him, the undisputed champion of this insane fight. Suddenly, the scene cuts. Footsteps echo through a gritty construction zone, a total vibe shift from the insane battle just moments ago. A voice cuts through the silence, commenting, yo, that dude, Ha Do-won. His boots hit the pavement with a confident stride, and the voice finishes, he just walked right into that mess, totally on his own. Meanwhile, Kang Se-hoon is watching from afar, his face a mask of intensity as he wonders, seriously, does this guy even know what fear is? A figure in a green jacket is about to go off, and someone's already talking trash, saying, unlike yours, our rep is. And he's moving at light speed, his dark hair a blur as he just teleports across the space, with very screaming how powerful he is. He lands a crushing punch right to his opponent's head, sending shockwaves and particles flying, the impact is insane, and someone's already yelling, fucking strong. Han Gunsung is just unstoppable, his fists are flying, and someone's already hyping him up, saying, Han Gunsung can compete with him. He's standing tall, totally dominating his opponent who's just sprawled out on the ground. Han Gunsung is looking down, like, what now? But just when you think it's over, bam. Blood explodes across his chest, he gasps, realizing he just got blindsided. His eyes are bugging out in pure shock and pain, his whole face twists up as he tries to process what just happened. Before he can even blink, someone grabs him by the throat, and his struggle is met with a chilling, you're too noisy. The chokehold just gets tighter, his muscles are screaming against the pressure, and his attacker calls him out, Bongchendong rep. He's fighting for his life, his face twisted in agony, as the Silindong rep barks, Silindong rep, bring them all, and he's just screaming, this fucker. The Silindong rep, absolutely ruthless, makes his intentions crystal clear, he's going to crush every single one of them. Blood splattered across his face, a savage grin spreading wide, proving he just absolutely dominated his opponent. Staring down at the fallen, a look of pure contempt twists his face, spitting out how dirty the whole thing was. His hand, still dripping with blood, clenches as he casually admits, playing dirty in some fights, what a savage. Towering over a completely wrecked Han Gunsung, the Silindong rep delivers the ultimate diss, telling him to dress properly before you say that, you exhibitionist, a total mic drop moment as Gunsung lies defeated. But elsewhere, in a completely different, eerie location, a lonely staircase just sits there, waiting. Suddenly, a lone figure, Du Wanha, starts climbing those stairs, each step a soft thud in the oppressive quiet. He takes in the unsettling quiet of his climb, realizing he's completely alone, no one else made it this far up. Even with his face covered in blood and wounds, Du Wanha's gaze is pure fire, pushing through the pain. His goal snaps into focus as he figures out the only place left to go is the roof, since it's the top. He keeps moving up, taking in the absolute silence surrounding him, it's dead quiet up here. Down for the count, he's sprawled on the concrete, bloodied and dazed, wondering what just hit him. Every inch of his body screams in pain, but he's still down, a bloody mess on the ground. But then, the Silindong rep looms over him, a sinister grin plastered on his face, practically screaming about how much he loves it when his enemies let their guard down. He's standing there, chest out, looking like the king of the world. And just to rub it in, the Silindong rep puts his foot right on his head, asking if he really thought a simple choke would take him out. That smirk just gets wider, as he tells him he should have been taken out for good. Then, with a nasty, squish sound, the Silindong rep grinds his foot right into Du Wanha's head. But out of nowhere, a lightning-fast punch sends the Silindong rep flying back with a shout of, get off. It's Kang Se-hoon, standing over Du Wanha, telling him to get up, knowing he's tough enough to keep going. They're both beat up, bloodied, but there's a silent moment of understanding between them. Kang Se-hoon makes the ultimate sacrifice, telling Du Wanha he brought him into this mess and to run while he holds off their attacker. But as Kang Se-hoon gets ready to fight, the Silindong rep just laughs, calling their passionate camaraderie totally cringe. Ji Baekchang, with a chilling grin, throws down a challenge, questioning if his foe even managed to take down Il Suk. His arrival is heralded by a terrifying title card, blasting his identity as the boss monster Ji Baekchang. But Du Wanha, battered and bloodied, can only stare back in sheer horror, his eyes wide with the chilling realization of who stands before him. The sheer, overwhelming power of his enemy is undeniable, as his own stats flash a grim reality, a mere 54 HP out of 1500, and MP completely drained. But even on the brink, Du Wanha refuses to break. His eyes blaze with resolve as he shouts that with Kang Se-hoon out of the fight, he'll take on the entire burden, daring his foe to come at me or face the wrath of Bang Chendong. His determination isn't just about this brawl, it's about the enemy's chilling declaration to seize Borimaedong today. He knows there's no escape, and he's demanding answers. What are you seizing? Just as Ji Baekchang is about to unleash his fury, a sudden, jarring presence makes him freeze, forcing him to whip his head around in surprise. And who is this new player? None other than Young Suk-young, the Bang Chendong representative, making a grand entrance with an aura of undeniable power. Ji Baekchang, clearly thrown off, demands to know why he's here, as Young Suk-young coolly retorts, why are you? Du Wanha, battered and bewildered, can only gape at the sudden arrival, his mind racing to figure out, who's that? Ji Baekchang, quickly recovering his swagger, playfully chides Young Suk-young, claiming he would have shown up instantly if he'd just gotten a call, despite the surprise entrance. The tension is palpable. Who is this guy that's making everyone else sweat bullets? Then, heavy footsteps hit the ground, and a new player steps into the arena, instantly stealing the spotlight. You can't see much, but trust me, this guy's stare alone is enough to make you freeze. Young Suk-young just walks right up, and suddenly, even the big bad Ji Baekchang looks like a tiny ant. Kang Se-hoon is practically shaking in his boots, trying to play it cool, but he spills the beans about the Borimaedong invasion and points out Ji Baekchang. Young Suk-young doesn't waste a second, straight up asking Ji Baekchang if he was the one who ordered the Shinan invasion. He's got that intense look, like are you serious right now, waiting for Ji Baekchang to spill the truth. Kang Se-hoon is still freaking out, and Young Suk-young just drops a savage line about pocket money. Ji Baekchang is totally blindsided by Young Suk-young's arrival and direct challenge, he's speechless, his tough guy act completely gone. Then, with a thunderous stomp, Young Suk-young lays down the law, telling Ji Baekchang he just messed with the wrong guy. Before Ji Baekchang can even blink, Young Suk-young unleashes a lightning-fast, bone-shattering hit, the force of it exploding through the scene. And just like that, Ji Baekchang is sent flying, his body launched through the air like a ragdoll. The sheer force of the hit leaves Ji Baekchang's face a mangled, bloody mess, his eyes screaming in disbelief. As the very ground shatters around them, Ji Baekchang is absolutely wiped out, sprawled on the ground, while Young Suk-young just stands there, cool as ice, after a one-hit KO. Do Won-ha's jaw drops, sweat dripping down his battered face, his mind absolutely blown by the insane power he just saw. Next to him, Kang Se-hoon's face is a bloody mess of shock, as the insane truth hits him, their boss just got one shot. Kang Se-hoon just sits there, staring at his hands, a wild, dangerous idea starting to brew in his head. His eyes snap wide with a crazy determination, as he debates whether to pull the trigger on a game-changing move. He locks eyes with Do Won-ha, his voice dropping with serious intensity, dropping the name, Baramidong, like it's about to blow up their whole world. And just like that, everything went from bad to absolutely catastrophic. Do Won-ha and Kang Se-hoon stare at Young Suk-young from afar, but he just brushes them off, like their worries are a joke. Young Suk-young just smirks, totally enjoying the mess he's made. Do Won-ha confronts Kang Se-hoon, demanding to know why he's even here, but Kang Se-hoon drops a bombshell. Young Suk-young, or Han Eun-sung as he's called, actually invited him. Kang Se-hoon adds, with a poker face, that he even got the exact address to show up. He's got the card in his hand, and just one word escapes him as the weight of that address hits hard. It's just too wild to believe, a total, no way, screaming in his head. Cut to a serene school campus, buildings just chilling under a bright, clear sky. His eyes lock in, a flash of, I know what's up, or maybe, this is shady, crosses his face as he takes it all in, totally getting the real deal. A hand slides out, pushing a small map card, the voice behind it totally downplaying the whole thing, but still demanding he shows up at that spot this Friday. He's got the card, a beat of silence, then he's already thinking about a potential brawl, ready to throw down if things get wild. But his reply is instant and solid, a hard no to the whole idea. He's like, hold up, weren't we just allies, calling out the sudden flip, but Kang Se-hoon just coolly drops the, I'm busy, bomb. Seriously, did he actually remember that exact address right then, and did he really show up because of it? From way up high, Won Suk stares down, confirming he dragged him here for a big reveal, a quick, right, sealing the deal. Then, super chill, he brushes off the whole Borame mess, basically telling Kang Se-hoon to just forget his crew's antics, a smooth order disguised as a casual question. This whole meeting, it's all hanging on one massive condition, without that, everything would be flipped upside down. Kang Se-hoon pivots, eyes blazing with an icy resolve, dropping a brutal truth bomb, you would have been dead by my hands. With a dismissive turn, he lays down the law, a cold decree for Do Won-ha, don't ever mess with my guys again. Footsteps fading into the night, Kang Se-hoon vanishes, leaving a stunned Do Won-ha to grapple with the weight of his words. From the heights, Kang Se-hoon casts a final, piercing look, and a soft, thank you, from Eun-sung hangs in the air, a loaded whisper in the aftermath. Eun-sung's eyes snap open, a jolt of pure dread hitting him, as he sees one of his own, battered and broken, sprawled on the cold concrete. A chilling thought pierces the silence, making him question if this brutal encounter is really the final act. Staring into the desolate expanse above, he can't shake the haunting question, is it really over this time? A guttural, urgh. Rips through the night, a raw sound of agony from the fallen, painting a grim picture of the recent brawl. Heaving the dead weight onto his shoulders, Eun-sung curses the bulky bastard's heft, then steels himself, I'm fine, just gotta get him out. Mid-struggle, a new voice slices through the tension, demanding to know, what's up with Han Eun-sung? The game just changed. Han Gun-sung looms, a silent question mark hanging in the air, as Eun-sung, face streaked with blood, prepares for the next confrontation. Taking in the grim tableau, Han Gun-sung's voice drops, observing the injured figure isn't a friend, then he cuts to the chase, just allies? The unspoken tension is palpable. He just knew it. There was no way his opponent would come at him without a hidden agenda, a secret plan brewing beneath the surface. Leveraging his status as the Baramidong rep, Kang Se-hoon just brushes off the injured guy's worries, telling him to chill out because it's all good now. But wait, what's the catch? A silent question hangs heavy. And just like he said, Kang Se-hoon is officially the new Baramidong rep. It's happening. Do Won-ha's eyes are practically popping out of his head. Pure shock and terror are written all over his face. Out of nowhere, Han Gun-sung explodes, unleashing a savage kick that sends the already injured subordinate flying. No hesitation, no mercy, he snatches the guy and launches him like a ragdoll. The poor subordinate slams into the concrete wall with a bone-jarring impact, and Do Won-ha can only stare, his face a mask of pure terror. Kang Se-hoon just stands there, cool as ice, back to the chaos, totally unfazed by the savage beatdown. Then, he finally turns to Han Gun-sung, practically yelling, you idiot. We're in the Bully Council. You think giving up rep positions is that easy? Han Gun-sung and his crew just start walking off, leaving Do Won-ha totally confused, asking, huh? Why? Han Gun-sung drops the bomb, they're just there to smash some Bangchendong guys. Do Wonha's face crumples in total despair, realizing his whole escape plan just went up in smoke. Kang Se-hoon, rocking those fresh battle scars, laid down the law, declaring he'd snatch that rep position next time. And with a chilling smirk, he basically told his rival to not just drop dead somewhere uselessly. Then, with a swagger, he just dipped, dropping a casual, hee hee hee. I'm leaving like it was nothing, leaving Do Wonha to stew in his dust. Do Wonha couldn't help but grumble about that attitude, but then, bam, a system notification flashed, screaming, dungeon clear, for the royal castle. The screen screamed clear. Dungeon done, baby. Now it was crunching numbers, figuring out who earned what. His heart was doing a drum solo, hyped for that massive reward he just knew was coming, his eyes practically bugging out as the system kept grinding through the numbers, the calculating dungeon contribution. Text practically screaming his own anticipation back at him. Then, a jarring beep blared, flashing boss raid across the screen, a huge deal for any dungeon run. But then, the ultimate gut punch, contribution 0%. The screen screamed, the reward is decreased. All he could manage was a defeated ah. The system, ever the helpful narrator, chimed in, listen up, noob. In dungeons, the boss is everything. Then, the moment of truth, the reward has been awarded. Yeah, of course, the reward is decreased. He thought, the system rubbing it in. But then, his hands shot out to grab the dungeon clear reward, and what did he get? 12 shiny bronze keys. Totally unexpected. That frown instantly flipped into a massive grin. It's still a lot though, he practically yelled, letting out a triumphant woohoo, and already plotting, which stat should I increase this time? The hype was real. Totally hyped, he started bouncing around like a kid on a sugar rush, his mood doing a complete 180 with the promise of sweet stats. Beneath a brilliant, cloudless sky, the massive Sieanlip University Hospital looms next to the solemn Sieanlim funeral home. Emerging into the dazzling sunlight, Do Wonha takes in a beautiful day, noting the perfect weather. A slight grin spreads across his face as he recognizes the long-awaited arrival of spring, letting out a quiet laugh. But as he faces the grand Sieanlim mausoleum, his mood shifts dramatically, a heavy thought weighing on him, if only today wasn't about this, everything would be so much better. Within the mausoleum, a sacred niche enshrines an urn, engraved with the name Hajino, adorned with vibrant flowers and a precious photo, a snapshot of pure happiness featuring his father, himself, and a smiling young woman. Facing the solemn memorial, Do Wonha softly speaks, letting his father know he's there. His eyes fixate on the photograph, a poignant pause hanging in the air, as a wave of cherished family memories washes over him. His gaze, heavy with unspoken sorrow, drops, consumed by deep contemplation. Suddenly, the view snaps to the outside of an emergency medical center, a jarring shift from the mausoleum's peace, with a grim voiceover hinting at a devastating collision. Inside, doctors and a suited man hover over a gurney with a shrouded body, the horrifying truth revealed, it was all due to a catastrophic brake malfunction. A police officer grimly relays the devastating account to a weeping woman, detailing how the driver swerved into a power pole to save a pedestrian, sealing their own fate. The doctor's words cut like a knife, a chilling declaration that all hope is lost, leaving only the stark reality of preparing for the absolute worst. The chilling pronouncement echoes, a brutal mandate to face the crushing weight of despair. The crushing blow shatters young Do Wonha, who breaks down in an agonizing torrent of tears, his world crumbling around him. Time may pass, but the scars remain, and the older Do Wonha carries that burden, his eyes fixed on the ground, lost in thought. A sudden jolt of realization snaps him from his reverie, his eyes flaring with unexpected bewilderment. His gaze falls upon vibrant bouquets adorning his father's memorial, a photo of Hajino and a young woman smiling back, and a question burns in his mind, who else remembers? In the solemn halls of the mausoleum, he muses on his father's legacy, a truly good man, but a nagging uncertainty gnaws at the edges of his thoughts. His footsteps echo through the hushed expanse, the mausoleum's silence a heavy shroud. The memory of his father's ultimate sacrifice, choosing another's life over his own in that fatal accident, floods his mind, only to be violently interrupted by an unexpected voice, leaving him reeling and demanding answers. A sinister voice shatters the mausoleum's peace, dropping a bombshell that threatens to rewrite everything he thought he knew. His world implodes as the voice drops the ultimate truth, his father's death was never an accident. The truth slams into him like a physical blow, as the voice delivers the final, gut-wrenching detail, it was all part of a sinister plan. Then, with eyes that could cut glass, the informant hits him with it, is someone close to you? The tension is thick enough to cut with a knife, as the informant lays down the ultimate challenge, what would you even do? The tension is palpable in this office as a shocking revelation drops, that past incident. Not an accident. But a calculated, planned crime. And the conversation is just getting started. As Hajino leans in, dropping another bombshell on Do Wonha, is someone close to you involved? Then, the ultimate test, what would you even do in a situation like that? Du Wanha is absolutely floored, barely able to get out of bewildered. What are you even talking about? His face a total blank as Hajino just stares him down, unblinking. But then, Du Wanha snaps back, firing off questions. Why are you even here? And the ultimate question, how do you even know my dad? But Hajino just gives him that silent, knowing stare. A sharp, dark suit cuts a striking figure against the vibrant sky. While a young hand grips a coffee can, taking a deep, pensive gulp. Then, a voice booms from behind him, "Hey kid." The man's voice, a mix of playful and serious, cuts through the air. "Drink that, and you'll stunt your growth, got it?" Du Wanha glances at his drink, bewildered, as the man extends a new offering. "Take this instead." A carton of strawberry milk, presented with an unexpected kindness. Still on guard, Du Wanha demands to know the stranger's identity, sensing something off, but the man casually responds, "Me? Just checking for smokers." He then mutters that the other kids probably bolted when they saw him. Now side by side on the swings, the boy challenges his odd reasoning. "Why would you even do that?" A smirk spreads across the man's face as he drops the bombshell, "Because I'm a bully hunter." His grin is absolutely infectious. Before he lets out a dramatic sigh, confessing his current predicament, "Ugh, jobless." But Du Wanha, with a flash of defiance, fires back, "I'm not though." A sharp-dressed man with slick gray hair cuts straight to the chase, declaring the current discussion totally irrelevant. Dressed impeccably in a black suit, his composed demeanor hints at the bombshell he's about to drop, a calm before the storm. Du Wanha, looking utterly bewildered and drenched in sweat, desperately tries to stop him, his mind reeling at the mention of his father. With an intense stare, the man presses on, implying that the accident everyone believed was actually a cold, calculated crime. From the bottom of the stairs, Du Wanha stares up, utterly disbelieving, convinced this must be some cruel joke. But the man doesn't flinch, asserting that even with the police's official verdict of an accident, he's holding the smoking gun, the irrefutable proof. Du Wanha's eye snaps wide open in pure, unadulterated shock, the truth slamming into him like a freight train. He drops another bomb, explaining this crucial evidence was completely missed in the original probe, leaving Du Wanha reeling and questioning every single thing he thought he knew. In a somber room lined with urns, the two figures stand, the weight of their discussion hanging heavy in the air. Transitioning to a calmer scene, the gray-haired man lounges on a couch, casually pouring a drink, then asks Du Wanha what he wants to reveal face to face. Du Wanha sits across from him in a sleek office, hanging on every word, as the man casually calls him, "that Ha Du-won guy." Still reeling, Du Wanha gets hit with another bombshell. "Sunlight shelter Hajinoa's son, you say?" The lawyer, cool as ice, pours a drink, dropping the name Young Suk Young, the Bangchendong representative, and then hits Du Wanha with the fact that they were close. The lawyer just stares, a silent challenge burning in his eyes, waiting for a reaction. He presses further, "Why would you even hang out with a guy like that?" Du Wanha, caught off guard, can only say he didn't know there was a reason. A tense "taike" rings out as Du Wanha's hand clenches, his knuckles turning bone white. The lawyer slams his glass down, the impact echoing the weight of his words, ready to drop the next bomb. A sly "sukuk" escapes him as he leans in, a wicked grin spreading across his face, announcing he's got something really interesting to reveal. Du Wanha's jaw drops, his eyes glued to the phone in utter shock, barely managing to whisper, "This is." His hand tightens again, the truth hitting him like a truck, as the lawyer's voice keeps dropping bombs from the past. Flashback. We see Young Suk Young in a locker room as the lawyer's voice cuts through, "You raided Bangchendong." And then, the kicker, the video Young Suk Young showed me. Young Suk Young's face twists in pure horror, his eyes bugging out, as the lawyer's voice drops the ultimate truth bomb, the footage of the crime scene from 3 years ago. Back to the present, the empty office hangs heavy with the lawyer's chilling words, "Believe it or not, that's up to you." The lawyer, with a chilling smirk, drops a bombshell on Du Wanha, daring him to choose his own destiny. Stunned, Du Wanha can only turn his back, walking away from the lawyer's calculated provocation. He strides through the opulent office, the silence amplifying the lawyer's shocking words in his mind. Meanwhile, the lawyer's face splits into a triumphant, almost sinister grin, knowing he's landed a critical hit. The truth hits Du Wanha like a physical blow, his head bowed under the immense pressure. His eyes snap wide open, a raw, visceral shock washing over him as the full implications sink in. Later, the world outside his apartment is a blur of pouring rain, mirroring the storm brewing within him. Du Wanha, fresh from a shower, towel still on his head, can't escape the haunting revelations. He stares out at the relentless downpour, a quiet escaping his lips, as if questioning everything. Stepping onto the balcony, he lets the deluge engulf him, seeking clarity in the chaos of the storm. Head still wrapped, his thoughts are consumed by the lawyer's words, the weight of the past pressing down. His gaze is intense, filled with a newfound resolve, as the spring rain seems to cleanse and sharpen his focus. His eyes snap open, a chilling sweat breaking out as the lawyer's bombshell revelation hits him hard. The voice reverberates, a chilling declaration that he's got the smoking gun, the ultimate evidence. A flashback hits, the lawyer laying it all out, revealing this was the game-changing evidence they never found before. He remembers the lawyer dropping the bombshell about the Bangcheondong raid, and the shocking video Young Suk-young had revealed. The truth slams into him, the lawyer confirming they finally had their hands on the crime scene footage from 3 years ago. Back in the present, a soaked cloth is gripped tight in his hand, water streaming down as he fights to comprehend the gravity of it all, a desperate, it's not escaping him. He clenches the cloth even harder, the quack sound of it mirroring the chaos in his mind. Outside, the city's neon glow blurs through the relentless downpour, a rhythmic drumming against the glass. Inside his sleek apartment, Du Wanha is a solitary figure against the city's backdrop, his back to the world, consumed by his thoughts as the rain pours down. His eyes are fixed on the horizon, a silent testament to the heavy thoughts swirling from the recent bombshells, his face a mask of deep contemplation. He finally sinks onto the couch, still staring out at the downpour, the city's low thrum and the rain's rhythm the only witnesses to his turmoil. Someone's standing there, but what are they thinking? The tension is palpable. But wait, someone's blowing up a phone, and every single message is for Ha Du-won. What's going on? The name, Ha Du-won, is plastered all over that screen, someone is desperately trying to find him. Cut to a new player, a sharp-eyed guy with killer grey-blue hair, and he's clearly on a mission. He's got a serious look, asking the big question, where's that Young Suk-young guy? The plot thickens. Meanwhile, the rain is still coming down hard, pounding on an umbrella in the gloomy street. But look! Our gray-haired mystery man is out in the rain with a hulking companion, and it looks like the storm is finally letting up. Their footsteps splash through the puddles, a silent march through the rain-soaked city. Our gray-haired guy looks ahead, a flicker of recognition or surprise crossing his face, like he's just spotted something big. Boom! There he is. Du Wanha, caught off guard in the rain, his face a mask of pure shock as he's found. Soaked to the bone, his white sweatshirt plastered to his body, the surprise is written all over him. The tension is palpable as the gray-haired inquirer corners Du Wanha in a dark alley, demanding answers. This can't be a coincidence, he snarls, what brings you here? You said you have the evidence. And just like that, a wicked blade slides from his sleeve, a chilling escaping him as he prepares for a fight. But Du Wanha isn't empty-handed, clutching a small lighter, the key to this whole mess. He stares at the lighter, a silent challenge in his eyes. Then, a chilling demand rings out, give it. The inquirer isn't playing games. Du Wanha pauses, a silent beat before the storm. But the inquirer isn't having it. His eyes blaze with electric blue energy, a powerful aura erupting as he shouts, don't wanna. What is he capable of? Then, a chilling dare, well, try to take it. The gauntlet has been thrown. Du Wanha's response is calm, yet loaded, I was all ready. He's ready for anything. And just like that, the inquirer's feet blur, a question mark hanging in the air as he prepares to strike. Then, a blinding flash. The inquirer explodes forward, wreathed in electric blue lightning, launching a devastating attack at Du Wanha. And bam! The punch lands with explosive force, sending Du Wanha flying. This fight just got real. The hit lands with devastating force, sending him flying back, a brutal impact that shakes the very ground. And Du Wanha is absolutely launched backward, his body slamming into the water with a massive splash, a raw scream tearing from his throat. The assailant's foot slams down with a thunderous crash, sending massive waves across the shattered water. As the gray-haired inquirer's hand extends, a vivid, painful memory rips through Du Wanha's mind, a moment of utter powerlessness from his past. He's back there, Han Gun-sung, a hulking menace, seizing him by the collar, his iron grip refusing to let go. Gun-sung's face twists into a snarl of pure rage, his voice a guttural roar as he spits out, Sunbae. His gold chain flashes as he snarls a warning, declaring that acting like this in another's domain is a huge problem. The flashback jolts, now showing Kang Se-hoon getting absolutely rocked by a hidden attacker, a furious shout of, you fucking bastard echoing in the chaos. Then, a flash of his gaming life, a dungeon clear reward, pops up, handing him a sweet 12 bronze keys. He gazes at the shimmering keys, a thought forming, should he just dump everything into stats this time for maximum impact? Alone in his room, he strategizes, obsessed with finding the ultimate payoff for his grind. Suddenly, the gray-haired inquirer's blue power flares again, snapping Du Wanha back to the brutal present. Boom! The system just went wild, confirming a massive MP boost for the gray-haired inquirer. And then, it just kept coming. MP, 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 hundreds of points stacking up, leaving the system practically screaming, what is happening? In a blink, his MP exploded from 400 to a mind-blowing 1600. This guy just leveled up big time. And with that insane power-up, the gray-haired inquirer immediately launched a brutal, blue-charged attack, blasting Du Wanha back. No time to breathe. He instantly pulled off a blind spot strike, moving so fast you couldn't even see it coming. His fist lit up with a terrifying blue glow, charging up for a multi-strike destruction that was about to unleash pure chaos. Then came the storm. A relentless flurry of blue-charged punches hammered down, each hit exploding with concussive force. Du Wanha was down, busted up and bleeding, but even on the ground, his mind was screaming, HMPH. This fucker. He wasn't out yet. But the gray-haired inquirer wasn't done. He kept the pressure on, launching another brutal strike that sent Du Wanha soaring through the air again. Bam! Another blue-charged hit landed, slamming him down even harder into the unforgiving concrete. And for the finisher, the gray-haired inquirer unleashed a devastating, stun slam, a colossal blue energy blast meant to end the fight right there. But even after that insane combo, Du Wanha was still standing, or at least, still conscious, letting out a tired phew. He just wouldn't quit. Down but not out, Du Wanha is still on the pavement, staring up at the gray-haired inquirer who looms over him, the tension absolutely palpable. Taking a menacing step forward, the inquirer lets out a frustrated sigh, declaring, seriously, I thought I made it crystal clear last time, don't mess with my crew, right? But before Du Wanha can even breathe, the inquirer unleashes a lightning-fast, brutal kick, the air crackling as he snarls, you messed up big time. The kick lands with a sickening crack, rocking Du Wanha to his core as the inquirer coldly confirms, direct hit. The sheer power of that strike sends him spiraling across the concrete, his body a blur of motion as he struggles to regain his bearings. But the inquirer isn't done. He immediately follows up, stomping down with a foot absolutely crackling with electric blue energy, signaling a devastating skill about to drop. That energy-charged stomp comes crashing down with insane velocity, the very air warping under the sheer force of it. And then, with an earth-shattering roar, the inquirer unleashes Fallon Drop, a monstrous pillar of electric blue energy slamming down to absolutely obliterate Du Wanha. The impact is absolutely catastrophic, a blinding, deafening explosion of pure azure power, swallowing him whole. Waves of raw, destructive energy ripple out from the epicenter of the blast, the very ground shaking from the relentless barrage. As the smoke clears, Du Wanha is still there, shielding his face, a single, defiant word escaping his lips, this. Flipped and disoriented, he's now upside down, staring up at the sky, his eyes burning with a mix of agony and sheer, unyielding resolve. After unleashing a devastating barrage, the gray-haired inquirer's eyes burned with an unyielding intensity, proclaiming that one hit simply wouldn't cut it anymore. This isn't just another brawl, it's a whole new level. Du Wanha knows he has to unleash everything, all the keys to unlock his mana, and he's diving in, a blue lightning storm already brewing around him, ready to drop the hammer. He's thinking, if I can just spam these skills, go all out, no limits, then this fight is practically over. He's dropping like a meteor, pure power radiating off him. No doubt in his mind, he's got this. He's a human missile, closing in on his target, victory already tasted. Then, boom. A blinding, electric blue explosion of energy engulfs him, transforming him into a living weapon, ready to obliterate anything in his path. And just like that, the ultimate move is unleashed, Falcon Drop. He's a human meteor, about to make a crater out of his opponent. With Kang Se-hoon now eating pavement, completely wrecked by the attack, Du Wanha coolly asks, you really think that trick's gonna work twice? Talk about a mic drop. Du Wanha analyzes his foe, instantly recognizing the basic, almost childish patterns in his attacks. Then, a lightning-fast, invisible strike lands, blasting Kang Se-hoon backward with a brutal force. Before he can even blink, Du Wanha unleashes a devastating, mana-fueled kick, landing at a blind spot strike that explodes with electric blue energy. The sheer power of the hit forces Kang Se-hoon to desperately cover his face, his entire body still vibrating from the relentless combo. But even with those perfect strikes, Du Wanha knows the real game-changer isn't the moves, it's the sheer tenacity of his opponent. Kang Se-hoon, against all odds, plants his feet, recovering with a defiant chuck as he prepares for more. Du Wanha realizes he's got to end this now, before his enemy fully deciphers his abilities, a fierce wah echoing his decision. In a flash, he lunges forward, a brutal diopseek confirming he's got his opponent locked down. Mana surging, Du Wanha hoists Kang Se-hoon sky high, a thunderous hung announcing the impending slam. And then, with a bone-shattering force, he smashes his foe into the pavement, the ground erupting with a deep wound and a burst of electric blue power. This is it. Du Wanha screams his resolve to unleash everything, his fist blazing with raw power for a stun smash as a deafening Kwai-ng rips through the scene. And with one last, cataclysmic explosion of blue energy, he unleashes the ultimate smash, obliterating Kang Se-hoon in a blinding, concussive blast. Then, with a casual, almost disrespectful grip, he yanks Kang Se-hoon right off the ground, who can only let out a pathetic "wooah" of shock and agony. He just stares down at his opponent, a smirk playing on his lips, uttering a chilling, how surprising, that's pure, unadulterated mockery. But those eyes? They're burning with an icy intensity, taking in every single detail of the guy he just absolutely demolished. And just like that, no hesitation, he unleashes a brutal, precise kick, sending Kang Se-hoon flying back with a sickening thwack. Kang Se-hoon, absolutely drenched and barely holding it together, tries to sound tough, stammering, "Fighting you, I can tell your movements are a little." Like he's trying to make sense of a god-tier cheat code. But Daewon-ha just stares him down, completely unfazed, and drops the mic with one word, unrealistic. Talk about a brutal shutdown. He stands there, cool as ice, completely unbothered, a total boss move amidst the wreckage he just created. Then, out of nowhere, standing over the crumpled Kang Se-hoon, Daewon-ha drops a bombshell, "I've decided." You can feel the shift in the air, a new level of intensity. His eyes bore into Kang Se-hoon, and he lays down the law, "I'll only land 2 hits from now." It's not a promise, it's a death sentence delivered with a smirk. Kang Se-hoon's face twists in pure terror, his voice cracking as he practically begs, "Show me more before that." Is that a challenge or a cry for mercy? Either way, he's done for. But before Kang Se-hoon can even finish, Daewon-ha's foot slams into him with savage power, delivering the ultimate, game-ending hit. This is the end of the line. Unreactable. The hit came in a flash, too fast to even register. And then, boom. A sickening crunch as Kang Se-hoon's head snapped back, blood exploding everywhere. A system notification popped up, screaming, "First hit," and his HP was still at a perfect 1500. But then, a frantic beep blared, and his HP absolutely tanked to a terrifying 231. Kang Se-hoon choked, blood gushing from his nose and mouth, a desperate "what?" GGH escaping his lips. He couldn't even process the speed or the raw power, his mind screaming, "Is this?" The sheer impact sent him slamming to his knees, the ground practically exploding beneath him with a brutal "sa." Daewon-ha, cool as ice, just stared down at his broken opponent, casually remarking, "HM? Compared to your attacks." He didn't even flinch, his voice dripping with pure disdain, "Your defense is hideous." Kang Se-hoon could only let out a pathetic "ugh." In reply, Daewon-ha loomed over him, a towering shadow of victory, as his opponent stayed crumpled on the ground, utterly defeated. Kang Se-hoon's face was a wreck of pain and exhaustion, his desperate "huff. Huff," barely keeping him conscious. His mind raced, a terrifying thought taking hold, "Is he too high level for me to beat without spamming skills?" After that devastating hit, Daewon-ha just clenches his fist, looking totally unimpressed. He thought there'd be more of a challenge, seriously. But so what, he thinks, this guy doesn't even have a real strike, just trying to knock him down with some weak sauce. Then, out of nowhere, Daewon-ha unleashes the blind spot strike. A blinding flash of blue energy explodes as he lands a critical hit, leaving no room for escape. Kang Se-hoon is absolutely stunned, his mind blown by the sheer power of that unexpected attack. He drops to his knees, clutching his hand in agony, while Daewon-ha just looms over him, like, "What now, champ?" His mind is racing, can he even fight back against this monster, or is it game over already? But before he can even think, Daewon-ha's foot comes down hard on his hand. Talk about adding insult to injury. Then, a brutal kick, sending him sliding across the slick, wet floor like a ragdoll. The impact is insane, a massive crash as he slams into the ground, debris flying everywhere. Totally beaten, Kang Se-hoon looks up, his face a mess of pain and shock, like, what just happened? And then, Daewon-ha's voice cuts through the air, a cold warning to brace your teeth, because he's not done yet. Standing over his completely wrecked opponent, Daewon-ha winds up for the finishing move, leaving Kang Se-hoon's fate hanging by a thread. Kang Se-hoon, already on the ropes, gets absolutely hammered by a relentless barrage. Blinding blue energy explodes around him as the multi-strike destruction skill goes full throttle. And from a short distance, Daewon-ha just watches the absolute devastation unfold. The sheer power of the technique manifesting as a torrent of glowing blue strikes, each one hitting with a bone-shattering asterisk Kwang. Kong, asterisk. The second combo hit absolutely slams into his body, driving him deeper into the unforgiving ground. While his assailant just watches with an almost chillingly detached gaze, sweat or water clinging to his face. The multi-strike destruction just keeps going, a relentless, unstoppable assault. The very air crackling with vibrant blue energy and the thunderous sounds of impact. A third, absolutely brutal combo strike then sends him flying, the sheer force of it carving a crater where he slams down. The night air hangs heavy over the urban landscape, the echoes of the brutal exchange now fading into the background. Leaving Kang Se-hoon absolutely gasping for air, his face bloodied and bruised, barely able to force out a ragged huff. Huff. A single, disbelieving thought screams in the silence, "What?" As Daewon-ha finally steps forward, his expression chillingly calm, and asks, "Are you done?" He dodged them all. Every single attack, flawlessly evaded, leaving his foe stunned and questioning reality. And now, with the battle's dust settling, Dowenha just stared down, his words a cold blade as he pointed out the brutal truth: his opponent's fist was utterly shattered. Blood streamed from his lips, as Kang Se-hoon's eyes blew wide, a raw scream of agony and shock trapped behind them, his hand a bloody, shattered mess. A guttural argh tore from his throat as he crumpled to the ground, clutching his ruined arm, but Dowenha just let out a cold, mocking sigh. What did I even expect from a guy like you? Staring up at the victor, Kang Se-hoon's blood-splattered face twisted in despair, his eyes screaming as Dowenha declared he had absolutely nothing left to offer. But Dowenha wasn't done yet, his voice a cold promise: just take it. Towering over his broken opponent, Dowenha held up a small, metallic glint, his entire being screaming, "You're not done yet," as Kang Se-hoon's body screamed in terror. His eyes, sharp as a predator's, locked onto his prey, a chilling resolve burning within them as he wound up for the finishing move. Below him, Kang Se-hoon's bloodied hand trembled, a pathetic, desperate twitch against the coming storm. Then, with a sickening crack, Dowenha unleashed a brutal, earth-shattering blow, sending shockwaves and debris exploding around his helpless foe. The sheer power of the hit sent Kang Se-hoon's body convulsing, his defeat now absolute, undeniable, and utterly crushing. And with a final, bone-jarring smash, Dowenha delivered the ultimate, decisive punch straight to Kang Se-hoon's face, sealing his brutal victory. Dowenha, absolutely dominating, stares down at his broken opponent, his voice dripping with a cold challenge, daring him to question if his threats were ever just talk. He coolly extends a hand, a lighter glinting in his grasp, a power move, a chilling invitation. But Kang Se-hoon, absolutely wrecked and bleeding, can barely process the brutal reality, realizing this was just the second hit in a devastating combo. The grimy alley hangs heavy with silence, a stark backdrop to the raw power play that just went down. That lighter, still in Dowenha's hand, becomes a twisted invitation, a chilling dare for his victim to come back for more. He casually crouches next to the utterly broken figure, dropping a final, bone-chilling threat about what's coming next time. His gaze sharpens with icy intent, a brutal promise of a fight to the death. A subtle, almost invisible smirk plays on his lips, a chilling sign of his absolute, cruel satisfaction. Kang Se-hoon is left a crumpled mess on the ground, his face a canvas of bruises and blood, completely and utterly broken. Dowenha casually turns to walk away, a thought flashing through his mind, a nonchalant admission of how much fun he just had. He just strolls off into the fading light of the alley, leaving his broken victim to rot in the shadows. The rain hammered down, each drop a brutal, icy slap, mirroring the crushing defeat he just suffered. Water cascaded over his battered face, mixing with blood and grime, the crushing weight of his failure threatening to drown him. His eyes, blown wide with a gut-wrenching, agonizing realization, were fixed on nothing, utterly shattered. Slumped against the unforgiving, rain-slicked alley wall, he was a shattered wreck, utterly consumed by the deluge. One desperate, haunting question screamed in his head: did I actually lose? Gasping for air, the word a vile poison on his tongue, he wouldn't, accept the brutal truth of his defeat. The image of his opponent's chilling smirk, and that damn lighter, seared into his brain, igniting a searing memory of a past confrontation. He remembered the silver-haired lawyer, his voice cutting through the past, recounting the Bangcheon-dong raid, and the chilling video Young Suk-young had played for him, raw crime scene footage from 3 years ago. Then, Dowenha's cold gaze pierced through the memory, demanding if he meant this, while a sharp-eyed young man with grayish-blue hair stood silently, taking it all in. The inquirer, with a smirk, extended that all-too-familiar lighter, daring him to seize it. His voice, dripping with condescension, added the final sting: if you can, that is. Back in the brutal present, his bruised, bloodied hand balled into a furious fist, that searing memory igniting a silent, burning inferno of resolve deep within him. Check out this throwback. A beaming man and a younger version of our hero, all smiles and peace signs, but don't let that fool you, things are about to get real. But snap back to reality. The rain is absolutely hammering down, and Kang Se-hoon is utterly broken, huddled in an alley, the sound of the storm a brutal soundtrack to his despair. His mind is racing, a raw confession of pure terror and regret. He throws his hands up, maybe in defiance, maybe in defeat, as the rain just keeps coming, his face hidden by the sheer volume of water. The sting of his last loss is still fresh, and he's asking the big questions: what's next when you feel like you can't win? The tears are flowing freely, mixing with the rain, a gut-wrenching moment of pure emotional breakdown. In the middle of this storm, a single, desperate question hangs in the air, begging for an answer. His eyes, burning with pain and a strange blue light, are locked onto something, and suddenly, it all clicks into place. That night, that rainy spring night, it's all coming back to him, a memory burned into his soul. Then, out of nowhere, a glowing blue screen pops up right in front of him, screaming, "Quest activated." His eye, now blazing with an electric blue glow, confirms it: the system is officially activated. And from that moment on, everything changed, as he finally understood the true extent of his own weakness. Suddenly, a system window explodes into view, revealing the insane rewards for his quest. 10,000 HP, 1,000 MP, and a massive 200 boost to attack, defense, agility, and spirit. He's already feeling the raw power coursing through him, knowing this is just the beginning. Then, the ultimate question flashes across the screen, burning with anticipation: will he seize this power, or let it slip away? Alone in the pouring rain, the weight of his decision hangs heavy, but there's only one choice for a true challenger. With a surge of determination, his voice rings out, a resounding "accept" echoing through the downpour. The rain can't wash away the intensity in his gaze, his eyes now blazing with an electric blue glow, a testament to the power he's just unlocked, and he knows, deep in his core, he's become an unstoppable force. Check it out. This is the Sunlight Shelter, a total game changer for so many kids. A non-profit that literally changes lives, helping troubled teens find their way, even doing cool stuff like distributing coal to the community. Get this, my dad was actually the big shot, the representative for this whole Sunlight Shelter thing. Everyone loved him, showering him with praise, calling him such a cool person and saying, thank God adults like him exist. But here's the kicker: even with all that hype, I was never really fond of him. Fast forward to the next morning, and as he's getting ready to bail, I hit him with the classic, "Dad, you're already leaving?" He just casually asks, "Are you up, son? Gotta bounce, got a ton of stuff to do, gotta get an early start." And me? I just stood there, silent. Then it hit me, thinking about this one guy from the shelter. Hey, you know Park Young-soo from Sunlight Shelter? He's actually in my school, right? And I just had to drop this bomb. Did you know he smokes like a chimney during breaks? I mean, seriously, I've told him this so many times. My dad, with that classic dad smile, just shrugs and says, "Yeah, you know, it's not exactly easy to just quit smoking." This guy's been going wild, beating everyone up, and get this, he even bought a motorcycle using funds from the Sunlight Shelter. His dad, with that infuriating smirk, just shrugs it off. "Oh really? Sounds like your old man's still a total screw-up, huh?" Then, Kim Min-jun, another kid, steps up and confronts Dowan-ha's dad directly. "Seriously, you don't actually think they'll change, do you? You're just planning to pocket all that donation money, aren't you?" Dowan-ha, fed up, just turns his back and snaps, "Just tell me that's the case, Do-won. I'm out of here." His dad flashes that unsettling grin, and Dowan-ha remembers his younger, angrier self, furious at his naive father for constantly bailing out bullies. He flashes back to his dad's overly cheerful voice, "Hey, let's go camping this weekend and have some fun. Don't get jealous, son," but his younger self just flat out refused. No. He had no idea that this would be his dad's last day, a mangled car wreck on the asphalt, a brutal scene of devastation. Suddenly, Dowan-ha lets out a blood-curdling scream. He gasps, sitting bolt upright in bed, struggling to catch his breath as the nightmare's grip loosens. Dowan-ha's got a thermometer in his mouth, but his mind is racing. Who'd even think of visiting him now? A frustrated curse rips through his thoughts. But his mind's already on something else, recalling just how powerful his last opponent was. Shivering under a blanket, the rain outside mirroring his internal turmoil, he can't shake the feeling that this whole crime was an inside job, meticulously planned. He's starting to think this wasn't just a random event, but a cold, calculated move. Thermometer still in place, his brain is on overdrive, connecting the dots. Then, a flashback hits him, Hajin and another guy, asking the ultimate loyalty test: "Is someone close to you? What would you do?" His mind snaps to Han Gun-sung's intense gaze, and the all-important USB drive holding the key evidence. Why would Han Gun-sung even have that thing, especially when he flat-out refused to give it up? With the thermometer still stuck there, Dowan-ha can't help but wonder if Han Gun-sung is neck-deep in this mess too. He remembers Han Gun-sung's bizarre offer: "Win, and you get the USB." It's a twisted game, and it's making everything even more confusing. He clutches his head, a frustrated cry escaping him, because if Han Gun-sung was really behind this, why wouldn't he have just hidden the evidence? It makes no sense. All these theories are just making the whole thing a tangled mess, and he knows he's got to dig way deeper to get to the bottom of it. Even with a fever, Dowan-ha is locked in. He's got to get that evidence, but first, he's got to take down his rival. But hold up. A new system window just popped up, dropping a massive challenge: the Body Enhancement Quest, demanding 5 mission goals be crushed. He instantly gets it. This quest isn't optional, it's the key to everything. And the rewards? Absolutely insane. Huge boosts to HP, MP, attack, defense, agility, and spirit. This is the power-up he needs. His gaze sharpens, a burning determination in his eyes. Young Suk-young is gonna have to chill, because Dowan-ha's got a quest to conquer. He's making a mental vow, that evidence is his, and he'll take on any mission, no matter how wild, to get it. Cut to the school, totally normal, right? Wrong. Something epic is about to go down here. Then, boom. Another system window, just Mission 1 staring him down. Mission 1. To school in Dragoon pose for almost 50 kilometers. He's already on the ground, crawling like a beast, and everyone's just staring, totally confused. He keeps crawling, totally mortified, as two girls start roasting him, one laughing about her boyfriend doing weird stuff, the other just wanting to bail. He's dying inside from the embarrassment, seriously wondering if this ridiculous crawl is actually body enhancement. The girls are still gawking, one even calling him Protoss, and of course, they're snapping pics of his epic fail. He's still at it, crawling through the school like a total weirdo. This isn't your grandma's workout plan, that's for sure. Forget your basic sit-ups or push-ups, this system is playing a whole different game. His face is a total mess of sweat and pure agony, but he's still pushing through the embarrassment. Even with everyone watching and judging, he's screaming internally, ready to tackle whatever insane mission comes next. Just when you think it can't get any crazier, the system drops another bomb, hitting him with Mission 2 like it's nothing. Now he's stuck in an invisible chair for what feels like forever, his legs burning as the clock mocks him with thousands of minutes remaining. No time to breathe, no time to rest, it's straight into Mission 3. Then it's catch pigeons with bare hands, he's literally wrestling birds on the street, trying to hit that impossible 100 count. He's thrashing around, pigeons flying everywhere, and you can practically feel his frustration building with every missed grab. And just when you thought it couldn't get weirder, Mission 4 has him hanging upside down from a slide, stuck there for days as the timer mocks his suffering. He lets out a shocked gasp as the system hits him with yet another insane challenge, dropping Mission 5 like it's just another Tuesday. After all that madness, he's totally wiped out on the couch, but the system's like, nah, you're only 0.3% done with hell difficulty. Still, he takes a deep breath and declares, let's get going. This guy is unstoppable. Dawan Ha hits the floor, absolutely wrecked. That body enhancement quest is no joke, and he's feeling every single bit of it. He's mentally scrolling through the insane quest list, dragon, invisible chair, pigeon, slide, Ning fit, and all he can think is, make it stop. One whole week flies by, and this brutal training is still going strong. He's flat on his back, totally wiped out, muttering a heartfelt, sorry, Dad, as the sheer exhaustion hits him like a truck. After all that pain, the body enhancement quest is still only at a measly 2%. Talk about a grind. Later, chilling at a playground, he's deep in thought about how wild his life has become. He's just sitting there, thinking, hold up, now that I really think about it. He's starting to suspect that the evidence against Young Suk-young might have been totally fake, like, how did that stuff just pop up out of nowhere? Maybe Yoon-sung just got it wrong, and honestly, that's starting to sound way more believable. Then it hits him about the quest, no time limit means he literally can't fail, just keep going. Out of nowhere, a voice snaps him out of it, asking what he's even talking about, and he's totally blindsided to see Kang Se-hoon just standing there, like, dude, when did you get here? Kang Se-hoon, just chilling on the monkey bars, fires back, what, can't a guy hang out in his own neighborhood? He's grinding hard, but someone's gotta mess with him. A voice pops off, why are you hugging that slide like a maniac, then drops a hilarious jab about respecting his fetish. Talk about a workout buddy. Dawan Ha, with a sly grin, tries to play it cool, this is some kind of training, okay, but the voice isn't buying it, demanding to know why he's hitting the playground instead of a proper gym. He's absolutely crushing it on the parallel bars, muscles screaming, while the other guy just chills, watching his insane grind, a moment of unspoken understanding hanging in the air. He flashes back to his middle school days, a chubby kid with wide eyes, knowing full well his buddy already knows the whole story, a total glow-up from that past self. Back in the day, he was too self-conscious to hit the gym with that body, so he'd sneak out and train alone in the playground at night, a true lone wolf. He recalls the brutal 2 years, not a single rest day, the sheer agony of it all, but he pushed through like a beast. That first year. All he could think about was throwing in the towel, but he stuck with it, and now he's back at the same spot, still grinding. He gets it now. He comes here to train and relive the past, his eyes burning with the fire of his incredible transformation. Compared to the old him, the change is absolutely massive, a total flex of his unbreakable spirit. Flashback. A young Dawan Ha, bruised and battered, cries out MOM, after getting thrashed at school, a defining moment that changed everything. Bruised but not broken, the younger Dawan Ha, with fire in his eyes, shouts, I want to learn Taekwondo. And just like that, he made the call to dive into sports, a game-changing decision that would totally flip his life upside down. He flashes back to a time when a voice would hit him with, yo, Do-won, you hitting up Taekwondo today or what? But even as he furiously mashed keys on his computer, he'd just shrug it off, thinking Taekwondo was a total snooze fest, and his hype for it would just vanish. Then, busted up with a bloody nose, he'd be bawling, Mom. I'm totally gonna learn Aikido. Tears streaming as a fresh uniform lay there, just waiting, a new uniform for his next short-lived obsession. It was the same old song and dance, every single time, as he'd just chill at his computer, whining, "Ugh, it's too hard, I'm out." Another uniform just tossed aside, proving he was the king of giving up. Suddenly, a voice from the present snaps him out of it, asking if he's still at it, and he's totally caught off guard. The voice calls him out, "Dude, you were totally training just now." He's chilling in the park, watching other people, his own insane workout just wrapped, a total 180 from his old self. Right in front of him, holographic screens are popping off, showing his body enhancement training, quests, dragon, invisible chair, pigeon, slide, Ning Fit, and the insane reward for quest completion, promising epic boosts to HP, MP, attack, defense, agility, and spirit, a full-on system powering his grind. His face locks into a determined grimace as he mutters, "Yeah, jerks like him actually put in the work." A picture of a smirking, confident dude pops into his head, the silent reason he's pushing himself to the absolute limit. Dawenha is absolutely pushing IT in his training, grunting with pure effort as his body radiates intense heat. He's not holding back. With an iron will, he's making a solemn promise, no giving up this time. Sweat pouring down, his eyes are practically on fire with resolve, screaming a silent promise to never, ever give up. His body is shaking from the sheer intensity, but his spirit? Absolutely unbreakable. His battle cries are absolutely exploding through the air, a primal scream of pure effort that's just incredibly loud. The sheer volume of his training is insane, proving just how committed he truly is. Days flew by, then weeks, and time just absolutely flew as he kept grinding and getting stronger. Fast forward 2 months. Under the city's neon glow, the world kept spinning, totally unaware of the epic changes that had taken place. Meanwhile, in a sleek office, the gray-haired inquirer was totally zoned in at his desk, surrounded by all his tech and files, just getting things done. Then, a soft click from the door makes him snap his head up, a hint of surprise flashing across his face as he sees the new arrival. The door creaks open, and he's like, "Whoa, I thought you totally bailed since I didn't hear anything after, and now you're all the way here." Dawenha walks into the office, and the lawyer's voice immediately snaps, calling out his name with a shocked tone. The lawyer, from his desk, barely turns, but his gaze is locked on the transformed young man. He knows something's different. Holding up a small, rectangular object, the lawyer's voice is sharp, bringing up a past memory, a past desire that still burns within Dawenha. A brutal memory flashes through Dawenha's mind, a chilling reminder of a monstrous foe, whose words still haunt him, "Next time, you'll get beaten up until you die." This is the trauma that fuels him. His eye narrows, burning with the pain and frustration of that moment, a silent, furious declaration of enough, to the past that tried to break him. He remembers the burning resolve, the decision to change everything, his hand gripping a door handle, ready to smash through any obstacle on his new, brutal path. That unwavering gaze returns, burning with a silent promise, a declaration that, this time, everything changes. Now, after 2 months of brutal, relentless training, his determination is forged in fire, his power exploded, and he stands ready to declare, with absolute conviction, that it'll be a lot different indeed. His stats are through the roof, and there's even more power sealed within him, just waiting to be unleashed. Rewind 2 months. Let's go back to where it all started, before everything went wild. After grinding for what felt like forever, Dawenha finally nails it. That look of pure relief is everything. He screams in victory, holding up the pigeon he just snagged. Mission accomplished. Suddenly, a glowing blue system window pops up, and it's the next challenge, catch pigeons with bare hands, and he's still got 97 to go. He's thinking about how insane this quest is, watching everyone else in the park, realizing these pigeons are usually chill, but they turn into ninjas when you try to grab them. Even though he's wiped, Dawenha's eyes are blazing with fire. He's locked in for the next round. He's making a promise to himself, "I'm not giving up this time, and no matter what." His determination pushes him to the next insane task, now he's hanging upside down from a slide, with a timer ticking down on his next quest. Even though these quests are wild, he can totally feel himself getting stronger, making real progress. The system flashed, revealing the body enhancement quest's current progress, a measly 9%, but the grind was just beginning. Back in the classroom, Dawenha was already pushing his limits, grinding through the invisible chair quest, his legs burning as the clock ticked down over 7,000 minutes. But he wasn't stopping there. With sheer willpower, the body enhancement quest surged forward, hitting 21%. He kept pushing, even taking on the insane Ning Fit Hell difficulty, and his overall quest progress shot up to 47%. At home, it was non-stop training, every muscle burning, as he powered through intense physical routines, barely noticing the game on the screen. He knew he was on fire, thinking he could crush these quests way faster than expected, and just like that, the body enhancement quest hit 58%. Then, after an epic struggle, he finally collapsed by a playground slide, panting, a triumphant F finally escaping his lips. He looked up, and there it was, 100% completion, flashing on the screen, and he couldn't help but shout, "I did it." The system then proudly displayed his conquered challenges: Dragoon, Invisible Chair, Pigeon, Slide, and Ning Fit, all cleared. Then, the ultimate message popped up, confirming the goal completion quest, body enhancement, mission accomplished. And the reward? The system screamed it, stats are increased, it was time for a power-up. Suddenly, his hands began to glow with an ethereal blue light, leaving him completely stunned by the raw power coursing through him. The system went wild, blasting him with notifications of insane stat boosts. HP exploded from 1500 to 11,500, MP from 1600 to 2600, defense from 21 to 221, agility from 31 to 231, and attack and spirit went through the roof, every ding a testament to his newfound, unbelievable strength. He stared, mesmerized, at the glowing blue screen as the numbers skyrocketed, his stats going from 0 to hero in an instant. A beat of silence fell, as he tried to wrap his head around the sheer power he now wielded. But even with all those numbers, he couldn't shake the feeling, did anything actually change? Back in the playground, the holographic screen still blazing, he felt, nothing. Zero change. What a letdown. The character screen laid it all out, Ha Du-won, level 100, class, Forbidden Game Shuttle, with sealed stats like HP 11500, MP 2600, and all his other core attributes jacked up. But that feeling of disappointment quickly turned into pure resolve, a silent vow to his dad, he'd wait, and he'd uncover everything. With a fierce look and a determined stride, he moved out, ready to face whatever came next on this wild journey. The memory of his father's death ignited a fire in his soul, a single, burning question pushing him forward: what really went down on that day? The gray-haired inquirer, looking sharp in the office, throws down the gauntlet, demanding to know what Dawenha has been up to since they last met. With a piercing gaze, he presses on, taunting Dawenha, asking if he really thinks 2 months is enough to beat him. But Dawenha isn't backing down, his eyes burning with defiance, throwing the inquirer's challenge right back in his face. You can practically feel the tension radiating from Dawenha, his focused gaze promising a fight. A beat of silence hangs in the air, as Dawenha takes it all in, the calm before the storm. The inquirer, seeing Dawenha's reaction, can't help but comment, calling him reckless, especially with his parents' death still a raw wound. Suddenly, Dawenha explodes into action, a lightning-fast kick blurring through the air, and he's not holding back, promising to send the inquirer straight to his dad. Boom! The kick lands with bone-jarring force, sending the inquirer flying back from the sheer power. The entire room shakes from the sheer impact, a clear sign that Dawenha is not messing around. But the inquirer, tough as nails, shakes off the hit, his face dead serious as he asks one last thing before they really go at it. Dawenha, ready to unleash another attack, freezes, his eyes burning as he demands to know where the inquirer got his intel. But before the inquirer can even open his mouth, Dawenha is already there, landing a brutal punch with a sickening thud. His powerful kick, aimed for a knockout, gets shut down instantly. The impact reverberates, a shockwave of raw power. But the gray-haired inquirer? Totally unfazed. He just smirks, analyzing the move, wondering if it was even a direct hit. No time to breathe. Before he can even blink, the inquirer explodes into a blur, launching a lightning-fast counter. He's on him in a flash, his fist a blur of pure power, aiming for the kill. But Dawenha is a step ahead. He intercepts the blow with a brutal block, the sheer force of it shaking the ground. No hesitation. He fires back instantly, a lightning-fast kick blurring towards the inquirer. Still, the inquirer keeps his cool, his voice a chilling contrast to the chaos, telling him he doesn't need to spill the beans just yet. But Dawenha isn't having it. He clamps down on the inquirer's hand, his eyes burning with the need for answers about the evidence. His face is pure steel, vowing to make him hand over everything. The struggle rages on, hands locked in a brutal grapple, a silent, explosive clash of power. The inquirer's eyes, sharp as blades, are locked on, revealing nothing but pure, unyielding focus. Fast forward. Now, in a totally different vibe, the inquirer chills across from him, casually asking for his take, calling him Unsung. The gray-haired inquirer, looking intense, brings up the convict in the video, demanding to know if it's true. After a tense beat, he just confirms it with a single word. Hajin, coolly sipping his drink, thinks he messed up by not showing the video sooner, but then realizes he can totally leverage this for maximum impact later. He then drops a bombshell, asking if they should even hand this explosive video over to Ha Du-won, knowing what it could mean. The gray-haired inquirer just stares down, his face a mask, retorting, "Why should I even care?" His eyes narrow, as he coldly states he wants absolutely nothing to do with Dawenha's dead dad. Hajin leans in, challenging him, if he cares so much, he should just go tell Dawan-ha about the convict himself. The gray-haired inquirer, scrolling on his phone, is convinced Dawan-ha won't believe a word unless he sees it with his own eyes. He doubles down, absolutely sure that even after hearing the whole story, Dawan-ha would still be totally unconvinced. With a decisive tap, Hajin's hand lands on his phone, a clear sign he's got the goods. He then makes it crystal clear, he's not giving up that video, and frankly, he couldn't care less if Dawan-ha has to come get it himself. As the inquirer stares him down, Hajin starts to lay out his master plan. The tension explodes as Kang Se-hoon makes his move, seizing Won-suk's arm with an aggressive challenge, daring him to take it. But Dawan-ha's gaze snaps wide, a surge of disbelief hitting him, his mind screaming, "What's this?" He locks onto his own reflection, a shocking truth beginning to unravel, the thought piercing his mind, "Is this guy really?" A torrent of memories floods his mind, the weakling he once was, constantly battered and broken, a ghost of his former self, now shattered by his transformation. Those brutal flashbacks depict him utterly crushed, bloodied, and powerless, a raw, visceral reminder of the hell he survived. Suddenly, Won-suk's fist connects hard with Dawan-ha's face, but his own expression is pure shock, as he gasps, "There's no way." A gut punch lands, but Dawan-ha barely flinches, leaving Won-suk to snarl, "By the looks of it, you only strengthened your body." Even a skull-rattling blow to his head, exploding with white impact bursts, can't break him. Dawan-ha is a wall, absorbing every hit. Then, Kang Se-hoon unleashes a lightning-fast kick on Won-suk, his voice dripping with malice, "How long do you think you can hold out?" Then, a shocking transformation. Dawan-ha's eye ignites with an electric blue glow, shimmering particles erupting around it, the true extent of his power finally unleashed. He gazes downward, a profound realization hitting him like a truck, exclaiming, "Now, I know," followed by a gasp of pure shock. Won-suk's punch slams into Dawan-ha's face again, but a holographic display erupts, revealing his defense stats skyrocketing from 21 to an insane 221. As the brutal beatdown continued, one thought echoed through the minds of his attackers, just how much punishment could this guy actually take? Won-suk's leg whipped out, delivering a bone-jarring kick that slammed into Dawan-ha, the force exploding on impact. That foot just kept digging in, driving all of Won-suk's power right into him. Boom! Another kick, another impact, and Dawan-ha just absorbed it, barely flinching. Meanwhile, Kang Se-hoon, with a look that could kill, was totally baffled, wondering what the heck Dawan-ha was playing at. Dawan-ha just stood there, taking hit after hit, not even trying to fight back, making it clear he was deliberately holding back. But then, a crazy system alert popped up, showing his agility stats skyrocketing from 31 to a mind-blowing 231. Won-suk just smirked, totally oblivious, thinking he had the upper hand while Dawan-ha was secretly leveling up. Kang Se-hoon just swirled his drink, deep in thought, totally questioning everything he thought he knew about Dawan-ha's limits. The ice clinked, a subtle soundtrack to his intense thoughts, as he realized Dawan-ha had been making moves, showing up everywhere lately. But here's the kicker, even with all that action, he'd only been up against total scrubs until this fight. In a high-stakes office, Kang Se-hoon is straight up trashing Dawan-ha, calling him nothing but weak opponents. But the gray-haired inquirer isn't buying it, his face serious, he fires back, "Do you think a guy like him can compete against me?" His face is a mix of curiosity and maybe even a little worry, waiting for the comeback. Kang Se-hoon, cool as ice, doesn't even flinch, declaring, "He's no match," and the inquirer just sighs, "NOSHIT." But then, a flicker of doubt crosses the inquirer's face as he adds, "For now." What's he hinting at? Kang Se-hoon is like, "What does that mean?" and the inquirer just shrugs, "Well, I don't know. There's no reason for it. It's just a gut feeling." He's trying to put his finger on it, but all he can say is, he's just special in some way. Spooky. Kang Se-hoon is all ears, taking in this weird, vague feeling about Dawan-ha. The inquirer fidgets, a soft rustle of clothes, still deep in thought about Dawan-ha's bizarre abilities. His inner voice is screaming, "That feeling I had wasn't wrong. He's onto something big." Flashbacks hit him, Dawan-ha, looking shocked, then fierce, as he thinks, fighting you, and how his moves are, a little unrealistic. What kind of power is this? He's totally baffled, a mix of disbelief and pure frustration, muttering, "Seriously, what are these nonsenses?" Kang Se-hoon's jaw drops, his eyes practically popping out of his head in pure disbelief. But Dawan-ha, ever the strategist, is already analyzing the situation, thinking, "This makes no sense, is it some secret family power?" Kang Se-hoon's shock isn't just a fleeting moment, it's a full-blown déjà vu of disbelief, hitting him with another wave of, "How surprising." But just like that, the switch flips. His entire vibe does a 180, going from stunned to seriously dangerous. Then, with a quiet thump that signals trouble, Dawan-ha makes his move, stepping into the fray. Kang Se-hoon goes for the attack, his face twisted in rage, spitting out, "Shouldn't you be thankful to your dead dad?" But before Kang Se-hoon's punch can even connect, Dowan-ha moves like lightning, creating a massive splash as he counters, completely shutting down the attack. Then, bam! A blinding flash of power, as Dowan-ha's fist absolutely rocks Kang Se-hoon's face, sending shockwaves through the air. The hit sends Kang Se-hoon flying, a choked humph, escaping him as blood erupts from his mouth. He's not just hit, he's launched. Kang Se-hoon becomes a human projectile, soaring backward through the air. But Dowan-ha isn't done yet. He snatches Kang Se-hoon by the collar, holding him up like a ragdoll, and coolly says, "You look entertained." And with one final, brutal move, Dowan-ha slams Kang Se-hoon into the wall, the impact shaking the entire room. While Dowan-ha just stares him down, dropping the ultimate mic drop line, "There won't be any fun from now on." Inside a sleek office, someone's just chilling, dropping a casual, "You look entertained." Won-suk is standing over a completely wrecked opponent, looking absolutely ruthless as he lays down the law, "There won't be any fun from now on." The unconscious form of his victim lies sprawled on the polished floor. As Won-suk's face twists into a satisfied smirk, thinking, "This is way beyond my expectation." Meanwhile, elsewhere, Do-won-ha looks down, deep in thought, a quiet reflection passing through him, after so long. His gaze hardening as he resolves, "I can finally be serious." Later, Do-won-ha stands on a high-rise balcony, gazing out at the city below. When another figure approaches him, asking, Baekchang-hyung-nim. A subordinate nervously reports, revealing that the Bangcheon-dong Labor Office's security system is going absolutely wild with alerts. Ji Baekchang, the deputy of Bangcheon-dong, reacts with a sharp "huh," his focus immediately locked onto the unfolding situation. The subordinate quickly explains he thought it was nothing serious at first, but now the alerts won't stop, leaving him completely stumped on what to do next. Eyes glued to his phone, displaying the relentless warnings, he urgently asks for details on what the alert is actually saying. The subordinate quickly clarifies, revealing that for the last few minutes, the system has been picking up intense, loud collisions. Cut to a stark, empty room, where a lone door stands, completely unaware of the chaos about to erupt. Boom! Out of nowhere, an unseen force absolutely demolishes the door, sending splinters flying with a deafening crash. It's Do-won-ha, mid-air with a devastating sweeping kick, showcasing the insane power-up he's achieved, and he can't help but acknowledge the mind-blowing change in just 2 months. He slams down with earth-shattering force, the ground itself cracking under the sheer power of his landing. And just like that, Do-won-ha unleashes a lightning-fast barrage of punches on Kang Se-hoon, each hit connecting with explosive impact. Watching the brutal training session, Ji Baekchang can't help but crack a knowing smirk, his eyes gleaming with an almost sinister appreciation for Do-won-ha's raw power. But in the middle of that insane flurry, a sudden, brutal blow connects with Do-won-ha, leaving him reeling and completely caught off guard. Down on his knees, hands clasped, Do-won-ha takes the verbal jab. His opponent's voice slices through the tension, pointing out that all his real experience hasn't changed a thing. Then, bam! He's suddenly splayed out on a couch, a giant question mark hovering over him as he tries to process the lightning-fast strike that just sent him flying. But there's no time to recover. Another brutal hit lands, Kang Se-hoon's fist slamming into him with bone-jarring force, practically embedding him in the couch. The sheer power of the attack sends shockwaves through the entire couch, as he takes the full, devastating impact head-on. He slowly pushes himself up, a low "hoo." Escaping his lips, a silent acknowledgement of just how wild this training is getting. Kang Se-hoon's voice cuts in, calling his own move dangerous, then immediately follows up with a smug, "Not bad." He's clearly enjoying this. But before he can even blink, Kang Se-hoon lunges again, a blur of motion, catching Do-won-ha completely by surprise. The next thing he knows, Do-won-ha is soaring across the room, his body smashing into the far wall with a bone-rattling crash. He crumples to the ground, the sheer impact leaving him dazed and reeling. Kang Se-hoon looms over him, a foot planted nearby, a condescending humph, escaping his lips as he stares down at the defeated fighter. Clutching his mouth, Do-won-ha glares up, a sharp question forming, "Were you always this chatty?" But even after all that, a wild thought sparks in his mind, a surge of excitement at the chance to finally unleash his true power. Even after all that, the fire within him ignites, a smirk playing on his lips as he embraces the thrill of the fight. His eyes flash, a silent challenge echoing as he braces for the next brutal exchange. A wild grin splits his face, admitting this is the first time anyone's dared to challenge him like this, and he's loving it. But Kang Se-hoon isn't here for pleasantries, his eyes burning with intensity as he cuts straight to the chase. "Wanna throw a punch?" No hesitation, no mercy. Kang Se-hoon's lightning-fast punch slams into Do-won-ha's face, sending shockwaves through the air. And he's not done yet. A brutal kick sends Do-won-ha flying, the sheer power leaving no doubt about the intensity of this training. But wait, what's this? Do-won-ha, with unexpected ferocity, strikes back, a clean hit sending Kang Se-hoon's head snapping. A guttural cry escapes him, his face twisting in a grimace as he takes the full force of the counterattack. Do-won-ha isn't letting up. He unleashes another furious strike, pushing his opponent further, a silent, this bastard. Fueling his assault. But Kang Se-hoon is a beast. He snaps back, a brutal punch connecting with Do-won-ha's face, challenging his audacity with a fierce, "What are you doing?" Another devastating kick lands, his relentless assault punctuated by a taunt, "Surely this isn't all you got." One more brutal punch connects, Kang Se-hoon relentlessly driving Do-won-ha to his absolute breaking point. Do-won-ha just got rocked, but his brain's on overdrive. He's seeing his opponent speed up, thinking, can I even win if I keep fighting like this? But wait, a crazy thought hits him, like, hold up, this whole time, was he. Kang Se-hoon lands another brutal hit, yelling about taking something by force, but Do-won-ha's mind is elsewhere. This isn't just a fight. Kang Se-hoon's eyes are laser-focused, a silent question burning, was Do-won-ha holding back this whole time? But Do-won-ha's inner voice screams back, no way. Then, his whole vibe changes. A wild grin spreads across his face, his eyes practically glowing as he clasps his hands, like he just figured out the ultimate cheat code. Kang Se-hoon keeps coming, shouting he'll just take it by force, but Do-won-ha is just soaking up the damage, his defense rock solid. He wasn't scared of a strong opponent at all, he was actually. Even while getting absolutely pummeled, he was secretly plotting his next move. This whole beatdown was a master plan, a chance to level up, and now, the big question is this his ultimate power-up moment? Do-won-ha flashes a victorious grin as his spirit stat explodes from 1 to 201, talk about a power spike. He looks at his opponent, and it all clicks into place. With a surge of new power, he unleashes a devastating counterpunch, Kang Se-hoon's shocked face reflected in his fist, and a chilling command rings out, he's taking back what's his. He'd taken enough, and now, with a surge of raw power, he laid down the gauntlet, declaring, let's end this fight. Before his opponent could even blink, a lightning-fast, brutal blow connected, snapping his head back with a sickening crack. Kang Se-hoon's eyes went wide with shock and a chilling realization, as he gasped, as I thought. You were hiding your power. The protagonist unleashed a relentless, blurring assault, a flurry of strikes that absolutely overwhelmed his adversary, leaving him reeling and defenseless. He paused, a cold, calculated thought flashing through his mind, any more is a waste. Grabbing Kang Se-hoon by the collar, his grip like iron, he sneered, waste of time. Suddenly, Kang Se-hoon exploded forward with a desperate, wild punch, his voice raw with defiance, we're just getting started. But his desperate attack was effortlessly swatted away, his fist caught and crushed in a grip that promised bone-shattering pain. The protagonist's gaze was like steel as he reiterated, his voice a low growl, I said. No. Once more, he seized Kang Se-hoon, his voice resonating with absolute finality, this is the END. A system notification blazed across his vision, confirming his overwhelming power, his attack stats skyrocketing from a mere 31 to a jaw-dropping 231. With that final, chilling declaration, another devastating blow landed, leaving Kang Se-hoon utterly stunned and defeated. A guttural, URGA rips through the air as the impact lands. His fist absolutely crackling with raw, blue energy, Do-won-ha unleashes a devastating, power-packed punch. The system immediately recognizes the sheer, overwhelming power, confirming a game-changing, critical hit. The impact sends shockwaves through the very air, a blur of raw, destructive force tearing through everything. Kang Se-hoon is absolutely launched backward by the explosive blue energy, his body nothing more than a ragdoll against the sheer power. Debris explodes outward from the point of impact, absolutely shattering the surroundings. The destruction just keeps going, leaving a trail of absolute devastation. As the dust settles, Kang Se-hoon is left absolutely stunned, muttering in disbelief, WOAH. Critical hit just proceed. Meanwhile, in a completely different scene, an unseen voice demands, I need to ask where the evidence is from. Back in the aftermath, Do-won-ha stands victorious over his utterly defeated opponent, coldly declaring, I completely finished him. Another voice, completely unconcerned, casually dismisses it, well, that's not important. After that insane critical hit, Do-won-ha isn't just standing there, he's making it clear, I'm taking this. He's not just talking the talk, he's walking the walk, ready to collect his prize and move on. But the action isn't just with him, elsewhere, the city's night lights are setting the stage for more drama. Someone's in trouble. The gray-haired inquirer is demanding to know why Suk-young isn't picking up, and his subordinate has no good news. But the subordinate isn't worried, shrugging off the situation with a TSK. I doubt anything would happen. Meanwhile, Won-suk is not happy, leading his crew and cursing the anxious feeling of having to trek all the way to the office. He's not messing around, ordering his crew to geo-check up there quick, and they're already on it. The gray-haired inquirer catches a glimpse, a curious escaping him as he spots one of Won-suk's guys looking totally shocked. Suddenly, Ajin is caught off guard, looking up in shock as someone urgently calls out, H. Young Nim. Here. The tension builds as we see a pair of feet on a metal staircase, signaling that a showdown is about to go down. And there he is, Ji Baekchang, looking absolutely menacing, confronting Hajin with a blunt, "What the fuck are you doing here? Hajin can only manage a stun to me." Ji Baekchang lays down the law, declaring he's stopping anyone from going upstairs, leaving Hajin in a seriously tight spot. Ji Baekchang, the gatekeeper of the stairs, can't believe the sheer nerve of someone defying him in his own domain. But Hajin, unfazed, retorts, questioning the alarm and hinting at the real chaos unfolding above. He speculates that Suk-young is nowhere to be found, then throws a jab, suggesting Baekchang's solo presence confirms something huge is going down upstairs. Baekchang's face twists into a snarl, utterly disregarding Hajin's concerns and delivering a brutal warning, "You're all screwed." Hajin's jaw drops in shock, as he realizes the full scale of the threat. The entire Banchendong crew is here, ready for anything. With a chilling grin, Baekchang confirms the obvious, boasting that he brought the whole Banchendong crew to this very spot. But Hajin isn't backing down, he stares Baekchang down, demanding to know his purpose here, one last time. With a steely gaze, Hajin repeats his mission, he's here to stop anyone from reaching the upper floors. Hajin's patience wears thin, muttering a harsh insult about Baekchang's ignorance. Baekchang's voice cuts like a knife, announcing he'll deal with the intruders, including Hajin, later. Flanked by his loyal crew, Baekchang makes a chilling promise, they'll get all the answers once they've brutally beaten him. Hajin takes a slow, deliberate breath, the quiet swoosh of air a stark contrast to the explosive fight about to erupt. Hajin's challenge rings out, daring Baekchang to reconsider, as the heavy, ominous footsteps of Ji Baekchang pound against the metal. The relentless march of his advance builds, each step a chilling promise of what's to come. Baekchang pivots to a sharp-eyed, gray-haired member of his crew, who then lays down the gauntlet, signaling a shift in their standoff. But Hajin isn't backing down, his voice a steel-hard declaration, they'll have to go through him. The school day wraps up, but the tension from a recent talk still hangs heavy in the air. And Kang Se-hoon is still reeling from a shocking truth, confessing he had no idea the other guy knew his dad. After a beat of stunned silence, he presses Daeun-ha, "So, what's the move now?" Daeun-ha's gaze sharpens, revealing his resolve to snatch back that USB with the evidence, admitting he got owned by young Suk-young last time, but now he's got a secret weapon. Kang Se-hoon takes it all in, then coolly declares it won't take long once he's prepped and ready to go. Daeun-ha's eyes burn with fierce resolve, demanding to see that evidence with his own two eyes. Night blankets the sprawling city, and a fresh scheme is already in motion, gearing up for the next big play. Meanwhile, another player, a man on the phone, locks in his commitment, announcing, "I'm going today." He pinpoints his target, the Banchendong Labor Office. His voice sharpens with finality, demanding, "Give me the address." A bold challenger, the gray-haired inquirer, steps right up to a powerful boss in a green suit, dropping a bombshell, he's invading this territory, and the boss only gets two options. With an intense stare, he lays down the law, "Back off, now." Or else, challenging him to throw down right here, right now. The atmosphere is absolutely electric, with the city lights casting an eerie glow over the empty streets, setting the stage for a showdown. From high above, the street is swarming with bodies, and Ji Baekchang's voice booms, making it clear he's got everyone here under his thumb. The sheer scale of his forces is undeniable, a massive question mark hanging over anyone foolish enough to challenge him alone. His patience wearing thin, Ji Baekchang snarls, "Stop dragging this out." He even admits he knows Han Eun-sung's reputation, confessing that he's well aware this guy is no ordinary person. But he quickly brushes it off, convinced that raw numbers will always win the day. Flexing his bare chest under his open jacket, Ji Baekchang stands front and center, his massive, uniformed crew backing him up, a clear message of overwhelming force. But even with all that bravado, a tiny seed of doubt still lingers, there's no way we can lose to just one guy, right? Sweat drips, teeth grind, and a name escapes his lips, laced with a raw, desperate energy. But then, a crushing presence hits, and he's left reeling, questioning the sheer power of this intimidating aura. Suddenly, the source explodes into view, a figure radiating an electric blue glow, eyes blazing with pure white power, and intense energy practically screaming around him. Down below, another guy freezes on the steps, his gaze locked on the insane showdown above, where Daeun-ha is squaring off against Ji Baekchang. He instantly recognizes the gray-haired figure, shouting out, "Boon-sung, what are you doing here?" But Ji Baekchang, back still to the stairs, is hit with a shock of recognition, gasping as he realizes the glowing figure is none other than the dungeon boss from before. The dungeon boss form of Daeun-ha, a fresh cut marring his cheek, simply hums, a silent challenge in his gaze. The true horror of the situation hits as an overhead shot reveals the street absolutely swarming with countless figures, triggering a panicked shout of, "What's all this?" The street just keeps going, an endless, terrifying tide of bodies, every single one a ticking time bomb. Dawan Ha, still in his gray-haired form, holds his ground against the surging crowd, his eyes locked with Ji Baekchang, who's practically seething with rage and a hint of fear. Inside his mind, Dawan Ha's two personas stand back to back, a silent declaration of war, as he makes it clear, he hates dragging things out. Ji Baekchang, surrounded by his army, steels himself, as a thunderous impact signals the confrontation is about to explode. The tension is palpable, a student's fist clenching, ready for anything. He pushes through the crowd, shouting for everyone to back off, the situation about to explode. Boom! The door explodes inward, footsteps pounding as a new threat arrives. Ji Baekchang and his crew storm in, muscles bulging, ready to throw down. His eyes practically pop out of his head, rage boiling as he sees the chaos. But then, the powered-up Dawan Ha, with his dark hair, stands tall, glaring down at the beaten Won Suk and demanding answers. Won Suk is absolutely wrecked, lying in a heap, blood staining the floor. The room is trashed. Dawan Ha stands victorious over Won Suk, ready to face down Ji Baekchang and his entire crew. He just shrugs off the entire gang, telling them to chill out, even though he's clearly hiding something massive. Ji Baekchang, seething, barks orders at his goons to clean up the mess, but his eyes are locked on Dawan Ha. The ultimate secret, a truth that hits like a ton of bricks, leaving someone absolutely floored. With eyes burning with raw intensity and a hint of blood on his lips, Dawan Ha is absolutely locked in, making a silent, terrifying promise. He's going to dig up every single piece of the puzzle, no matter what. Later, chilling on a park bench, the gray-haired inquirer hits him with a question, "Yo, Eun-sung, what are you even doing here? Is this all because of me?" But Dawan Ha isn't even fazed, he just points, telling his buddy to check out this video first, and then he'll spill the beans. He's glued to his phone, watching the footage, and a soft, "yeah," slips out, totally absorbed by what he sees. This is it. His moment to finally uncover the truth about what went down behind that car. The phone screen lights up with a security cam feed from the day of the accident, showing a sleek dark car in a parking lot, time-stamped and ready for action. The full security feed shows the car chilling in a deserted lot, the timestamp screaming the exact moment of impact. Then, it hits Dawan Ha like a truck as he recognizes the ride, shouting, "Wait, what? That's my dad's car." It was a short clip, but it just blew his mind. The video keeps rolling, revealing a shadowy figure near the car, but their face is totally hidden, leaving their identity a complete mystery. Just seconds later, that same figure is sprawled on the ground next to the car, and Dawan Ha knows, with absolute certainty, what he's seeing. The security footage rolls, revealing a masked figure in a hat, lurking around the car, clearly up to no good. And it's clear, this person is doing something totally messed up, directly causing the brake failure that led to his dad's crash. A cold realization hits Dawan Ha, did this person intentionally sabotage the brakes? But even with all this, he can't tell who it is, the footage just isn't clear enough. Then, a sharp intake of breath as a memory flashes, a chilling question from the past, what would you do if the convict was someone close to you? The gray-haired inquirer drops a bombshell, confirming the culprit is someone close, then hits him with the real question, "Then Eun-sung, do you know this person?" Dawan Ha whips his head around, confusion turning to dread, the name Eun-sung hitting him hard. The inquirer pushes him, look closer at their clothing, and suddenly, Dawan Ha sees it, a horrifying detail about the fabric. His eyes go wide, a cold sweat breaking out, the shocking truth starting to sink in. The footage cuts to the masked figure, now sprawled on the ground, and there it is, clear as day, a shelter logo on their black hoodie. Dawan Ha's eye, zoomed in, screams pure disbelief, the shelter logo's meaning slamming into him like a truck. He can only stammer, "This, no way," as the inquirer coolly drops his name, sealing the shocking revelation. Hajin dramatically reveals a black hoodie, sporting a vibrant shelter logo, practically begging Dawan Ha for his approval. He hypes it up, this is the Sunlight Shelter uniform. Pretty cool, right? But Dawan Ha, totally unfazed by the fashion show, just drops a blunt, looks bad. Hajin's jaw practically hits the floor, what? Dawan Ha lays down the cold, hard truth, bullies won't touch these things. Why even bother giving them out? He points to the hoodie, now a silent witness on his lap, and the tension is palpable. Dawan Ha's face twists into a puzzled look, his brain clearly in overdrive, connecting dots no one else sees. Hajin then drops some serious info about the shelter's true purpose, revealing it's a haven for lost kids, desperate for a safe space, both mentally and physically. He drives his point home, stressing that even a tiny detail like this uniform can make them feel like they belong. Dawan Ha echoes association under his breath, while Hajin explains that this bond means they can finally lean on each other. This powerful sense of belonging, Hajin insists, will totally transform them, one slow step at a time. He then asks, "So, what do you think? Maybe it's a bad design." Hajin, now rocking the blue shirt, finishes with a hopeful, almost pleading tone, "But it's still pretty cool, right?" But Dawenha's world just shatters. A horrifying realization hits him like a truck as he sees a glitching vision of the masked saboteur, wearing that exact uniform. The convict is from the Sunlight Shelter. The gray-haired inquirer quickly shuts down the idea, arguing that a uniform isn't enough to link them to the Sunlight Shelter. While Dawenha remains lost in his own thoughts beside him. But then, the inquirer's face changes, a flicker of doubt crossing his features, and he concedes that it's actually pretty plausible. Dawenha's hand tightens into a white-knuckled fist, a visceral KWAAK of frustration, as the horrifying thought that this is all his dad's doing crashes over him. He demands to know what the inquirer means by change, his thoughts racing, picturing Hajin and the inquirer's own face. The inquirer flashes a knowing smile, declaring it's crystal clear that people like them would never change, his statement punctuated by more mental snapshots of Hajin and his own confident grin. Dawenha's mind then snaps to the brutal image of his father's wrecked car, the mangled metal a chilling testament to the attack. He ponders if the sabotage was truly his father's work, a heavy silence falling between them. The inquirer presses on, revealing that even if they knew the culprit, going to the police would be a total waste of time. He stresses that the case is already closed, and the video evidence they have isn't strong enough to pinpoint the culprit. Crucially, the origin of the evidence itself is murky, making the whole situation even more complicated. Dawenha looks down at his phone, remembering Young Suk-young's claim that he got the intel from some anonymous source. The tension is palpable as the inquirer presses Dawenha for updates on the convict, but he's got nothing, absolutely zero leads. Dawenha's mind races, remembering how everything went sideways after his dad's death, the Sunlight Shelter just crumbled. But the inquirer's got a thought, a crucial piece of the puzzle, bringing up the old intel on the Sunlight Shelter crew, a potential game-changer. Dawenha's eyes widen, a sudden spark of understanding igniting within him, he gets it. He's connecting the dots, realizing that the old intel on the shelter's downfall could be the key, the missing piece of evidence. Dawenha's conviction is clear as he lays out his thoughts, the inquirer hanging on his every word. The conversation wraps up, and Dawenha, feeling a surge of clarity, thanks Eun-sung, his mind now razor-sharp. But the inquirer isn't done, hitting Dawenha with the ultimate question, what's the plan once he finally tracks down the convict? The inquirer remains calm, collected, waiting for Dawenha's next move. Dawenha stares out at the city, a fierce resolve burning in his eyes, making a silent promise to his dad, watch me closely. He knows it'll be a long, brutal fight, but he's going to find them, and he's going to absolutely crush them. His eyes burned with an unyielding resolve, a silent promise to himself. He was coming for them, and they would absolutely pay for their crimes. But just as his resolve solidified, a sudden voice shattered his focus, dropping the bombshell that midterms were next week, and he was completely blindsided. The teacher's ominous words about hard questions for the midterm sent shivers down his spine, and all he could manage was a desperate, teach. Pure, unadulterated panic set in as he realized the brutal truth, he was totally screwed, having spent zero time studying while grinding through everything else. His life was about to get absolutely crushed, he screamed internally, grabbing his head in a full-blown meltdown. His friend, seeing his total freakout, leaned in and asked, what in the world was going on with him? He could only manage a small, defeated before dropping the bomb. He hadn't studied a single thing. A pathetic whimper escaped him, his face a mask of pure, unadulterated misery. His friend, still staring, then offered a lifeline, asking if he needed help, and if he was even okay with the idea. Then, with a reassuring smile, his friend dropped the ultimate offer, a study session at his place after school. The school day kicks off, students swarming the campus like a hive. But Dawenha's world just got rocked. A sudden, mind-blowing realization hits him like a truck, leaving him absolutely stunned. He's thinking, whoa, I was totally blind. He never paid attention to anything around him, not until he met that gray-haired dude. Flashback time. All these random moments with other students, all these interactions he just brushed off, he was completely zoned out. He's like, wait, that guy. He's in my class. We even ate lunch together. How did he miss that? Seriously, how? Then, bam. He spots someone, and it's like a lightning bolt hits him. He's thinking, is that really him? His face twists in confusion, a huge question mark hanging over his head, my friend? He whips his head around to the guy behind him and blurts out, Jihan, where's your house? But before Jihan can even open his mouth, a system notification explodes into view, totally blindsiding Dawenha, who's like, huh? What was that? That quest-activated message just popped up out of nowhere, leaving him completely dumbfounded, still trying to figure out what just happened. Ding! The system drops the bomb, a new escort mission, to protect you Jihan through the gauntlet of exam week, and the reward? A super-secret, hidden item. He's just staring at the quest screen, completely flabbergasted by this insane timing and mission, muttering, a quest now. What the heck is going on? He's locked onto the system screen, a brand new quest flashing, an absolutely wild mission to protect a classmate. Protecting Yu Jihan safely? That can only mean one thing, he's about to be in serious danger. But elsewhere, on a totally normal street corner, the world kept spinning, completely unaware of the game-changing quests unfolding. Two guys are just chilling, one of them totally scoffing, like, seriously, who said Guanac-gu was packed with hotties? Just a few feet away, another group of students is in a full-blown drama, with one guy asking a girl if she only had her Min Young, and Kang Se-hoon just snaps, fuck off. But the first guy just wouldn't quit, still teasing, like, oh, did you just get dumped? Kakik. Gu Min, the girl, whips around to Kang Se-hoon, demanding, what are you staring at, and he just shrugs, just, some familiar face. Dowan Ha, just a few steps away, is absolutely bug-eyed, totally shocked to run into the quest's target in this random spot. Then it hits him, a blast from the past, he's just recognized a best friend from way back. While the other students just walk off, their drama disappearing into the background, Dowan Ha is now standing right in front of Yu Jihan, the very person he's been assigned to protect. Just 4 days before midterms, a new quest drops for Duwon, an escort mission to protect Yu Jihan through exam week, with a hidden item reward. Jihan's face is priceless, totally shocked by the revelation. They finally arrive, and Duwon can't even believe his eyes, shouting, your house, Jae-jin. And seriously, the house is insane, a total mansion. It's way bigger and fancier than anything Duwon expected. Jihan just casually tells him to come in, and Duwon is totally blown away, gasping at the sheer luxury inside. Then, a woman pops up, asking if Jihan's home, and immediately spots Duwon, wondering if he's a friend. Duwon quickly introduces himself as Jihan's friend, but the woman just laughs, saying she's just the housekeeper. She offers to bring them fruit, telling them to enjoy their stay, and Duwon thanks her, but he's secretly reeling, thinking, seriously, Jihan has a housekeeper too. After that, Jihan just leads Duwon up the epic staircase, heading to the next level of this crazy house. Stepping into the mansion, Duwon's jaw practically hit the floor. This wasn't just a house, it was something straight out of a drama, a level of luxury he'd only ever seen on TV. And just as he was trying to wrap his head around it all, Jihan's housekeeper popped up, calling him, young master, like it was totally normal. Meanwhile, Jihan just casually dropped the bomb that this insane place was his room, leaving Duwon utterly speechless. This whole situation was mind-blowing, especially since he was just dropping by. But Jihan? He was totally chill in his mega mansion, rocking a casual smile like it was no big deal. Even with all the shock, Duwon felt a weird connection forming, like they were actually getting closer than ever before, especially when Jihan just casually suggested they hit the books at his desk. As he got comfy, a thought hit Duwon like a truck. It had been forever since he'd actually hung out at a friend's place. Suddenly, the housekeeper reappeared, loaded with drinks and snacks, and dropped a bombshell. It's been a while since Jihan brought a friend home. Jihan looked totally caught off guard. She then gave them the green light to just chill and have fun, promising to be there for anything they needed. Both guys thanked the housekeeper, and she smoothly exited the scene. Watching her go, Duwon's mind started racing. He realized he'd never really seen Jihan with anyone else, and suddenly, flashbacks hit him, Jihan, always surrounded by those shady bullies. Seriously, the only times he'd ever seen Jihan with anyone were those awful bullies at the karaoke joint. Jihan, sensing the vibe, quickly cut in, so, ready to hit the books. Duwon was all like, yeah. The study session wrapped up, and Jihan sent his buddy off with a final reminder, don't forget, we're grinding through exam week. With a quick wave, Duwon was out, promising to catch Jihan at school tomorrow. Strolling off, he figured Jihan was safe and sound at home, but then, bam. A system window popped up out of nowhere. It was an escort mission, a quest to protect Yu Jihan through exam week, and the reward? A hidden item. He let out a shocked, totally blindsided by the sudden mission. A hidden item? He thought, wait, all my rewards so far have just been keys. If it's hidden, it's gotta be something epic, right? He felt a rush of excitement, wondering what awesome thing awaited him. The peaceful neighborhood lay unsuspecting, totally oblivious to the chaos brewing beneath the surface. Just 3 days left until midterms, and the pressure was on for Duwon to keep Jihan safe. Duwon, ever the diligent one, pressed Jihan on his study grind, demanding to know if he'd crushed every single question. But the response was anything but triumphant. Jihan was absolutely wiped, flat on the floor, barely managing to gasp out Duwon's name, completely fried from studying. Jihan dramatically declared his brain had hit its limit, completely out of storage, joking that any more studying would trigger a full system shutdown, a tired chuckle escaping his lips. Witnessing the sheer mental collapse, Duwon, ever the pragmatist, proposed a much-needed break, a chance to recharge from the academic onslaught. Duwon took the lead, navigating a seriously swanky, modern hallway, its polished surfaces and minimalist art screaming high-end living. Jihan, still reeling from his brain fry, gawked around in total bewilderment, muttering, where in the world are we? Do-won, completely unfazed, casually dismissed it as just a normal room, while Ji-han's eyes practically bugged out of his head. Then, they walked into a massive, glowing, tech-filled paradise, a full-blown gaming room, Do-won announced, and Ji-han's mind was absolutely blown, instantly consumed by pure, unadulterated envy. Ji-han's eyes practically turned into stars, screaming that this was his ultimate dream, a bucket list item checked off, but Do-won, cool as ever, just shrugged, admitting games weren't really his thing. Baffled by Do-won's chill attitude, Ji-han demanded to know why he even owned a gaming room, and Do-won just dropped the bomb. It was a birthday gift, and since he had the whole second floor to himself, most of the rooms were just empty. Ji-han let out a weak laugh at the birthday gift bombshell, then, his mood instantly deflating, confessed he felt utterly pathetic, a stark reminder of their wildly different worlds. His eyes snap open, a sudden spark of curiosity igniting as he spots something totally unexpected. He whips his head around to his friend, demanding to know about that mysterious door, like, what even is that room all the way over there? Do-won just shrugs it off, calling it a storage room, but Ji-han's face totally changes, a knowing, I see, slipping out as he connects the dots. His jaw drops in pure shock, because that storage room is actually a full-blown VR paradise. Insane. Fast forward a bit, and suddenly it's just 2 days until midterms, the whole school is buzzing with students cramming like crazy. Strolling with Do-won, Ji-han nervously asks if he's being a bother, but Do-won's chill, saying he needs to hit the books too. Ji-han then confesses that studying with Do-won is actually awesome, making even boring schoolwork feel like a good time. Do-won, totally intrigued, then asks if Ji-han even goes to classes or has tutors, and Ji-han's like, nah, not anymore, but I used to have a ton. The bombshell drops, around 20 tutors. Do-won's face is priceless, his eyes practically popping out. He practically chokes on his own words, trying to wrap his head around that number, wondering if this is just how the rich kids live. Ji-han quickly adds that it wasn't just school stuff, he learned a little bit of everything, leaving Do-won totally floored by this next-level education. Just as Ji-han and Do-won are chilling on campus, a chilling voice cuts through the air, it's been a while, Jae-hin. A figure with a sharp undercut watches their every move, a silent predator. Ji-han's jaw drops. Why you're Lee Ji-min. The past just crashed into the present. And there he is, Lee Gu-min, coolly leaning on a motorcycle, radiating pure trouble. Flashback. Gu-min reveals he'd been lurking around, spotting Ji-han before. He couldn't make a move then, but now he's back, and he's got something to say. That smirk. Gu-min's face is pure menace as he greets Ji-han. Ji-han is visibly shaken, trembling as Gu-min drops the bombshell, I was wondering where you ran. No move to. It was Gwanik-ji-yu. He knows too much. Do-won is right there, a silent anchor in the storm. Ji-han's eyes narrow, ready to confront the past, but Gu-min just taunts him, is that your friend? Kiki. Do-won grabs Ji-han's hand, a desperate plea in his eyes, as Ji-han warns, don't face him. Do-won, the tension is palpable. But Ji-han isn't backing down. I didn't miss you at all. So. Never visit again, he snaps, pulling Do-won away, leaving Gu-min in their dust. Do-won's trying to keep things moving, but Ji-han is clearly still reeling, barely able to respond. But they're not alone. Won-suk is lurking, observing their every move with a calculating gaze. Back with the duo, Do-won is totally confused, demanding to know who that intense guy was. He's like, dude, that was not your friend, the tension thick as they pass by some houses. Ji-han is still totally freaked out, muttering an apology to Do-won and bailing on their study plans. Do-won's a little taken aback but cool about it, telling him it's no big deal and he'll just hit the book solo. Ji-han makes his exit, giving Do-won a quick, almost desperate, touch on the shoulder. Do-won's left scratching his head, totally confused by Ji-han's sudden shift in behavior. Ji-han's mind is racing, obsessed with figuring out the real identity of that guy from his past. Then, a.m. A holographic screen pops up out of nowhere, showing his name, Yoji-han, in a game menu, making him wonder if his life is just some kind of simulation. He just keeps walking, the heavy burden of his thoughts crushing him with every step. His mind goes to the weirdest place, randomly wondering if rich people even bother to lick the yogurt lid. Hands gingerly pull back a foil lid, exposing a mysterious red jelly, and then, a chilling question cuts through the air, Ji-han. With a look of pure uncertainty, Ji-han stammers, I guess, so. Really? A menacing fist slams down, followed by a brutal order, then, lick it off. The container is back in view, but this time, it's covered in disgusting, dark mold, eliciting a horrified, what the? Kang Se-hoon's face looms, a sinister grin twisting his features, his eyes burning with an icy blue glow, as he sneers, not licking it. Ji-han recoils in pure revulsion, perched on a desk, as the bully's voice rings out, ugh, that F***er really just licked it, kakik. The classroom is a chilling tableau of bullying, with students encircling a fallen figure, as Kang Se-hoon looms, his voice dripping with disdain, arg. F***ck that's mold. It's disgusting, kakik. Later, Jihan strides away from the school, backpack bouncing, his footsteps a rhythmic beat, lost in thought. But he's not alone, Won-suk trails him, a subtle click marking his presence, eyes locked on his target. Jihan stops dead in the street, his mind consumed by the game interface, even if it's a quest, he ponders. Won-suk, lurking in the shadows, battles his inner conflict, muttering, I can't just follow him around after he told me not to. Well, at least. After a day of intense events, Do-won's journey home was a quiet one, his footsteps a rhythmic beat on the pavement, as he finally neared the imposing gates of his house. But even as he walked, an unseen presence confirmed his arrival, a voice in the shadows musing, he made it back, so everything should be okay. Bursting through the door, Do-won's casual, I'm home, was immediately met with a curveball, as the housekeeper hit him with a question about his buddy, Jihan. He tried to play it cool, asking if she meant Do-won, but she wasn't having it, demanding the other name, the one that was clearly slipping his mind. With a look of pure bewilderment, the housekeeper dropped a bombshell, his friend had actually left to meet him ages ago, leaving him to wonder how he could have missed him. Then, a chilling thought struck Do-won, his eyes widening in shock as the housekeeper casually added, oh, and the rest of your crew? They're all chilling upstairs. Panic setting in, he absolutely flew up the spiral staircase, his feet barely touching the ground as he raced to find out what was going on. Her words echoed in his head, a flashback to the good old days when friends would crash at his place, and the special room he'd set up just for them after he moved in. He finally reached the door, took a deep breath, and gave it a solid knock. The door swung open, revealing a scene he never expected, his entire class just chilling in his room. He just stood there, jaw practically on the floor, a massive, what, screaming in his mind. Then, a female classmate, lounging like she owned the place, shot him a sly grin, and dropped the ultimate sarcastic line, looks like you're living the good life, huh? A female voice immediately goes off, demanding her Nintendo Switch back, claiming she just saw it stashed away. Another guy on the couch casually asks if it was in a pocket, totally chill while a girl sprawls out next to him, both making themselves at home. Do-won's eyes are bugging out, sweat dripping down his face, as he tries to process the chaos, barely able to get a word out. Kang Se-hoon, looking totally annoyed, gets right in his face, demanding to know why he's so late. The girl on the couch, Gu-min, is still complaining, whining about how much work it was to track him down, only for him to be gone. She keeps going, saying it took so long, Gu-min actually had to go out and get him. Do-won's face is pure panic, sweat just gushing as this whole thing gets even crazier. And then Jihan just walks right in, demanding to know why Do-won would just ditch them. Suddenly, a hand grabs Do-won's shoulder, and a voice declares his long-lost friends are here to visit, the grip a chilling reminder of his trapped situation. Won-suk is practically on top of a terrified Do-won, a sinister grin plastered on his face, and Do-won's eyes are screaming pure, unadulterated fear. Won-suk, still upside down from Do-won's POV, keeps up the taunting, grinning as he promises today will be fun, just like the good old days. Outside, the sleek, modern house just sits there, bathed in the golden hour glow, a total facade for the messed up drama happening inside. A new player steps onto the scene, their fresh white kicks hitting the tiled floor outside Do-won's door. And a hand reaches out, slamming the doorbell with a resolve that screams, no matter what. The student's sharp, dark eyes lock onto the door, a crisp ding-dong announcing their arrival. Even with his pristine school uniform and backpack, a chilling premonition hits him hard, a gut feeling screaming, I have a bad feeling. The peace of a suburban street is shattered by a sharp, insistent doorbell. As Do-won arrives at a sleek, modern house, announcing himself to the unseen resident, who immediately demands to know who's at the door. The housekeeper, clearly surprised, remarks that she thought he wasn't showing up today, and he stumbles through an excuse about just happening to be there. But his whole plan hits a wall when she drops the bombshell, Jihan isn't even home. The news clearly catches him off guard. His expression shifts to one of pure shock, as the reality of the situation sinks in. He looks out towards the street as the housekeeper casually mentions Jihan just bounced, hanging out with his middle school crew. She shrugs, admitting she has no clue where they went, and tells him to just call if it's important. Do-won, now piecing together that Jihan ditched early for his friends, simply agrees to return another time. He pivots and walks off, his footsteps fading, when suddenly a jarring system alert blazes across his vision, screaming that his escort target is gone. Suddenly, a shocking system notification blazes across Do-won's vision, screaming, quest difficulty increases, and leaving him utterly stunned. Then, the new objective slams into view, rescue mission, to save you Jihan, promising a super rare hidden item as a reward. His eye snaps wide open in pure disbelief, the sheer weight of this new mission hitting him hard. Jihan didn't just bail on his own. He was forcefully taken while just trying to hang out with his friends, a chill day instantly turning into a full-blown crisis. But hold up, back in the real world, in a dimly lit pool hall, a high-stakes game of billiards is going down. The gray-haired inquirer watches his female friend totally whiff a shot, and he can't help but tease, Just missed. Kakik. Come on. And check out Lee Gu-min, Jihan's middle school classmate, chilling with a super intense, thoughtful look on his face. Gu-min turns to Jihan and drops a classic line, hasn't it been a while since we visited this hideout, totally bringing back those middle school vibes, back in middle school. The whole crew is chilling in their old stomping grounds, the pool hall, with someone reminiscing, we used to hang out here a lot, while Jihan gets ready to sink a ball. Later, Gu-min and the gray-haired inquirer are just chilling on the couch, when one of them exclaims, seriously, how has this Jihan bastard not changed at all, and the other just shrugs, all losers are like that, a total burn for their buddy. Trapped and on his knees, a young man is cornered by a crew of intimidating figures, with a massive blonde-haired guy pressing down on his head, aggressively demanding to know who he is. Watching the whole thing unfold, the gray-haired inquirer snickers about Jihan looking totally naive, hinting that he's about to meet some new faces real soon. A dude with slick-back black hair and a sick arm tattoo just smirks, casually mentioning it's been 2 whole years since he last stepped foot here. Then, the gray-haired inquirer points out Jihan's shaking body, telling him to chill out, but then immediately throws shade at their friendship. The gray-haired inquirer lets out a dramatic sigh, complaining about Jihan not drinking, and totally blaming him for killing the vibe. Someone else from across the table demands to know why Jihan was even dragged here, then totally roasts him for not even touching his drink. Jihan, still looking totally freaked out, hears the gray-haired inquirer chime in that it's upsetting, then casually suggests they try that thing they just talked about. The tattooed man, with a creepy grin, spells out exactly what they're planning, calling it a friendship test. The massive blonde-haired guy, looking absolutely furious, flat out states he's gonna throw hands. Jihan's face twists in pure terror and confusion, as the horrifying reality of this friendship test finally hits him. The tattooed man surveys the entire group, his mind already calculating the fallout if even one of them screws up this test. The ultimate challenge is laid bare, take a hit for the crew, and you're in. But what does that even mean? Jihan is instantly grabbed, his face screaming pure panic, barely able to stammer out a W8. As his tormentor just shrugs it off, don't worry too much. Trapped and helpless, Jihan's eyes dart around the room, a desperate thought screaming, someone has to help me, right? Then, a sickening crack. A ringed fist connects with brutal force. Jihan hits the deck, the sickening thwack of the blow still ringing, and he can only stare up at the cold, unmoving faces, thinking, seriously, no one's gonna help. Another brutal thwack lands, and Jihan, barely conscious on the floor, manages to gasp, just one hit, right? Won Suk's face twists into a chilling grin, as he sneers, that's right, you punk. And then, the ultimate burn, should have been nicer to your buddy, lol. Jihan is absolutely wrecked on the dirty floor, blood pooling around his head, this test was no joke. Even one of the crew, Kang Se-hoon, starts to sweat, dude, wasn't that a bit much? What if he snitches to the cops? But Won Suk just locks eyes with Jihan again, a chilling smile on his face as he warns, Jihan, whatever went down, you're not gonna rat us out, right? Then, the ultimate low blow, because if you do, everyone's gonna find out how you really get treated, and your mom. She'll know everything too. Jihan is still reeling from the beatdown, but the psychological warfare is just beginning. One of the thugs casually drops a chilling threat, hinting at someone else getting shocked if Jihan doesn't fall in line. The city pulses with energy, and high above it all, the Bang Bang singing town building dominates the skyline, bathed in the fiery hues of dusk. But down below, the pavement pounds with urgency, as someone is absolutely flying, their feet a blur against the concrete. Meanwhile, in a shadowy, almost bunker-like room, the tension is palpable. Where in the world is he? Char Du-won, our protagonist, navigates a high-tech server room, the silence broken only by the whirring machines, his mind racing, desperate to find his target. Back on the streets, he's in a full-blown sprint, a frantic energy propelling him forward as he tries to pinpoint his exact whereabouts. He's pushing his limits, the burning question of his real objective fueling every stride, refusing to give up. Then, out of nowhere, his phone blares, a sudden interruption to his frantic quest, and he snatches it up, his face etched with worry. A sharp beep confirms the connection, and his eyes snap open, a jolt of surprise or dread hitting him. A frantic voice screams through the phone, hello. Jihin. Where are you? And Char Du-won instantly recognizes it, firing back, wait, are you the guy who was with Jihan earlier today? A vivid flashback hits him, transporting him back to the afternoon's chaos, seeing himself and Won Suk in the schoolyard, a crucial piece of the puzzle for the caller's inquiry. Still holding the phone, his eyes locked on the pavement, he demands an answer, tell me, were you the one at the school gate earlier? But the caller cuts him off, doubling down on their original question, just tell me, where is Ji-han right now? The voice on the phone is pure venom, daring him to come save his friend, then dropping a chilling laugh, practically guaranteeing disaster if he doesn't show up. But the scene cuts to his friend, totally helpless on the floor, with some psycho looming over him, screaming that his buddy is in serious trouble. Across town, a girl casually sends the location, demanding he show up, as her friend just rolls his eyes, muttering about her starting drama again. The main villain, with a chilling grin, labels this whole messed up situation a friendship test. The phone just keeps blaring, those piercing beeps screaming for attention. He's just listening, face unreadable, trying to figure out what the heck is going on. A dark thought flashes through his head, questioning if this person is even his real friend. The phone just keeps screaming, a non-stop assault on his ears. Back in the torture chamber, the villain has his victim pinned, who can only manage a desperate plea, begging him to stop. Watching the whole thing unfold, the girl dramatically gasps, as her buddy snarks about this being some loser bromance. Then, with a brutal crunch, the villain violently crushes his victim's face, demanding to know why he's putting up with this. He just keeps laying into him, calling his victim's hypocritical behavior totally annoying, while the poor guy can only manage a pathetic whimper. His eyes are blown wide, a cold dread seizing him as the voice on the other end snarls, demanding he just shut up and watch, reveling in the twisted spectacle, asking if this isn't truly the best moment ever. Then, a brutal cut to Won Suk's bruised and broken face, the tormentor's voice echoing, "See how your friend gets messed up because of you," followed by a chilling, maniacal cackle. Meanwhile, the city skyline is bathed in a fiery sunset, a beautiful, yet ominous backdrop to the unfolding drama. Down on the street, oblivious to the terror, someone casually remarks, "Man, a rich friend is seriously the best." The villain, Kang Se-hoon, casually holds a clinking plastic bag, smirking as he declares his eternal friendship with Gu Min, a sinister laugh echoing. Meanwhile, two other guys are gossiping, one asking, "Who was that nerd, Shuttle," and the other remembering, "I heard they used to be real friends." But as they walk off, the blonde bully scoffs, "Yeah, well, it definitely doesn't look like that now." The brown-haired bully muses, "Real friends, huh," wondering what went wrong, but the blonde just shrugs it off, "Who cares? It's irrelevant now." Still walking, the blonde bully then reveals, "That nerd's loaded too. Let's jump him and take his wallet," a plan his buddy enthusiastically agrees with. Meanwhile, Char Do-won's hand clenches around his phone, a single, desperate, "Holy fuck," screaming in his head. Elsewhere, a chill group of friends is just hanging out, one asks, "Did those guys go to a brewery for the booze?" Another quips, "They probably died," and someone else whines, "Ugh, I want a drink too." A soft creak breaks the silence as the brown-haired friend leans in, then, with a sly grin, he challenges the others, "Alright, be honest, you too." A hand shoots out, the tension palpable, as if demanding answers for the absolute mayhem that just went down. One of the bullies, a blonde-haired punk, gets absolutely launched through the air, slamming into the ground in a cloud of dust and pure impact. His crew, two more bullies, are absolutely stunned, one frozen on a bunk bed, the other just standing there, jaws dropped as the chaos erupts. Elsewhere, totally oblivious to the unfolding beatdown, a different group of friends just keeps on chatting, completely unaware of the storm brewing. Another duo chills on a couch, their relaxed vibes a total opposite to the brutal fight happening somewhere else. Back in the danger zone, another bully, the one in the gray hoodie, gets absolutely wrecked onto the floor, his body sliding across the concrete like a ragdoll. The tattooed dude from the other scene suddenly looks shocked, a low, "Wow," escaping him, like he just felt a disturbance in the force. He then drops a casual bomb, muttering if things are a bit different than expected, and if they need to beat them all up, right? Back in the main event, Char Do-won is standing like a boss amidst the carnage, two bullies already knocked out cold at his feet, totally limp. Close by, Yu Ji-han, all bruised and beaten, struggles to even look up, apologizing for being late even though he's clearly been through hell. Char Do-won scans the whole mess, eyes like daggers, then points straight at the remaining bullies, a clear challenge in his every move. Then, with an insane surge of power, his fists light up with a vibrant blue aura, totally ready to unleash pure destruction on anyone who messed with his friend. The massive Korea hospital looms large. Its pristine corridors leading to VIP room 003, where a mother's voice warmly notes, "Ji-han, that middle school uniform looks good on you." From her hospital bed, she presses on, "So, how was it? Did you make a ton of friends?" Ji-han mentally scoffs at the idea of friends, it was literally his first day back. But his mom isn't letting up, teasing, "What about a girlfriend?" He lets out an exasperated, "Ugh, mom." She absolutely cracks up, loving his embarrassed expression. Her expression turns tender as she muses, "All mom wants is for her son to have a solid friend." Her thoughts continue, "Because you're just like your weak mom. You need a strong friend to protect you when I can't." Ji-han, catching her drift, meets her gaze with fierce resolve, "I'm not weak anymore, okay? The sun dips below the horizon, painting the hospital in fiery hues, bringing their heartfelt chat to a close. A sudden sound grabs his attention, and he spots it, their school uniform. What's going on here? He spins around, ready for anything, only to be met with a curious stare. Who is this guy? The new guy, checking out his fresh threads, casually asks if he's a first year too. Is this a new rival or a new friend? And just like that, the legend of Gumin began for him. Fast forward to class, and Gumin's already on it, hitting Jihan with a question, is he off to the hospital again today? Jihan's like, yeah, what about it, and Gumin, ever the smooth operator, just drops the, wanna go together, bomb. Talk about a power move. Strolling side by side, Gumin gets philosophical, asking if it's just him, or is this whole situation a bit weird. Looking back, it's clear, this was the secret sauce, the ultimate reason they clicked so fast. Gumin lays it all out, same class, same hospital for their moms, and then, with a sly grin, he drops the bomb, they're both loaded. What a flex. It was destiny, their similarities pulling them together. And Gumin, flexing his hyung status, tells Jihan to pay attention when he speaks. Jihan, totally cracking up at the banter, gives him a playful shove, unable to hold back his laughter. Then, Gumin gets serious for a second, wishing both their moms could get out of the hospital ASAP, because having a friend who gets it. That's priceless. Gumin remembers a bond so deep, she and Jihan just got each other, a connection she sealed with a simple, yeah. That's why she thought their friendship was unbreakable, destined to last forever. But then, a doctor drops a bombshell on Gumin and Jihan, and Gumin can barely get out, doctor, what did you just say? He drops the bomb, Gumin, your mother was just moved to the ICU. Her face instantly contorts in horror. But as those shared connections began to vanish, their friendship started to crumble. Jihan's face twists in agony as he hears the crushing news, she might not make it past this month. And just like that, their once strong relationship began to shatter into a million pieces. Completely overwhelmed, he just thinks, what the heck is even happening? Cut to Jihan, standing over a downed opponent, a fierce question burning in his mind, do I just need to beat every single one of them down? Two of the thugs sneer, damn. Look at this guy's nerve, with another chiming in, yeah you're about to get absolutely wrecked Kikik. The taunts just fuel Jihan's resolve, and a voice in his head cuts through the noise, whoa. Jihan, your friend just showed up to save your butt. Elsewhere, a slick, tattooed dude with love inked on his neck flashes a knowing smirk. From the shadows, a chilling voice taunts, talk about an emotional friendship, huh? Kihihi. But on the blood-soaked ground, Duwon is already battered, his face a mess, while Jihan, watching from a desk, screams, run. Gilwon. Too late, though, as a blonde-haired punk charges, sneering, too late, retard. The blonde's fist glows with a wicked blue energy, ready to smash, but his smug face instantly contorts into a desperate, fuck dash. Before he can even land a hit, Duwon unleashes a lightning-fast, blue-charged counterpunch, and the impact is explosive. He pulls off a perfect blind spot strike, leaving his enemy no chance. The blonde thug drops like a sack of bricks, totally out, leaving Duwon standing victorious, but still serious. Two other goons stare, jaws dropped, one gasping, what was that, and the other, one hit KO. This is way more trouble than they signed up for. Duwon's mind races, going in blind would be suicide, especially when he has no idea how strong these guys really are. His eyes narrow, a fierce determination burning in his gaze. No wasted moves, he thinks, as his eyes ignite with an electrifying blue power. Then, with an explosive burst of speed, he's gone, a blue streak tearing towards the next target. Duwon, now fully powered up, doesn't even hesitate. He unleashes a lightning-fast kick, catching the first thug completely off guard, who can only manage a shocked. And bam. The kick lands hard, sending the thug stumbling back with a guttural, urgh. He's already feeling the heat. But Duwon isn't done. Before the guy can even think, he unleashes a devastating, blind spot strike, a blinding flash of blue energy erupting as his punch connects. He's not just swinging wildly, he's thinking strategically, knowing exactly where to land the knockout blow. And just like that, the first thug is down for the count, his body hitting the ground as Duwon barely breaks a sweat. No time to celebrate. Duwon immediately locks onto the next target, who's standing there, jaw practically on the floor, wondering what just happened. This new guy isn't playing fair. He grabs a bottle and charges, going for a cheap shot straight to the head. The bottle flies through the air, a blur of green heading straight for Duwon. But Duwon is on another level. He dodges the bottle and unleashes another blind spot strike, a dazzling burst of blue energy exploding as he lands the hit. The second thug gets absolutely rocked, his eyes rolling back as he's sent sprawling. He slams into the ground with a sickening thud, leaving a cloud of dust in his wake. Du-won stands tall, the last man standing, a slight grimace on his face as he realizes just how close that was. Du-won is down, bloodied and battered on the floor, barely conscious, a confused whisper escaping his lips. But the thugs above him, including the massive one, Gu-min, and Kang Se-hoon, are totally baffled, freaking out about how Du-won is one-shotting everyone. Du-won starts to get up, his foot hitting the ground with a soft, chuck sound, and the big guy figures out he's only going for the chin. He's thinking about it, then he's like, wait, where else could he hit? The big thug, totally hyped, screams at him, daring him to hit him too. He charges in, a primal yell ripping from his throat, ready to crush Du-won. But before the big guy can even land a hit, Du-won explodes with insane speed, a blue energy burst around his fist, smashing the thug's face with a brutal punch, basically saying, yeah, I was gonna do that anyway. The hit is supercharged by his blind spot strike ability, sending shockwaves everywhere. Gu-min's eyes are huge, a mix of terror and realization, as she finally gets how powerful his hands really are. The big thug, still talking trash even after getting hit, tries to act tough, saying it won't work on him, but that nasty, squish sound says otherwise. Du-won just stands there, his symbol glowing on his chest, a total boss move, showing everyone why his hits are so devastating. Then, without even a second thought, he whips around to Kang Se-hoon, snatching him by the collar with a brutal grip, ready for round 2. Even as he's slammed to the floor, debris exploding around him, he's already back with a defiant roar, I don't lose weight. The ground still trembles, the sheer force of the impact leaving a massive crater. But before they can even blink, he's gone. A massive crater marks where he was, a sharp URGH of pure speed as he vanishes. While Du-won is tearing it up, Kang Se-hoon is chilling, wiping sweat and whining about being dizzy, then has the audacity to ask Gu-min for delivery food. But that chill vibe gets absolutely wrecked as Du-won's hand shoots out, snapping towards his collar, even as Kang Se-hoon, still sitting there, taunts him with a "Kikik, tell me anything you want." Towering over the seated Kang Se-hoon, Du-won hears the cocky punk declare he'll think about it while I beat up this bastard. The audacity. But before that trash talk can even finish, Du-won's hand snaps onto Kang Se-hoon's collar, a brutal, undeniable grip. A stunned HM escapes Kang Se-hoon, his cocky facade finally cracking under the sheer force of the grab. Face twisted in pure rage and shock, Kang Se-hoon screams, "No way, Kikik. Are you copying me? With that size, you think?" But Du-won doesn't even flinch, his grip on the collar intensifying, the fabric groaning under the sheer power. The pressure is immense, Kang Se-hoon's neck muscles bulging, barely able to withstand the crushing grip. And just as things hit their peak, a new power ignites. The blind skill icon flares to life, ready to unleash chaos. He just goes for it, unleashing a devastating blow, a burst of blue energy exploding from his fist with insane force. And just like that, he follows through with a lightning-fast move, a burst strike that absolutely demolishes his target. The sheer power of that hit completely warps the thug's face in pure agony, blood spraying everywhere as he gets absolutely rocked. Back in the room, Kang Se-hoon's crew is just watching the whole thing go down, a tense silence as they realize just how fast and brutal this guy is. Du-won, completely unfazed, just casually announces he's gonna order some pork shoulder donburi, like he didn't just wreck someone. His hands clench, veins popping, showing off the raw power still surging through him. Kang Se-hoon just stares, a flash of pure annoyance on his face, his usual cool guy act totally crumbling. He lets out a frustrated sigh, his leg twitching, totally losing his cool, grumbling about how useless everyone else is. The gray-haired guy, watching everything unfold, is totally kicking himself, wishing they'd jumped in way sooner. Meanwhile, Kwon Sung-won, the number 2, and Chang Min-woo, the number 3 of the Lee Gu-min family, are just fuming over a beaten-down Yu Ji-han, absolutely furious at how weak their own guys are. The blonde antagonist, eyes blazing with resolve, declares it's finally time for him to jump in and get serious. A sly smirk spreads across the tattooed man's face, totally hinting that things are about to get even crazier. Du-won, cool as ice, surveys the absolute wreckage he just unleashed, not a single hair out of place. A soft thud echoes as he steps, moving with an undeniable aura of power. The bodies of 2 defeated foes lay sprawled behind him, their faces telling the story of his brutal efficiency. The full extent of the carnage is revealed, more bodies, shattered furniture, and Kang Se-hoon's crew frozen in shock, one of their own screaming in agony, another begging for mercy from the crazy bastard who did this. Each step resonates with intent, his eyes locked onto his next objective. He closes in on the main crew, the blonde antagonist, tattooed man, and gray-haired inquirer eyeing him with a blend of caution and intrigue. He bypasses the onlookers, offering a hand to a struggling Ji-han, a simple question cutting through the tension, "Can you stand up?" Ji-han, battered but defiant, claims he's fine, but the blonde antagonist looms over him, a sneer in his voice as he demands if Du-won is the one who put Ji-han in this mess. Du-won just stares at Ji-han, a silent calculation happening behind his eyes. The blonde antagonist keeps twisting the knife, taunting Jihan about his expensive friend and demanding to know the price, leaving Jihan speechless. Then, from the sidelines, the tattooed man coolly chimes in, dropping the bombshell that he recently got one, too, hinting at his own new, dangerous asset. Do-won's ear twitches, absorbing every word, his face a mask as the full weight of the tattooed man's statement hits him. Do-won is just chilling, thinking about his expensive friend, when suddenly, a dreadlocked dude in the background lets out a super casual yawn. But then, out of nowhere, he whips around, his tie practically doing a backflip from the sheer speed. A massive sound just blasts through the air, and he's like, seriously, so loud. The dreadlocked guy, totally unleashed, snarls, me. F********* ing sleep. But just as the punch is about to connect, Do-won pulls off an insane, blind spot strike, his hand glowing blue as it perfectly blocks the attack. The dreadlocked guy actually flinches, a look of pure shock on his face as he's like, wait, you counterattacked in the middle of my move? Do-won stares up at the guy, a slight twitch in his arm, and asks, did you just block my fist? But get this, after that insane counter, the dreadlocked guy just stretches, yawns again, and casually says, ugh, this dread hair. I'm still not even fully awake yet. Hold up. A new player just entered the game, Kim Gangjae, a second-year high schooler, whose family fight rank is absolutely crushing it at number 1. This guy is on a whole other level compared to anyone else. The dreadlocked man, still processing Do-won's insane move, is completely shook, his mind going a million miles an hour. He's actually asking himself if going all out against Do-won would literally kill him. What? But Do-won isn't backing down. His hand starts to glow with intense, crackling blue energy, and he's seriously considering if it's even okay to unleash his real power against this guy. The tension is insane. The message is crystal clear, a chilling warning echoing through the space, if he goes full power, it's game over. You'll die. They're locked in a stare down, the dreadlocked man fixated on Do-won's glowing hand, a silent promise of devastating power just waiting to explode. The atmosphere is absolutely electric. Check out this insane modern mansion, bathed in the glow of an epic sunset. Inside, the housekeeper is just cruising through this massive hallway, totally blown away by the place, and she's like, whoa, Jihan's out eating dinner, even during exams? But hold up, Do-won's got his own thing going on, muttering to himself that he's gotta stash something away for later. He keeps talking to himself, pointing out that his room is still pitch black. Back with the housekeeper, she's still wandering around, thinking about how Jihan's always out with his buddies. She even cracks a little smile, thinking about how happy Madam would be, if he was actually chilling with his friends all the time. Then, bam. A sudden hit rings out, and we cut to Do-won's face, totally messed up with new bruises and a bloody nose. Even with his face busted, he's got this confused look, asking if everyone else is running on no sleep too. Suddenly, a hulking figure with dreadlocks bursts awake, blue energy crackling around him. He's just woken up, but the real question is, why are there so many bodies already down? He immediately turns his gaze, challenging anyone else who might have been slacking off, demanding to know if they were the ones who caused all this mayhem. But across the way, Do-won is just standing there, completely unfazed, a silent storm brewing behind his eyes. The dreadlocked man just yawns, totally unimpressed, scratching his head, but he can feel the raw power radiating from Do-won. Do-won's mind races, realizing that a straight-up brawl is a death sentence, his weakness is too exposed against this brute. The dreadlocked man's hand starts to glow with a mysterious blue light as he rubs his face in utter disbelief. There's no way Do-won took down all those guys with just basic moves. But Do-won isn't backing down. His mind snaps into focus, knowing he has to unleash his true power, it's time for stronger skills. Out of nowhere, the dreadlocked man explodes forward, seizing Do-won's arm with crushing power, yelling, do you have some kind of secret attack? A sinister grin spreads across the dreadlocked man's face as he makes his chilling promise, he's going to crush Do-won before he can even think about fighting back. The dreadlocked man's grip becomes a vice on Do-won's arm, leaving brutal, crimson bruises. But just as the dreadlocked man thinks he has the upper hand, Do-won explodes into action, a blinding blue aura erupting around his leg as he delivers a lightning-fast, bone-shattering kick. The kick connects with a thunderous crack, sending a shockwave through the air, leaving the dreadlocked man utterly blindsided and shocked. Do-won just went full throttle, unleashing the Falcon drop with an insane blue energy surge, ready to absolutely wreck his opponent. And just like that, boom. The dreadlocked man gets absolutely rocked by a massive blue energy blast straight to his back. The sheer power of it just explodes, sending out a massive shockwave of blue energy that lights up the whole area. His opponent gets launched and Do-won is right there, a blue streak of pure power, not letting up for a second. That hit wasn't just powerful, it was brutal, leaving nasty, deep claw marks on the dreadlocked man's shoulder as his shirt shreds. He lets out a furious HMPH, his dreadlocks ripped out and scattered, a clear sign he just got seriously messed up. His face is a mask of pure fury and pain, the dreadlocked man is absolutely seething, blood dripping from his shoulder after that insane hit. But Dawenha is just chilling, totally unfazed, a chilling look in his eyes as he casually drops the bomb that he was aiming for the head. TSK. The other students are absolutely freaking out on the sidelines, totally stunned and asking what's even happening, wondering if this guy is about to get wrecked too. Still on his knees, the dreadlocked man just loses it, cursing and yelling at everyone to shut up, clearly not in the mood for their commentary. He's fighting to get back up, brushing off the damage like it's nothing, claiming he's just not fully awake yet. What an excuse. His eyes narrow, deep in thought, and you just know he's cooking up something big for his next move. Still reeling from that insane hit, the dreadlocked man throws up a defensive hand, his eyes blown wide with pure shock and pain. But before he can even think about recovering, Dawenha is already there, slamming another devastating, blue energy-charged hit right into him, the impact exploding with a wild, metallic crash. This new move, a stun smash, absolutely rocks the dreadlocked man, leaving him totally dazed, and he's left wondering if this attack is actually doing the opposite of what it's supposed to. As the chaos clears, Dawenha just stands there, cool as ice, checking out the damage he just caused, with only the softest rumble of falling debris breaking the tension. Meanwhile, from the sidelines, Yu Jihan, already looking like he's been through a blender, can only gasp out one word in pure disbelief, amazing. Won Suk, chilling back with a smirk, can't help but wonder what Dawenha is really doing, his fingers drumming with an almost predatory impatience as he sizes up the situation. His eyes narrow, a subtle, dangerous glint appearing as he processes the sheer, raw power he's witnessing, his mind already racing with new calculations. The room is a wreck, but the two fighters are still standing in the background, while a dartboard in the foreground just sits there, a silent witness to the absolute chaos. The sheer intensity of that exchange is still buzzing in the air, as the other students, like Kwon Sungwon and Gu Min, stare from afar, their faces a mix of pure shock and terror. Back in the thick of it, the dreadlocked man shoves himself off the wall, blood splattering to the floor, his head pounding as he groans, "URGH. I thought my head was being crushed." He touches the fresh gash on his forehead, a grim acknowledgement of his opponent's power, muttering, being this sturdy is problematic too. But as he tries to get back on his feet, Dawenha is already winding up his next insane attack, multi-strike destruction, and the dreadlocked man can only think, it would have been better to stay lying down. His mind races, a dark question echoing, is this the final move? Is it time to finish this? While another's eyes snap open in pure, unadulterated terror, locked onto something horrifying just out of view. A cold, sharp edge gleams at a man's neck, a menacing voice cutting through the air, don't even think about fighting back. The air crackles with a brutal ultimatum, leaving onlookers stunned, unless you want to see your friend's throat ripped open. Dawenha's grip is iron, a blade kissing Yu Jihan's neck, his face a canvas of terror and fresh wounds. Surveying the carnage of fallen bodies, he locks eyes with a kneeling Kim Gangjae, his voice a cold whip, "Lee Kongjae, did you seriously think I'd blow all that cash just for you to screw up?" His eyes burn with an unyielding intensity, a single, chilling command, "Do it right." A captive Yu Jihan can only gasp a choked, "What are you doing?" as the horror sinks in. Then, a sudden, explosive blur, a fist rockets forward, a missile of pure force. The impact is brutal, a sickening crunch, shattering the silence with raw power. Dawenha unleashes a brutal mid-air kick, sending the dreadlocked man flying, who can only gasp, "Can't." But even after that brutal combo, the dreadlocked man's eyes blaze with pure defiance, a chilling promise on his lips, "You wanna know why? I'm doing this to beat you down." Even after all that, the dreadlocked man still stood defiant, but Dawenha wasn't playing around, unleashing another devastating kick that sent his foe flying. "Do it again," he sneers, a chilling warning echoing, "if you don't care about what will happen." But the real horror? It's what he does next, a brutal slap across Gumin's face, a chilling message, "To your friend the moment you fight back." Gumin's head snaps back, a choked "URGH" escaping his lips as the impact rattles him to his core. Blood already staining his face, Gumin can only scream out, "Dio-wan," a desperate plea hanging in the air. Dawenha pulls him into a tight headlock, a sinister grin spreading across his face, taunting, "Lee Gumin, you," and warning him, "You better stop thinking of anything funny." A dark chuckle escapes him, as he asks, "Kakik, you must know it well." Then comes the bombshell, Dawenha casually drops the truth, "All the videos and pictures of you getting bullied, I have them all." The ultimate weapon is deployed, as he asks the chilling question, "How would your mother react to that?" Gumin's mind races, picturing his already frail mother, knowing she's already ill enough. It'd be troublesome if she collapses from the shock. But Dawenha just smirks, retorting, "Well, you'd have to worry about yourself first, Kiki." With Gumin still in his grasp, Dawenha glares at the dreadlocked man, barking, "Quit dragging it out and end it." And just like that, the dreadlocked man takes another brutal hit, the force of the blow distorting his features as the battle rages on. The chokehold was relentless, crushing his windpipe with savage force. His dreadlocked assailant, a picture of pure menace, just sneered, taunting him with a chilling, "I was going to anyway." The pressure was unbearable, a chokehold designed to extinguish his fight, to plunge him into darkness. He'd been tossed around like a ragdoll, only to be snatched back into the choke, the brutal attack never letting up. He was fading fast, his vision tunneling as his inner voice roared, "I know it, but I'm going out. But if I strike back?" Trapped under the dreadlocked man's crushing weight, his eyes darted to Gumin, who could only stare, paralyzed by fear. Then, a desperate realization cut through the agony, "I gotta deal with that guy first. He's got a weapon." And there it was, gripped tight in his hand, a wicked, syringe-like weapon. A risky plan ignited in his mind, "If weapon mastery kicks in, I can. Just die already, you punk." His attacker, completely unaware of the brewing storm, just cranked up the pressure, as a desperate gasp tore from his throat. His face was a mess of bruises and blood, a choked no, barely escaping as he gripped the weapon, his last hope. His eyes, burning with a desperate resolve amidst the pain, fixed forward, his bloodied face a grim trophy of the brutal fight. A hazy memory takes shape, a gradient of light and shadow, then bam, we're in a classroom. It's a classroom, golden hour hitting just right, a total throwback to simpler times, a world away from the current madness. He's calling out to his buddy, like, "Yo, Gumin, why aren't you packing up? Aren't you hitting the hospital today?" The reply was a heavy sigh, a quiet, "Yeah, I am, but..." That hung in the air, thick with unspoken feelings. He tried to cheer him up, like, "It's gotta be great, right?" But his friend just gave him a blank back. It was a desperate hope, clinging to the fact that his mom was still alive, a truth that was about to get ripped away. Then his mom passed, and the kid he knew was gone, just like that. He just walked away, the gap between them widening with every step, and they just drifted apart, fast. His friend went down a dark path, a total opposite of the future they'd once dreamed of. He confronted him, like, "What's wrong, Gumin?" telling him, "You weren't like this." The scene flashes to a heated argument, a desperate plea to pull him back, but all he got was a fuck and a brick wall of defiance. He tried to stop it, tried to save his friend from going under, only to get hit with the ultimate low blow, "Did you just pity me?" But his past attempt to step in. It just made everything spiral out of control. A rapid-fire montage of his past mistakes hits him, revealing a chaotic classroom with a student down, and no one helping. Then scenes of reckless partying and outright violence, culminating in his ultimate escape from the chaos. Back in the present, the tattooed man's chilling voice echoes, promising that after this guy, Jihan is next, while Daeun-ha desperately clings to him. That tattooed guy just grins, twisting the knife, daring Daeun-ha to try and escape his past screw-ups one more time. With a battered face and his inked arm exposed, Daeun-ha can only whisper, "I know," a heavy confession of his past mistakes. He's haunted by the sheer terror he felt back in the day, the kind of fear that made him bail. Holding Jihan tight, he finally lets out his deepest regret, confessing he bolted, even when he saw them all heading for disaster. Suddenly, we're back in the past, Gumin and another guy are frantically trying to wake up Chong Min-woo and Kwon Sung-won, who are totally out cold on a pool table, and Daeun-ha's inner voice screams that if he hadn't abandoned them, none of this would be happening now. His stance is resolute next to Jihan's, the crushing burden of his past mistakes weighing him down. But the tattooed man just scoffs at his regret, demanding to know what kind of garbage he's even talking about. The tattooed man's grip was like iron, but Daeun-ha's spirit refused to break, a defiant roar echoing in his mind, "I won't run anymore." But elsewhere, a door slowly opened to reveal a forgotten room, and a quiet cough signaled an unexpected discovery, kicking up clouds of dust. The housekeeper ventured in, her eyes widening at the sheer amount of dust that had accumulated, a silent testament to neglect. Taking in the chaotic scene, she let out a weary sigh, mentally postponing the monumental cleaning task until the next day. Navigating the cluttered space, her hand unexpectedly snagged something on a pile of boxes, making her exclaim in surprise. With a gentle touch, she pulled it free, revealing a gleaming golden trophy, and a bewildered look spread across her face. Who would just leave this on top of boxes? This wasn't just any trophy, it was Yu Jihan's very first award, a symbol of his tutor's belief in him, and a rush of powerful nostalgia hit her, bringing back a flood of memories. Even though it came from his frail mother, the weight of its meaning still hit hard, a poignant reminder of his journey. Gazing at the impressive collection of accolades, she couldn't help but think he took on too many classes, but then again, Jihan absolutely loved every single one. With a thoughtful look, the housekeeper couldn't help but wonder, what kind of person had Jihan grown into? The question hung in the air, was he still honing those talents, even now? A box, bursting with his past glories, sat there, a forgotten chest of memories, hinting at a future yet unknown. Suddenly, we're in a desolate warehouse, barrels and pallets scattered, with one blinding light cutting through the gloom. Meanwhile, two schoolgirls are absolutely freaking out, their faces screaming pure worry, and you can practically feel the dread radiating off them. And check out the dreadlocked man. He's battered, scarred, but his eyes are on fire with resolve, sweat dripping as he pushes through some serious pain. Flashback time. One Suk just unleashes a savage flying kick, absolutely leveling Daeun-ha, and what's that? A dart just chilling on the floor, adding to the mystery. That dart isn't just a prop, it's practically screaming questions at us. Then, BAM. A mental image of Daeun-ha, absolutely crushing it in his jet black form, mid-air, mid-kick, just pure, unadulterated power on display. But snap back to reality. Daeun-ha's eyes are bugging out, and one name screams through his head, Ji-han. The tattooed man's grip on his throat is like a vice, choking the life out of him, and Daeun-ha's face is drenched in sweat, fighting for every gasp. And just when you think it can't get worse, a needle plunges into his neck, pumping who knows what into him. Battered and bruised, he can only manage a weak, apologetic whisper from the floor. While the dreadlocked man's iron grip clamps down on his windpipe, squeezing the very breath from his body. The dreadlocked man's expression hardens with ruthless determination, proclaiming that the moment of truth has arrived. Suddenly, a jolt of shock ripples across the dreadlocked man's face, his eyes flaring wide in utter astonishment. Just then, a powerful, glowing symbol erupts with crackling blue energy, and a commanding voice resonates within Daeun-ha's very soul, demanding he finish his foe again. The school's buzzing with whispers, is Gumin finally back? But the answer's a hard no, she's ghosting everyone, not even picking up her phone. Meanwhile, Daeun-ha's checking in with Ji-han, hoping the funeral was okay, then drops a bombshell, you're into boxing now? Ji-han's totally caught off guard, how'd you know? A buddy jumps in, saw you at the gym, dude, and Daeun-ha's like, whoa, last time you were all about jiu-jitsu. Daeun-ha's walking off, but not before dropping a truth bomb, you're way tougher than you look. Ji-han just laughs it off, nah, just a hobby, haha. But later, all alone in the hall, Ji-han's mind is racing, thinking about diving into another sport, his face a mask of heavy, unspoken thoughts. Back in class, as his friends are bailing, Ji-han's inner voice screams about his pain, that gut-wrenching feeling when someone else has what you desperately want, while a friend just says, come on, let's go. His face is a mess of exhaustion and pure bitterness as he watches his friends, laughing it up, totally carefree, a brutal reminder of his own inner chaos. That crushing, all-consuming feeling. It's called envy. Later, in an empty classroom, Daeun-ha's mind's on Gumin, like, why isn't she packing up? Then he snaps back to reality, turning to Ji-han, who's still glued to his seat. He hits him with the direct question, you're not going to the hospital today, are you? He's deep in thought, grappling with his own identity, admitting to a hidden darkness within, a part that's sometimes just. As Daeun-ha casually asks if his life is just awesome, Ji-han is barely present, his mind consumed by the chilling realization that without even knowing it, people start to despise each other. His face twists, the gravity of the situation hitting him hard, the sheer burden of a mother still being alive, and how that simple truth can morph into the absolute root of pure hatred. Then, a jolt of pure shock rips through him, a guttural, what, tearing from his throat as he takes in the unbelievable scene before him. His eyes are saucers of pure terror, scanning the absolute chaos of the room, the bodies strewn everywhere, making him demand to know just what in the world is going on. He spots one guy out cold, then a whole pile of three more, all completely still, and a snarky thought flashes through his mind, mocking their weakness, seriously, just lying there. The whole place is a disaster zone, two more guys are totally out, one sprawled over a pool table, another face down on the floor, and Gumin, along with another girl, just stands there, their faces giving nothing away. His eye is practically bursting, bloodshot and seething with rage, as a raw, explosive curse rips from his throat. He lunges forward, hand outstretched to the defeated, a furious, get up, about to explode from him. Amidst the shattered glass and wreckage, the dreadlocked man is absolutely wrecked, battered and bleeding, his body a mess, and Ji-han's fury just explodes, screaming curses at whoever did this. The tension is palpable as a furious young man in a white shirt and red tie absolutely rages, screaming about how much he'd wasted on these retards. And he's not holding back, his rage boiling over as he demands to know why they couldn't even take down one guy, calling them useless as insects. But the real victim, Ji-han, is already on the ropes, groaning in agony, his body hitting the floor again as his tormentor looms over him, the question of what's next hanging heavy in the air. Ji-han's face is a mess, covered in blood and bruises, his eyes screaming KYAA, as he stares up, probably thinking, what are you doing? This guy is in deep trouble. But the main villain? He's just getting started, barking orders for two girls to fucking fight, bitches. And just like that, Gumin, one of the girls, snatches Ji-han by the collar, dragging him into the fray. Ji-han's feet are scraping the ground, he's trying to fight back, but he's clearly losing steam. The main villain's face is a mask of pure, unadulterated malice, sweat dripping as he savors every moment of the chaos he's created, his neck tattoo a stark contrast to his pristine shirt. He's not just watching, he's mocking Ji-han, asking if he's going to fight before delivering the ultimate insult, you look like the type who can't fight. But Jihan, still trapped, can only manage a pathetic can't fight. The situation looks dire for him. But hold on, the tables have turned. Despite Jihan's protests, both Gumin and the other girl are now down, defeated on the floor, screaming AHFUCK and KYA. Someone clearly fought back. The scene shifts, and the main villain is now grilling the tattooed man, demanding to know how much, and then exploding with, how much did that you Jihan fucker give you to do all this here? The plot thickens. The tattooed man, looking a little nervous, makes a counteroffer, I'll pay twice, no thrice the amount, so side with me. The catch? If you can get you Jihan. This is getting intense. A flashback hits, and a voice scoffs at a third-class villain line, questioning why anyone would even consider taking money from them. But then, a dark thought creeps in, he'd still take it for free, a surge of pure annoyance making him call the whole thing ridiculous and letting out a furious fucking hell. He's cornered, facing down two bullies who hit him with the ultimate threat. What if we send all those bullying videos and pictures to your mom? A battered and bleeding Yu Jihan glares back, his face a mess of pain, demanding to know if they're really going to relive that day all over again. The flashback zooms in on a single, horrified, reflecting the pure agony of that moment, the day forever burned into his memory as that day. That was the day Gumin and he completely fell apart, a memory he relives with a worried look, asking her what's up, because this isn't like her at all. She spins away, her voice dripping with venom, muttering, fuck, and spitting out, did you just pity me? He reaches out, gripping her shoulder, his face a picture of pure regret, calling it, the day I regret the most in my life. He desperately pleads, I would never, begging Gumin to just chill out and hear him. He tries to warn her that everyone she hangs with is just after her cash, and they're not even real friends. He gets it, he knows she's struggling because of her mom, and tells her it's not too late to start over. But Gumin's eyes fill with tears, her face twisting in rage as she screams, bullshit, how could he possibly understand when he's never been through it himself, leaving a chilling, that's hanging in the air. An adult's voice just shreds through the air, completely shutting down any sugar-coated words, demanding a real reckoning. Before dropping a bombshell that hits hard, right at the student's core, a brutal, personal jab that leaves him absolutely stunned. Those words just slam into Yu Jihan's mind, his eyes going wide with pure disbelief and agony, a tidal wave of shock absolutely crushing him. He flashes back to the exact moment he heard them, the memory hitting him like a freight train. The scene snaps to a brutal flashback, Do-won-ha towering over a bloodied Yu Jihan, a raw moment of regret for letting his rage take over, a crushing realization that he shouldn't have lost his cool. Back to the present, they're all stuck in the super tense principal's office, where the real fallout is about to drop. Yu Jihan's guardian, absolutely livid, rages about the injustice, screaming about how Do-won-ha could wreck his kid's face, and then just think a simple, sorry, would fix everything. The principal's office is a powder keg, with everyone on edge, as the furious guardian keeps pushing, demanding to know why Yu Jihan's parents are a no-show for this mess. Do-won-ha's guardian quickly jumps in, revealing the truth, Yu Jihan's dad is out of town on business, and his mom? She's in the hospital, totally unable to make it. Gumin's mother, looking absolutely wrecked, sits there, gasping for air, thinking about how fragile an ill person's mind is, and a gut punch she's taking as a mom, finding out her son just hit someone. Then, bam, another woman bursts into the office, looking completely disheveled and out of breath, practically collapsing with apologies for being late. Gumin's head snaps up, her voice just a tiny gasp as she recognizes the new arrival, seeing her mom there is a massive shock, especially with everything going on with her health. Gumin's mom, barely holding it together, coughs out her determination to be there, even as her body screams for rest. Her son demands to know why she left the hospital, but she just doubles down, blaming Jihan for everything, her cough getting worse and worse. Gumin tries to apologize, but it's too late. His mom just drops, hitting the floor with a sickening thud. Everyone freaks out, shouting "Madam," as she hits the deck, but Gumin? He's just starting to piece together the real story. His mom was in critical condition that day, and Gumin could only scream her name, holding her as she lay helpless. But this whole mess. It wasn't just bad luck. Do-won-ha's smirk, even with a bandaged nose, tells a different story. For Gumin, this whole disaster was just an opportunity, a twisted chance to gain control, making him think, what the heck? He'd taunt his victims, asking, not licking it. It was all part of his sick game. His crew would pile on, laughing at the misery, one yelling, ugh, that's mold. Disgusting, kakik, and another bragging, perfect shot. I'll send it to you later, Gumin, kakik, documenting the pain. Gumin was a master manipulator, using his followers to do his dirty work, and his next target? Isolating Do-won-ha, piece by piece. Looking back, Gumin taunts Jihan, who's sprawled on the floor, mocking him, so, Jihan, you dropped all your classes, didn't you? He grabs Jihan's hair, twisting the knife even deeper, spitting, what, too scared to fight after your mom collapsed? Don't worry, we can always. leaving the threat hanging in the air. He always thought he and Do Won-ha were cool, but then a dark thought hits him: what if his mom found out how he really treated people? What if that shock was enough to take her out for good? A wicked smirk flashes as he remembers a past burn, laughing, thinking back to when he blew off Yu Ji-han, saying everyone just wanted his cash. He knew they weren't even his real friends, just tools, and Do Won-ha, terrified of his mom getting hurt again, had no choice but to give in. Then, with a cold stare, he'd ask if Yu Ji-han had any fake friends left, totally trapping him. He'd then shove Yu Ji-han to his knees, with everyone just watching, and that's how he broke him. He was always alone, even with all his power, and he'd mock Yu Ji-han, asking why he was so quiet, if he was terrified. The total humiliation was being filmed by a tattooed guy, locking in Yu Ji-han's breakdown forever. Gumin's past words ring out, telling Yu Ji-han to kneel, while Do Won-ha in the present glares at his phone, a shocking truth hitting him about everything Yu Ji-han went through. He's debating just wiping his phone, knowing he can't find every single piece of proof, and then it hits him: what if they're all backed up to the cloud? Gumin's evil laugh rings in his head, calling him a stupid bastard, convinced that even if he deleted them, he'd just be hiding them somewhere else, not just on that phone. But he remembers one critical detail: he has no idea what it was like before, what Yu Ji-han really went through. Now, with a battered face and a burning determination, he's officially got Yu Ji-han's back. A chilling voice lays down the law, a stark warning against anything shady, as a flashback shows a younger Do Won-ha caught in Gumin's intimidating shadow. Gumin's hand clamps down on Yu Ji-han's collar, spitting out a brutal threat to absolutely destroy him. Back in the present, Do Won-ha's eyes blaze with raw fury, itching to unleash his power, but he knows the final call belongs to Ji-han. A brutal flashback hits, Gumin towering over a broken Yu Ji-han, taunting him about what he'll do next, while Ji-han can only manage a pained gasp. Do Won-ha, now sporting a bruised face, stares down at a cowering Yu Ji-han, a grim realization that the damage has already been done. Broken bottles litter a grimy floor, a grim reminder of past chaos, as a heavy, frustrated sigh rips through the air. With his face battered and bruised, Do Won-ha stares into the void, haunted by his past defeats, a bitter admission that he lost everything, and was left utterly alone after his friendship shattered. But a fire ignites within him, and he confronts Yu Ji-han, making a bold offer to wipe out all the incriminating evidence, telling him to seriously consider it. With a look of deep regret, Do Won-ha realizes Yu Ji-han was just as isolated, questioning if his own abandonment was the cause, and swearing he'd never face his friend again. Elsewhere, the tattooed man glares at his phone, a desperate whisper for forgiveness for every messed up thing he's done. But Do Won-ha's inner turmoil explodes into a raging roar, his eyes burning with raw power as he swears to crush anyone who even thinks about getting in his path. Flashback. A younger Do Won-ha, back to the viewer, is ready to unleash pure fury, clutching a wicked green blade. No mercy. He unleashes a devastating kick, smashing Gumin right in the face, sending him flying. With a fierce, almost pained look, Do Won-ha lays down the law: we'll call it even now. Green energy still crackling around his hand, he stands victorious, the battle over. Gumin is absolutely wrecked on the floor, groaning, as Do Won-ha and Yu Ji-han loom over him, the air thick with the aftermath. A worried Yu Ji-han turns to Do Won-ha, asking, "Do Won, are you hurt?" Do Won-ha then pivots, starting, "But Ji-han, I was wondering," and Ji-han quickly shoots back, "Huh? What's up?" Meanwhile, a completely busted Gumin, face a bloody mess, gasps out, "How are you so good at fighting?" The narrator then drops the mic: the situation was resolved. Fast forward to the present, walking home under the city lights, Do Won-ha remembers, "I heard everything that went down with Ji-han." He muses that it probably changed his personality after that whole ordeal, but the brutal truth is, the bullying just kept going, even in high school. Walking side by side, Do Won-ha presses Yu Ji-han, "So the reason you just froze up during the karaoke bullying was," and Ji-han just gives a soft, "Yeah." Gazing at the sunset, Yu Ji-han lays bare his soul: "Dude, I wanted out, but it turned into this massive trauma where I couldn't even face anyone. I was helpless." Do Won-ha's internal monologue drops a harsh truth, a silent, cutting judgment that speaks volumes. But Ji-han, bruised and battered, flashes back to a time he was called reliable even after getting into a mess because of someone else. His eyes bug out, reliving the sheer terror of that soju bottle swinging right at his head. That moment could have been a total disaster if he hadn't stepped up, a memory that still cuts deep, and the fear still hasn't left him. Then, a softer memory surfaces, his mom, with a gentle smile, just wanting her son to find a true, reliable friend. She lays it out, because he takes after his weak mom, he desperately needs a strong friend to step up and protect him. Then, she ponders, could Ji-han actually become that reliable friend for someone else? She asks him, "You get it, right?" She keeps going, saying that with friends who truly have each other's backs, they'll always find the guts to stand their ground, no matter how insane things get. Back in the present, Ji-han recalls his own internal eye roll, thinking his mom's whole speech was a little cringe. But his mom just laughed it off, brushing it aside as midlife sentimentality. Now, walking with Do Won-ha, Jihan's mind races to his biggest fear: what if that psycho sends all the dirt to his mom as revenge? He'd thought about it, even though he'd warned the guy, the threat still looms large. He knows it's gonna be a long road, but he's totally committed to spilling the beans to his mom, no matter what. Because let's be real, you can't just ghost your past and expect to get away with it forever. Flashback to a tense moment: a younger Do Won-ha has Jihan by the collar, laying down the law, telling him to never forget this, even if he can't remember the before times. But now, everything's changed. He's totally got Jihan's back, all because Jihan was there for him when it counted. Back to reality, Do Won-ha drops a casual "thank you," leaving Jihan totally lost in his own head. Suddenly, a thought hits Do Won-ha, and he's like, ugh, that's so cringe. Strolling through the city lights, Do Won-ha suddenly freaks out, shouting, "What?" Then, a super crisp notification sound blasts through, dropping a new message. A game window pops up, screaming, "Quest, rescue mission complete," and someone lets out a little woo of victory. Later, chilling at the playground, Do Won-ha's glued to his phone on a slide, and Jihan's like, "Yo, should we check that out right now?" staring intently at him. Boom. Another system alert drops, revealing a hidden item as a quest reward, and everyone's wondering, what is this secret item? With a subtle "saya" sound, Do Won-ha's eye snaps open, a confused "huh" escaping him as he tries to figure out what just happened. Do Won-ha's eyes widen, sweat beading on his brow as he clutches the swirling, shadowy mass in his hands, questioning the very essence of this terrifying, ominous item. After snagging a hidden key from a quest reward, Do Won-ha is absolutely baffled by the weird, shadowy item forming in his palms, glowing with a subtle purple energy. What is this thing? Under the blazing sun, he's still trying to figure out this bizarre item, letting out a frustrated sigh as he scrutinizes every inch. Then, his eyes snap open in pure shock, as the item's true identity hits him like a truck. The shadowy mass morphs into a solid black padlock, and he can't help but wonder, is this seriously a lock? Just as he's trying to wrap his head around it, a system alert pops up with a ding, dropping a bombshell: after keys, there'll be door locks, and telling him to check the item info ASAP. The system screen confirms it: black lock, a hidden pass, and as he starts reading its effects, his face gets super serious. A wave of serious worry washes over him, his eyes totally giving away how intense this item's power could be. Chilling in the park, he's totally freaking out about the implications, like, is this even real life? If so, this thing is ridiculously broken. His face scrunches up in deep thought, as he ponders just how dangerous this new power could actually be. The school day wraps up, bathed in an epic orange sunset. With midterm exams finally done, leaving one student absolutely wiped out, faceplanting on his desk with a massive sigh of relief. Chong Min-woo, stretching like a cat, hyped up his friend, saying a ton of what they'd studied together showed up on the exam, all thanks to him. But the smiling student, clearly running on fumes, brushed off the compliment, giving all the credit back, saying Min-woo's grind was the real MVP. Elsewhere, Do Won-ha was having a full-blown internal crisis about his study habits, swearing he'd never pull an all-nighter before a test again and was gonna get serious about studying. As everyone packed up, Min-woo hit Do Won-ha with a question: was he hitting the hospital today? That definitely got his attention. Min-woo spilled that all the exam prep kept him from visiting someone important, and then dropped the news that the school trip was just around the corner. Do Won-ha confirmed he'd probably be stuck at the hospital all weekend, then flipped the script, asking Min-woo what he was up to. With the city lights starting to glow as the sun set, Do Won-ha cryptically mentioned he had his own important place to be. Later, in a totally different vibe, Do Won-ha was chilling on a bench with a friend, who pressed him for any updates on The Convict, but Do Won-ha just shut it down with a flat, not at all. His buddy then got serious, reflecting on how the Sunlight Shelter completely fell apart after their dad passed away. With a heavy look, Do Won-ha started to open up about the intel on the folks from the Sunlight Shelter, way back when. A sudden thought hits Do Won-ha like a lightning bolt: the shelter's building, it has to still be there. He's hyped, telling his buddy, there's gotta be some crucial evidence waiting for them. Later, Do Won-ha is on the move, phone in hand, but this navigation is tough, it's been ages since he was last here. He quickly adjusts his route, gotta make that right turn up ahead. Footsteps pound the pavement, he's on a mission, moving with purpose. Even though the Sunlight Shelter was torn down 3 years ago, he's still convinced there are clues left for him to find. He's ready to tear the place apart this weekend, but then he sees something that makes him stop dead in his tracks, utterly bewildered. Staring at the skeletal remains of what used to be a building, he can only manage a bewildered, that's strange. He's standing right in front of the demolition site, absolutely certain the building he was looking for should be standing right here. The shocking truth hits him like a truck: the building's been demolished. Do Won-ha's jaw drops, sweat pouring down his face as the shocking truth hits him like a truck. He whips his head towards an older man, demanding answers, desperate to know if this was really the Sunlight Shelter spot. The older man, Hajino, just shrugs it off, casually dropping the bomb that it's all just remodeling. He adds insult to injury, stating the building was ancient and nobody wanted it, left to rot for 3 whole years. Dawenha's head is spinning, but Hajino just keeps going, asking if he even gets the owner's struggle, while Dawenha's world crumbles around him. Dawenha then fires back, asking if he was ever in the shelter, only to get a cold, how should I know, in return. But then, Hajino drops another bombshell, he's the son of the shelter's representative. Dawenha's taken aback, then gets hit with the, why are you here, question, and he can only mumble about looking for, remains, of the shelter. Hajino's face turns grim as he drops the ultimate truth bomb, the shelter was wiped clean, not a single trace left when it shut down. A choked ah. Is all Dawenha can manage, the crushing reality hitting him hard. He's left wondering if his entire search is a dead end, while Hajino just casually tells him to, wait a second, and walks off. The sun bleeds across the sky, painting the demolished site in a grim orange, a brutal monument to the sunlight shelter's total annihilation. Hajino just shoves a mysterious dark case into Dawenha's hands, leaving him totally baffled about what's inside. He then drops a bombshell, revealing that after the shelter was torn down, absolutely nothing was left, and no one else had been found either. But get this, while he was checking out the place before the big remodel, he found something totally out of place. He found it just lying there, right where Dawenha's dad's room used to be. Talk about a crazy coincidence. The old man stares at a forgotten chest, a relic of what once was, then keeps spilling the beans. He almost tossed it, but something just felt off about it, so he held onto it, convinced it would bring bad luck to just throw it away. With a soft click, he pops open the case, revealing its contents, which he swears just randomly appeared. And what's inside? Shattered glasses, just sitting there in their case, a total head-scratcher. Dawenha just stares at the busted glasses, a sudden thought hitting him, what if there's a hidden reason for this? Hajino pushes the case on him, saying it could be good for him to take it, leaving Dawenha totally conflicted about what to do with this weird find. He's thinking, my dad never wore glasses, so whose are these, but then he tries to brush it off, telling himself it's probably nothing. Hajino wraps it up, saying those glasses were literally the only thing left, a super creepy last detail from the now-gone shelter. Dawenha wraps things up, giving his thanks and making his exit, but he's holding on to those mysterious glasses for now. But the old man isn't done yet, asking why he's suddenly looking for this thing now. Standing in the ruins, Dawenha's answer is simple, he just missed his dad before everything was gone for good. The old man scoffs, promising to keep it quiet, then tells Dawenha to get lost if he's done with his emotional moment. A quick, quiet goodbye, and Dawenha is out, leaving the old man to himself. The old man lets out a heavy sigh, thinking about Dawenha's words, and can't help but wonder if all that emotion is just asking for bad luck. Elsewhere, as night falls, a building glows, cutting through the twilight. Inside, a masked man with green hair coolly asks his client, what brings them here today? A screen flashes, showing the name Chai Jin-ho, linked to some serious organizations, the Gwanak District Bully Council and the Seowandong Associate Mercantile Agency. Meanwhile, a heavily tattooed arm tightens into a fist, the owner's mind burning with thoughts of Jihan, and then Ha-Duan. His rage explodes, as he unleashes a furious curse at them. Lee Gumin's face twists in pure fury as he slams his fist down, his anger practically radiating off him. With an unreadable expression, the light green-haired agent listens, the tension in the air palpable as the conversation progresses. The client lays out the intel, revealing the target was already scoped out just days ago. Inside the cafe, Chai Jin-ho, the agent, faces his client, Lee Gumin, who'd specifically sought them out, demanding they put some senses into his third-year sunbays. Lee Gumin, flaunting his cash and tech, gets hit with an extra fee for the new demand, but he just laughs it off, daring anyone to suggest he's short on funds. Lee Gumin, with a powerful gesture, lays down the law, making it clear his word is absolute. Chai Jin-ho takes it all in, eyes downcast, absorbing the client's intense demands. The cafe's low buzz continues, their intense conversation flying under the radar. A mug clinks, a small sound cutting through the air, highlighting the hushed tension of their deal. Chai Jin-ho lets out a heavy sigh, massaging his temple under Lee Gumin's piercing gaze. Lee Gumin's mind races, fixated on that reckless rich brat mindset, the delusion that money is the ultimate solution. Then, a sudden shift. Chai Jin-ho's face lights up with a theatrical grin, hands clapping, declaring everything is jirarit for his client. He vows to handle the request right away, just needing the name and school confirmed, Shinan. He's still on the keyboard, fingers flying, locking in on the names Yu Jihan and Ha-Duan from Shinan High School. Gumin, the client, just smirks, like, got a problem with that? The agent's fingers freeze on the keyboard, just a quick no escaping him. The screen flashes up the Shinan High School Bully Council profile, dropping a bombshell about the Baramidong rep, who apparently smashed the Bangchendong rep, Young Suk-young, in a fight. He brushes it off instantly, declaring, no problem whatsoever. Boom. Ha Duan's profile pops up, 18 years old, Shinan High School, Baramidong rep in the Bully Council, and yeah, the rumors are true, he took down Young Suk Young. But Gumin cuts in with a serious warning, telling him straight up, these guys are strong, not just some random weaklings. Gumin flashes a huge, confident grin, tossing out a, thanks for the tips, Mr. Client, with a wink. The agent just shrugs it off, saying, don't sweat it, we've got the perfect pros for this job. The city lights blaze under a massive bridge at night, a silent testament to the sheer scale of their operation. These pros, he clarifies, are so good, their skills speak for themselves, they just got out of the reformatory. And just like that, a single figure dominates a dark alley, standing over a pile of defeated foes, proving they're absolutely, full of energy, and ready to rumble. Bodies hit the floor, a brutal display of power from the professionals Jinho just unleashed. And there, among the fallen, Oh Hyosip, the mad little brother of Sia Wendong, was screaming, his voice cracking as he faced the wrath of his interrogator. But from the heights, Oh Tae-sip, the mad big brother, watched with chilling satisfaction, announcing his total victory over all the subordinates. Then, he locked eyes with his little brother, delivering a harsh reminder about showing proper respect. A cruel smirk twisted his face as he taunted, questioning who among them truly deserved respect, then let out a heavy sigh. And then, the big brother hoisted Hyosip right over the edge, a terrifying threat to send him plummeting into the abyss. The sheer brutality of it all hung heavy, a massive question mark against the cosmic backdrop. Later, chillingly calm, Oh Tae-sip was just kicking back at a table, casually saying there was absolutely nothing to worry about. Across town, another one of Jinho's professionals, a slick guy with green hair and a killer smile, was already on the job, telling his client to just leave it all to them. Completely oblivious to the brewing storm, the schoolyard was alive with energy, as students piled onto buses for their big trip. Inside one of those buses, Ha Duan was just chilling, thinking about how fast time flies. It was already the second-year school trip for room 3. He repeated the bus number, a quiet thought about how fast life was moving. The school grounds are absolutely buzzing with energy, a symphony of excited chatter and laughter as students gear up for something big. But hold up, not everyone's feeling the hype, with one student totally over it, wishing they were home gaming, until a sudden, hello Duan, snaps them out of their funk. He spins around, and bam. It's Rin, waving like crazy, totally catching him off guard with her unexpected appearance. She's all set to go, suitcase in hand, looking effortlessly cool and ready for adventure. Rin is practically bouncing with excitement for the trip, asking if he's as hyped as she is, and he's totally on board, ready for the best trip ever. Just as they're chatting, Yu Jihan pops up, crashing their little reunion with a chill, what's up, making their group even bigger. But with Rin and Jihan here, this trip, which was looking like a total snooze fest, might actually be epic. Inside the bus, Duan stares out the window, a tiny spark of hope igniting that maybe, just maybe, this trip won't be a complete disaster. But far away, a sinister voice crackles through an earbud, asking if the crew got their marching orders from the client. The mission, a Shinan High School trip from Seoul to Gyeongju, and the voice is all like, no pressure, just do what you always do, hinting at some seriously shady business. And the cold, hard command drops, cripple him. Totally oblivious to the dark plot, Duan chills on the bus with his friends, Yu Jihan snoozing next to him, while Kang Se-hoon and Won Suk are also on board, all unknowingly cruising towards a major showdown. The bus is moving, and then, a voice cuts through the air, little bro. And there he is, Yu Jihan, absolutely hyped, shouting back to his big bro with pure, unadulterated excitement for this trip. But not everyone's feeling the good vibes. Won Suk and the blonde antagonist are watching, their faces giving off serious, calculating energy as the school trip becomes the central focus. The moment has arrived. A student pops up, shouting for everyone to get off the bus, and the school trip is officially on. But not everyone's ready for action. One student is still in dreamland, barely waking up with a sleepy groan. Her friend can't believe it, playfully asking, how are you still sleeping, as the sleepyhead finally asks, where are we? This isn't just any trip, though, it's the last school adventure for these students, making every moment count. The excitement builds as the name rings out, they've arrived in Gyeongju. Finally off the bus, one student is all energy, stretching to the sky, while her friend is still stuck in yawn mode, clearly not a morning person. The sounds of nature fill the air with cheerful chirps, as the stunning traditional buildings of Gyeongju greet them. Dowen Ha's face says it all, a mix of confusion and concern. What's going on here? This is supposed to be his epic final school trip, but instead, he's stuck in a ceramics class. Everyone's gathered, getting their hands dirty with clay, kicking off day one of the school trip with some serious pottery action. Yu Jihan grumbles about not being little kids anymore, but then his mood instantly flips when he realizes they get to keep their masterpieces. Dowen eyes his pottery, clearly thinking, yeah, I'm definitely taking this home. His pottery, surprisingly well made, is a perfect souvenir, a solid reminder of this unexpected adventure. Then, a sickening crunch rips through the air, and Dowan watches in horror as his hard work is utterly obliterated. His masterpiece is now just a pile of broken shards, leaving everyone wondering, what just happened? Suddenly, the ceramics master, Choi Taek-jin, appears, his face a mask of fury, proclaiming that this trash will never defile his sacred kiln. He lunges forward, his face contorted in anguish, crying out for his precious clay. The master, fuming amidst the students, rages about his precious work constantly being ruined, but then, a flicker of thought crosses his mind, he still needs an heir. Then, the master locks eyes with Dowan, who's holding a piece of clay, and demands to know if he made it, and Dowan, stunned, can only stammer out a yes. The master potter's jaw drops, instantly recognizing the shattered fragments before him. He shouts, a shockwave of realization hitting him, it's national treasure number 91, the horse rider-shaped vessel. The incredible, ancient artifact, now tragically shattered, lies strewn across the workshop floor. Gazing at the flawless recreation, the master's voice drops to an awestruck whisper, demanding to know just who this kid is, to possess such insane talent. Dowan, cool as a cucumber, still clutching a piece of the clay, casually replies, that he just took some clay lessons back in the day. The master, absolutely blown away, then drops a bombshell, he wants Dowan to be his successor. Dowan can only manage an awkward, disbelieving laugh. The whole situation is just too wild, leaving Dowan completely flabbergasted. Fast forward a bit, the school trip's first day rolls on, and it's finally lunch break, surrounded by some seriously cool traditional buildings. Dowan and his crew are strolling along, and one of them is already whining, about being starving and needing to know what's for lunch. Another friend jumps in, groaning that the school trip food is always a snooze fest, and seriously, enough with the stir-fried pork already. The hungry squad corners their teacher, with one kid practically yelling they're starving, and another demanding to know if they're ever going to eat, to which the teacher just calmly states it's lunchtime. But then, plot twist. The teacher drops the bomb, announcing they're actually eating right there at the ceramics workshop. Stepping into the ceramics workshop, Dowan is totally baffled, like, wait, what? This is a ceramics place, right? But hold up. Instead of pottery, Choi Taek-jin is there, chilling by a blazing kiln, casually dropping that he's cooking something totally unexpected to perfection. And then, boom. He pulls out this epic basil pesto double mascarpone pizza, leaving everyone's minds blown and wondering, is he seriously cooking pizza in a ceramics kiln? Yu Ji-han, totally hyped, can't help but gush, wow, from ceramics to pizza, this guy's a legend. As the crowd gathers, Choi Taek-jin, with a smirk, asks for their verdict, then flexes, dropping the bomb that he used special Jangdokdi fermented ingredients. Dowan mid-chew, is still internally screaming about the kiln being used for food, thinking, seriously, what about my clay piece? But then, the flavor hits him like a truck, and all his complaints vanish, as he shouts, whoa, this is actually amazing, leaving Yu Ji-han completely stunned. Choi Taek-jin just grins, watching him with that I told you so look, totally enjoying the show as Dowan devours the pizza. Then, with a sly grin, Choi Taek-jin drops another bombshell offer, tempting Dowan with secret Italian pizza recipes if he'll just become his successor. Next up on the school trip agenda, it's a museum visit for day 1. And check it out, the whole crew, Ah-rin, Gu-min, Kang Se-hoon, Oh Hyo-seop, Yu Ji-han, the blonde antagonist, Chung Min-woo, the green-haired student, and the tattooed man, are all rolling up to the National Gyeongju Museum, gearing up for some serious culture. But for Dowan, the museum vibes are a total snooze fest, as he lets out a massive, dramatic yawn. After a heavy lunch, the museum visit hit different, feeling like a total snooze fest, and he was absolutely over it. Yeah, it was pretty dull, he thought, just chilling with the squad outside the museum. But then he remembered the rest of the day was gonna be absolutely stunning, and a grin spread across his face. Then, someone spotted a familiar face in the crowd, and a friend was like, yo, isn't that Ju Ah-rin from room 7? She's still looking amazing even here. He locked eyes on her, and a shocked, Ah-rin, burst out. The thing everyone was looking at was this super fancy golden crown, a museum souvenir, and she was totally about to put it on. She threw on the crown with a playful, surprised look, announcing, it's pretty, as it shimmered around her. Then she held up the golden crown, asking, how does it look? It was literally a golden crown souvenir. Ah-rin turned to her friend and was like, ugh, this is so embarrassing, just stop talking to me. Watching all this go down, he just had to ask, seriously, even if it's a souvenir, who actually buys something like that? But Ah-rin wasn't having it, she just offered, wanna try it? It's super light 'cause it's plastic. He was out of there in a flash, yelling, no way in hell. Still reeling from the epic crown chase, Dowan can't help but think Ah-rin makes even a golden crown look absolutely legendary. While the vibrant blue sky stretches out above them. And their teacher, ever the optimist, asks the crowd if they actually enjoyed the museum. A collective, utterly unenthusiastic yeah echoes back, making the teacher sigh at their lack of hype, but he still gives them props for showing up. Then comes the moment everyone's been waiting for, free time until dinner, and he tells them to go wild and explore, which gets a massive why from the crowd. But hold up, the teacher drops a serious warning, get caught doing anything shady, and it's straight back to school, plus they better call if anything goes down. Jihan, practically vibrating with excitement, shouts a resounding yes to the free time announcement. He then turns to Do-won, asking if they should start exploring. And Do-won, with a grin, is totally on board, ready to dive into the free time adventure. And just like that, school trip day 1 officially kicks off its free time, with students scattering like crazy across the vibrant streets. Jihan and Do-won stride forward, a palpable sense of adventure in their steps. When suddenly, a student rushes up behind them, practically begging, "Big bro, seriously, can't we just do it now?" He's got a wild idea, a burning desire to throw down with the legendary Ha Do-won, and he's totally hyped about it. But hold up, Oh Hyo-seop, the Seowon-dong associate, is just chilling, devouring an ice cream cone, totally lost in a sweet moment. His big bro, Oh Tae-seop, is right there at the food stall, trying to keep his cool, but he's telling his little brother to just chill for a second. Oh Tae-seop is seriously fed up with his little brother's endless drama, but the absolute worst part: his brother's total lack of patience. Then, with a smooth move, Oh Tae-seop, the mad big brother and a total boss from Seowon-dong, just hands over his ice cream to his little bro. But then, total disaster strikes. Oh Hyo-seop totally fumbles, smacking his brother's hand, and bam. Ice cream explodes all over Oh Tae-seop's super pricey shirt. Oh Tae-seop whips around to the terrified vendor, and he's not asking, he's demanding that mess gets cleaned up now. Oh Hyo-seop, lurking behind his fuming brother, can't help but snicker about the tragic demise of his bro's beloved Stone Island shirt, a purchase he finds absolutely hilarious. That ice cream is just oozing down the front of that super expensive shirt, totally ruining its perfect vibe. Meanwhile, completely oblivious to the chaos, Do-won and Yoo Ji-han are just chilling, cruising through the busy street, soaking up their free time like it's no big deal. Back to the brothers, Oh Tae-seop is stomping forward, still totally fuming about his ruined shirt, while Oh Hyo-seop just trails behind him with a smug grin. And then, boom. The vendor is flat on the ground, a casualty of Oh Tae-seop's insane impatience, leaving everyone wondering what just went down. A shocking scene unfolds. A body lies lifeless on the ground, blood staining the tiles, a knife plunged into their back, a pink cap abandoned. What just happened? But then, bam. A sudden cut to a close-up, as someone takes a massive, satisfying bite out of a delicious honeycomb treat. Yum! It's a dalgona, a classic Korean treat, and the person holding it can't believe how incredibly delicious it is. Oh. This is surprisingly good. Do-won and Yoo Ji-han are just chilling, walking down the street, munching on snacks, with Ji-han exclaiming, "Right? Even after eating all that pizza, there's still more room for food. These guys are always hungry." But then, a jarring cut to a close-up of Do-won's wide, terrified eye, as he drops a bombshell. This is what a school trip truly feels like. Oh, what happened? Flashback time. We're thrown into the past, where a younger Do-won is stuck on a bus, awkwardly sitting right next to the teacher. The whole trip, he was just glued to his phone, totally zoned out, trying to escape the awkwardness. While he was in his own world, other students were out there living it up, snapping selfies and making memories, completely oblivious to his isolation. The nightmare continued, as he was forced to bunk with the bullies, their menacing presence making the lodge a living hell. And it didn't stop there. Even in his sleep, they got him, waking up to a face full of toothpaste and doodles, a truly messed up prank. Looking back, he realizes that whole trip was just pure agony, and he had to act like it was all fine. Back in the present, Do-won gazes at the sky, a tear rolling down his cheek, thinking about the past me who withstood all that, and suddenly, the emotions hit him hard. Suddenly my tears. A sudden forehead flick snaps Do-won out of his thoughts, a playful challenge hanging in the air. He glances around, clearly confused about their location, while the narration reveals that Gyeongju is the place where everyone tries to get a license. Suddenly, the view opens up to a massive outdoor track, absolutely packed with ATVs, setting the stage for some serious off-road action. Ji-han excitedly points them out, wondering if they can just hop on and ride without any pesky licenses. Right next to the roaring machines, Do-won, ever the confident one, declares they absolutely can. But just a moment later, a shocked gasp bursts from Do-won, as things clearly take an unexpected turn. An older man, clearly bewildered, shouts out, demanding he stop immediately, because that's definitely not how you ride one of those things. From across the track, the man's voice booms, yelling at the struggling rider, calling him kid, as Do-won clearly has no idea what he's doing. The older man, sporting a cool hat and shades, lets out an exasperated sigh, muttering about whether this kid has ever ridden an ATV in his life. He charges forward, yelling that this is absolutely unacceptable and way too dangerous, demanding Do-won get off that thing right now and even offering a full refund. A sheepish Do-won finally concedes that this just isn't his thing, suggesting they find something else to do. After their ATV disaster, Ah-rin is practically glued to Do-won, totally freaked out, while he's just bummed he didn't even get to try the ride. But then, the instructor rolls up, checking on Ah-rin, and Do-won's like, oh, hey. Then the instructor asks Ah-rin if she knows the other guys who just showed up, and she's like, yeah, kinda. At the same time, the instructor asks Kang Se-hoon if he's here for the ATVs too, and he's all, yep, that's the plan. The instructor thinks it over, muttering about having 2 pairs of riders and how it'd be a total waste to just give them their money back. Suddenly, Ah-rin lights up, shouting how great this is, a huge grin spreading across her face. The instructor lays down the law, explaining that it's 1 girl and 1 guy per ATV, and everyone's like, wait, what? He then asks Yu Ji-han if he can even ride one, and Ji-han's all, yeah, I've had some lessons, no biggie. The instructor's words hit hard, the whole, together, thing suddenly clicking into place. Ah-rin's eyes snap open, a sudden realization hitting her like a truck. And just like that, she's all hyped up again. Seeing her excitement, Do-won offers her a ride, asking if she's cool with it. With the instructor's rules laid bare, Ah-rin wasted no time, spinning around and offering her hand, a direct challenge, wanna ride it with me? Without hesitation, a foot slammed onto the ATV's pedal, followed by a booming thank you, SIR, directed at the instructor. The scooter absolutely ripped down the street, engine screaming as it tore through the summer air. But Do-won, the guy behind the handlebars, was feeling a different kind of heat, one that was quickly becoming unbearable. He was cooking. Sweat was literally dripping off him as he thought, this was beyond hot, it was scorching. But get this, behind him, Ah-rin was having the time of her life, letting out a joyful, kya, her face absolutely beaming as she held on tight. Her arm was locked around his waist, totally unaware of the inferno he was experiencing. His heart was practically doing a drum solo, meanwhile, she's just like, go go. What a mood. His face was beet red from the sheer effort and the blazing heat, he seriously felt like he was about to explode. Ah-rin, still hyped, shouted, whoa, Do-won, you're totally on fire. And he's just there, confused, on fire. Am I actually burning up? He mumbled to himself, I don't even know what I'm saying anymore, while Ah-rin, completely oblivious, chirped, seriously, thanks to you, I'm loving this wind. Do-won is absolutely freaking out. Ah-rin's holding him super tight on the scooter, and he's thinking, is this too close? The tension is real. But hold up, they're not alone. A whole crew of guys is watching them, and one of them is totally blown away by Ah-rin. Her hair is just flowing in the wind, looking epic, and these guys are losing their minds, asking, who is that girl, and screaming about how gorgeous she is. Kang Se-hoon, with Won-suk and the blonde antagonist, is totally captivated, saying she's damn pretty and he's never seen her around. They watch them go, and one of the guys guesses she's from a different school, then another one gets super jealous of Do-won, saying, so jealous of that boyfriend. And then the blonde antagonist, with a smirk, drops the bombshell, well steal her, Kiki. These guys are up to no good. Meanwhile, totally oblivious, Ah-rin gets super close to Do-won, asking if he thinks it's weird how often they coincidentally meet, just like at the PC cafe, and Do-won's mind is racing, is this fate? Oh, it's definitely a sign, because we're flashing back to the last time Do-won tried to impress her. He's got a hammer, he's yelling hammer coming out, and Ah-rin is just watching the chaos unfold. He winds up and unleashes a massive hammer swing, sending a huge explosion of debris flying everywhere. But despite all that effort, the flashback ends with a brutal truth. He totally failed to impress her romantically. It all went down near a Gyeongju bread food truck, with its famous souvenirs. Flashback to the past. Do-won, on a scooter with Ah-rin clinging to him, is already dreaming big about their next adventure, a future ATV ride, as they zoom past a Gyeongju bread truck, his heart racing with anticipation. This is it. Do-won sees his shot, ready to drop a romantic bombshell and sweep her off her feet, but does she even have a clue what's coming? Epic fail. His romantic line crashes and burns, comparing her to a stroller of all things, and he's instantly mortified. Surprisingly, Ah-rin takes it like a champ, a faint blush on her cheeks as she accepts his awkward attempt at flattery. The cringe is real. Do-won's face is priceless after his blunder, as Ah-rin tries to hold back a reaction, her eyes wide with, what, exactly? He scrambles to apologize, instantly regretting his choice of words, totally unaware of how much she'd hate it. Turns out, it wasn't him at all. Ah-rin confesses her hatred for loud loudspeakers, vowing to speed past them in a flash. Back to reality. Do-won checks in, asking how she's doing, and she's cool as a cucumber, saying she's totally fine. But the drama isn't over. He's worried about the recreation event tomorrow night, giving her a heads up that the speakers are going to be blasting. No worries, Arin's got a secret escape plan, planning to ditch the event, leaving Do-won wondering what her next move is. Her brilliant idea. A chill walk around Gyeongsangi, the Gyeongju Observatory, but she's bummed they'll be leaving the next morning, missing out on some epic stargazing. Arin drops a bombshell, suggesting they link up with one of Do-won's friends for the recreation, hinting at something big. But before Arin can spill the beans, Do-won whips around, spotting someone new heading their way, and he's totally caught off guard, asking if they're already here. Without thinking, he snatches Jihan's arm, pulling her close, and she's completely taken aback by his sudden move. He scoops her up in a flash, his face a mask of pure bewilderment, shouting, "What in the world is going on?" He strides off, Jihan still in his arms, a casual laugh escaping him, as he brushes off the accident with a smirk. Jihan, still reeling from the sudden lift, gazes up at him, her face burning a bright red. Next thing you know, they're tearing through the water on a scooter, Jihan holding on for dear life, screaming his name as the spray explodes around them. He shoots her a quick look, playfully teasing her about her unexpected talent, then brags about his own leisure sports training. The scooter keeps ripping through the water, kicking up a massive spray as they blast ahead. Jihan desperately tries to block the icy spray, yelling that it's in her eyes, and screams a warning that if he lets go, they're both toast. Out of nowhere, the scooters will slams into something hidden underwater, sending a massive jolt through them and a huge splash as they both yell in shock. The brutal impact launches both Do-won and Jihan clear off the scooter, sending them spiraling into the water with a huge crash. Totally submerged in the murky water, Do-won's vision is a chaotic blur, his mind absolutely reeling from that insane impact. Then, a massive, violent splash erupts around him, the sound of that crazy collision just echoing through the water. Regaining his bearings, he spots Jihan sprawled on the rocky bottom, her head absolutely throbbing as she lets out a totally disoriented groan. His eyes are wide with pure concern as he immediately asks if she's okay, apologizing like crazy for not paying attention. A massive wave of relief washes over him, thankful that this whole mess isn't even worse. He gently helps her to her feet, his voice super soft as he asks if she's hurt. Standing in the shallow water, he quickly surveys their surroundings. His gaze then falls upon the scooter, now totally overturned and partially submerged, a sigh of pure dismay escaping him. Later, at the epic Harleton Lodge, the destination for their school trip, the wild events of the day are recounted, totally explaining their current predicament. Walking down a hallway, Do-won reflects on the whole crazy situation, a thoughtful expression on his face as his footsteps echo softly. He's carrying Jihan princess style, and she's totally remarking on his unexpected strength, while he playfully reminds her of her earlier, hilarious suggestion to be carried on his back. He's totally caught off guard, processing everything that just went down, muttering, "Wait, is this really happening? My first time." Just as a door clicks open, and someone from the other side cuts him off, "Nah, that's not it." Walking into their new digs, Do-won and Jihan check out the place, and one of them points out, "They said we got a way better lodge this time." Strolling deeper into their huge double room, the other student can't help but exclaim about how awesome it is, this double room is seriously spacious and nice. Later, Jihan is totally wiped out on the bed, and Do-won's chilling next to her, she groans, "Ugh. After everything that happened on day one, I could pass out right now." He just laughs, It was a blast, wasn't it?" Letting out a big yawn, Jihan agrees, "Yeah. And tomorrow? It's gonna be a fun trip, right?" Do-won flashes a confident smile, looking totally unfazed and ready for anything. Day 2 of the school trip kicks off, with everyone heading to a historical spot, surrounded by epic green landscapes and old ruins. Do-won and Jihan are totally locked in, listening to their teacher drop knowledge, so, around Gyeongsangi, you've got the ancient Silla King's tombs. Next up, the crew hits Bulguksa Temple, and everyone's getting ready for a group pic as someone yells, "Say cheese." The camera snaps, freezing the memory. Do-won and Jihan are right there together, grinning from ear to ear, clearly having a blast on the trip. Day 2 of the school trip kicks off with a Hanok village visit, and two girls are totally feeling their traditional outfits. One asks for a style check, and her friend hypes her up, declaring her absolutely gorgeous. But as they keep walking, one girl picks up on her friend's vibe, asking if something's up, and all she gets back is a mysterious "HM. What's going on?" She tries to brush it off, stuttering, "No, it's..." But her expression tells a different story, hinting at something she can't quite put into words. That creepy feeling just won't quit, and she finally spills it, saying it feels like they're being watched. And guess what? She's right. 3 guys are totally checking them out from a little ways off. Her friend, totally seeing all the attention, can't help but ask if she even realizes how many guys are staring, and the girl just gives a casual, "I guess." Talk about being popular. Next up on the school trip agenda, they're ditching the village for some history at the Silla History Museum. But outside the museum, 2 guys are totally over it. One lets out a massive yawn, calling it so boring, and his buddy just nods along. Not everyone's a history buff, apparently. His feet are practically tapping a rhythm of boredom, showing just how much he'd rather be anywhere else. Elsewhere, a phone lights up with a message, big bro, telling his little bro to chill out because their big moment is coming soon. Patience, young Padawan. And who's the little bro who can't wait? It's the blonde antagonist, kicking back and whining to his big bro that he's been holding out for way too long. But the tattooed man, the big bro in charge, finally gives the green light, promising they'll get on it tonight, and the blonde antagonist is absolutely hyped, shouting, yes. This is going down. The school trip was in full swing, and even amidst the excitement, one student was caught chilling, phone in hand, as the crowd's energy started to build. But then, the scene shifted to the massive auditorium, where the real party was about to kick off. A hype master hit the stage, absolutely buzzing with energy, screaming at the crowd to get loud for what was coming next. Mic in hand, he let out a massive shout, cranking the crowd's energy to 11. The whole place went absolutely wild, as day 2 of the school trip's recreation officially kicked off. Behind the scenes, 2 fierce female dancers in killer dark outfits were getting ready, while the host hyped up the next act, the legendary Girl Dance Club's performance. Then, he pointed to 3 VIP chairs right on stage, teasing the crowd about who would be the chosen ones to get the ultimate front row experience. Suddenly, a tsunami of screams and raised hands erupted from the guys in the audience, everyone desperate to snag those epic seats. 3 buddies, absolutely buzzing with hope, were practically yelling, "Pick me. Pick me," at the top of their lungs. But their dreams shattered in an instant when the host dropped the bomb, those seats were for the dancers' boyfriends. Cue the epic collective groan of pure, unadulterated rage from the entire male audience. One dude, absolutely fuming at the news, gritted his teeth, a bamboo stick practically snapping in his mouth as he screamed his frustration. But across the room, Yu Jihan just smirked, totally enjoying the chaos as the other guys raged about being single, thinking their whole meltdown was just sad. The auditorium was absolutely electric, and then, out of nowhere, someone called out to Do-won, who was just chilling in the crowd, his face giving nothing away. But wait, what's happening on stage? The dance club is about to blow everyone away. The crowd is hyped, but some students are totally confused, like, where did he even go? Cut back to Do-won, and suddenly, this girl with insane white streaks in her hair just walks up to him, totally stealing the spotlight. She gets super close, whispering an apology, and you can feel the tension building. This is Choi Min-hai, by the way, Arin's bestie and part of the dance club. Her leg brushes his as she slides in next to him, a super close moment. Min-hai's face totally drops, and she's just so over it, complaining about being the only one without a boyfriend. Her eyes are huge, filled with this mix of sadness and pure annoyance, showing exactly how she feels inside. Do-won is totally caught off guard, forcing out this super awkward laugh, just accepting his fate of having to sit there. A single drop of sweat rolls down his face as Min-hai's hand lands on his shoulder, the pressure of the situation getting to him. Meanwhile, a whole squad of guys is absolutely fuming, cursing Jihan for having the time of his life alone, and they're all like, fine, we'll make our own epic memories. Then the music drops, and it's like a light bulb goes off in Do-won's head, he finally gets what's really going on. The beat drops hard, echoing all around him, a perfect soundtrack to his sudden realization. The recreation event is coming up, and a female student is already wondering if he can handle the noise. But she's already got a plan, she's just gonna bail on the whole thing. Then, she throws him a curveball, asking what he'll do, and suggests chilling around Kiyomi-sungdi, like it's no big deal. But his mind immediately snaps to Arin, alone near Kiyomi-sungdi, and you can practically see the alarm bells going off in his head. His face tightens, the worry is palpable. Later, under the cloak of night, he's on the move, thinking, he's pretty sure he's on the right track, but something feels off. The whole place is giving him the creeps with all the tombs around, and he's seriously stressing about Arin being out here alone, wondering if he should just call her already. He keeps moving, his footsteps crunching in the quiet night, the tension building with every step. Then, out of nowhere, a mysterious blue light flares up under his foot, a clear sign that things are about to get wild. Another step, and the world around him is about to change. A sharp ding cuts through the air, and bam! A massive event dungeon notification pops up, signaling a new challenge. And just like that, he's pulled in, the system blaring, "You have entered King's Tomb. Get ready for action." Whoa! A sudden, jarring shockwave hits him, and the entire environment glitches, throwing him off guard. Suddenly, he's staring down a massive, glowing blue screen, blaring the terrifying news, "Event Dungeon, King's Tomb, he's in." The mission flashes, destroy the enemies in this desolate zone, but he's left scratching his head, thinking, where are these enemies even supposed to be? He's on high alert, eyes darting everywhere, his quick steps barely disturbing the eerie silence. Bam! Out of nowhere, an invisible force absolutely decimates him, sending him flying and crashing hard onto the turf. He's down, dazed, but his eyes snap open in pure disbelief, just as a hand descends to snatch him up. It's Tae-seop, the mad big brother, and he's got that chilling grin, taunting him about how easy it was to catch him without even trying. He's caught, collar in a vice grip, utterly bewildered by the ambush, desperately trying to figure out who these guys even are. But before he can even process it, another psycho, grinning like a maniac, lands a vicious kick right to his ribs while he's still helpless on the dirt. Tae-seop slams a knee into his back, pinning him hard, while the other guy just laughs, taunting him about his real estate skills. That twisted grin stretches even wider, as the second attacker declares this is the ultimate death trap, cackling all the way. Meet Hyo-seop, the mad little brother, his face a mask of pure, unhinged joy as he revels in the chaos. Blindsided and on the ground, Do-won is furious, demanding answers from his mysterious assailants who just threw hands for no reason. But the older brother, Tae-seop, just shrugs him off with a chilling, "You don't need to know." Then, he ups the ante, threatening to snap both of Do-won's arms, while his little brother, Hyo-seop, just grins like a maniac. And Hyo-seop, not to be outdone, chimes in with a vulgar threat, promising to take one of Do-won's balls if he doesn't cooperate. Do-won is now completely boxed in by the two brothers, their hostile intentions radiating off them. Tae-seop actually sounds relieved they're not fighting zombies, which just makes him sound even more twisted. He keeps taunting Do-won, clearly underestimating his opponent. Out of nowhere, Hyo-seop strikes, blasting Do-won with a brutal punch to the face. Do-won's head snaps back from the force, but a mysterious blue energy starts to flicker around him. He takes another hit, but that blue lightning around his head is going wild, a skill about to drop. Boom! Do-won unleashes Blind Spot Strike, exploding with a dazzling torrent of glowing blue particles. And just like that, he retaliates with a devastating, blue charged strike, blasting Hyo-seop right in the face. Do-won, now in control, completely brushes off the remaining threats, his eyes practically burning with power. He's got one thing on his mind, snagging that reward fast. A confident smirk plastered on his face as electric blue lightning explodes around him, sizing up the situation and wondering if there's only one left to deal with. His ultimate goal is crystal clear, finish this up and get to our inn. Get ready, because here they are, the Mad Brothers. These guys look absolutely unhinged, and you just know they're bad news. One of the brothers, the green-haired one, is already in motion, and a chilling countdown begins, signaling pure chaos. These guys aren't just thugs, they're professional enforcers for some shady agency, and they do their dirty work with absolutely no emotion. The green-haired brother, now with his blue-haired partner, keeps counting, as they brutally hold down a man who's already seen better days. A gut-wrenching scream rips through the air, and it's no wonder they're called the Mad Brothers. Their reputation for brutality is legendary, and the count is finished. To these guys, it literally doesn't matter who they're up against. A terrified woman desperately clutches her wailing baby, and it's clear these brothers have absolutely no conscience. The brothers loom over their victim, and a heartbreaking cry rings out, "Father! Honey!" With the man still down, a furious voice erupts, "Why, you fuckers!" Suddenly, a heavily tattooed man steps up, absolutely seething, and he's not holding back, demanding answers about who sent them to invade this home. He's locked in, absolutely determined. No matter how tough the enemy, he's taking them all down. But elsewhere, the Mad Brothers are already on the move, the blue-haired one snarling, "I'll kill you all, bastards." It's a terrifying truth, when these two are together, it's game over. The green-haired brother, clearly disgusted by the basement smell, demands to know where their next target is, already moving on from the chaos they just caused. The victim lies broken, a grim trophy for the Mad Brothers, who boast an undefeated record. Completely wrecked, the victim is left for dead after that brutal beatdown. Then, a game-like notification pops up, a new mission alert, King's Tomb, destroy the enemies. Time for more action. The blue-haired brother, clearly annoyed, just grunts, "Little bro," at his sibling. But the green-haired brother isn't letting it go, pressing, "Little bro," for more info or a strategy. Suddenly, the tattooed man, now out in the open, has a realization, muttering, "Now that you mention it," as his eyes lock onto something. He finally catches up to the Mad Brothers, who are still hovering over their victim, and immediately points out, "You guys are look-alike," noticing their uncanny resemblance. The blue-haired brother whips around, a flicker of shock in his eyes, and wonders aloud, "Perhaps, twins?" But before anyone can react, the green-haired brother bolts. He's out of there, utterly baffled by why brothers would do something so messed up. Boom! The tattooed man's fist explodes against the blue-haired brother's face, a blinding flash of power, as he taunts, still busy trying to find someone, "You see." Without missing a beat, he unleashes a lightning-fast kick, sending the blue-haired brother flying. But the blue-haired brother is no pushover, shaking off the hits with a menacing glare, he snarls, "You better go lie down with your brother." Unbelievably, the tattooed man just shrugs it off, turning his back with a smirk, casually commenting, "How relaxed. You threw a nice punch." Just as the blue-haired brother lunges for another attack, the tattooed man is faster, snatching his wrist mid-air, a faint blue energy sparking around the captured hand. But the blue-haired brother isn't done yet. With a fierce look, he proclaims, "I have something better," as his hands ignite with crackling blue lightning. Then, he unleashes his signature, multi-strike destruction, a blinding torrent of blue energy that absolutely engulfs his opponent, the sheer power shaking the very air. A brutal kick from the blue-haired brother connects, sending the tattooed man crashing backward, the force of the blow shaking the ground. Meanwhile, the green-haired brother watches the chaos, a flicker of concern crossing his face as he calls out, "Are your eyes okay?" And the blue-haired brother isn't holding back, landing another devastating punch, shouting, "When I look way better than my big brother." But the green-haired brother just rolls his eyes, scoffing at the arrogance, "What nonsense, Kiki." But then, in a shocking twist, the tattooed man is back on his feet, radiating a powerful blue aura, leaving the blue-haired brother utterly stunned. He's already up. Just when you think he's down, the tattooed man starts to recover, but before he can fully regain his footing, bam. He's hit again. The blue-haired brother, absolutely radiating with a fierce blue aura, goes all out, unleashing a barrage of devastating strikes, and they connect with explosive power, shaking the very ground. A guttural "urgh" rips from the tattooed man as the sheer impact sends his foot flying, blue energy exploding around his leg from that insane hit. Meanwhile, the green-haired brother, ever the strategist, barks at his blue-haired sibling, telling him to cut the bluff and get serious, because being cocky is a one-way ticket to getting wrecked. But the blue-haired brother is not having it, snapping back, "What? I strategically got hit, though. Didn't you see that ambush attack land? Talk about denial." Even with all that talk, you can see the pain on his face, as he grudgingly admits, "That fucking hurt though." He even thought his teeth were going to get ripped out, but it's all good, he thinks, because that guy is going to pay for it, and he's going to suffer way more. His green-haired brother, clearly fed up with the chatter, just tells him to shut up already. But while they're bickering, the tattooed man is back on his feet, ready to rumble, declaring, "We're going in again." Yes. He's not backing down. He charges straight ahead, no hesitation, announcing, "Going straight this time." He's not playing games anymore. Then, in a flash of blinding speed, the tattooed man unleashes a glowing blue fist, delivering a brutal, blind spot strike that absolutely rocks the blue-haired brother. The blue-haired brother stumbles back, reeling from the hit, a look of pure disbelief on his face as he thinks, "Was that also strategic?" No time to waste. The blue-haired brother, shaking off the last hit, unleashes a brutal counterpunch, slamming his fist into the back of the tattooed man's skull. But hold up. Even as his punch lands, the blue-haired brother is already reeling back with a shocked grunt, the tattooed man's lightning-fast counter already connecting. But the tattooed man is still taking hits. His face twists in a furious snarl as another punch connects, cursing his opponent for daring to mess with his good looks. Crunch. Another brutal hit, and blood explodes from his mouth, the blue-haired brother's relentless assault pushing him to the limit. A chilling realization dawns on him, these guys are built different. Their synchronized attacks are a whole new level compared to the chaotic street fights he's used to. He flashes back to all those past beatdowns, where his enemies were just a bunch of randoms, no strategy, no teamwork. Those were just random brawls, but these two. They're in perfect sync, moving as one the moment he even thinks about attacking. Just as he's strategizing, bam. The blue-haired brother lands a brutal kick to his ribs, sending him flying back. The green-haired brother, watching the chaos, yells a crucial reminder, warning his partner that these guys are pros at teamwork. Wham! Another devastating kick from the blue-haired brother smashes into the tattooed man's head, sending him spinning through the air. But just when you think he's down, the tattooed man explodes with a burst of speed, twisting his body, and lands a brutal counterpunch right in the blue-haired brother's face. And before the green-haired brother can even blink, the tattooed man's momentum carries him through, delivering a shocking punch that sends him flying back in pure agony and disbelief. Even after getting rocked, the green-haired brother goes for the sneak attack from behind, landing a sharp kick. It's a basic move, but the speed is absolutely insane. But hold up, the blue-haired brother is already gasping, his face twisted in agony from a hit he just took. And the green-haired brother, totally unaware of the danger he's in, brags about saving his big bro from a real knockout. But the tattooed man? He's completely chill, shrugging off their whole attack like it's nothing. He stares down the blue-haired brother, calling out "Ha Du-won," utterly disappointed by his weak showing. The tattooed man's thinking, yeah, their teamwork is quick, but their individual power is trash compared to a real beast. The blue-haired brother is still dazed from those relentless counterattacks, barely holding himself together. He's fuming, his anger boiling, as the tattooed man mocks him, asking if he's not ashamed of his cheap shots. The tattooed man's final verdict, after all this chaos, their individual skills are just not cutting it. Then, bam. A lightning-fast, super-powered kick from the tattooed man sends the blue-haired brother flying, his foot blazing with blue energy, and he's like, aren't you embarrassed? In the end, it all boils down to this: whoever lands the knockout punch wins, and the tattooed man's foot, sparking with raw power, is delivering the final verdict. Boom! A massive hit connects, and the green-haired brother can't help but mock, asking if the tattooed man actually bought into his own hype about landing a strong hit. But the tattooed man? He's already a blur of motion, shrugging off their attacks as pathetic excuses from a total loser. Then, with a chilling focus, he locks onto the blue-haired brother, announcing him as the first to fall, leaving the poor guy utterly stunned. Suddenly, a burst of electric blue energy erupts around him, as the tattooed man executes a devastating, blind spot strike, moving faster than the eye can follow. Before the blue-haired brother can even blink, a lightning-fast punch, crackling with blue power, smashes into his face, sending him flying. He's sent spiraling through the air, his body a helpless blur as he loses all control. And as he plummets, the tattooed man just stares, a cold question hanging in the air: did you really think no one saw that coming? Down, down, down he goes, a streak of blue against the unforgiving earth. Then, with a bone-jarring crash, he slams into the ground, utterly defeated. He's down, out, and vulnerable, but from the sidelines, his green-haired brother is still screaming for him to finish it. But the tattooed man isn't done yet, unleashing a brutal fall kick right into his fallen foe. Because in this brutal game, he understands, it all boils down to who can deliver the most devastating blow. Dawenha is still locked in a chokehold, a faint blue energy crackling around him as his attacker is genuinely shocked by his sheer tenacity. Then, a bone-jarring crack. The tattooed man unleashes another devastating hit, and the impact is absolutely brutal. But wait, what's this? Even mid-impact, Dawenha's hand snaps out, grabbing his attacker's clothes. Is he really asking if there's a handle on his cloth? That defiance is short-lived, as the tattooed man retaliates instantly, stomping down with brutal force, making Dawenha cry out in pain. With a chilling, ruthless gaze, the tattooed man decides the fun's over, announcing they're moving on to the next victim. The green-haired brother pipes up, proposing they just grab both his arms and finish this. Totally outnumbered and outmatched, Dawenha is now completely pinned by both brothers, his fight looking hopeless. The green-haired brother gets right in his face, a twisted grin spreading across his features, taunting him with a chilling reminder. He grabs for the necklace Dawenha is desperately clutching, promising a level of pain that will make everything before seem like a warm-up. Dawenha's eye goes wide with terror, as the green-haired brother starts a chilling countdown, 2. That twisted smile just gets bigger, as he continues the terrifying countdown, 3. The green-haired brother's hand clamps down on Dawenha's, who's still desperately clinging to that necklace, and the suspense is absolutely insane. The blue-haired brother's face twists into a mask of pure rage, his eyes burning with an intensity that promises destruction. With a snarl, his jaw tightens, and he spits out a warning: whatever cheeky tricks you pull. Suddenly, the green-haired brother is violently yanked, caught off guard as raw blue energy erupts around him, his face a picture of shock and pain. The blue-haired brother, now a conduit of pure power, glows with electric blue energy, his voice booming as he declares, the one who lands the strongest hit. And then, with a roar that shakes the very air, "I.S. me, you fuckers." He transforms into a living storm of blue lightning, his eyes blazing with an inferno of power, a terrifying spectacle of unleashed fury. A cataclysmic blue energy wave explodes, sending the green-haired brother flying through the air, his body a mere ragdoll against the force. Then, with a final, crushing blow, the stun smash lands, a blinding explosion of blue energy engulfing his head. He's launched into a dizzying spin, blood spraying from his face, a broken figure plummeting to the ground. Towering over his now unconscious brother, the blue-haired one snarls, "How dare you take someone's arm like that?" The green-haired brother lies utterly still, a stark image of defeat and incapacitation. Gazing at the devastating aftermath, the blue-haired brother's rage is tinged with a chilling realization as he growls, "Broke for real. Mad twin fuckers." Still dazed from the brutal hit, the green-haired brother lets out a pained groan, barely registering the big bro standing over him, who just stares down, a chilling question escaping his lips, wondering if this really is his big brother. The entire area is a wreck, a testament to the chaos that just unfolded, with a motorcycle trashed and 2 other bodies knocked out cold, all under an intense blue light. His eyes briefly flick to the motorcycle, a fleeting thought about its origin before he snaps back to the real battle. But the green-haired brother is still struggling, gritting his teeth and cursing the sheer power that just rocked his world. He shakes his head, a chilling thought crossing his mind, that a direct hit would have pulverized his skull, and he's already in a bad way. The blue-haired brother just smirks, taunting him about getting back up, promising to absolutely obliterate him next time. His eyes, glowing with that signature blue energy, lock on, a silent promise of pure destruction. From the dirt, the green-haired brother glares up, demanding to know why his big bro was so late, after all that talk about showing up. The blue-haired powerhouse, Oh Tae-seop, the mad big brother himself, drops to a knee, a chilling declaration that when these brothers unite, it's game over. Oh Tae-seop flashes a wicked grin, a low chuckle rumbling, asking his brother if he has any idea how long he's been itching for this moment. And there, on the ground, is Oh Hyo-seop, the mad little brother, down but not out, because these brothers? They simply don't lose. Flashback. The younger brother is hyped, practically begging his older sibling, "Big bro, can't we just do it now?" He's practically vibrating with anticipation, screaming, "I want to go fight that HADO1 guy right now." The hype is real. With a chilling kikik and a wicked smirk, the green-haired menace casually enjoys his ice cream, already plotting chaos. But the big bro is chill, texting back, "Little bro, it'll happen soon. Wait patiently." He's got a plan, and it's brewing. But the green-haired hothead is not having it, complaining, "Big bro, I've been holding out for so fucking long, you know." He's ready to explode. The big bro just keeps his cool, eyes glued to his phone, probably setting up the ultimate showdown. The message flashes, "I'll be there before it turns night," confirming their epic plan to get on it tonight. They were known as the Mad Brothers, a name they earned. One of them even brags about almost getting robbed on the way to a fight, just adding to their legend. With a terrifying, toothy grin, the green-haired maniac confesses, "I got carried away while teaching them some lessons." Pure chaos. But the blue-haired big bro, now sporting some battle scars, looks genuinely shocked, muttering, "I didn't think you both would be struggling this much." The Mad Brothers are in trouble. He stares up, hand reaching out, as if a new, insane plan is forming in his mind, or else. Suddenly, a new blue-haired menace, Oh Kwang-seop, with a terrifying grin and razor-sharp teeth, bursts onto the scene, declaring, "Let's fight as a complete trio." The Mad Brothers just got a terrifying upgrade. The stage is absolutely lit, drenched in golden light as performers take a deep bow, the bass dropping hard and shaking the whole place. That beat just keeps dropping, and the dancers' moves are absolutely insane, a total blur of pure energy. She's arching with insane grace, totally owning the crowd, and Daewon-ha is practically on stage, getting way too close to Choi Min-hae. The entire crowd just loses it, screaming with pure hype and excitement, their cheers absolutely deafening. From the crowd's view, these dancers are moving in perfect sync, absolutely crushing it, and he's wondering, is this just because they're dancing, or what? Choi Min-hae is just killing it, arm extended, moves so fluid and powerful, her stare is fire as that beat keeps dropping. This performance is just too much for Daewon-ha, he's sweating buckets, feeling like it's too hot to handle. He's leaning in, hand reaching out, practically touching her, thinking, this is too close. Her leg is literally inches away, a wild reminder of how insanely close he is to the action. His heart is absolutely hammering, a total visceral response to this mind-blowing performance. He's still reeling, but then, a comforting embrace from behind. That soft touch against his back, it's like the aftershock of the performance is still coursing through him. His heart is absolutely pounding, a frantic rhythm against his ribs, like it's about to burst from the sheer emotional overload. But hold up, later, when he's spilling the beans about his day, he drops a bombshell, he almost got mugged by some evil delinquents on the way over. Flashback. A menacing grin, those unnaturally sharp, almost vampiric teeth, they're chilling. One of the thugs is explaining his slight delay, saying he had to teach someone a lesson. His voice, just dripping with pure disdain, can't believe these two caused so much trouble. The blue-haired psycho, with a cruel grip, has the protagonist's wrist locked down, and his face is already showing the brutal marks of their beatdown. That blue-haired dude, with a terrifying, wide grin, is straight up taunting him, asking if his eyes are playing tricks before dropping the bomb, let's go as complete mode. Inside, the protagonist is absolutely raging, cursing this bastard, totally calling out his lie about losing money, knowing he was just slacking off somewhere. Meanwhile, the other thug, the one with the gnarly scar over his eye, is whining about his epic motorcycle ride from Seoul to Gyeongju, begging his young brother for a break. The protagonist's thoughts are still racing, totally baffled by this oldest brother's ridiculous behavior, like, seriously, does it even make sense to be late for that? Now, with a fresh, bloody gash on his forehead, the protagonist looks up, his face twisted in pain, as the scarred dude mockingly asks if he's being disrespected just because he's only a middle school graduate, throwing in a super sarcastic, "Oh, the woes." The blue-haired punk is all talk, yelling at Daewon-ha for going too far, but another voice quickly shuts him down, saying that's not even the point. Daewon-ha, totally bewildered, can't help but ask, why do these guys all look the same? Are they just multiplying around here or what? The blue-haired psycho just grunts, a chilling as his razor-sharp teeth flash, a truly menacing sight. Before Daewon-ha can even blink, a lightning-fast punch smashes into his face, exploding with raw power and sending debris flying. He shrugs off the weirdness of their numbers, deciding it's totally irrelevant as the beatdown keeps coming. Daewon-ha is down, gritting his teeth, thinking he was just getting the hang of fighting two at once, but now it's a whole crew. He flashes back to a near disaster, knowing if he hadn't blocked that last hit, his front teeth would be gone for good. The blue-haired maniac grins, blood dripping from his fangs, calling Dao and Ha an impatient type and saying he's still behind. The blue-haired punk stares down, his eyes full of malice, and snarls, "You won't live long like this." The blue-haired boss man hypes up his crew, shouting, "Let's begin, my brothers," with pure evil in his voice. The fight explodes again, and Dao and Ha gets rocked by a massive kick from the green-haired dude, sending him flying. The three thugs swarm the down Dao and Ha, their footsteps thundering as they get ready to finish him off. Dao and Ha is trying to make a break for it, but the tattooed man is already sizing him up, even complimenting his escape tactics, while the blonde antagonist is just confused. The tattooed man quickly barks orders, telling the blonde antagonist to go left, while he takes the right, setting up a deadly pincer move. Dao and Ha is trapped, realizing that a single foe would be no match, but against this many, he's in deep trouble. Suddenly, a taunting voice shatters his concentration, demanding to know what he's mumbling about. His face tightens, a fierce determination burning in his gaze. But before he can even move, the dark-haired mad brother ambushes him from behind, delivering a crushing blow to his back and sneering about his loneliness. Even with the odds stacked against him and the surprise attack, Dao and Ha wasn't actually running. Another devastating punch lands, blood erupting as his face twists in agony, the impact rocking him to his core. From their cruel perspective, all his struggles were utterly pointless. Just as Dao and Ha tries to get his bearings, the green-haired mad brother pops up behind him, a chilling smile on his face as he winds up for another brutal hit, leaving Dao and Ha stunned. A devastating kick, crackling with raw blue energy, smashes into Dao and Ha, the impact exploding outwards. This isn't just any kick, it's a blind spot strike, a perfectly aimed, brutal attack designed to hit where he least expects it. Dao and Ha screams, blood exploding from his face as he takes another devastating hit, his eyes screaming in agony. Watching his target somehow still standing, the blue-haired antagonist coolly states he's used to sneak attacks. He then asks, almost mockingly, "Really? Can this guy seriously take this much punishment?" Dao and Ha gets launched sky-high, and the blue-haired antagonist stares up, thinking, did he just pop out of a grave? He slams back down, the ground shaking as he lands right in the middle of his three attackers. A massive AK shatters the air, highlighting the sheer power of the hit he just took. Barely clinging to consciousness, Dao and Ha drops to his knees, gasping for air as the dust settles around him. The tattooed man, totally caught off guard, lets out a shocked "Kek." He literally bit his tongue in surprise. With the green-haired antagonist looming, Dao and Ha, gushing blood, actually asks himself, "Am I going to bleed out here?" The green-haired antagonist just brushes off his pain, telling him to chill out because he's going through the same thing, as the blue-haired one points out he's fighting both of them. Even with Dao and Ha's legs shaking from the beatdown, the tattooed man can't believe he actually landed a counter during the ambush, making him question if the rumors about him beating young Sukyoung are legit. The blue-haired antagonist then warns his little bro to watch out for Dao and Ha's grappling, and the green-haired one snaps back that he already saw him headbutting them, then demands to know why his older brother was just standing there watching. The blue-haired antagonist, totally confident, is like, "Alright, I've got this guy figured out." Demanding they stick to their tried-and-true strategy as he, the green-haired guy, and the tattooed brute absolutely charge in, full throttle. Their combined assault kicks off with a massive, bone-jarring impact. And the blue-haired brawler just absolutely clocks Dao and Ha right in the face, leaving him stunned. But hold up. Even after that brutal hit, one of the attackers is thinking, wait, this guy isn't even that much tougher than the last two chumps. Then, the green-haired maniac follows up with a savage kick right to Dao and Ha's gut. And the attackers are just baffled, like, seriously? This guy should be down for the count. Why is he still standing? You can practically see the frustration boiling on the blue-haired antagonist's face. While Dao and Ha gets absolutely rocked by another unseen hit, blood flying everywhere. He crashes to the ground, groaning in agony, as the three bad guys loom over him, their cocky smiles replaced by total confusion. They're all thinking, what kind of crazy trick is this guy pulling to stay in the fight? But the blue-haired leader, reading their minds, cuts them off. We're not getting stronger, leaving them hanging on what's really going on. Even as the blows rain down, Dao and Ha's mind flashes back to the cutting words, a taunt that he's getting weaker, but that defiant smirk. It tells a different story, a hidden strength brewing beneath the surface. But this isn't just a brawl, it's a calculated strategy, a brutal hunt. Imagine three fierce hunting dogs, their blue eyes burning under a full moon, ready to strike. That's right, 3 hunting dogs are on the hunt. And who's their prey? A powerful tiger, brought low and vulnerable. Even a beast as fierce as this tiger, its eyes blazing red with fury, can be taken down if you have enough hunters working together. It's like an ancient proverb come to life, the lone tiger surrounded by a pack of relentless hunters. These dogs are fast, a total blur, moving in for the kill. Exactly as the old saying warns, 3 hunting dogs have the tiger completely surrounded, no escape. They don't go for a direct fight, instead, they hit and run, attacking and retreating, slowly draining the tiger's power. This brutal dance of calculated strikes and quick retreats, they repeat, over and over, each bite tearing into the tiger, drawing more blood. The savage assault never stops, they just keep repeating their strategy, slowly but surely breaking down the once mighty tiger. And just like that, slowly but inevitably, the tiger, covered in blood and completely exhausted, finally collapses under the sheer, relentless pressure, its power completely gone. The metaphorical tiger, a stand-in for Dao and Ha, is absolutely losing it, its strength draining, body battered and broken. And just like that, it becomes total prey to the dogs. A chilling, KUUNG sound effect hits as the three villains tower over their broken foe. One of the bad guys, the blonde-haired one, just casually drops that it's natural for Dao and Ha to be completely beaten down like this, practically on his knees. He keeps twisting the knife, reminding the battered young man that he's up against all three of them, all by himself. Dao and Ha is drenched in sweat, utterly defeated on the ground. Then, the villain just rubs it in, saying Dao and Ha is burning way too much stamina, totally gassed out. A voice lays out their whole game plan, yeah, we might not be as strong as you alone, but together, we're taking down a tiger. They're literally bragging about their three brothers strategy. Dao and Ha is still down, face dripping with sweat, when the blonde antagonist drops the ultimate taunt, you're gonna lose because you're alone. But even beaten, Dao and Ha fires back, muttering that's not the sort of thing a villain should say. The three villains are just standing over him, the blonde one actually asking, why are we the villains, while the tattooed guy is already like, alright, let's bounce to the next target. Dao and Ha is still just lying there. The blonde antagonist, with a casual reach, volunteers to finish him off so his buddies can chill, but then the blue-haired guy cuts him off with a sudden HEY. Out of nowhere, Dao and Ha snaps his head up, locking eyes with the blonde antagonist, and drops a bombshell, I'm not alone, you know. That unexpected comeback makes the blue-haired antagonist totally freeze, looking down at Dao and Ha with a confused HMM. The water explodes, a massive splash erupting from an unseen force, and a voice booms, demanding to know who else dares to show up. And just like that, Dao and Ha is launched into the air, a devastating foot sweep from the blue-haired brawler sending him spiraling. He's a ragdoll in the sky, a streak of motion as he freefalls, completely out of control. Boom! He hits the water like a meteor, a massive explosion of spray and shockwaves, leaving everyone stunned and asking what the heck just happened. The green-haired punk, blood dripping from his nose, is absolutely floored, and the blue-haired bruiser, with a fresh gash on his forehead, can only manage a shocked grunt, both completely blindsided by the sudden turn of events. Suddenly, a new player, Yu Ji-han, is there, helping Dao and Ha up, casually asking if he overdid it, then confirming to a dazed Dao and Ha that, yeah, these guys are definitely the villains. Oh Tae-seop, the blue-haired menace, seethes, his eyes locked on the newcomer, while Oh Hyo-seop, the green-haired hothead, can't believe his eyes, both realizing that Yu Ji-han just became their number one problem. Dao and Ha and Yu Ji-han stand shoulder to shoulder, ready for anything, as the blue-haired leader snarls, giving the signal for his crew to unleash total chaos. No holding back now. The four villains explode into action, a whirlwind of fury, charging straight for Dao and Ha and Ji-han. The antagonists are on the hunt, noticing their target is making a break for it. He's running away, one shouts, what, another demands. The tattooed leader just smirks, impressed by the target's quick thinking, but clearly not worried. But Dao and Ha is pushing his limits, screaming internally, Yuwa, faster. Hurry. As he tries to outrun his pursuers. A chilling premonition hits him hard, a gut feeling that if he faces this alone, he's absolutely screwed. He lets out a desperate cry. He's hammering on his phone, a desperate plea for help, just one word, please. His location is blasted out, along with a frantic message, I'm gonna die. Get here as fast as you can, Ji-han. Ji-han has arrived. Dao and Ha immediately apologizes for getting him involved, but Ji-han cuts him off, demanding to know why they're even fighting here. Dao and Ha can only stammer that he'll explain later, admitting he's not even sure himself. Ji-han surveys the scene, Dao and Ha on the ground, surrounded by enemies, and with a steely gaze, asks, so, I just need to take out these guys, right? Dao and Ha, back on his feet, confirms, yeah, you're right. Ji-han's eyes blaze with determination as he barks, these guys are total bastards, so let's smash them without holding back. The four enemies are already charging, ready for a brawl. Dao and Ha, fired up, roars, alright, and charges into the fray, a whirlwind of speed. In the thick of the charge, the green-haired antagonist snarls, brother, you handle Yu Ji-han. He's furious, that punk, he actually attacked our oldest brother from behind. The fight explodes. A furious roar echoes as one of the antagonists, the blonde-haired punk, gets absolutely launched through the air. He's spinning helplessly, a total blur against the blue, just getting rocked by some unseen power. But wait, Yu Ji-han is already down, bruised and bleeding, muttering a pained apology as a menacing hand reaches for him. The unseen attacker just taunts him, promising even more pain is coming his way. Boom. Out of nowhere, Dawenha unleashes a devastating 1-inch punch on the blonde antagonist, the impact exploding with raw power. The blonde's face just twists in pure agony, blood and spit flying as that pinpoint strike rocks him to his core. From the sidelines, Yu Jihan watches the chaos, a worried look on his face as he wonders if that hit was just too much. He clenches his fist, remembering the blonde was already messed up even before Dawenha stepped in. The battle just keeps escalating, a flurry of rapid-fire blows tearing through the air. Now Dawenha is going toe-to-toe with the tattooed antagonist, their fists clashing in a burst of crackling blue energy. He spares a glance at another injured antagonist, the blue-haired guy, asking if he's seriously going to be okay fighting solo. The blue-haired antagonist, face busted and bleeding, fires back, saying his own body is trashed and asking if Dawenha really has time to worry about him. As Yu Jihan struggles, the blue-haired antagonist's voice cuts through the tension, clarifying his chilling threat, not for him, but for his oldest brother, a chilling revelation that sets the stage for what's next. But before the blue-haired antagonist can press his advantage, Dawenha's fist ignites with a blinding, electric blue aura, charging up a devastating, class-exclusive move that's about to change everything. Then, in a flash of blue, Dawenha is on the move, a blur of pure power as he closes the distance, taunting the blue-haired antagonist about being left all alone now that his crew is down. It's a full-on, multi-strike assault, a whirlwind of glowing blue fists, each hit landing with explosive force. The blue-haired antagonist gets absolutely rocked, his face taking a brutal hit as blood sprays. Dawenha doesn't let up for a second, keeping the pressure on with another lightning-fast strike. Boom. Another hit lands hard, sending more blood flying as the blue-haired antagonist gets sent reeling. He's completely overwhelmed, sent flying through the air, unable to defend against the relentless assault. Blood paints the scene, a brutal testament to the power unleashed. The blue-haired antagonist is absolutely wrecked, his face a bloody, bruised mess, barely conscious as he gasps, was it too much? Dawenha, looking completely unfazed, stands victorious over the fallen antagonist, exclaiming, I finally feel refreshed. Talk about a power trip. Meanwhile, Yu Jihan, still on the sidelines, is absolutely stunned, muttering in disbelief, what sort of bastard, so suddenly. He's clearly not ready for Dawenha's level. Dawenha, still chilling on the ground, isn't playing around. He's got questions, and he's demanding answers from the guy he just wrecked. The blue-haired dude, totally broken and freaking out, flashes back to them talking about a target earlier, his brain scrambling to figure out what just happened. Dawenha, now standing with Yu Jihan backing him up, isn't letting up, his voice cutting through the air as he demands to know who's really behind all this. Elsewhere, the blonde antagonist is totally caught off guard, his mind blown by what's going down, a massive, WTF, practically screaming from his head. Check out this beast. A powerful motorcycle, headlights blinding in the dark, just sitting there, like it's seen some serious action tonight. The big guy, totally fuming, points out exactly where that bastard who messed with their crew is, his voice dripping with pure menace. Way up on that hill, you can spot the motorcycle and a figure, shining like a beacon in the middle of nowhere. The big dude's like, yep, that's the bike from the pic. He can't believe the crazy bastard just left it out in the open, and the tattooed guy chimes in, they're totally stirring up trouble in someone else's turf. This is getting wild. The blonde guy's thinking, hold up, are we getting played? He's totally suspicious that this might be a setup. He's even thinking there could be a whole squad waiting to jump them, and the creepy night vibe just makes it worse. But the tattooed guy just shrugs it off, he's got other things on his mind. He then drops the bomb, he's been totally bored without any action for ages, a wild glint in his eyes as he practically salivates for a fight. The tension builds with every step, as a new crew rolls up, ready to shake things up. Someone calls out, hyping up the situation, yo, these aren't just randos, they're VIPs from way out of town. But the welcoming committee, led by the blonde antagonist and the tattooed man, isn't exactly friendly, as a chilling order goes out, time to give them a welcome they'll never forget. Just when you thought it couldn't get crazier, a new challenger from Silla Jile High School steps into the spotlight, eyes glowing with pure menace, and the system screams, warning, monster approaching. The battle's over, and the losers are sprawled out. Hyosip is barely conscious, while Otesiop is completely out cold. Hyosip's face is a mess, blood dripping, and he can barely form words, still reeling from getting absolutely wrecked by these two. But the winner? He's just chilling, unzipping his jacket like it was nothing. And with a cool, collected voice, he tells the beaten-down crew that it's all gonna be over soon, if they just spill the beans. He gets right up in Hyosip's face, laying out the facts, he knows all about the three brothers' little trip here. And their whole mission to cause chaos. He drops the bomb that he was the main target and Jihan was number 2, which totally shocks Hyosip. Towering over the three knocked out guys, he keeps the pressure on, demanding to know why they came after him and Jihan, because he knows they wouldn't just do this for no reason. With an intense stare, he cuts straight to the chase. Who sent you? As the scene shifts to a glowing building at night, the protagonist's chilling final thought hangs in the air, don't even sweat it. Deep in the shadows of a cafe, two mysterious figures, their faces hidden, seal a deal, one of them confidently declaring, consider it handled, dear customer. But a chilling question cuts through the air, hold on. What if your enforcers get taken down? What if they spill the beans and expose my involvement? What's your move then? The green-haired man's expression remains unreadable. The green-haired enforcer, a sly grin playing on his lips, dismisses the worry, boasting that his crew are specialists in many-to-one combat, so he's certain that sort of situation would happen. Never. He doubles down, asserting that even if they somehow lost, they'll never open their mouths. A dismissive TCH from the shadows, a challenge to his confidence, but the green-haired man retorts, it's only natural for their mouths to open if they're getting beaten up. He clarifies, those guys are well aware of it, a chilling reminder of the unspoken rules. The green-haired man's voice drops, detailing the dire consequences, if they happen to lose the trust of the customer, no, the trust of the organization. His blue-haired associate, eyes wide with dread, finishes the chilling sentence, then they're really going to die. The brown-haired man, a band-aid stuck against his cheek, offers no words, his face a mask of grim realization. A dark chuckle escapes the green-haired man as he adds, our representative happens to be a really, really scary person hahaha. And let's be real, if this information were to be leaked. He finishes, then we would be in even deeper trouble. The blue-haired man, clearly rattled, quickly deflects, I don't know what you're talking about. Facing his blue-haired comrade, his mind is a steel trap, he's not spilling a single truth to this bastard. The blue-haired man, a fresh bruise marring his cheek, turns his back, a snarky question about joining for fun echoing in his mind. His fists tighten, a fierce determination burning within him to never abandon the mission. A cold glint enters the green-haired man's eyes, as he plots a ruthless method to take down his foe. A scoff escapes him, daring his blue-haired associate to put in some real effort instead of just making excuses. Towering over the kneeling tattooed man, the green-haired leader declares the real issue is their unexpected adversary, confidently stating that a good beating always gets through to guys like him, while the blue-haired man observes. Slumped on the ground, the blue-haired man's thoughts are a whirlwind, desperate to pinpoint the perfect moment to strike without being countered. Without warning, he falters, a dizzying sensation washing over him, drawing concerned glances from the green-haired and tattooed men. The green-haired man instantly rushes to steady his staggering friend, demanding to know if he's okay and how badly he's hurt. Despite his obvious disorientation, the blue-haired man insists he's not seriously injured, leaving his green-haired friend utterly bewildered. A holographic display flashes into existence, revealing his current HP, a solid 6,420 out of 11,500, proving he's far from out of the fight. He can't comprehend why he's reeling so hard with plenty of HP left, and why this feeling of, is overwhelming him. Sweat drips as he grapples with a game-like stamina system, a new layer of complexity to his reality. He connects the dots, realizing that if HP isn't the only factor, his insane solo battle against three powerful foes actually makes sense. His blue-haired ally snaps him out of it, demanding to know why he's spouting nonsense, while the protagonist watches the tense exchange. He drops into a combat crouch, knife ready, a single, powerful word signaling his immediate intent. Bloodied but unbowed, he vows to finish this now, his eyes blazing with an unyielding resolve. The green-haired man's eyes widen in shock, a sudden, shared understanding hitting him like a truck. From behind, the blue-haired man spots a distinctive blue rider jacket, trying to figure out why these guys are tearing each other apart. His focus drops to the ground, seeing a sea of feet, and he can't help but wonder if this is some kind of internal gang war. Both the protagonist and his friend stare, their faces a mask of growing alarm as the chaos unfolds. A sharp ding echoes as his eye ignites with an electric blue glow, a massive revelation hitting him like a lightning bolt. Then, the true threat emerges, the infamous Monster Squad from Silla Gile High School, a whole crew of them, ready for battle. He can't believe it, screaming internally, are these guys the dungeon monsters? I thought it would be something totally different. This was it, the moment everything was about to go down with the three brothers, and Do-won could feel it in his gut, this wasn't going to be good. The sheer numbers were insane, totally unbeatable, and Jihan was just trying to explain they only showed up because they heard about some brawl between that blue bastard and their crew. Then, out of nowhere, a heavy boot slammed down with a brutal crunch, the sound chilling everyone to the bone. The blonde antagonist, looking totally baffled, just blurted out, what was even happening, asking if they weren't supposed to be on the same team. Do-won, watching the mob swell, was like, seriously, why would I ever team up with this guy, but then just shrugged it off, deciding it didn't even matter. He then flat out stated they'd invaded their territory, but Jihan quickly jumped in, trying to say they were just on a field trip, which Do-won just brushed off as totally beside the point. Then, a voice from the other side just sliced through the night, declaring that all this talk about juniors or turf was just an excuse, and their real plan was still under wraps. Jeongju had been chill for ages, but seeing someone already sprawled on the ground, with others looming, meant that peace was officially over. The air was thick with anticipation, and everyone was just itching for the fight to start, totally bored out of their skulls. Suddenly, with a sickening crack, a foot came down hard, landing a brutal hit. Blood exploded from the hit, and someone yelled, "What the hell? These guys are already down before we even started." Someone screamed, "OHSHIT," telling everyone to check out the faces of the guys who were already beaten to a pulp, struggling to breathe. Bloodied but unbowed, the blue-gray-haired antagonist just grins, mocking his attackers. He's calling them all the same, like they're just factory-made fodder. But then, out of nowhere, the Silagile antagonist, a blur of white, charges in, screaming for the blue-gray-haired guy to let go of his crew. Too slow. A lightning-fast kick slams into his side, and he's reeling from the impact. He's knocked back, but his eyes snap wide open in pure shock as he sees it. The Silagile antagonist has a blade. But he's not backing down. He whips out his own knife, daring anyone to come closer, promising a bloody fight. His voice cuts through the air, a chilling promise: cross him, and you'll end up a cripple. But before he can even finish his threat, a new player, a black-haired aggressor, strikes from behind, grabbing him by the neck, his voice dripping with challenge. He's caught. The blue-gray-haired antagonist fights back, knife still in hand, but this new guy's grip is like iron. The black-haired aggressor just stares him down, calling him out for caring about his brothers. He taunts him about loyalty, asking why he even cares about brothers who are usually fighting, then just shrugs it off like it's nothing. Then, with a savage declaration of, "I don't care," the black-haired aggressor unleashes a brutal, face-shattering punch. And another. The blue-gray-haired antagonist's face contorts from the sheer force as the aggressor screams, "Whatever, I don't care." This guy is relentless. The beatdown was relentless. Another devastating hit connected, sending shockwaves through the blue-gray-haired man's face. Grabbing him by the collar, the black-haired aggressor didn't care about anything, his grip of iron showing no mercy. With the blue-gray-haired man down for the count, the aggressor loomed over him, his entire crew backing him up, promising a night of pure chaos. His face, a mangled mess of blood and bruises, showed just how brutal this night had become. Watching the carnage unfold, Yu Jihan winced at the brutality, but Du Wonha just shrugged it off, saying the guy deserved it, then quickly turned his attention to their own predicament. From above, a massive crowd was visible, and someone in the chaos yelled that they needed to look out for themselves first. The white-haired Silagile leader just sneered, laughing at anyone worried about useless things, promising his crew that their prey wasn't going anywhere. Then, his eyes locked onto Du Wonha, instantly recognizing that black hoodie. A flashback hit him, Du Wonha, on a motorcycle, with a hot girl. No doubt, it was him. Grinning like a devil, the leader proposed using the beaten guy's phone to call the girl, planning to force her to drink and party all night long. His blonde henchman instantly loved the idea, thinking tormenting her sounded like an amazing time. Du Wonha, seeing the writing on the wall, knew he couldn't fight at full power, as he and Yu Jihan were now totally trapped by the enemy. Even with Jihan by his side, a cold realization hits him: there's no way they can take on this many. But wait, he's sensing something off, these guys don't even look like they want to fight. Taking in the whole scene, he clocks their numbers, way smaller than he thought. And honestly, if this just ends with a boring beatdown, what's the point? Then, the white-haired boss steps up, calling them out directly, and he's left wondering, is this really how this is going down? That white-haired psycho just grins, dropping the ultimate bombshell: you two, fight each other. And then, the kicker, he'll let the winner walk free. The sheer audacity leaves them speechless. No way he's playing that game. Du Wonha snaps, a lightning-fast blur as he charges in. His attack is a flash, a pure burst of speed, connecting before anyone can even react. For him, there's absolutely no other option than to make his move. He slams into the guy on the ground, sending him flying back with a pained grunt, the force exploding around them. From the sidelines, the other thugs are thinking, so this is how it's gonna be. And seriously, does that loser have zero loyalty? The black-haired enforcer and his blonde buddy are totally stunned by the protagonist's insane speed, muttering, he's so freaking fast. But then, the guy getting hit has a weird realization: he's not actually getting punched. He's just being shoved back by open hands, a totally bizarre move. Du Wonha, still down, locks eyes with Yu Jihan, a heavy apology escaping him for going rogue. But then, a sudden, explosive burst of energy erupts from him, shoving an enemy back as he screams at Jihan to get out, to run as far as humanly possible. His feet are a blur, a whirlwind of motion, carving a path through the chaos. The Silagile antagonist, with his glowing eyes, watches the unfolding drama, a chilling thought crossing his mind: is this just a performance to break free? The scarred, tattooed man, a cigarette hanging casually, stares in disbelief, while Ji-han, standing right next to him, is just as stunned. The other thugs are yelling, demanding answers, but Do Won-ha just drops a bombshell. From now on, he fights solo. His hand instinctively dives into his pocket, his fingers finding something he knows all too well. A grim resolve settles on his face, he knows there's only one path forward, and he's taking it. Out of his pocket comes a small, pulsating purple item, a hidden reward he's forced to unleash now. A system notification blazes across his vision, confirming the quest is done and the prize is his, a hidden item, unlocked. He holds the mysterious object up, and it's a small, black lock, leaving him to wonder what the heck it's for. Alone in a playground, he stares at the lock, the gears turning in his head, a lock after a key. This is the first clue, the first piece of the puzzle. Whoa! A new system alert just dropped, unveiling the black lock, a hidden item that can seal free will and trigger auto battle. This is insane. And get this, the system warns it's a 10-minute activation. He's totally freaking out, wondering what kind of crazy power this is. He's thinking, is this even possible in real life? Like, this is hella OP if it's not just a game thing. Clutching the mysterious lock, he's also realizing this thing is seriously dangerous, especially if he accidentally uses it when there's no one to fight. He's feeling super uneasy about it, this whole situation just feels off. He decides this is strictly for emergencies only, because the idea of losing his free will, even for a bit, is genuinely terrifying. But he's not alone. Two shady figures are watching him, wondering what that bastard is doing pulling out some kind of lock. One of them, holding a glowing purple lock of his own, just laughs, thinking Do Won-ha probably just swiped some random locker, kikik. Suddenly, one of the thugs yells at him, "Hey, brown hair. Get over here now, or we'll beat you up and drag you over." But Do Won-ha isn't backing down. His footsteps echo as he strides right towards them, ready to face whatever comes next. Just as he gets close, one of the guys steps up and sneers, "Thought you wanted to play all night, huh?" before landing a brutal punch right to his jaw. What? Staggering from the cheap shot, he instinctively grips the black lock, a sinister purple energy erupting from his hand, a chilling declaration forming in his mind, the hell party begins. His reality shatters, the world a chaotic blur as he loses all sense of control. The black lock explodes with power, a terrifying vortex of dark purple energy consuming his hand, a moment of pure, disoriented shock hitting him, HUH. The transformation consumes him, his eyes blazing with an electric blue intensity, while dark, crimson-edged energy erupts around his face, signaling an earth-shattering power-up. The dark energy rages, ripping outwards from his form, twisting reality itself with its untamed, destructive force. But before he can even process his new power, he's violently yanked backward, his feet scrambling as invisible forces drag him into the unknown. Trapped, held tight by the collar, he's completely at their mercy, a giant question mark screaming his confusion. Suddenly, new, sinister face looms into view, a bowl-cut punk with a twisted grin, who sneers, "You do just now." He cackles, fucking shivers, kikik, as another voice cuts in, "Didn't know you still had middle school syndrome." The bowl-cut antagonist's grin stretches even further, his face a terrifying blur of pure, unadulterated malice as he revels in his victim's helplessness. The black lock was unleashed, and the tattooed aggressor, who thought he had the upper hand, was suddenly overwhelmed, a raw, guttural cry tearing from his throat as his composure shattered. But in the chaos, a chilling cry pierced the air, a desperate, collective scream for someone, anyone, to save them. Yet, the iron grip on Do Won-ha's uniform only intensified, a sickening crunch accompanying his pained struggle as the pressure mounted. But even as he was crushed, his will held firm, his hand activating the ultimate escape, the system blazed, declaring the black lock unleashed. The game engine roared to life, a pulsating auto icon igniting, signaling the start of something truly terrifying. Pure, unadulterated power erupted, shattering reality itself as raw energy pulsed outwards. Then, with a primal scream, Do Won-ha fully transformed, his eyes blazing electric blue, a vortex of dark power swirling around him as he brutally slammed the tattooed aggressor to the ground. The system roared its approval, declaring the auto battle initiated, and the true fight had just begun. Do Won-ha is absolutely fed up. He's stuck as a game shuttle, just a puppet in this system, and he's wondering how much more he can take. The system just auto-detects monsters and BM, battle initiated, leaving him with zero control. But then, a smirk creeps onto his face, because hey, at least auto-battle makes his life a little easier, right? It's supposed to be a chill feature for busy players, and for most games, that's exactly how it works. But hold up. The in-game avatar is absolutely losing it, screaming in pure rage, realizing it's been slamming into a rock this whole time. Talk about a glitch in the Matrix. Yeah, everyone knows the auto-battle usually just can't keep up, it's nowhere near as good as when you're actually in control. Then, a strange, watery sound ripples through the air, like something massive is about to emerge. But here's the game changer, when a truly next-level, sophisticated AI takes over the system, it absolutely blows manual control out of the water. Dawenha is standing there, a total boss, surrounded by fallen enemies under a chilling full moon. And that power? It manifests as a terrifying, shadowy entity, its eyes burning with an intense, electric blue glow that'll send shivers down your spine. The shadowy AI form, a manifestation of pure, unbridled power, looms large, a chilling reminder that this level of force can unleash absolute slaughter. A dude with dark hair and a light jacket is absolutely flabbergasted, demanding to know what the heck just went down, with his buddy right there beside him. Meanwhile, Dawenha is sprawled on the ground, totally dazed and confused, wondering what just hit him. But before he can even process it, a furious dude in a dark jacket is already in his face, screaming about what he did to Chulmin. And just to drive the point home, the aggressor snatches Dawenha by the collar, pure rage radiating off him. But just like that, bam. Dawenha's AI form kicks in, and his fist rockets forward with insane speed, smashing right into the aggressor's face. It's a devastating hit, a blinding flash of blue energy and a sickening spray of blood confirming the sheer power behind it. The aggressor lets out a pained grunt, completely rocked by the punch as he goes down hard. He's launched through the air, a mere streak of agony and motion. The sheer power of that counterattack sends him slamming into the dirt. Watching from afar, the guy in the light jacket is absolutely floored, completely blown away by that insane, impossible speed. Still in his activated AI form, Dawenha unleashes a devastating mid-air kick, absolutely sending his initial aggressor flying with a bone-shattering impact. The sheer force of the blow creates a swirling vortex of pure energy, a mind-blowing testament to the raw power now at his command. His opponent's face contorts in pure agony, blood spraying as the full impact of the kick absolutely rocks him, leaving him stunned and disoriented. As Dawenha stands over the fallen figure, a silent observer can't help but notice the subtle shift in his presence, a dark, menacing aura now clinging to him, hinting at the profound, terrifying change within. The wisps of dark energy continue to emanate from his form, a constant, chilling visual reminder of the AI's full activation. His eyes, now glowing an intense electric blue, betray a chilling blankness that unnerves even the toughest onlookers, a stark, terrifying contrast to his usual demeanor. From a distance, the tattooed man observes, questioning the radical change in Dawenha's vibe, while the blonde antagonist points out the unsettling, dead blankness in his eyes, prompting the black-haired aggressor to dismiss their concerns with a frustrated, angry retort. With their comrade absolutely incapacitated on the ground, the remaining antagonists decide to abandon all caution, declaring their intent to attack him all at once, no holds barred. One of them lunges forward, launching a swift, brutal kick, aiming to absolutely overwhelm him with sheer numbers. But Dawenha's AI form reacts with impossible, lightning-fast speed, his feet blurring across the ground, leaving trails of blue energy as he effortlessly evades the assault. In a flash, he counters, sending another antagonist absolutely flying through the air with a single, precise, devastating strike. Despite his incredible speed and power, the sheer number of attackers begins to close in, absolutely surrounding him as they press their relentless assault from all sides. The moment the attack started, two figures exploded into action, their hands blazing with blue energy, launching Dawenha straight into the air. But before he could even think about landing, Chulmin Defender came in with a brutal low kick, his ankle radiating that same chilling blue energy, ready to take him down. The hit connected with a sickening thud, the sheer power of it undeniable. He barely had time to register the first hit before another unseen force slammed into his back, sending blue particles exploding around him. Then, a relentless, brutal barrage of strikes rained down from every angle, each hit a thunderous blow as his dark aura pulsed wildly. Chulmin Defender wasn't letting up, launching another devastating kick, his leg a streak of pure blue energy and speed. The sheer force of that kick sent white particles exploding everywhere, another crushing blow landing square on target. But through the storm of blows, his eyes, once calm, now blazed with an intense, electric blue, a terrifying surge of power igniting within him. That piercing blue light in his eyes just kept getting stronger, a clear sign of the storm brewing inside. But even with that power building, Chulmin Defender pulled off a dirty trick, a low kick that sent him sprawling, taunting, "Bet you didn't see this coming, you asshole." And from the sidelines, the bowl-cut antagonist, a vicious sneer twisting his face, screamed orders, "I tripped him. Hurry up and stomp on him." But even on one knee, his body now engulfed in a swirling, menacing dark aura, Dawenha was far from defeated, his glowing eyes burning with a promise of brutal retaliation. With an absolute stomp, Dawenha slams his foot down, unleashing a devastating blue energy shockwave that rips through the earth. The sheer force pins his opponent's head deep into the grass, a brutal display of his overwhelming power as he towers over the crushed figure. Witnessing the brutal scene, Yu Jihan's mind flashes back to Dawenha's earlier, chilling words. A flashback reveals Dawenha's desperate apology for going solo, followed by a frantic order for him to get as far away as humanly possible. Back in the present, Dawenha unleashes a devastating kick, sending another attacker soaring, as Yu Jihan, shaken by the memory, defiantly shouts that he's not abandoning him. Dao Ha, however, firmly states that this is his fight alone, confessing that even he has no idea what he's about to unleash. He hadn't grasped the true meaning of those words back then, but now, he had no choice but to follow Dao Ha's lead. With a heavy heart, he turns his back on the chaos, and runs, obeying the urgent order. From afar, the Silagile antagonist takes a slow drag from his cigarette, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. Is staying away actually helping Dao Ha? Close by, the tattooed man watches, realizing Dao Ha is no ordinary foe, as the blonde antagonist, letting out a nervous breath, hints that it might be time for them to bail. A bulky observer, his face twisted in pure frustration, can barely stand to watch the insane spectacle unfolding before him. Oblivious to the stunned onlookers, Dao Ha's eyes blaze with an electrifying blue, his entire being consumed by a swirling, dark aura as his ultimate power erupts. The dark aura around him intensified, and two of the thugs could only gape, one whispering, "That's a monster," as the other screamed, "What the hell is wrong with him?" But then, a chilling voice sliced through the tension, barking, "Anyone who retreats gets destroyed by me," sending a ripple of unease through the ranks. The unexpected command made one of the goons flinch, his face a mask of shock and bewilderment. And just like that, the entire mob, shaking off their fear, surged forward, believing their overwhelming numbers would crush him. But before they could even blink, a foot shot out with blinding speed, slamming down with a bone-jarring impact. The sheer power was insane, launching one of the attackers clear off his feet. A blue energy wave exploded from Dao Ha, shattering the enemy's charge and sending multiple thugs flying in a dazzling, destructive display. He was a blur of motion, a phantom in the night, his eyes blazing with electric blue power as the dark aura pulsed around him, a terrifying force unleashed. The remaining thugs could only watch in sheer terror, one of them screaming, "Fuucckkkk," as their entire plan went up in smoke. Then, in one seamless, brutal move, Dao Ha slammed into two more enemies, their bodies contorting violently as they were sent flying. Another thug was sent careening to the ground, leaving a crater where he landed. And just like that, he stood victorious amidst the wreckage, his glowing blue eyes surveying the absolute devastation he'd wrought. He's pushed back, a desperate warning ripping from his throat as an unknown threat charges in. But before he can even blink, a massive hand snatches him from behind, the sound of his clothes ripping as he's caught. He fights back, blue lightning crackling around him, desperate to escape the iron grip. His eyes ignite with an electric blue glow, his power absolutely exploding. But the massive bald man holds on tight, his grip like a steel trap, refusing to let go. But the sheer, raw power radiating from Dao Ha makes the man's hands shake, a look of pure shock flashing across his face. Still clinging on, the bald brute snaps at his crew, showing them how it's done before ripping into them for being useless. Then, with a sneer, he actually praises them for trashing other douchebags, a twisted grin on his face. Then, he turns his menacing gaze back to Dao Ha, promising a reward, a bone-crushing hug that'll shatter his ribs. Meanwhile, the tattooed man watches from afar, smirking that even the strongest are helpless once the hairy pig gets his hands on them. But then, in an instant, the bald man's grip explodes apart, his face twisting in pure agony as he screams about the impossible escape. A beat of stunned silence hangs heavy, the sudden reversal leaving everyone absolutely dumbfounded. Trapped in a vice-like grip, he unleashes a primal scream as his power absolutely explodes. The sheer force makes his captor bellow in pure agony. His face twisting into a mask of disbelief and pain as sweat pours down. Then, in a flash, Dao Ha shatters the hold, launching a devastating kick right into the man's gut. His foot connects with an explosive, bone-jarring crack. The impact sends the massive antagonist flying backward. As Dao Ha rockets into the air, dark, menacing energy coiling around him. The bald brute reels, utterly stunned by the lightning-fast counter. But Dao Ha lands with a powerful, confident thud, ready for more. He doesn't even pause, unleashing a blinding, concentrated blast of blue energy straight into the man's face. The explosion reverberates with a thunderous boom. And just like that, the large man is sent crashing to the ground, utterly defeated, as Dao Ha stands triumphant. Dao Ha was absolutely dominating, standing tall amidst a sea of defeated foes, the echoes of his power still reverberating through the night. But then, a new challenger stepped up, casually dropping some wisdom about how wearing glasses in a fight was a huge gamble. The tattooed man, cool as ice, kept on lecturing, while Dao Ha just watched, probably wondering what this guy was even talking about. He went on about the obvious, like how getting punched in the face with glasses on was a surefire way to get messed up. Dao Ha's electric blue eyes were locked on, just taking it all in, probably already planning his next move. The tattooed man kept going, saying that most fighters would ditch their specs, even if it meant a slight dip in their game. But then, with a smirk, he dropped the bomb, he'd never take his off, and dared Dao Ha to figure out his secret. His logic was flawless, in his mind, he was just too good to ever get touched. And with one last, cocky declaration, the tattooed man basically told Dao Ha he was out of his league. But before he could even finish his trash talk, Dawenha was already there, a blur of motion, his fist exploding into the tattooed man's face, shattering his glasses and unleashing a burst of raw blue power. The impact sent the tattooed man flying, absolutely launching him backward, his body cartwheeling through the air in a chaotic explosion of dust and shattered glass. He crashed to the ground, lights out, as Dawenha stood over him, the silent victor, proving that confidence without skill gets you absolutely nowhere. The blonde antagonist is absolutely floored, witnessing the sheer devastation left behind by Dawenha, who stands over a fallen foe, leaving him to question what kind of monster he's up against. His mind races, trying to comprehend the impossible, 20 elite fighters, wiped out in the blink of an eye. A furious scowl crosses his face as he grapples with the unbelievable reality. How is this guy not even breaking a sweat? He lunges forward, rage boiling over, screaming, why isn't he even breathing hard? A guttural cry rips from his throat. With a final, desperate roar, he screams, just what the hell are you? But before he can even blink, Dawenha's fist explodes forward, shattering his glasses and unleashing a devastating blue energy blast. The world spins into a chaotic blur, a deafening ripping through the silence. He's sent reeling backward, his hands instinctively flying to his face as a choked cry escapes him. Dawenha holds him captive by the collar, his eyes blazing with an otherworldly blue glow, as the blonde antagonist can only manage a pathetic ugh of surrender. The blue light in Dawenha's eye flares with raw power, a chilling display of his absolute dominance. Barely clinging to consciousness, the blonde antagonist gasps out a desperate plea, W8, as he tries to break free. But it's all over, he crashes to the ground, his final, desperate scream of ACKKKK, marking Dawenha's undeniable victory. His eyes snap open, a jolt of confusion hitting him like a truck, as he tries to process his surroundings. He's suddenly in a totally random, cramped room, and he's got no clue how he got there. He sits up, trying to piece together what happened, and then it hits him, the black lock. He takes in the rundown room, a wave of dread washing over him, like, seriously, why is he in this dump? Even though it's a total mess, someone definitely lives here, which is just adding to the mystery. He's on his knees, hands clenched, realizing this whole situation is super sketchy, and probably dangerous. His eyes lock onto a dark computer screen, and he knows one thing for sure, he's gotta get out of here, now. But then, out of nowhere, the computer screen blazes to life with a bright blue glow, making him jump out of his skin. His eyes are wide with pure shock and confusion, like, how did that even happen? He stares, utterly bewildered, as a cryptic message flashes across the screen, a chilling, long-time NOC, that changes everything. His eyes burst open, blazing with an electric blue, mirroring the shocking light that just flooded the room. Then, a piercing electronic beep rips through the air, and a cryptic message explodes onto the screen, Administrator, Manager, has entered the room. Administrator, Manager, long time no see my friend. All he can manage is a stunned, huh. The message keeps coming, dropping another bombshell, this is a place that's far away from your body. His mind reels, a bewildered hoo, escaping his lips. But then, a chilling sense of déjà vu hits him, he knows this voice, this familiar tone. Suddenly, the screen explodes with game avatars, one, the one who brings the END, and another, pitch black Chocopi, while the administrator's voice booms, art thou seeking for a party? A friend, such doth not sound ill. I grant you leave to follow me. He's glued to the screen, as the administrator's message continues, laying it all out, do not be surprised, my friend. This is my gift for your goodwill. His eyes lock onto the gleaming white armored figure, a name screaming in his head, the one who brings the end. Reeling from the administrator's cryptic messages and a shocking reveal of his own alias, he can only stammer out one desperate question, is it you? Night falls, and a lone stone tower glows with an almost magical light, setting the scene for something epic. Our protagonist, a young woman, stops dead in her tracks, soaking in the epic city lights against the fading sky, a quiet escaping her as she takes it all in. She's playing it cool, figuring everyone's totally distracted by the show right now, but deep down, she's a little bummed she missed Minhai's dance. Her heels click-clack, a steady rhythm as she keeps moving, each step taking her further into the night. Then, she just stops, realizing that even though she missed the show, she's getting an even better one with this insane view. She looks up, and bam. The night sky is absolutely covered in stars, a cosmic spectacle just for her. The sheer beauty of the cosmos makes her gasp, a quiet, pretty, barely audible as she's lost in the moment. But then, a sudden thought hits her like a truck, did she just get totally lost? Okay, time to head back, she thinks, but then a super intense ringing sound starts up, getting louder and louder. The ringing goes absolutely wild, and out of nowhere, a shadowy figure of a man appears, his arrival announced by that eerie sound. Suddenly, a piercing ring shatters the silence of the night, totally freaking out the young woman. She whips out her phone, a shadowy figure lurking in the background, and facepalms, realizing she totally forgot to mute it. Her face totally drops, eyes wide with a mix of worry and confusion. Her cute heart necklace sparkles under the faint light, a tiny detail in her moment of total freakout. But wait, the same exact tone is ringing out in a totally different place, grabbing the attention of a guy glued to his computer screen. His gaze locks onto the screen, where it literally calls him, the one who brings the end, and he's like, wait, is that really you talking to me? The computer screen is practically glowing with this intense blue light, lighting up the whole desk like something epic is about to happen. Dawenha is standing there, staring at this glowing screen, realizing it's a chat window, but he can't even type anything back, the keyboard is totally dead. Then, a beep goes off, and the system tells him he can just talk. Dawenha is totally shocked, asking if he can actually communicate, but the system claps back, saying he usually ignores everything it says anyway. The system, ever the enigma, dropped a bombshell question on Dawenha, demanding to know one thing, but then, in a classic power move, flipped the script and asked what he wanted to know. Dawenha, standing tall before his screen, shot back with a demand, you want answers? You gotta give them too. And then, the system dropped the big one, hitting him with the ultimate question, how has the power I gave you changed your life? A flicker of something dark crossed his face, and Dawenha started to speak, the tension practically radiating off him. A smirk, or maybe a snarl, twisted his mouth, hinting at the storm brewing inside him. Then, he absolutely exploded, screaming that the power had utterly ruined his life, changing it for the ing worse. Fists clenched, eyes wide, he raged about the damned quests that kept dragging him into endless fights. Blue energy crackled around his hand as he slammed it down, shouting about the endless stream of monsters pouring out of the dungeon. His internal monologue was a torrent of despair, convinced he couldn't take it anymore, wondering how a guy who only knew games got sucked into this insane world. He stood there, head down, staring at the screen, a single word escaping his lips, this. But then, a sly smirk spread across his face, and he dropped the bomb, well. It is exhilarating. He leaned back, blue energy swirling around him, a stark contrast to his past self, now fully embracing the thrill. He flashes back to a brutal past, a time when he was always bowing down to bullies, forced to take every order, every punch, from guys like the white-haired menace and his dark-haired enforcer, while others like Yu Jihan were just as helpless. But that was the old him. Now, after grinding through every single command, he's toughened up, evolving from a beaten-down kid with bloodshot eyes into a powerhouse whose gaze burns with electric blue energy. His entire journey has been a relentless grind, a constant struggle and insane growth, a blur of past beatdowns and epic comebacks, each moment sharpening him into the absolute force he is now. He's not the one taking orders anymore, he's the one throwing down, fighting head-on, and now he can protect everyone who matters. The ghosts of his past weakness ignite his resolve, as he remembers every moment he was helpless, now shattered by his explosive new power. Every single challenge has forged him, leading him to this peak of raw confidence and unbreakable will. Facing away from the pulsing blue screen, he confesses that without this power, he would have just flatlined in front of his computer that day, trapped in his pathetic old life. So, with a chilling clarity, he declares he's absolutely thankful for this insane journey. A casual scratch at his cheek, but his eyes hold a deep, calculating resolve, his expression a blend of intense thought and unwavering purpose. The pulsating blue interface of the system hums before him, a stark reminder of the raw power that flipped his entire world upside down. A sharp beep cuts through the silence from the system, which then coolly replies, Admin, Manager, yes that's so. Before dropping the bomb, now it is time for you to ask. His eye, now blazing with an electric blue glow, snaps open, a silent, burning question forming deep within its core. A sharp gulp cuts through the air, a chilling prelude to the absolute chaos that just went down. Under the cloak of night, the whole place is dead silent, a chilling witness to the carnage. But scattered across the wet ground, multiple bodies are just down, utterly wrecked, leaving them all thinking, what? A blonde-haired dude just stares up at the sky, face busted, blood everywhere, his brain still trying to process the impossible beatdown, what? Close by, the tattooed man is just out, face twisted in agony, blood pooling around him, with glass shards glinting in the faint light. And another, with that wild blue hair, tries to get up, one eye completely swollen shut, the same mind-blown question screaming in his head, what? As the dust clears, a chilling voice or thought slices through the silence, watching right now. Dawenha, radiating pure dark energy, just slams a brutal punch into some brown-haired dude's face, who can only gasp, URGH, as he gets rocked. His eyes, now burning with an insane blue glow, flash with a split second of hesitation or a mental command, W8. His powerful reflection ripples on the wet ground, a dominant force in the mayhem, as a bone-chilling, quadudiac sound rips through the air, showing off his insane power. That brown-haired dude just screams in pure agony, clutching his arm, the pain from Dawenha's attack absolutely crushing him, RRGH. The blonde antagonist is absolutely rocked, his hands flying up as he tries to block the relentless barrage, a desperate, guttural cry tearing from his throat. But Dawenha. He's just chilling, his eyes blazing with an otherworldly blue glow, a dark, menacing aura swirling around him, completely unfazed by the chaos he's unleashing. Then, in a flash, he closes the gap, unleashing a brutal punch that sends the blonde antagonist flying back with a scream of utter disbelief. The impact literally twists his face, his eyes bulging with terror as he gets a taste of Daeunha's terrifying new power. Before he can even blink, Daeunha's hand snaps out, grabbing his neck in an iron grip, the attack so fast he has zero chance to react. Then, with a savage throw, the blonde antagonist is launched through the air, his body spinning uncontrollably across the field, leaving a cloud of dust in his wake. He's still flying, a mere blur in the night, and you just know this landing is gonna hurt. He finally crashes down, utterly defeated, as Daeunha looms over him. The blonde antagonist can barely process what just happened, his mind screaming, what kind of monster is he now? His body is screaming, but the blonde antagonist forces himself to move, his mind already racing to his brothers, knowing he has to get them out of here, and fast. Battered and bruised on the ground, he curses his tormentors, the humiliation of this beatdown absolutely searing, wondering just how much they'd stomped all over him. He lets out a ragged, painful gasp, his face twisted in a grimace of pure agony and exhaustion. He finally pushes himself up to a sitting position, his body shaking, completely broken and defeated. After absolutely dominating the fight, the dark hooded figure made his move. His hand effortlessly sliding into his pocket, pulling out a phone like it was nothing. But the real threat, Daeunha, his eyes blazing electric blue and a menacing dark aura radiating from him, loomed over the fallen, declaring that they hadn't won anything, and the true boss fight was yet to come. The blonde antagonist, completely wrecked, was in full panic mode, desperately trying to call for backup, screaming for King to answer his damn phone. A frantic beep blared as he yelled, demanding to know where Paljon had disappeared to. Still sprawled on the ground, utterly helpless, he admitted that some random outsider had completely wiped out their entire crew. Sweat pouring down his face, he practically screamed that Paljon needed to get there now, another desperate beep cutting through his panic. With no response, his voice escalated into pure desperation, shouting Paljon's name again, followed by a frantic, "Hey." Then, a black sneaker slammed into view, the sound of its landing amplifying his already skyrocketing fear. His eyes blew wide with absolute horror, as he shrieked the full name, "Hey Gwak Paljon." His mouth ripped open in a primal scream, as one final, desperate curse tore from his throat, "You fucking bastard." Daeunha remained utterly unfazed, his electric blue eyes still burning, a chilling dark aura pulsing around him as he clutched a shattered blade, the ultimate, terrifying victor. With the blue energy still surging around his fallen foe, Daeunha loomed large, the undisputed champion of this brutal showdown. His eyes, blazing with an electric blue glow, hinted at a shocking realization, a name clicking into place. That name, that desperate cry he'd just heard, it hit him like a truck. This guy wasn't just some random punk. It was Gwak Paljon, the infamous Gwak Paljon, now looking like a total wreck. He remembered it instantly, that name was just too unique to forget. But hold up, back at the Central Reformatory, 2 years after it opened its doors, the news of Gwak Paljon's arrival was causing a stir, and it wasn't just about his name. The mad oldest brother, chilling at his desk, leaned in, demanding to know what epic, big news his mad little brother was about to drop. Turns out, among the fresh meat that just rolled in, one dude had a seriously messed up face, which the younger brother found hilarious, adding that his looks were totally useless. The mad oldest brother, piecing it all together, spilled the tea. This guy tried to force a girl into something messed up, got busted, and landed himself right here. But the mad little brother wasn't impressed, shrugging off the attempt as nothing special and wondering why it was even considered big news. That's when the mad oldest brother dropped the real bombshell, revealing that the girl Gwak Paljon messed with was the little sister of the cell leader right next door. This bombshell made the mad little brother gasp in pure shock, finally grasping just how deep Gwak Paljon's trouble was, because a cell leader is basically the king of the reformatory dorm. Meanwhile, a whole crew of inmates is huddled up, plotting their next move, ready to jump and take out the new guy the second he hits the dorm. One nervous inmate is totally freaking out, asking if those guys in the room are even human with their insane strength, and another just shrugs, figuring the middle schooler is already a goner. The chatter keeps going, with one guy darkly joking that the new kid's coffin is probably already sealed, while a clueless guard just strolls by, totally unaware of the brutal beatdown about to drop. Inside his cell, Gwak Paljon's eyes pop open in pure terror, a chilling realization hitting him like a truck about the nightmare he's walking into. Outside, a guard, hearing the chaos explode, starts screaming for backup into his radio, his voice practically cracking. While the guard is still freaking out on his radio, the green-haired mad little brother and the blue-haired mad big brother are just chilling, watching the show, the green-haired one even laughing that the poor middle schooler got absolutely wrecked already. Inside the cell, Gwak Paljon slowly lifts his head, his face a bloody mess, just staring into space as a guard's voice tries to snap him out of it through the window. With other beaten-up inmates all around, one of the attackers is screaming, demanding to know why the heck the door is still locked, trapping them in this mess. Towering over the absolutely wrecked Guak Paljon, a new guy with slick-back dark hair steps up, dropping the bombshell that he's Ji-hyun's big brother. Guak Paljon just lets out a pained groan, his face a total mess as the attacker casually comments on their super weird reunion. The brother then leans in, delivering a chilling taunt, asking if a loving couple could really do this to each other. Battered and broken in his cell, Guak Paljon can only stew in his own twisted thoughts, convinced that Ji-hyun actually liked him. He's absolutely fuming, cursing his luck that the cops showed up when they did, preventing him from finishing the job. Elsewhere, Ji-hyun's big brother, the tattooed enforcer, chillingly asks a cellmate, plotting his sister's next visit and making sure it happens. But Guak Paljon's eyes burn with a terrifying determination, he's absolutely going to finish what he started, no matter what. His chest, still bruised and battered, pulsates with raw, unbridled fury and sinister plans. Flashback. Ji-hyun is walking with her brother, who's brushing off her worries, insisting his moves were calculated, not just a gut feeling. A visibly upset Ji-hyun demands answers, trying to confirm a shocking revelation. Her brother, picking up on her vibe, asks what's up, noticing she's been off all day. Later, with a friend, Ji-hyun confesses her creepy feeling, admitting she feels like someone's watching their every move. Her brother, seeing all the attention she gets, shrugs it off, saying tons of guys are always checking her out. Ji-hyun reluctantly agrees, but her face tells a different story, hinting at something far more sinister than just admirers. Then, a horrifying realization hits Guak Paljon, his eyes snapping wide open, he was the stalker all along. Still reeling from his twisted obsession, his mind flashed back to a message he'd sent, a chilling summons for her to appear, even as he tried to convince himself it wasn't just plain stalking. He'd seen her, a vision of pure happiness, riding on a motorcycle with some other guy, her radiant smile burned into his brain, driving him absolutely wild. Even with his crew around, her face was all he could see, a haunting obsession he just couldn't get out of his head. Ji-hyun, with her iconic dark hair and pale skin, was now in deep trouble, her fear practically radiating off her as she stood there, all alone in the dark. Every single detail, from her eyelashes to her toes, was being obsessively catalogued by her stalker. Guak Paljon's face twisted into a terrifying grin, his eyes bugging out as he blurted out his insane declaration of love. He kept coming, his footsteps crunching loudly, and Ji-hyun freaked out, begging him to back off and screaming that she'd yell if he took another step. But his chilling reply just confirmed her absolute worst nightmare, telling her that no matter how loud she screamed, nobody was coming to save her out here. He kept going, his voice dripping with twisted logic, implying that by dressing up and showing up alone, she was practically asking for this. Ji-hyun spun around, her whole body screaming "no," and told him again to just stay away. But Guak Paljon wasn't fazed, casually dropping his terrifying plan B, announcing that if she hadn't shown up, he was just gonna break into her place tonight anyway. Her face drained of all color, Ji-hyun gripped her phone like a lifeline, her only hope a desperate, shaky threat to call the cops. Ji-hyun fights back, her mind screaming, "No, you can't do this." But in the chaos, her phone goes flying, crashing to the ground, a desperate, unheard cry for help. Her eyes are wide with pure terror as his chilling words echo, right before doing it. Meanwhile, Guak Paljon, completely lost in his own twisted reality, rambles, "I was innocently placed in a reformatory and got transferred here." Ji-hyun's mind is a frantic mess, begging, "Don't come." As her legs buckle beneath her. Her foot drags helplessly against the ground, a desperate, failing attempt to break free. He slams her to the ground, her body collapsing as he looms over her, a terrifying shadow. He leans in, a sinister whisper escaping his lips, "I'll take care of the rest." A promise that sends shivers down her spine. A wave of absolute helplessness crashes over her, her body frozen, her voice choked back by terror. Guak Paljon stares at her frozen, terrified face, his sick mind twisting her paralysis into consent, "Since you're not resisting that much," he sneers. His face twists into a truly horrifying grin as he asks, "You must be enjoying it too, right?" He closes in, his hand reaching out, a terrifying scene of pure vulnerability and predatory evil. A desperate, gut-wrenching cry rips through the air, a definitive "no" to the horror unfolding. Suddenly, the blonde aggressor whips around, eyes blazing with psychotic fury, snapping at the new arrival, completely oblivious to the terrified girl behind him. The girl, her face a mask of pure terror, can only gasp out a single, broken sound, utterly paralyzed by fear. But then, a powerful voice cuts through the tension, calling out a name, signaling the dramatic entrance of Do-won-ha. And there he is, a towering figure, stepping in like a shield between the victim and her attacker, his mere presence shifting the entire dynamic. But the blonde aggressor, completely unhinged, just snarls back, vowing to finish what he started. Suddenly, a game-like interface pops up, revealing the blonde aggressor's true identity, Guak Paljon, and classifying him as a boss monster. Then, Do-won-ha's eyes ignite with an electric blue glow, and a menacing dark aura erupts around him, signaling that he's about to unleash his full power. And just like that, the system confirms the inevitable clash, announcing that the boss raid is officially on.